Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Elle for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go. And yet a
The Rockets
setback.
have traded for Giannis. They've signed 3 more free agents. They've extended 2 more players. Did that happen? Because I think that happens every day where they sign 2 or 3 of their own players. They sign like 2 or 3 more free agents, and they make a huge trade.
Yeah, that didn't happen yesterday. What happened yesterday was more typical Astros doctor
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't want to. Well, I mean, typical Astros winning.
Yeah.
And then
It was a typical
Astros,
day for the Astros.
Jordan Alvarez was basically done for the year. Y'all can say what you want. Like, oh, he's getting it reevaluated. More bad news from the Jordan Alvarez front is his hand still hurts, and he's going to have to be reevaluated and reassessed. It appears as though he's had a setback.
Mm-hmm.
So Jordan's basically broken constantly now. He's already had 2 hand surgeries. Let's make it 3. They just signed him. Can't get him on the field. And this time it's been this time I missed it. Did they say it's a mega fracture this time, or is there any kind of, did they say the hand is coming off?
No, they didn't say
they
lost
misdiagnosed
his hand.
the hands. Did it come off during the batting practice?
No, his hand didn't fall off. It didn't fall off, but it was yet another. I mean, have we ever seen a guy with this many hand problems? I know Billy Ray Brown had a wrist. Jeff Bagwell had his hand problem, but that didn't cost him more than. I mean, that was a he didn't lose much time at all because you had the strike at that.
Yeah,
that
he got
year.
hit on his hand and broke the hamate bone.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those things that happens. Jordan broke his hamate bone, was injured swinging a bat. Wasn't even hit initially, and that was a few years back. And then while he was in it, he had the other hand done as well. He had both hands. I think it was the same injury. This is a third. I don't know what this one is, but it ain't good. And then, of course, we know the Astros apparently misdiagnosed him as they didn't know it was a fracture. He came back. Well, they said they couldn't see it. Couldn't see it. So then he swung at a batting practice while he was only 60% healthy, according to them,
right,
where the hand was 60% healed, and he re-aggravated it. We don't know how. Like, I'm curious if that did even more damage. I would think how you let this guy go out there and swing a bat with a fracture is beyond me. And then whatever. So he's been out all this time again, and only to take some batting practice and say, ow, ow.
We don't know that he said, ow, ow, wow. We just know that he couldn't continue his batting practice, and now he's done he shut it down, and maybe we'll see how long. You're predicting the whole year.
Yeah.
We don't know that.
I mean, he can't get back. It always hurts him. I don't think that's a very good sign. I think that's a sign of a surgery in his future.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been out all this time, and he hadn't been able, it still hurts.
It doesn't look great.
It's not promising. And this is a guy who is a critical part of your. So now they trade him.
No,
maybe
he's not Dame Lillard.
Maybe we trade him.
He's not Damian Lillard, where you just say, "Forget it, we're done."
No. What could you get for Jordan?
What could you get for Jordan right now? Well, obviously, it's going to be less.
You can get a lot for Jordan.
Yeah, but it's going to be less. With who knows when he'll play again? I mean,
this is just a hypothetical. I'm not trying to trade him. I'm just saying, what would you get?
You are.
What would you get for him? I think you get a tremendous amount because he's got a team-friendly contract. Well, if he plays, and stop calling him Jordan McCullers. I saw that yesterday.
He's not Jordan.
I saw Jordan McCullers and somebody asked if he's, does he know how to do a slow drip coffee? I saw these things about coffee stuff. And Jordan makes an awesome espresso.
Latte.
Yeah. And Jordan, I want a flat white with soy. And I'm like, stop doing coffee jokes with Jordan. All right. That's inappropriate. It's inappropriate, actually.
It is inappropriate. I didn't see any of those.
I saw Jordan.
Those are funny. That's funny.
And I saw he's now an updated LinkedIn that had him at Maven Coffee. It's terrible. You people are terrible.
He's got to update.
All right, I didn't
LinkedIn.
see that one, but I'm going to make that one.
He's not looking for work on LinkedIn, okay?
It doesn't say open to work, okay? He's working. It's just as a barista. Lance McCullers said, listen, while you're out, I got you. I know a coffee place that's hiring.
That is awesome. Well,
no, it's not. It's not awesome.
Well,
we should never be able to make jokes about Jordan McCullers. That's a terrible thing. We've already got Luis Garcia McCullers. Is because you always have the surname and then a hyphen. You got Luis Garcia McCullers and Christian Javier McCullers. Although I feel like Christian Javier is just like he's just on a regular pace right now. I don't feel like I want to put a McCullers last name on him.
So my thought was that you're going to get Christian Walker and Jordan at the break, and there is your those are your major
tell
moves.
People what your Christian Walker thing is.
Well, Christian Walker he'd actually start hitting like he did last night with 3 hits last night, and then all of a sudden, look at that acquisition at first base. You got a good Christian Walker instead of the one that we've had all year.
You're hoping for a good Christian Walker.
Well, that's the acquisition that I'm looking for at the All-Star break. Okay. Before the trade deadline. Right. I'd like to trade in this Christian Walker for the one that gets 3 hits.
Yeah,
That's the one I want.
Yeah.
So that and a Jordan. Now, what kind of great trade deadline would the Astros have if they got those 2? But it doesn't look like they're going to acquire Jordan at the trade deadline. It looks like Jordan is not. He's out. Jordan is out as far as I don't know. This is awful. At hands. I mean, again, with the hands, he's had knee problems.
Your hands have to be perfect to play baseball.
The whole thing was just too good to be true. It was, what they acquired him for, that the Dodgers lost. The whole thing was just way too good to be true. There had to be some glitches in this thing, and now we got him. We got that Jordan can't get on the field anymore. We did get a World Series out of Jordan. We got a home run that won a World Series in Game 6 that is still traveling that ball up in center field. That was awesome. I mean, what more did we really think that we were going to get all of that? I mean, honestly.
I mean, this is a little dramatic. Are we writing a eulogy for you, an obituary for Jordan? What are we doing? Yeah. Like, we're never going to get anything else out of him? We're at this point, you two.
Do you feel like you're going to get?
I mean, even if let's say this year is a wash and he misses the year, do we believe that the hand injury will irreparably damage him for the rest of his career as an Astro?
I don't think so, but this is now multiple injuries to his hand.
Yeah. This is something I don't know.
I mean, I am a little like no joking. All joking aside, it's a little concerning when you have this. I'm trying to recall when he was at 22 that he had the surgeries on his hands. Like, I'm like, how early did he come back from that? Just trying to remember how long ago it was. I want to say it was the 22 season. I remember we were doing videos, John. We're still doing our videos that we did every day, seemingly every day for Brandon. It was I mean, we all remember it. It was he had the hamate bone. Okay, I know what he's dealing with now. When you Google now, they just can't do anything but show you every article about his hand now. I'm telling y'all, I'm trying to look for. Here it is, 2022. Yeah, it was. If Alvarez is indeed playing through a hook of hamate fracture, as the doctors previously detailed, he will need surgery to exercise the hook portion. This is back in August of 2022. So that's when he was hurt initially with the hamate bone. And at the end of the 22 season, of course, he ended up, having the having hamate bone surgery. And I think he had him on both hands from what I remember. So this is, it's a little bit of a concern here. We've had 3 hand issues since 2022. So I'm not ready to write them completely off, but I will say, is this going to be something that is going to be a talking point for the rest of his life where his hand acts up? Because if so, he's not even going to be worth the money you're paying him. I mean, that feels, well, I'm just saying, if that is the case, if these hands pop up, because clearly they're not something you just shake off after a week. It's not something where, okay, he's going to miss. Jeremy Pena's got a broken rib. He's going to miss a couple weeks. This takes a long time, obviously, and they clearly don't heal quickly. This fracture still hasn't healed, apparently. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, the Astros did win 6-5 in Colorado.
Yeah, the play actually was a win.
Yeah.
It was just bad. It was overshadowed by what we've been talking about. When Jordan gets back, wait until Jordan gets back, and then watch what happens. You're in big trouble. Jordan's going to come back, and then watch what's going. Oh no, Jordan.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we got to move on from Jordan. We got Victor Caratini hitting a grand slam, and then holding on for dear life. As you know, I mean, this is the kind of game that you got to win. You got to pick up a 6 spot with Colton Gordon on the mound, and it's in Colorado, so they're going to get some runs. So, but you were able to hold on. Even Hader gave up the solo shot. He didn't have a clean sheet, but that's okay. He got yet another save, his 24th of the season, and the Astros win it. That's a good win because you got Hunter Brown going today. You're 9-0-2 in your last 11 series, and you're playing against Colorado. That's a dangerous spot. That's a danger after playing two first place teams. You got Colorado, and then you got another first place team in the Dodgers. This is a spot where the Astros usually take a little break. They have a lull. They don't focus nearly as well. They got the win though. You've got to pick up these wins more and more. They continue to just dominate. And listen, the American League West isn't the worst division. You see what's going on in the American League Central? There's only one team with a winning record.
Yeah.
That division sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody in that division sucks. The Twins suck. The what are they called again? The Guardians suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. The White Sox, they all suck. And they got an 11-game lead going into yesterday. Maybe it's 12 today. I don't know. But Detroit is just running away with that thing. You talk about the Astros having it easy. Holy crap. The Tigers have it so easy. And they're just dominating. They're dominating that division. And the Astros pick up yet another win. They got Hunter Brown going today. So, I mean, I love a Hunter Brown day. That means we got an hour and 20-minute game tonight, which is awesome. Hunter Brown is just and you know what? Except here in Colorado, I mean, you can see where that would be a little bit dangerous with Hunter Brown on the mound because that ballpark, nobody can pitch in that ballpark. So we'll see whether or not Hunter Brown can keep. That's where you put some numbers up. That's where some bad numbers come for you. And hopefully Hunter Brown will keep this streak alive of what he's doing. Astros now with a 7-game lead over the Mariners, who lost again. The Angels 8.5, 9.5 by the Rangers. Yeah, that whole Ranger thing, they're going to dominate the division this year. That's not really happening, I don't think. And the Tigers now 12-game lead. 12-game lead in the AL Central. That's what crap that is.
How many games up are the Astros again?
They are up 7 games.
So do you think Dana Brown's aware of that when he's talking about Jeremy Pena possibly playing through the pain?
I know.
Is he aware that there's no rush, that he doesn't need to come back before the All-Star break?
Yeah.
It's almost like he's putting it on Jeremy.
Yeah, if he can deal with it. I mean, they say you can play through. You don't have to be completely healed to play through that.
Is he questioning Jeremy's manhood? Is that what he's doing?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think so.
We could do a whole thing about it.
If you want to start some, we can do that. But
start some.
He's aware that there's no rush.
Let him sit. He's got a broken rib. Let's not yord on this thing. Goodness gracious. He's got a rib fracture. I've heard that, slight fractures are way worse than breaks. That's what I heard. Okay. Because they're more
clean
painful.
breaks always give you clean breaks. Well, of course, you also don't
they will heal better.
Yeah.
But so leave Jeremy alone, Dana. Why is he out there going, what kind of man are you? What kind of man are you? Are you can you handle the pain or not?
I mean, if you were tougher,
you
could be back before the All-Star break when we're 10 games up.
Oh, and he's calling him out like that with Scott Boras as his agent now.
Well, he also said he immediately, when he found out that Scott Boras was Jeremy Pena's agent, he called him and said, "Hey, looking forward having more discussions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you keep looking forward to that, Dana.
Mm-hmm.
See how that works out
Here's
for
what
you.
Scott said. Don't call me, I'll call you.
Yeah, wait by the phone. I'll call you. Wait by the phone. I'll give you a call sometime.
If the first number doesn't start with 3 and end with
right.
5 more ends with 8 more zeros, I ain't listening. I'm like, what?
Yeah. He's
gonna
9. Laramie.
Yeah.
He's gonna Laramie Tunsil you.
Yeah.
That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
He ain't answer. He ain't pick. It's Dana. Don't pick it up. Don't tell him I ain't here.
That's exactly what he's gonna do. He's put the screws to us.
Yep. All right, we got a break. It's 7:14 ESPN.
See what happens when no one's offering your guy a contract, like what happened with Carlos. Carlos got hurt and then he got bad contracts, and oh well. And then we won a World Series. Guess what, Jeremy Pena?
And then Minnesota decided that was good for him, and now they're 12 games under 500.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So congratulations.
Congratulations on that. We are going to take a break. We got HRP to talk about right now. HRP.net. HRP.net. 281-880-6525. Love us some HRP. You will love some HRP too. Call up here. Call Laura. Ask for Laura and ask her how HRP is doing. Okay? Because she will tell you. Or go to any of the businesses that you hear on here. All of these businesses love them some HRP. They come in and do testimonials for HRP because they love what they've done for their business. You have a business right now, and your business it ain't going great. You ain't, for some reason, you're not making as much money as you should be. Your product is selling. You got a nice price point, but I don't know what the deal is. Well, I'll tell you what the possible deal is. You've got an admin company that's charging you too much. They might be charging you too much for their benefits packages, their HR, their payroll, which maybe isn't as good as HRP's. HRP does charge you for the HR and the payroll. They give you a great price for those, and then they let you select the perfect benefits package for you as opposed to the one that they want to sell you. So you're looking for the best way to get your payroll and HR, get your taxes done, and those benefits packages, which HRP doesn't sell. They just advise. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm starting to hate Bill Barnwell. He's got an article today, the Bag Hall of Fame, players who maximize contract leverage. Who's in the Bag Hall of Fame?
Who wrote this article?
Bill Barnwell.
I mean, Deshaun.
Actually, Deshaun should be in the Bag Hall of Fame, but he's not.
Without question. I mean, Gilbert Arenas. Is this
No,
just football?
Just football.
I mean, if Deshaun's not in there, I can't really.
There's one
take
really
this.
obvious. Kirk Cousins.
Oh yeah, just getting the. Oh, it's not okay. So it's not necessarily. All right,
Well,
I got
yeah,
you.
and how
It's
he
not
went
necessarily
about it.
Yeah, all Kirk did was play the game the way it's supposed to be played.
That's
Everyone else wanted to I'm not going to do a franchise, and he's like, cool, give me that franchise because it's more money that I would make in that year, and I'll just gamble that I don't end my career this year, which rarely ever. I mean, it never happens.
Yeah,
and he did it, and he did it twice. He did two of them back to back.
Was that was one of the first I remember.
It was the only
totally
one.
Guaranteed.
It was the only one when he went to Minnesota. Fully guaranteed contract was the only one that had happened.
Yep.
It was like, what?
Yep.
And it was
Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is in there. Dak Prescott. He got over on Jerry after Jerry finally had to acquiesce after putting him on the franchise tag. He had to give him the bag.
It's just all a bunch of quarterbacks. It should be probably.
Well, there's somebody else in here. Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford was drafted during the previous CBA.
Deshaun had 24 civil lawsuits.
Yeah,
was accused of all this stuff and still.
Yeah, but his contract was before all that.
Fully guaranteed. No, it wasn't. The fully guaranteed contract from Cleveland wasn't. He got a fully guaranteed brand new contract, and he got a contract from the Texans where he got to keep all of his signing bonus.
Yeah.
If you're not in the Bag Hall of Fame, if you're not the best of all time.
Yeah, Joe, he's
it's a joke he didn't put him in there. He kept a signing bonus from another contract that he never even played a game for.
That's true.
And he used it for his lawsuit, to pay his lawsuit.
Yeah. Joe Flacco turned one playoff run into two contracts. He's got Darrelle Revis in here. Jalen Ramsey, your guy, Dell.
Yep.
Jalen Ramsey. He backed up the truck.
Not my guy anymore. He's Dez's guy now.
He's dead to you, huh?
No, he's
Dez's guy.
He's another one that just said, I ain't playing for you. Bye. I'm out. And just give me my money. He's got Dion in there, and then Laramie Tunsil.
Oh,
in
man,
the Bag Hall of Fame.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's a good list.
Man, he's got this. He wrote the whole thing up, and it's just so sad to read what Bill O'Brien did. I mean, how he got worked by a 25-year-old. Bill O'Brien got worked.
And I know how it went behind the scenes because I was told in depth, and it's terrible. Like Laramie fired his agent because he's like, this is too easy. I'm not giving you any. Like while it was going on, he realized this is going to be too easy. I don't need an agent. I can do this myself. He beat Bill O'Brien out of all that money, and that was Bill O'Brien was his contract. So, I mean, his contract was Bill O'Brien, and he just played him. He had his friends answering the phone, like, tell him I'm mad at him and I don't want to talk to him. And stuff like that. Like, what? Yeah, it was that. It was treat him like a boyfriend who's got a girlfriend calling, like, I'm just gonna make her sweat it now. It's terrible. It was an abusive, and Bill O'Brien, I was like, what do I have to do?
And behind the scenes, the argument of the trade before the trade was, you got to do this deal before you acquire him, and he wouldn't do it. And so, and Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby were both screaming, we can stop being a P word, and we can do this deal.
No way. There's no way Jack Easterby said P word, though.
Well, no, man. Well, in so many words.
Yeah,
in so many words.
Right.
Yeah, no. He was told. He told, I can't divulge the person because I told him I wouldn't. But it was an argument, and Cal sat there. Okay, we'll get him. All right, nice job, because he picked up $66 million off of you because you didn't. Because yeah. It was just, I mean, that's what a nut. That's why this whole organization was just, I mean, it's a completely different organization now. It's a completely different organization now with
but the same
adults
owners
running it.
But the same owners in place. That's what's kind of interesting.
Yeah, but
they hired.
You know what? You know what's good?
Right people.
You know what's good is that he knows what he doesn't know. Right? He knows, and he's got people in charge that he lets do their job, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing.
Mm-hmm.
He lets Nick go and draft all those pick up all those linemen. Lets him do that, and you know what? And it's worked out well. Other than the lineman thing, it's worked out pretty.
Well, here's
well.
a question, because we know the ownership group wanted CJ when there was some debate about CJ or defensive end, so they went and got both. Would you give Cal control over offensive line choices?
It may be time to give Cal.
Take that out of Casario's hands
and let Cal do it.
And let Cal?
Yeah.
Wasn't he a former offensive lineman?
Probably.
He looks like it.
Probably. And then, he really wanted a quarterback. Supposedly he really wanted a quarterback.
Well, but you know what? Everybody got what they wanted.
That's what I'm saying. But if Cal wanted the quarterback and you believe C.J. Stroud is the guy, then maybe it is time that Cal started looking for guards.
Yeah, you know what? But if they would have lost that game to the Colts, it would have been Bryce. How awesome would that be right now? How totally sweet.
Maybe good.
He hired a guy.
Called some good plays for him.
Yeah, and he hired a guy who prioritized winning, like Lovey. So that's another one for Cal.
Yeah, no, that was good. You know, and Cal paid for all that too. How many years did he pay for Cully and Lovey? Cal just let me write that check.
I don't know if he makes that sound when he does everything.
Well,
when he makes a decision,
you don't know. You don't know.
I actually said I don't know. In fact, that's what I said. I don't know if he makes that noise. Well, you're right. I don't know.
Also, you don't know.
Yeah, but as well, you don't know that he does make that noise.
No, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's probably with the noise he makes. But you know, it's all worked out. Other than the offensive line thing, it's all worked out pretty well.
Just hand it to Cal.
Although I don't know if Cal's concerned because I know Nick's not concerned.
Well, that is something to remember, that the guy who's had trouble putting an offensive line together is not concerned about his trouble putting an offensive line together.
Yeah. I have a feeling, other than left tackle, I think they're going to have a real problem. I think the line is going to be, I think Cam Robinson is really going to struggle with one-on-one stuff. But I think as a line, as a group, they are going to be a much better cohesive unit. I don't think they could be much worse than they were last year.
You're just hoping, right?
I'm thinking.
You don't really have any, like, do you have anything to.
No, there's nothing tangible.
Yeah,
no.
Nothing to back that up that you, like, this is the reason I'm saying this.
Just Casario's confidence. Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough?
True. Yeah, that is true.
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
That's a good point.
Yeah. That's
you know, Joe and I are concerned about Jordan's finger or hand. If we're not concerned about it, you shouldn't be either.
I wish Dana would come out and say that.
Same effect if he said that. I would still be really concerned. You don't have a good history of diagnosing hand injuries, and Nick doesn't have a good history of diagnosing offensive line problems.
Yeah. The Astros doctor. What are the weak links in Houston sports? Are Astros doctors and Texans offensive line choices. Those are the two weakest links in all of our. Those are our biggest. Those are our Dave Clark's.
Yeah, I can't really think of one overriding theme with the Rockets.
There's nothing really.
It was lack of shooting.
Yeah, actually, lack of three-point shooting has been a career. Actually, that's a good one.
It should be better.
Yes.
Well, it never has been.
But they've addressed it with Kevin Durant, have they?
Yes. They moved out.
We're hoping.
They moved out their knockdown shooter, and I know it's weird to say that about Dylan Brooks, but he was last year, for another one who has a bigger variety of shots he can knock down. Dorian Finney-Smith, I was listening to a podcast about him and what he can bring, and it did register that as well as he might do when he's given an open shot, I just don't know if defenses are going to be worried about him. He can knock down a couple. I just don't know if his spacing is something that's going to bend the defense. Oh no, Dorian Finney-Smith's out there, so we got to give other people space.
No.
Even though he can knock down a shot, I still think they're shooter short.
Yeah, probably so. But as long as they just need to be better than last year.
Yes.
Even though he had a career year shooting the three, basically, Dylan Brooks, Kevin Durant was still 43% from three.
Yeah.
So you should be better. But on the whole, the Rockets have not been good 3-point shooting teams.
Is Jabari going to be better?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
He's a career 34.
This is year 4 coming up for him, isn't it?
Yeah, this is year 4 coming up.
Yeah.
He's got the bag now. He is going to. I think Jabari is going to be. He's going to be better than 30. He's going to be around 37 or so. His best year was 2 years ago, 36.3. I think he's going to be a good 3-point shooter. He's going to get nice looks with Kevin Durant. No?
Yeah, I think he'll end up. If you look at players over their career, if you start studying, they almost always get better. Of course, they'll have some ups and downs, but from where they are in their first 2 to 3 years to where they become in their prime and even later in their career, they're always better shooters from three.
The Rockets catch and shoot players from last season. Kevin Durant, 45.6. Aaron Holiday, 42.2. Finney-Smith, 40.2. Fred VanVleet, 37.8. Jeff Green, who cares? Jabari Smith, 37.3.
Yeah, that should. So Jabari has gone from 30.7% his rookie year, then 36.3 the second year. Then last year was 35.4. So he's already shown the big jump for 2 years in a row from that rookie year, which is understandable. You're going to a much longer shot. My guess is he's about a 30. What I'm shooting for here is a 37% 3-point range, a 3-point mark this year, which is certainly very doable, I think.
He's but listen, catch and shoot, Jabari is better. He's at 37.3. So
everybody should be. Then coming off the dribble, that's a harder shot. Fred's the 37% is disappointing. You're a guy who's supposed to make 3-point shots. 37% is low for a guard who is a high volume 3-point shooter. That's got to be better this year.
Yeah,
that's why he had to take that's why the Rockets docked his pay.
Right, he is a point guard. How many times?
How much did we pay you last year? You know what? Hack about $16 million off of that per year. All right. Yeah. And next year, if you don't shoot well again, we're going to cut another $12 million off of it.
No, they've locked.
They're going to keep going down until he starts shooting 40%.
I don't think that's the case.
Before you got to be paying for $3 million.
713-780-3776. Come hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us on the show, you are more than welcome to do that. Astros win 6-5. Got close. Victor Caratini with the grand slam. How nice. It was a 6-1 lead in the second inning, and the Astros just held on for dear life as
bullpen
Colton
had to get it done.
Yeah, Colton Gordon went 4 2/3. Felt bad. He could have got the win, but he couldn't. He couldn't get that. He couldn't get through 5. Okert had to come in and save him in the 5th, and then the bullpen took over from there. Although Josh Hader gave up the solo shot in the 9th inning, he still got his 24th save. He's on a run, man. He is on a run. It just seems like.
Well, that wasn't a great. It wasn't. I mean, I don't know if that yesterday was necessarily a run. Gave up the home run. Gave up two
No.
hits.
Yeah, when he comes in with a 2-run. I mean, this is most closers. You come in with a 2 or 3-run lead.
Closers for sure.
And for whatever reason, they don't have that
Ryan Presley, Josh Hader.
Yep.
What's his name? Dumbo from 17. That mentally weak closer we had.
Oh God, Giles.
Yeah, every one of those guys, give them a 2 or 3-run lead. Forget it. You're about to sweat.
For whatever reason.
All 3 of them. You're about.
Well,
to sweat.
because you throw it over the plate. You know what? I'm not going to walk you. I'm not going to put anybody on. So I'm going to throw it over the plate.
I like those things you do when guys don't get on base.
Yeah,
do those things. Those are cool.
Listen, you're complaining about Josh Hader. You are a hater.
No,
I mean,
Josh.
What more can this guy do for you in this
That
city?
wasn't his mega run yesterday.
I mean, he is curing diseases. This guy, and you're.
He has given up 6 home runs. Framber's given up 8,
and he's given up. Yeah,
6 home runs in 38 innings.
He did it last year too. That's all right.
Yeah.
How many saves does he have?
Yeah, he's got.
How many
saves.
in a row?
Yeah, he's got saves. He's a little high on the home run total.
Look at the S, not the HR.
Okay. I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just just notice it's kind of high.
He was high last year too.
Yeah.
He gives up homers because he puts it over the plate when he can't when he's got a bigger lead.
No blown saves so far. None.
0.
0. Last year he had 4. This year he has 0. So that's that's favorable.
Yeah.
How many home runs did he allow last year?
He allowed a bunch last year.
Where are my home run numbers? I know they're in here somewhere.
Early on,
opponents batting. Yeah, he gave up 12 last year. He's given up 6 this year. He's on the same pace. He's on a pace to give up 11, which is higher than he had in Milwaukee, other than 1 year. He gave up 15 1 year, but he gave up 15 in what year was that? In 2019, and in 2019 he had how many saves did he have? He had 37 saves. It's his highest save number ever, but he did give up 15 home runs. So we'll see. He had 5 losses that year. This year he's 5-1. That's kind of gets to the discussion we've had about how the Astros have put so many runs on the board late. Like they've had such a a great first of all, 1-run record. More importantly, record in extra innings. They are tremendous. They're 5-1 in extra innings. And Josh Hader has benefited from a couple of those where he's come in the 9th, kept everything the way it's supposed to be. And then they win the next inning.
Right. And that 5-1 is a lot for a closer.
Yeah. For 5 wins for a closer. And
it's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's taken on that role where he doesn't mind going a couple of innings. And he has done that, and and coming in a tie game, like you said, or they're able to.
The whip is down to 72, which is the lowest in his career.
That's great. That is so good, so good.
You're either hitting home runs on them or nothing.
They don't mean anything.
No, you either hit a home run or you get nothing. That's it.
That's it. That's all.
And his walk to strikeout ratio is really, wow. This is by far the best of his career. Holy crap! It's 8.4. strikeouts to walks. Last year is 4.2. The year before that in San Diego, he was 2.8. The highest number he's been in his entire career was back in that 2019 season where he had his highest was 6.9. This is far and away his best strikeout to walk ratio of his entire career. That's really impressive.
You know what's happening too a lot? He's throwing a lot of sliders, and guys are falling for it. When you got that fastball that's coming in at 97, 98, and you see this slider you can't recognize as a slider, and it comes like last night, the game ended on a ball in the dirt. I mean, holy crap! I mean, with a runner on after the home run, he had another hit. And he's got a runner on, and holy crap! You're like, well, I wasn't really worried, but you know that's a tense situation. And the dude swings at something that's in the dirt, and you know that happens more and more and more with him. I think so. I don't know what.
Well, you're right. This is his highest slider percentage of his career.
I'm telling you,
his sinker has been. Yeah. He has really limited his sinkers to 55.6 from 71.5 last year and 73.4 the year before, where he actually struggled some. And his slider, his sinker percentage is 55.6 this year, down from 71.5 last year. Oh. His slider percentage is 39.6. Last year is 27.4. This is the highest percentage of sliders he's ever had. You know, they don't show him throwing fastballs like at all. They don't show him throwing a fastball this year.
Well, that's a four seam. He's throwing a two seam all the time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why they're showing it as sinkers because he does. Now it's the lowest. His velocity is the lowest it's been since 2020. 95.5, but it's obviously not mattering because he's throwing strikes.
Well, and he's throwing that slider. That's got everybody off balance.
Let me see what his chase rate
95 looks like 98, 99 when you're looking after a slider.
Lowest contact, as you mentioned, lowest contact percentage of his career.
Yep.
Which all of this makes sense.
I haven't even seen the number. I just with my human eye, I'm going, man, he's throwing a lot of sliders this year, which is impossible for guys. Impossible. 713-780-3776. They're looking at Ced Mullins as a possible acquisition. Cedric Mullins is not good. He's a couple of days ago he's hitting 213
he still has 12 homers.
12 homers, but he over his last 158 at bats, 161, 197, 329. I mean, his OPS is under 600. He did all that damage early on.
Well, you know, he is. Damage. By the way, Cam Smith is almost up to 800 OPS.
I know.
He's at 790 right now. Cam Smith is almost to an 800 OPS.
He's our cleanup hitter.
He's so legit. We just worked the Cubs so bad. This is what happens when you make trades of good players and you get good players back. Good things happen. Bye, Jordan.
Wow. You're trading Jordan.
I like players who aren't injured.
You're a bad person.
I like players who aren't injured.
Oh, my God. You're a bad person trading Jordan.
They said the same thing.
I think, how'd that work out for the Dodgers? Okay. How'd that work out for them? Not great.
Did they trade a major leaguer named Jordan? Oh, no. He was in the minors, and he was like 12.
Oh, okay. Well, Now,
how'd that work out for the Astros with Kyle Tucker, huh? How'd that work out?
His new name is Setback Alvarez. Setback Alvarez, because that's all we ever hear.
The Astros are going to, you know why Cedric Mullins is probably the name? Because they ain't going to cost nothing. And they do not want to give away prospects. They're like, dude, this is a rental. We're not doing this again. We're not giving away prospects. If that's what it is, and you're getting a guy who just, is somebody who can come off the bench, get you starts every once in a while, that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
Well, I mean,
he ain't going to cost you
with
anything.
Jordan down, with Altuve not being able to play, you're still left field is still up for grabs. It's still it's a grab bag. Who are you going to throw out there tonight?
It is what it is. Like, you're not going to. People want to fine tune a roster to it's the perfect roster every year. Sometimes you just look. If we win with this, we win. If not, we don't. We're not sacrificing the future like guys who might actually play for us for Ced Mullins or for any other prospect that's a rental. You did it with Kikuchi last year. You rented him. You knew you would, but you don't want to do that every year. That's a bad business strategy. You just have bad luck with Jordan right now, and you're going to have to figure that out. But it's not going to come at the expense of your minor league system. That's for sure.
Nope. All right. Breaking in here, 713-780-3776. What do you guys want to talk about? You're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's a stat. Warren Sharp put this out. I was just looking at the ages of quarterbacks. Joe Burrow is 28. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is the oldest. Joe Flacco's next. Joe Burrow is with the 28-year-old. Joe Burrow has been blitzed at the lowest rate of any quarterback the last 4 years. But he has been hit within 2.5 seconds of the snap at the highest rate. 25% more than the number 2 most hit quarterback in the NFL. That's how bad that – and we've got a bad offensive line? Is that what you said?
Joe will hang on to it a little bit, but he's not like he's not Caleb Williams out there.
Well, the 2.5 seconds, that ain't holding on to it. I mean, he's hit he's hit more than anybody else. 25% more than the second highest guy over his 4 years. That offensive line has been crap. It's just been crap. And it's a big reason why they haven't done more. I can't – how old – do you know how old Russell Wilson is?
Russell, let's see. Russell came in. I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl, and I think 11. So that would mean, or maybe 12. So that would mean 13 years, 25, like 35?
36.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he had an extra year, 36.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. Geno Smith, 34, Dak, 32. And then all of our guys, our guy, CJ, 23 years old. The youngest is JJ McCarthy. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This Dame Lillard thing is kind of is interesting. He gets waived by the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
If they're trying to keep, well, he was going to be done for the year anyway, right? But I don't know. He was going to count 50 against the cap this year, and instead they've spread it out over 5 years now, and he's going to be 22 against the cap every year for the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a pretty damn big hit there. Although it would have been over 50 this year, and then you would have had to wait for him and then hope he comes back the next year. Instead, they went out and got Miles Turner. Interesting move. They lost Brook Lopez, obviously. But is this a way to keep Giannis? Is this something that he's like, well, now we got Miles Turner? Holy crap, I got to stay here.
I don't know. I mean, Miles Turner's getting older. I don't think this – I think this is about just fielding a team. I don't think this has anything to do with making Giannis happy. Giannis isn't happy about Dame Lillard. And already there's, should the Rockets get Dame Lillard? No. Old teams adding old players to chase is always a losing recipe. He's kind of coming off an Achilles, and he's not even going to play next year. Stop talking about Dame Lillard. Let him go play with LeBron if LeBron has one more year in him after next year. Let him go do that LeBron thing where it's like a huge disappointment. Okay? We're just setting LeBron up for huge disappointment at the end of his career. Kind of like Jordan with the Washington Wizards. That's fine. That's just how it has to end. But, Dame is interesting because he can shoot it from distance. But I don't know. I've been so excited about it.
He's not from here.
He's not from here.
But he could be. You don't know.
Well, he's getting all of his money.
Is he almost 40? Because if so,
maybe he might have a house here. You don't know.
I assume if an NBA star had a home here, Rockets people would have known, like Rockets Twitter would have known, because they would have dreamed of him joining us. He's getting all his money, so money wouldn't be a concern. I'm sure he wouldn't just play for the minimum, but
he loves Houston Summers.
We don't know that. But Giannis, along with Miles Turner, worked to make this happen. Like, Giannis had it put out there that he's very upset that they waived and stretched Dame. And then ESPN's like, is he? Because he and Miles Turner figured this out so they could play together. And how else was this going to happen when you didn't have any money unless you got rid of Dame? So that's Giannis doing his whole guy thing. He didn't want to be blamed for this, so he pretended.
You give Miles Turner $107 million
Yeah, your starting center.
Right? This is a problem when you let players run your organization.
Well, Miles Turner was a starting center that's a going rate for a starting center.
Yeah, but it's 3 times what you were paying Brook Lopez.
Well, I don't think he's running the team, or Dame Lillard wouldn't have been cut.
But Brook Lopez is closer to Miles Turner's 29 years old.
They're going to move off of Giannis. They're going to find a mega deal for him, and they're going to move him.
Miles Turner, they don't want to. He'll have to force that to happen. Miles Turner is 29, so yes, he's been around forever, but he's still at the very start to back end of his prime, if we go by what we used to call prime ages.
So let's I want to look at, so speaking of prime ages, so the oldest team in the league last year was Philadelphia. Not surprising. Daryl Morey puts together geriatric rosters because that's his moves. Like, what? How old can they be, and how much guaranteed money can we give them? And so 28.31 was the oldest roster in basketball last year. You think the Rockets are in the top 15 of oldest or top 15 of youngest, John? Headed into last year.
Right. Headed into
last year. Before last year, were the Rockets in the top 15 of oldest teams or top 15 of youngest teams? Wrong. Oldest.
Oh, that's right. That is true.
Believe it or not, they were 13th at 26-44. Well, really, because Jeff Green's old ass.
Yeah, Jeff Green.
Jeff Green's old ass.
He's not even on the court. Why are we counting him?
The Rockets will now be one of the 5 oldest teams in the league.
What? But
actually, with Jalen out, so Finney Smith is older than Dylan. So with Finney Smith and Jalen Green, the Rockets actually may be like the 3rd oldest team in the league.
Yeah,
2nd or 3rd oldest team in the league now.
Yeah, when you trade Jalen for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, you've added.
Then you add a 31-year-old center,
and then you add a 31-year-old, another 31-year-old center, and you actually are going to be one of the oldest teams in the league. That's crazy to me.
But they were youngest on the court, but they were oldest, and because they have old guys sitting on the bench.
Well, not now.
In
their rotation is going to
now in the rotation
old guys. Well, old. I mean, I don't consider Fred VanVleet old. Like early 30s is not an old player in the NBA standards. But when you have a bunch of them, then you do get a little older. I mean, we've seen it with teams, but I just think that's an interesting dynamic that it feels like and their core players. If you subtracted Jeff Green from that number, the Rockets more than likely fall into the youngest teams in the league. I mean,
I saw a stat. Steven Adams had the most rebounds per 100 possessions. He was the only guy. He had 20 rebounds. It's every fifth rebound he gets. He's second, Clint Capella.
Who are the 4 teams in the? Who are the Final Four in basketball last year?
The Final Four in basketball were Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Indiana, and New York.
So Indiana was on this list. Oklahoma City was the youngest team, as we know, in basketball. The Pacers were 12th youngest. The Minnesota Timberwolves were 17th at 26. And who was the last team? Pacers.
New York.
And New York. And New York, believe it or not, actually was on the young side. They were number 15. So it is a league that's being, the Detroit Pistons were 4th youngest, and they're a come up team for sure. Now there's some stinky teams in here on the lower level for sure. Believe it or not, the LA Lakers are younger than the Rockets headed into last year. How is that humanly possible? Certainly not their starting. And this is where it gets a little goofy. Like Steven Adams and Jeff Green added to the age factor here, and LeBron is just surrounded by a bunch of much younger guys. But it is interesting that the Rockets are
going into last year. Anthony Davis was with them.
Well, that would make them older. They actually got even younger. The Lakers got even younger. So it's hard to believe that the Lakers were in the on the top 15 youngest teams, and the Rockets were on the top 15 oldest teams. Rockets were the Lakers were 14th. The Rockets were 16, 17, 18th. The Rockets now will be, with this Kevin Durant and Jalen, just that, it should really spring the Rockets up there into one of the older teams. But as we mentioned, look, two of the guys are coming off the bench.
Well,
in Clint Capella.
Your rotation is
3 of them. Actually, your
rotation is Fred.
Your bench is older.
30 plus years old, 30 or older. Fred, DFS, Kevin Durant, and Steven Adams. So that's 4 guys, 30+ or older in your rotation, your top 8.
Capella and Jeff Green are probably not. Jeff Green is just an old guy.
I think
just sitting here
Capella.
dragging
I
down
think
the age.
Capella offsets.
He helped Steven Adams in his off days. Capella
Right.
plays, that
Right.
stuff like that. So I think so.
And he might match up. And if you want to go double big, you actually may go double big with Capella every once in a while, as opposed to because Capella can guard a little different type of player.
So let's add
a
him
little
to make him one of the 9 or so. So you got like 5 guys, 30 years older in your top 9.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I'm not in favor of any more moves because all you're doing is subtracting young, and then you get real old real fast. And that's the Morey way, and I'm done with that.
Well,
I mean, PJ Tucker is out there. If you're interested in PJ Tucker, he is still out there.
Yeah. PJ Tucker is he
Yeah.
still alive?
Yeah, he played for New York Knicks last year.
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
play is
He's
strong.
He's 40.
He was on the roster.
PJ
Yeah.
Tucker's 40 now.
Well, yeah, but he's not. That's not something. I mean, you got Jeff Green already. Why do you need a PJ
How
Tucker?
is this? He must have got a buyout because his salary last year, it says, was $189,000. That's not even league minimum.
Well, that's because he was in a trade and the Knicks picked him up late in the year, and then they gave him a 2-year deal with the team option and cut him, and didn't exercise the option. So
that's good economics.
Yeah. So it was like, look, they give him PJ a 2-year deal.
Will PJ
Not really.
Tucker play in another country next year, or is he finally done?
I don't think he's playing in another country.
Does he need to go to another country?
I don't know if he can play in this country.
Well, no.
Is the NBA
he's
looking
40? He's 40.
He may want to keep making that money.
What?
In
Why
Greece?
does how much money is PJ Tucker
Okay, John,
made?
have you ever been to Greece?
I know he makes a lot, but he spends
I'm
a
asking
lot.
you, John, have you ever been to
On
Greece?
shoes.
I've been to Greece. Yeah.
How do you like it? You didn't like it?
Not great. I mean,
Okay,
well,
have you ever been to
my experience
Taiwan?
with Greek is that it's like
He's not playing in Taiwan.
What about a Japanese basketball league? I'd go there.
You just want to be in Japan. We already know your reasons.
But maybe PJ Tucker does too.
Or maybe he is done traveling. He did that whole playing in different countries thing at the start of his career.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
His career earnings are $91 million.
Yeah.
That's actually lower than I would have thought.
He's always been
it is lower.
He's gotten he doesn't really live off multi-year deals.
Well, because he's not really a multi-year deal.
So
type
I'm not
of player.
surprised. He been around so long. He was at the point where guys weren't getting even for his role weren't getting a lot of money, and then he got too old to make a lot of money, and where role players are making a lot of money, and now he's at the back end of his career. So 40-year-old PJ Tucker, maybe it's time to say goodbye.
His salary was in 24. It was this year with the Raptors
Per year.
Yeah, 11.5, the highest of his career. He was 39 years old.
Yeah, that was part of the final year of his Philadelphia deal when they
That's what I'm
Daryl
saying.
Morey brought
Daryl
him
Morey
in.
does some hella dumb deals. He just gives old players a lot of money.
Guys love Daryl Morey. Love them some Daryl Morey. All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Texas Card House right now. I got to talk about the best card room in the city, and it's not even arguable. Texas Card House is taking over, and it's all throughout the state, and it's big, and it's so big they got their own app, Hijack Poker, where you go on there and you play against Texas people. It's just Texas people, no bots. It's all on the up and up. It is great. If you can't get the Texas Card House, you've got the next best thing on your phone, on your laptop. You can play. If you love to play, if you love to, you want to deposit cash, all right, you want to use cash to play, that's fine. You can go to Texas Card House and deposit it. You can also go to Texas Card House and you can withdraw out of your account as well. So that is awesome. What you can't do with other apps where you play, because you got to use a card, and a lot of cards don't work. Your card won't let you play on a poker house. But hey, at Texas Card House, go to either Westheimer and Green Ridge or up on I-45 in Spring and deposit or withdraw, whatever you want to do. Texas Card House is open 24 hours. Texas Card House, the two locations, so is the app, as a matter of fact. So it's always open. There's always a place to play. There's always guys playing. The bar is open till 2. It's a safe environment. Wonderful. You get wanded when you come in. There's always security. I love me some Texas Card House. You will too. You like to play poker? TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com. Why exactly were you going?
I've never been able to figure that out. I was talking about it yesterday. I don't know what that's from. That doesn't sound like something I would
He's saying camiseta.
That's what I'm saying?
Yes.
Why does it sound German?
Because you're German.
Huh. I was saying camiseta?
Camiseta.
I ran into somebody who likes Dell.
Oh, look at that.
What?
Imagine that.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
And guess what? She's a friend of yours and mine. Kate. Yeah.
Kate? Oh, I love
our
Kate.
girl Kate I saw her at Ryan Lashane's. It was Canada Day, so went to Riel yesterday.
You're not from Canada.
And had some poutine and some other food. Was great.
The whole context is insulting, to be honest.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Why are you appropriating Canadian?
No, not that.
No, not that.
His guess what? This unique thing happened to me yesterday. I ran into someone.
So I went and said hi to Jerry.
Kate likes Dell?
Yeah, I went and so we were there for Canada Day, so we went by and had some good food, some good drinks, and then I ran over to and it's not appropriating culture when Ryan is Canadian, but I did tell him, what's Canadian about this? He goes, there's Canadian bacon on that, and there's poutine here. He goes, just don't worry about it, just order. So then I
couldn't
went
even understand it when you put him on the phone. I couldn't understand.
Oh, you couldn't?
No.
Was it too loud? You sound like you had been drinking.
A little bit.
And then you got on a scooter?
We scootered all over up and down Ventura and we went bar hopping, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so we it's gonna end in injury. Bar hopping and getting on a scooter.
I'm only gonna hurt myself, so that's
what I know. It's gonna end in an injury for you for sure. I remember when you broke your rib one time falling on some steps. That's coming. Yeah. So I went over and saw my man Jerry, who's the tattoo artist, was there, and talked to him. And as I'm walking back, she goes, Lance. And I said, oh my gosh. And it was Kate. So I was talking to Kate for a while, and she's the chef.
She's so awesome.
Really talented chef from Tony's. Really talented. Ryan told me, he goes, Lance, she's one of the best cooks in the whole city. She's great. And I said, is that right? And chefs know. He's like, she's a good cook, that means she actually does stuff, and she's really good at cooking. Like, wow. She doesn't
just. Did you hear what he said?
No, she doesn't
just keep moving.
She doesn't just stand there at the pad.
Don't let John distract you.
Says you cook. I'm just gonna expedite. He's like, no, she's legit, and she was great. And she goes, I listen to you guys all the time. She said, I've got it on an app. I listen on the app, and I listen. You make me laugh. And I said, yeah, we're great. Me and John are really great. And she goes, and I like Dell too. And I was like, I said, take him or leave him.
She loses some points.
And I asked her, I said, have you ever heard Sean Mapes before? Like when he's producing? Do you know who Sean Mapes is? He's elite. And then she didn't know Sean Mapes.
And what did she say?
She didn't know him.
She didn't know him?
Yeah.
Look at all the Colombians.
Well, he's on so infrequently. I mean, when he gets his shot though, you know what? He's like that minor. He comes up. He's Brandon Walter.
He's no longer part of the show. He's no longer part of the show. The Colombian women walk by and he's out. He took his headset off. He's talking to them. I have never seen these two women before.
No, so yeah, so
are they new
Colombian women?
No, she's Iranian and taught herself how to speak Spanish.
Oh, okay. Did you see that the Mexican national team? The most shocking thing from this.
You would like this. You would like what the hallway looks like, John. That's
you mean the pictures of all the?
No,
oh, okay.
What's
Got
walking in the hallway?
Okay. I was watching the Gold Cup, and the most surprising thing I've seen in this Gold Cup was El Tri. They have a black player on their team. What? He's of Colombian descent.
On a Mexican team?
Yes, he is of Colombia. He was born in Colombia.
You've never seen it.
I've never seen it before. He's from Colombia, but he's now a citizen of Mexico, and he was on their national team.
That's a sign that it's true globalization in soccer now. If Mexico is willing to add a Colombian player who is of the darker persuasion, then they have officially crossed over into whatever it takes category.
Don't they have?
Because they don't do that.
Don't they have inappropriate chants over there?
They have been docked for that in the past. Yes, they've done stuff. But it's more about like calling out someone's like masculinity and suggesting that they're gay, but using a bad word for it. Stuff like that. But I was watching it. Wait a minute, what is going on here? And I was, okay. I was like, where did he come from?
How do you like El Tri more?
I never disliked them because
they were.
Did. Yes, you do.
Can I finish the sentence?
Okay, go ahead.
I never disliked them because of the look of the team. I disliked them because they were a rival of the U.S.
Yeah. But now
Well,
John's
but
asking, are they less of a rival?
No, they're
Yeah.
not. They're
You know
still
who
a rival.
loves
Are
Mexican
they
soccer
more
teams?
lovable now for you?
You know who's
No.
a fan of the Mexican soccer team a little bit more right now? Israel. Not the country, the caller. I always have to say that for people who don't know, like, what is he trying to make a political statement? Like, no, it's this caller who only
Name
likes
Israel-
black players.
Well, Israel
He'll
told
like
us
the U.S. soccer team.
listen. You've
Actually, a
hated
little
Cam Smith, but Israel was right.
No,
about
he
Cam
was
Smith.
right, man. From the very beginning, I've been so anti Cam Smith. I didn't even want them to trade Tucker for the last 2 years.
Not that white guy. You didn't want that.
I would have gotten Cam Smith the year. I would have pulled him right out of college. Of course, if they had traded Tucker when I wanted, Cam Smith would have still been in college.
That's true.
We wouldn't have gotten
her.
Do you understand that Cam Smith's going to be an all-star? Do you understand that we just stole Cam Smith?
Yeah.
This is a rookie hitting almost 800 OPS. He's up to 280 now batting average. If no one looks at batting average anymore, but just to give you an idea of an old school metric and new school combined, by any metrics, he's starting to hit with more power. His OPS is slugging.
Yeah.
You know, you're up to almost 800. Do you know there's only one guy hitting over 800 OPS is Jeremy Pena, and the only other guy headed in that direction right now, Cam Smith.
Yep.
You got me to thank for this. I've been putting so much pressure on this organization to trade Kyle Tucker.
Wait,
I finally made it happen.
So
You're welcome, Houston. I deserve this.
Wait, we got Lance to thank for Cam Smith.
He
You
just-
didn't even know who Cam Smith was.
Wait till you see who we get for Jordan
He
when
just
I put the
drank
heat on
his
him.
coffee with his pinky
I
out.
know. He just Kermited us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You didn't even know who Cam Smith was.
I watch
Okay.
a lot of college baseball.
No, you do not.
No.
And I knew exactly who he was.
That's a lie.
There's a lie.
I wanted the Cam Smith of players, whoever
Yeah.
that was.
A
for any
version
team.
of Cam.
Oh,
Yes, I was
you
looking
wanted
for
the
your
Cam
team's
Smith
Cam
of
Smith.
players.
Yeah,
Oh,
whoever
okay.
your team's Cam Smith was. If we had traded him to the Twins, I wanted their Cam Smith. If we had traded him to the Yankees, I wanted their Cam Smith. They probably don't have any because they're always trading guys out. Hey, a couple of interesting notes. This is crazy to me. This actually should be talked about a little bit more. Jake Paul is officially entered into the WBA cruiserweight rankings right now. He's officially in real boxing rankings right now. Now he's 12-1 with 7 KOs, and he's number 14 right now. He beat 39-year-old Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. But Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., by the way, he's fighting at a heavier weight than he ever was. He was not in great shape, and he's a much older fighter. I mean, 39 is old for a boxer, really old. And so he beat him, but he was a world champ at one point, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. But I think this is pretty interesting that Jake Paul, even though he's been, and when he did fight a boxer who was younger, Tommy Fury, he did get outpointed. I mean, I watched that fight. He got outboxed. He was just beat to the punch. He was jabbed from distance. Fury knew how to box, but I think it's pretty interesting that Jake Paul, a former streamer, is in the cruiserweight rankings. Like, he's officially number 14. I'm not doing any more of these dumb fight. You know, when he fights real fighters, I'll take a look. The Tyson thing, I was like, okay, I'm done. I was never going to pay for any kind of Julio. I don't even know if that was on pay-per-view. I assume it was, but I would think that Jake took a little hit after the Tyson stuff.
That was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it was a
huge
joke.
ripoff.
It was a joke, and so now I'm. But I am curious. Like, I am interested to see what happens. I think it's pretty interesting that this guy's ranked in the cruiserweight rankings, and at some point you can't protect him anymore. Like, at some point he's going to have to fight somebody ranked higher than him in that division, and that's when I want to see what he has. He's made himself a much better boxer. If you've actually watched him, he puts his punches together better. He's in better shape. He takes it very seriously. He has respect for the sport. So, you know, I respect anyone who's willing to put the time in that they're supposed to put in and gets better at their craft. And he has, but I get a feeling that there's a glass ceiling here and he's going to hit it. I do think he has real power, but I think he's going to, anytime he faces a legit boxer, he's just going to be outpointed and outclassed. But I don't know. I'm willing to see what happens. Another sports topic that we probably won't get to, Coco Gauff.
Yeah.
The number 2 seed at Wimbledon was beaten in the first round yesterday. And you know what? She lost early on a couple of, you know, she won the French Open and then she lost, and she looked great there. And then was it the French Open or the Australian Open? It was French Open. And then she lost a couple weeks ago. She lost relatively early on, and then she loses in the first round here. Not great for Coco Gauff. That was a disappointing loss. I mean, the first round, just terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't happen where the champ loses in the first. The French Open champ loses in the first round.
No, never.
But you see, I mean, she's not alone. The top 10 seeds, 8 of them are gone in the men's and women's. 8 of the 20 top 10 seeds are out. So there is a bunch of upsets going on at Wimbledon right now, which is not good for Wimbledon because you want the biggest names to be there. But yeah, it's so different playing on clay.
Berlin tennis. She was beaten 6-3, 6-3. How long ago was this? By Xinyu Wang. Beat her. She's ranked 32nd. Xinyu Wang.
Oh,
and she was
female
beaten.
Tennis player.
She was beaten. She was, and that was like not long ago. She was beaten by her. So yeah, Coco Gauff is struggling a little bit right now, and sucks to see her out of there so quickly. Out of the there's a U.S. player gone. And that's after winning a slam event this year.
Twitch. She's not food. She's a female tennis player.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's rude.
Xinyu Wang. 713-780-3777.
Holy crap! She may have 2 losses in a row. I think that Wang loss. She hadn't played anybody until I think she's lost 2 in a row now. Wow. Not good. Not good.
Well,
she may get relegated.
Yeah, and she's got all the money you could possibly need.
She got $5 million this year.
Yeah, I mean
she's 21.
Doing she's doing great. All right.
By the way, it's my favorite slam on if you criticize an athlete that somebody really likes, or not even an athlete, an entertainer, Elon Musk, whoever. If you criticize somebody where everyone's a big fan, or there's people who are big fans of that person, they all go to the money card on you. Yeah, he's got so much more money than you. I'm like, well, yeah. Of course, I'm not sitting there saying that kind of stuff, but I notice that when I read, everyone's going to, like, if you said something about, man, Coco Gauff, this is really disappointing. I think she's going to be fine with her $5 million, which is way more than you have. I was just saying that was what? I was just saying it was a disappointing loss. Why are you making it about my personal finances?
Because you're criticizing.
How much debt do you have? What? Yeah, she can buy a house with cash. Okay.
Yeah.
Just said she wasn't very good on her second serves today. Why are you coming after me?
Well, I mean,
how much college debt do you have? Because guess what? She has $5 million. I just said her first service, she wasn't doing a very good job in the near court of placing her first service. Why are you coming after my college debt?
Because you're
yeah, you gotta. I mean, people, listen. None of them are going to do you. Nobody that you're caping for on social media. Elon is not going to touch you inappropriately, where your hope, or well, some people hope appropriately. You can put a cape on for him as hard as you want, but he's never gonna go, down your pants. Okay, he's got his own stuff he's worried about.
He does that a lot, though.
You don't have to. Well, yeah. I mean,
he does that.
He
Are you
does.
sure? Odds are he might.
That was a bad example.
Yeah.
Somebody else, really anybody else, because he's putting Sean Kemp to shame. Kemp is like, Sean Kemp and Antonio Cromartie are both saying we are so far behind. Combined, they're like, Elon is blowing us away. This is sad. Nick Cannon. Now, Nick Cannon is pretty. I think Nick Cannon's up there pretty close. But Elon will go 3 deep on you on just in like a couple months. And I always wonder how that works with the current girlfriend. Like, hey, what about these two? When did this happen?
How come we have kids that are the same age?
I'm trying to repopulate the world. Well, hang on a second.
Well,
she has new brothers? I didn't know about this, Elon. You just take your payment and be quiet.
That's your Elon?
Yeah. I don't really have one, but I'm assuming that's good enough.
All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Anything you want to talk about? I mean, we're all over the board today. Does it really matter? Because it's a holiday week.
Oh,
Show
you
me
want to
time
get to
it.
Jordan? You want to rehash Jordan coming up next? Some people may not know the good news.
People know the terrible news. We got a break. I got to talk about East River 9, okay? Love me some East River 9. East River 9 is fun. East River 9 is 9 holes lit. So, listen, you can't play during the day, okay, because you got to work or whatever. Okay, well, whatever. You can play at night, okay? You can go to East River 9 because they got lights there. You can play pickleball. You can go to the bar. You can drink. You can eat. You can play golf. I mean, is there a better place? You can go ahead on the driving range is beautiful. I don't know that there's a prettier skyline shot than East River 9. I just don't think there is. I mean, it is gorgeous. Our city is gorgeous, and that's the best place to see it. It's a great place to take a date. It's a great place to go play pickleball. It's a great place to go get your drink on, your food on. It's got all the sports all the time. It's a sports bar. It's great. And you know what? You can get a corporate membership where, okay, guys, a boss, you want a team building? Okay. Or you want your employees to take clients out? That's a great place to take them out. They're not doing it in the middle of the workday. They're doing it after work. So you get them to work all day, and then you got them entertaining clients at night at East River 9. Perfect. All you need to go is East River, the number 9, eastriver9.com. Get on out there. If you haven't been there yet, it's awesome. East River 9, the number 9.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I am looking at a headline in the New York Post. Deshaun Watson taking Shedeur Sanders under his wing as mentor to Browns QBs.
Nice.
I mean, how bad is that how horrible is that for Shedeur?
It's not great. I got to ask who the starter. Ryan was asking me who he was in Cleveland doing a charity food thing, and he had this cab driver. They were talking. And they're talking about Shedeur Sanders, and this guy's like, the cab driver in Cleveland's going crazy about Shedeur Sanders, and I get it. Fans are really excited, and so the question was, is he going to be the starter? And I don't remember who it was. Who was on a broadcast with Shannon Sharp, I believe it was, and on one of his podcasts, because he's not on TV right now. And somebody who has ties in Cleveland who said the first two quarterbacks right now, that Shedeur is a distant third, and I don't know where Flacco would fit either, but they say it's Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel are ahead of the other two guys. Now, that's not a huge surprise for me. Kenny Pickett has played NFL football. He's been a starter. He's been around the league. Dylan Gabriel is a five-year starter in college football, 3 different teams. He's learned multiple offenses. They say he's an absolute bookworm. I mean, a playbook, monster. So he gets in there, and I'm sure he's ahead on the mental reps. We'll see what happens. Shedeur's more talented, a more talented thrower than Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks to me is a career backup. Shedeur's got a chance to be an NFL starter, but Kenny Pickett may end up coming out of there as the starter. At first I thought it was going to be Joe Flacco, but I think it's Kenny Pickett. Flacco. You think so? Over Kenny Pickett? Because Pickett, I mean, I don't know what the upside is on Pickett. Well, I guess the upside is on we haven't seen Kenny Pickett's best football. He played in Philadelphia, got to sit and take mental reps. Maybe he'll be a lot better now. It wasn't a great situation in Pittsburgh when he was there, but I don't think Shedeur is going to really be a thing this year. He will be on ESPN television, but I don't know if he's actually going to be a thing in the NFL. There is no pressure for them to play a 5th round quarterback. So he'll have to legitimately win that spot to get on the field, and that's going to be tough. There's going to be some competition there, but with the help of Deshaun Watson, anything's possible.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if you want a mentor, if you need a mentor
about what it takes to be a pro,
right?
If you want to know what it takes to be a pro and how to get ahead in the NFL and how to really hone your craft, I don't know if anyone's better than Deshaun.
Yeah.
The best birthday parties, the greatest TikTok dances. Can you believe that that's the same guy that we literally were in love with for 3 years?
Yeah.
We're like, this guy is a great person, number one, first and foremost. Number two, an elusive quarterback. He makes winning plays. Like Deshaun Watson was the ship early on in Houston. Man, even though he hung on to it too long, it didn't seem to read defenses great. He made a lot of plays. And it is just staggering now that he's a guy that is a big-time punchline for being a pro, just for being a pro.
Yeah. It's, I don't know.
Now, he's done well in his personal life.
Is there any way we can get him back here to mentor CJ?
Yeah. It's a good thought. I didn't think about that. I'm sure we could
Why
trade.
are the Browns so lucky to have him like that?
All right, let me ask you a question.
$230 million mentor.
So it's guaranteed money. How many draft picks would they give us to take him back and get that off their book? Seriously, you got to pay us draft picks.
Yeah.
So Deshaun Watson could potentially bring in like a total of 9 draft picks when it's all said and done. Give us 3 more. You take him back while CJ's on his rookie contract, right?
Yeah.
He's the backup, and you get more draft picks for him.
It would take, how many draft picks? Like we had to do with Brock.
Would you take 3/3 to bring Deshaun back and just eat his contract?
No.
All right, what about a second and 2/3?
No. What did we give up for Brock? A second rounder?
Yeah, we gave up a second rounder. Will you please take him?
Yeah.
But this is a lot more money. So I'm thinking.
Oh no, it's
okay,
a first.
So 3 seconds. So a first and a second. Would
And
you
a
do
second
that?
at least?
A first and a second.
I don't know. This is a Laramie Tunsil deal. I think you get 2 firsts and a second.
Yeah, you really screw Cleveland on this one. You say you want any cap relief?
Yeah.
And come up off those draft picks.
But they still don't get the cap relief that goes against their cap.
Can you imagine a first?
It all rushes to the front.
But it's actually real cash. They don't have to pay him.
Right. Well, I don't know what kind of situation he's in.
Yeah, the cap hit would be just.
The cap hit is staggering.
No.
But-
Because it's guaranteed. I got to see on that one because it's not signing bonus. The signing bonus rushes, not the whole contract itself. So actually, they wouldn't. But it's impossible to get anyone to take that pick, to take that trade off you, unless. So the whole thing does not hit you. It's all the signing bonus does hit your cap. But here's the question, because it's fully guaranteed. So I don't know. I'd have to check. Jeff, if you're listening, let us know how that works, or Rodney, or any agent who's listening. But would you be willing to listen to a deal while you got a rookie contract? You can't afford it now. You're too capped out. But in theory, would you listen to a deal where you don't even have Deshaun in the locker room? You bring him back just to get draft picks.
Why would you not have Deshaun in the locker room? I mean,
who wants him?
He's
there?
a mentor now.
That's a good point. He is.
I mean, I did nothing better. If I'm Dion, I'm like, what? What? Why did we send him to Cleveland?
Well, I don't think he was on the. Well, was Cleveland on his list of places that
no draft? His no draft list? I don't know.
He really wanted him with the Giants.
I'm pretty sure he got rid of that no draft list after the 4th round.
Well, yeah, but by then you had a bunch of teams that weren't able to talk to him, so they weren't going to draft him. So I know the Giants is where they wanted him, but yeah, Deshaun, the mentor, or something I never thought I would see. I never thought we would get to that point because first of all, I thought he would be a starter.
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd already be in mentor roles.
Here,
this is his second Achilles, right?
Deshaun's?
Is this 2 Achilles or was it a knee and Achilles?
It was a knee, right?
Yeah,
well, high school knee, college
he tore his knee up here.
Pro knee.
Yeah, he tore
and
his
this is an Achilles.
Practice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right after the Astros won the World Series. When the Astros win the World Series, we lose Deshaun.
Is that 3 ACLs for Deshaun?
So
dating back to high school?
What is he mentoring? Like, this is the size of the towel you use. This is appropriate. Listen. Get you. No, that one's too big. Get
navigating the pressures of being a quarterback in the NFL. I believe that's what he's mentoring. I don't think
towel size isn't involved.
I don't feel like that is something he's actually having conversations about. And like you say, you don't know. That's why I say I don't feel like. I don't feel like that is something he's approaching other quarterbacks with and saying,
how about this?
Hey,
no
your towel's
size.
too large.
That's too big, that towel. Little small, no, come on. You can do better.
What do I need what do I need a bigger towel for?
Be better.
Or smaller towel for? This is just a towel I use to dry my hands before I grab the football again. Why do I need what do I need a bigger towel, smaller towel for? What are we talking about?
Never mind, Rook. You don't know.
Yeah, I'm confused. Aren't they all the same, pretty much, the quarterback towel? Why are you talking to me about towels?
Love the towel. I love Deshaun towel mentoring. All right. That's what I love. 713-780-3776 is the number. Big ups. Caitlin Clark. And, well, she didn't really play, but the Fever win the Commissioner's Cup. Y'all didn't even mention that one time. Y'all didn't mention
We're Clarked out.
Sorry.
I did see the uproar over her being voted ninth. The fans were 1. The media was 4.
The players had her.
The players were 9. Now her season is dookie, but she's playing injured, but she's still shooting less than 30 from
she's
3.
Not shot the ball well this year.
No,
she's not.
And she's still shooting those stupid long shots.
Everybody's up in arms because the players voted her 9th. But she's not good this year.
Like the 9th best guard? Yeah. She has not played well. It's fine.
But now an all-star game, though, everyone wants to see her.
Of course.
Let's be real.
It's a TV event.
So all of the people rushed to. So I saw all of the Caitlin Clark cape wearers who are rushing in to save her. we're all on social media. I hate Caitlin Clark. I hate Caitlin Clark. This league's going to fold because of their racism to Caitlin. And then I saw, hey, wait, Aaliyah Boston was 9-2. I think they just hate
The fever.
I think all the players hate the fever because Aaliyah Boston's been really, really good, and she's 9-2, and she's black. They just don't like the fever, the Indiana Fever. And the Indiana Fever may just not be likable.
Commissioner Cup
Commissioner
champions.
Cup champs. Yeah, say it with your
they
chest.
got 500 large out of it. They got 500,000.
Wait, the team?
Yeah,
they
team
split
got
it amongst split 500K.
That's actually huge.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's more than their salaries.
No.
It depends.
Well, what's Caitlin making? 72?
If you're a veteran, it just depends on how long you've been in the league.
500,000 divided by 12.
But for some of them, maybe,
is less than you're in the $40,000.
They doubled their salary.
$40,000 range. No, they didn't. You're getting $40,000 a piece.
I bet you they got some $40,000 players on that team.
But that wouldn't be double. You're saying some of them are making $20,000 a year.
Salaries.
Yeah. Double their salary.
This is something I'm going to say I do know. WNBA players aren't making $20K. The lowest paid ones aren't making $20K a year.
No, they get 40, so they doubled it. They're making 40. So they doubled with another 40. That's what I just said. And I would imagine there are some. If Caitlin Clark's making 72 or 82, what is she's making?
No,
there's some $40,000 players on that team.
But she's a rookie scale. Does she get bumped up?
Yeah, she was the number one pick. So I would imagine there's $40,000 players.
Okay, how much do you think the highest paid players? The highest paid players are all $249,000.
Right.
The lowest paid 0 to 2 years of experience is $66,000 plus.
Yeah. So it's a little more than you think.
Yeah. All right. They picked up 2/3 of their contract. That. Congratulations. That's a big up.
No, it's great. Any bonus? Oh shoot!
In
every player in every
Indiana, you can buy a mansion.
Every
with
player in
40,000.
every sport. The major league, every single player loves playoff shares, and this is an in-season paycheck. There's a reason NBA players kind of like this too. They get paid too.
Nice little bump.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it is good for them.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776.
Woo.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. It's funny, we got a caller. Who's the caller, Del? Ashton, who wants to talk about Spencer Arrighetti. I was just reading Chandler Rome's notes. The Astros put out notes about all the guys that are injured, and Spencer Arrighetti is on there. What do you say, Ashton?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Just wanted to talk about if we should temper our expectations with Arrighetti's return. He's got a career 1.377 whip. He's been a below league average pitcher. I'm wondering if the bullpen would be better suited with all these stars we have coming back. Anyway, just want to hear your thoughts. Enjoy the show.
It'll be interesting to see how they go about it. Spencer Arrighetti, though, has got a 1.37 whip because he has blown up a couple of times. Spencer Arrighetti has been
he was great last year.
Really
yeah,
good.
I still feel positive about it.
He's had a couple of blow-ups, but, man, I'm not no, Spencer Arrighetti. It's going to be interesting. Spencer Arrighetti in Florida threw a 15-pitch side and then a 20-pitch side 3 days later, okay? So Spencer Arrighetti is getting back. JP France threw a 26-pitch side on the 27th, and it was originally scheduled as a live BP, but it changed due to weather. Luis Garcia threw his second live BP. Christian Javier threw 2 innings in a live BP session, and he also threw a 25-pitch live BP on the 25th. So, man, it looks like guys are starting to progress where – back to the rescue. But it'll be interesting to see with all of this time off for all of these guys, what do you do?
Who's making it back exactly? Who are all these guys coming back? Like, honestly, these guys have all been on injured list for a freaking eternity now.
Yeah.
Who's coming back exactly? Who are you waiting to come back, John?
Well, Javier wasn't good.
I don't even want to
Luis
talk
Garcia still hasn't pitched with
We're
the
not
pitch
even
clock.
close. We're not even close on those two. They're pitching like 26 pitches, 25 pitches apiece. Who are these guys that are – I'm waiting for – it just struck me. We're waiting for everybody to come back. Nobody's coming back.
I don't know. Well, I think they're coming back. I just don't know who they are. I just don't know what they're going to be. I mean, do you put them in a rotation with guys as opposed to Brandon Walter, who's been pitching, and you know what you're getting? Or as opposed to a Christian Javier, who you have no idea. You have no idea what he's got and who he is. I mean, Luis Garcia hasn't pitched with the pitch clock yet. Or he threw 1 or 2 outings, and he was terrible. JP, he can't rock the baby anymore with the pitch clock. They won't let him
I'm not worried about that. Who cares? Well, he can.
He can't. No, they said you can't.
Why can't he? As long as it's inside of the. So
it has nothing to do with the pitch clock. Baby anymore. It's out.
It's not the pitch clock then, because you can do anything as long as you pitch, as long as you get your throw off.
Right. If you go with 2 seconds left and you start rocking the baby, they say that windup is too long. You're actually violating the pitch.
I've always
clock.
thought that was overrated because the guy pitches from the stretch all the time.
Right.
And he was fine. So I've always felt like that was no reason. It doesn't matter. I don't know that he'll ever pitch again. I don't even.
Well, he will. He's throwing. What are you talking about?
He was throwing before, and then they had to shut him down.
Well, I know, but it's 2 years now.
He's
going to come back.
Okay, sure. I'll play your little
guys
game.
Actually come back.
I'll play your little game. Astros pitchers will come back. Sure. We'll play that game.
Okay.
Wisniewski, France, Javier. We know it takes a minimum of 2 years to get back. I know.
Wisniewski's done. But Garcia, Javier, France, and Arrighetti are all throwing.
All 4 of them come back this year. No chance.
Yes.
Garcia will not come back this year. Garcia will never pitch for the Astros again.
What are you talking about?
He'll never pitch for the Astros again.
He hasn't pitched in 2 years.
Exactly.
It's Tommy John. He comes back after 2 years.
Exactly. I don't think he'll ever be the same. Got too many pitchers coming
now
back.
That's a different statement. That he won't come back is different than he won't be the same.
That's different. I mean, the guys I'm looking at are Arrighetti and Javier. That's all I care about at this point. Wisniewski, whatever. Christian Javier. Luis Garcia, I've written you off. If you come back, that's great. If you don't, whatever. I'm counting on Javier.
JP?
They're the ones you pitch. Yeah, I think JP France will come back. That's a shoulder. I think he'll be back. I don't know if he'll be good, but he'll be back. He was okay when he pitched. He was okay.
Well, that's the question is, does Javier move right into the rotation?
Yeah.
I guess.
Lance McCullers did.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, he may move right in for Lance McCullers, but yeah, I think you just use him as an opener, basically. He goes 2 innings just like you did with Shohei Ohtani. By the way, Ohtani hit his 30th home run, and he has a 102-mile-an-hour fastball so far. Like we're this guy's an absolute. There will never be another baseball player that we'll see in our lifetimes like Shohei Ohtani. Never. We're watching something that is going to go down historically over a 100-year period as the one of one. The one of one from 1950 to 2050, one of one will be Shohei Ohtani. 102-mile-an-hour fastball with prodigious home runs, just a tremendous feat. And then that's just a little aside there because what got me thinking of that is Ohtani the other day went 2 innings, and threw the 102-mile-an-hour fastball. It was grounded out, by the way. They picked it up later. It didn't even show up on the screen. It went 101.7, I believe, is the speed, but it's the fastest he's ever thrown. And he's basically an opener right now while they come along slowly with his arm. My guess is that's what Christian Javier will be when he gets back. Yeah. You're hoping he goes 3 innings more than likely.
See, that's harmful though. I mean, you got guys that can give you 4 and 5 innings, and you're going to throw Christian Javier out there for 2. You're going to tax the bullpen.
Well, in one game, yeah, you probably will, or you just have a second starter. I mean, if you start getting it, you have him followed by McCullers maybe, and Christian Javier goes however many innings, 2, and then Lance McCullers you try to go 4, and then you try to go bullpen after that. You're still taxing the bullpen any way you look at it, but what other way are you going to do it? I mean, I guess you could go out there and just say Christian Javier, a 75 pitch limit could be a 3-inning affair.
What you're saying then is you've got a 7-man rotation if you've got another starter with Christian Javier.
Well, I don't care what you call it. I'm just calling it getting through his start, but he's probably not going to be out there with a 100-pitch counter right off the bat. He's not going to be. Probably.
Well, then why start him? Just
when
let
do
him
you
come
ever
in.
Start him?
You what?
Well, you have to eventually get him to. He has to pitch so he can get into starting shape.
Yeah. Well,
what
don't worry. Don't worry. Colton Gordon's only going 4 or 5.
Well, but this guy gets paid. He's got to become a starter. Like he's getting paid good money from Jim Crane. His job is to be a good starter. You got to let him stretch his legs, get his wings under him, get his breath under him, and become a starter. What are we doing? We're just going to throw him in the bullpen.
Never waste any money on.
Well, I'm not saying that, but Lance McCullers came right in and started. Why would Christian Javier not do the same thing?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Because he can only throw 2 innings. Lance McCullers was throwing 4. Could throw 4 or 5 by the time, and maybe they'll wait till Christian Javier can throw 4.
My guess is he'll have a 75 pitch count. Like if you do a good job, you go, 50. Hey, 15 innings, you get 5 innings out of a 15 pitch inning. But Christian Javier is going to work a little harder. So my guess is he's 3 to 4 to start off. But that's fine. You go 2-3 starts like that, then he moves up into the 85 pitch count range, then 100. That's fine. That's just what it takes to get him back. I mean, but make no mistake, Christian Javier, the goal is to get him back into prime Christian Javier form, the pre-injury, like many players have done. Justin Verlander won a Cy Young after having a Tommy John. So, there's no reason Christian Javier can't become a great pitcher again, but you gotta let him throw. Like at some point, you gotta let him throw, and there's going to be some times that you may tax the bullpen a little bit. Oh well.
Yeah, that's
what it is.
All I'm thinking about is the Christian Javier that we saw last, and that's unfair because he was injured.
Yeah,
that was unfair.
He was.
Yeah. All right.
That other one was hellified. The one that no one had any chance of hitting. That Christian Javier was the best. One of the best Astro pitchers I've ever seen. When he was on his stuff, oh my God, no hitters in the World Series. What?
Yeah. What? All right. Breaking it. When we come back, a little college football. Paul Feinbaum said something that is what? That's another what? Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. Hey, the summer circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. And you can register to win the grand prize of the summer, 2 brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. Register. All you have to do is stop by the promo table. We're going to be at Landry Seafood House in Galveston tomorrow from 12 till 6. Landry Seafood House in Galveston. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. 713-780-3776. Listen to Paul Feinbaum. I don't know if he watched last year's spring game. I don't know if he saw all of Arch Manning's plays last year because there were a couple of stinkers in there.
He's just talking out loud.
Well, listen to, really? This is his evaluation of Arch Manning yesterday.
The absolute roof. I think there's a reasonably good chance that Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming that his team does what it's supposed to do and compete for not only the SEC, but for the national championship. And I really believe they will. I think Steve Sarkisian, who's one of the most amazing play callers I've ever seen, made a critical mistake late in the year. He was way too loyal to Quinn Ewers, who was banged up and was really ineffective. Had Arch Manning been instituted in the second half of that game, like Nick Saban did a couple of years ago with Tagovailoa, I think there's a reasonably good chance that Texas would have beaten Ohio State and won the national championship. They're very capable of doing it again this year. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006.
Okay, so most of what he said was fair. He could be a Heisman winner next year or a finalist. His team could be playing for a national title. That last part that he had to get in was so stupid. He's the best quarterback that we've seen. There is nothing to say that. That's a pure projection based on his name being Manning. There is nothing that I have seen, completely objectively speaking. There's nothing that I've seen or you've seen or anyone else. And I watched his entire start after Quinn got hurt after the second game of the year. I watched him start the next couple games. Quinn came back after that. There's nothing that you could see that says, man, Arch Manning is the best college quarterback we've seen. But him saying Tim Tebow, that lets you know that he is that. First of all, him saying the best college quarterback since Tim Tebow, that gets to being like intangibles and a winner, because Joe Burrow had the greatest season we've ever seen for a college quarterback. But what he said, but Joe Burrow was really kind of a one-year wonder in terms of greatness. Joe has the best season I've ever seen in college football. Tim Tebow had a 3-year run, 3 or 4 year run of playing for, winning a title and Heisman and playing for championships. Lamar Jackson had like a 3-year run, 2 years really good. I just think that's the most hyperbolic thing
Vince
I've ever
had a 2-year run.
Yeah, Vince was a phenomenal college quarterback. What are you talking about?
Right.
Vince was a phenomenal college quarterback. Arch Manning, the greatest college, that's just Paul Fine. That's just ESPN saying ESPN stuff.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That is a true clickbait hyperbolic statement.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not going to be good, but but you can't operate off of anything you've seen to see. Did you see Arch Manning? Oh my freaking God. You've got to see this guy. He's incredible. Not once have I said that. I thought, man, this guy's athletic. I agree. He should have been playing against these other teams. He should have come in the second half of the game. Quinn Ewers wasn't good enough. Arch probably does give them a better chance just with his legs only. But, yeah, I don't know.
So, for whatever reason, the 2026 NFL mock draft was put out by Matt Miller. How about this, Del? Matt Miller doing work. What does Lance did? He put out a mock draft yet for 2026?
Thank God. I'm not allowed to until after every guy
you think Matt Miller is sitting around worrying about Jordan? No, he's out there doing work.
He's actually a Cardinal fan. So he might be worried about the Cardinals.
Who do you think Matt Miller has as the number 1 player selected by the Cleveland Browns?
Arch Manning.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Sellers.
Cade Klubnik. I don't know. I don't see it. But
Mm.
he had himself a good year, I guess, after the Georgia
He
game.
did, and the stats look good and all that. But how big is he? Is he big enough? Are we going with smaller quarterbacks again? 6'2",
no,
209. 6'10", 6'2", 210. That means he's 6'1", 210. That's we're getting to Baker Mayfield territory again.
But I get that. I don't think it's going to be. I think Nussmeier and Norris Sellers are going to be fighting.
I mean, his stats are good. Klubnik's stats are good, but he's not a good big man's going to get drafted higher than a good small man.
I don't know.
Probably.
All I remember is that Georgia game. Boy, he sucked.
But the Bryce Young, for example, getting drafted at a CJ is going to continue to hurt quarterbacks who are a little bit smaller versus quarterbacks who are bigger.
Yeah. It's Lenoris. I think Lenoris Sellers is the guy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
That's what I think, because they're going to see him as a guy who can run.
Yeah.
He's really big. For those who don't know, he's 20 right now. He'll be 21 during the season, so he'll still be a relatively young player. Now his stats don't really, well, I mean, he had, holy crap. He had, I mean, at the end of the year, because that's right, he didn't start the whole season. He did, over his last 5 games, he ended up with 11 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He can run.
Mm-hmm.
He can run. He's really big, 6'3", 242. And
he's a problem. I talked to Israel about it, and he says, yeah, he likes that pick.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah. I can see him.
Dell, the Giants with the second pick, Francis Mauigoa, offensive tackle.
Maui Noah, the right tackle out of Miami. Feels like it's high for a right tackle.
Was he there last year?
Yeah, this is his third year with the team.
He allowed, after allowing 5 sacks his true freshman season.
He's trying to find a tackle.
Last season, he didn't allow a sack.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, 5-star, all the makings of a 3-and-out guy, potential pro. I'm surprised that a right tackle will go that high, but I mean, I think he'll be certainly a first rounder. I think he's got real top 10 potential, but number 2 overall.
Yeah. I think he's got the Jets taking Anthony Hill Jr. at 4. You watched a lot of Texas because all the Texas guys that were being drafted. Did Hill stick out to you, Lance?
Yeah. Anthony Hill's going to be a monster.
Yeah.
Like he is. This guy is going to be a terror and some people call him linebacker. He's just going to be an edge rusher. Is what he's going to be. He can play off the ball. He can play off the edge. He is going to be a pass rush monster. So
what about
Anthony? Now that's a good one for him to put Hill in there, because that's for sure.
What about Reuben Bain Jr. Dell, edge Miami? You got him in the top 10.
That guy sucks.
He's a bit of a tweener because of his size.
Don't even know who he is.
He's not explosive enough to play at his current weight, because he's like, at least last year, he was like 280 playing defensive end. He's not that type of athlete where he can hold that weight and play there. So I think he's got a chance to drop some weight and maybe get into the 265 range and see if he's got more burst off the edge, because there's some thought that he was going to get too big and play defensive tackle. He's another one of those guys that everyone wanted in high school.
Big and play defensive tackle.
Like he's like 280. He was like 280 last year at end.
And how tall is he?
Probably like 6'2", 6'3".
Ooh, that's no good.
So he's got to drop weight. I think he's probably got to play more like 265.
Oh, wow.
He's at that. If you're that tall, 6'2", and you're not 6'4", then you literally are like, okay, you either go to 265 or you go to 295.
Yeah,
one or the other.
He's listed at 6'3", 275. You could say 275, 280. Playing in. Think he got too big after a good freshman year. He's probably got, if he's going to stay at in, he's going to have to get in that 265 range at 6'3" to play, or just go all in and just be a 295 tackle, because the explosiveness that we wanted to see did not show up, and he got injured very early in the year. That hurt him too.
So they got, this is stupid because he's got the Texans drafted 21st when we know they're going to be drafted 30. They're going to be drafted 31 or 32. They got Austin. Are we going to be talking this whole next offseason about they got to take an offensive lineman with the first pick? I mean, is that next offseason? That's what we're going to do? Is that it?
Yeah.
I know. That blows.
Yeah, no, offensive line. It's going to be offensive line talk again. Probably because Cam is, I mean, best case scenario is Blake Fisher moves to left tackle and Titus Howard is back out at right tackle and you're in good shape moving forward. I don't think Cam Robinson, I don't think that your best case scenario is giving him a longer term deal. I really don't think so. So, especially, it would really help if you can find a good tackle on a rookie deal. And if you could find one in a second round, even better. But, the rookie deal on a first year offensive tackle, if you find one in the first round, then you got 5 years plus a potential franchise year, 6 years, because you're going to need some friendly contracts when CJ's going to make $60 million a year.
and you got to pay Will Anderson Jr. same time.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to have some cheaper guys out there, and you're going to have to let some guys walk. Like, there's going to have to be some starters who end up walking. You're just not going to be able to survive off of re-signing your guys. You're going to have to find, where are we getting cheap players? They may have to turn to cheap running backs next. I think that's what you're going to have to do, because your wide receivers, you've already spent draft capital. You're giving money to your number two's money is guaranteed through the length of his 4 years of his contract. It's not a super high deal. It's a second round money.
It's the Christian Kirk money. It's the
Kirk's
Aziz
money. You need
money.
Exactly. Kirk's money has to go away. That's exactly right. And then Mixon's money has to go away. Yeah. And you get a rookie in there, a rookie, a third rounder or whatever starting.
Well, did you get him? Is Woody that guy?
No, he's more of a third running back. He's more of a third down back. He's not the future. And he's had injury issues, so you can't really get too hyped about that.
Yeah. Well, Aziz has got to go. It's Christian Kirk's got to go. That money, there's all kinds of safety money that's going to have to go. Yeah,
no, that's right.
You got to pay. When they come due, is Danielle Hunter going to have to go? When you're going to have to pay Will Anderson Jr.?
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, yeah, no, yeah, he's got to go. I mean, there's tough decisions to be made once your quarterback gets to the second contract, and if he's inside the top 5 contracts in the league, which our quarterback will be, then you have tough decisions to make. Jalen Petrie, bye-bye. You got to go. Yeah. There's going to be some really tough decisions. Dalton Schultz is going to be off the books after this year for sure. Titus Howard, probably a cap cut coming up, maybe after this year.
Ooh. I thought you just put him at right tackle. Now he's done. What the hell?
Well, when you have to sign, and listen, he doesn't have how much time does he have left on his contract? Like he's probably not going to make it to third contract. I'd be shocked if he made it to third contract, if you really want to know the truth. I don't see any way he makes the third contract. Not with quarterback salary coming up. He signed a 3-year extension, $56 million contract, $18 million signing bonus. 36 was guaranteed, but it runs through 2026. So realistically, after this year, his cap number is 11. So next year you could cut him after the season and save $4.3 million. So he is a cap casualty, a potential cap casualty.
4.3 of the 60 that you're going to owe CJ. You got a lot of work to do.
No, I know, but I'm telling you, you save that, but you don't have to pay him his salary, is what I'm saying, which is $27.9 million. Instead of paying $27.9 million, so it's not 4.5 million. It's actually going to be a savings 30-something, more than likely. Well, after you draft a player or whatever, it's going to be a savings of about $22 million.
Yeah, right. All right, we got a break. Top Dog Fireworks is what we're talking about now.
Yeah, guys, it's like we're coming down to the end here. All right, this is it now. We've got the 4th of July is right around the corner. So Top Dog Fireworks locations are still going to be open, and they will be until Friday, July 4th at midnight. So stock up right now. Visit one of their 14 locations to see daily in-store promotions. When you spend $250, you're going to receive your reward that they have at that store while supplies last. A portion of every sale is going to go towards supporting local youth organizations. But today's the last day to enter Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest. This is the last day to enter. Each store is going to have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at $450, and everyone who enters is going to have an opportunity to win the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast assortment valued at $1,100. Why continue to wait? Get your fireworks today. Check out that buy one, get one free wall that they have going on. It's topdogfireworks.com to find one of the 4 locations, topdogfireworks.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, let's go. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. If you haven't heard, Jordan with a setback yesterday. Okay? Had to shut it down. Shutting it down. Okay? Got to find they got to find out what's going on. It's a bad sign. He's not healed. I thought at 60% he was supposed to be okay. Apparently, He's the slowest. He was at 40% healed, and that was weeks and weeks ago. And
no, he was 60% healed when we initially got word that there was actually a fracture, and it was all about the healing process and whether he could deal with the discomfort of playing while he was healing,
which he can't.
I thought it was 40 and he had to get to 60.
I believe
no, it was 60%.
It was 60% healed.
They didn't know it was 60% healed when they had him swinging a bat in live batting practice. And he's like, ow, ow. And Dana's like, what happened?
I think they got to update.
He said, it's hurt. And I said, well, let's just give it an x-ray. Surely there's nothing wrong. Oh, fracture.
I think they got to update their
what? Their team doctor?
They got to update.
I agree with you. They need to update their team doctor.
They got to update the MRI machine that can't see anything.
Do you think there's a chance that there's a patch like there's an update, an updated version, just like an app, where they have not hit the update button?
MRI 2.0.
It's not an automatic update, and they're like, oh God, it's working off of 2007.
Yeah, when they first brought the machine in, they decided
old tech, man. That's old tech.
They didn't want to update to happen in the middle of while they were scanning a guy, so they said no to automatic updates, and they've yet to update their machines since they initially bought it.
That's what it is. They said no to automatic updates.
And now
always do automatic updates.
Well, they were just worried that this could pop up, and they needed to reboot while they actually had a guy being scanned. So I get the hesitation, but you got to make sure you got someone on it to update the MRI machine. You're working on software from like 5 years ago. These things happen.
Yeah.
Right.
I would just ask, beyond updating your scanning stuff, that you have a different philosophy of other than rub some dirt on it and play through it.
Yeah.
That they appear to have when it comes to their guys working their way back. Hey, soft ass, rub some dirt on that. Get on out there.
Wow.
Soft ass is what Dale just said.
It feels like that's what Dana Brown positions his players to be in. Hey, if he can deal with the discomfort, he can play through it. Stop being so soft.
I do wonder. I will admit, does he play with pain? I mean, he did. Actually, I shouldn't ask that because he did in 22. We knew he was hurt and he played through the rest of the year. So he's played with pain before. It's a concern because you just gave him a bunch of money. I mean, he is your guy. When Altuve leaves, this is your Aaron Judge. This is your Shohei. This is your, well, you can't really say Mike Trout anymore, but this is your Ellie De La Cruz. This is going to be your superstar for years to come. It is concerning when you start looking at the number of injuries that Yordan has had in his relatively young career. It is a concern. And a hand, like, listen, it's one thing if he's got a knee injury and he can't play in the outfield and he's just a lifetime DH. It's another if you can't play DH because you can't swing. You know, that's a big problem.
Yeah, and the Astros continue to win. A grand slam yesterday by Victor Caratini. Unfortunately, Colton Gordon couldn't get through 5 innings, so he wasn't able to get the win. It would be nice to get the guy, just let him go another, but they couldn't afford it. They couldn't. They had to bring in Okert. The bullpen did his job, but Hader gave up a solo shot in the 9th, and the Astros win once again. They got Hunter Brown on the mound tonight. What? Hunter Brown on the mound tonight. So watch out, everybody. Love me some Hunter Brown. I hate him pitching in Colorado, though. That probably skews the numbers a little bit. I mean, nobody can pitch in Colorado, right?
Good luck hitting Hunter Brown tonight.
Right.
I don't care where he pitches. He can pitch in Albania, and he's probably going to go 7 innings.
I don't know. They're pretty tough there.
2 hits, 1 run.
Albania?
And then Brian King will ruin it.
The Albanians are pretty tough. And he might. And what if Dua Lipa shows up? She's from Albania, or at least she's of Albanian descent. That might distract him.
Albania is awesome now.
Going pretty good these days.
Yeah.
Although she's moving along quickly with this whole engagement thing.
You think she's not? You think she's not taking her time?
Has she thought this thing out? This thing through?
Who is she marrying? Somebody super successful, probably.
I don't know who she's with. Oh, she's with an actor.
He's an actor?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not super successful then.
Well, some of them are. He
Yeah, but
works.
he's not.
He does.
Didn't
He
even know him.
He continues to work. I recognize his face. He's
You do?
A big
Yeah.
low guy.
Oh, wait until you see him too. He looks like every man. Like anyone's got a chance if you see this guy.
Callum Turner. He's 6'2",
British guy,
British
probably.
dude.
British. He probably stinks.
What?
That doesn't even make sense.
What are you saying?
No one says British people stink. You're supposed to do your teeth
It's
joke.
the teeth joke is what
Do
you're
your
supposed
teeth
to do.
joke.
Oh, they
Do
smell
your
too.
teeth stink.
Yeah.
Your French
stink.
stuff. You got your French stuff for your stinking.
Man, I don't see it. I don't see it. You recognize him? I don't recognize.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him in a lot of stuff, but I watch a lot of stuff. He was in Masters of Air. That was on Apple.
But I don't like that he's with Dua Lipa. To tell you the truth,
You're bothered by that? You're
He just
happy.
doesn't look good enough for her.
he doesn't.
To
He
be honest,
doesn't.
he's 35 too.
Maybe she's not shallow since you don't think he's good looking enough. Maybe
He's not
she likes him for
good-looking
who
enough
he
for her.
is. Maybe
Yeah.
she likes him for who he is. They're both
Yeah.
Brits. They probably have a lot in common. Wish her well, Lance. Just wish her well.
No, I
Well-
mean, good luck. That'll last 6 years.
The Prince of Norway is pretty handsome, but you don't want to be around him. Joffrey.
What's he up to? Oh, because of his name? What's he up to?
No, have you seen?
No, what's the story on Prince of Norway?
But look up Prince of Norway. He looks like Joffrey and acts like Joffrey.
He's shooting women of the night with crossbows?
Check it out. Check it out. Go look him up. He is not a good prince.
Well, from one person's point of
I
view.
mean, anytime you got a Joffrey.
Oh, charged with some ugly things. The Prince
Multiple.
of Norway. Yeah, it's
Multiple.
Not great. That's
Nope.
ugly.
Yeah.
Well, now I got to Google.
The son of Norway's crown prince has 23 charges, 3 rapes, and
Ooh,
23 other
goodness.
offenses. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Goodness.
He looks like Joffrey, acts like Joffrey.
He does look like Joffrey. He's got blonde hair. Oh my God, this is so Joffrey of him.
His name is Marius Borg Hoyby. Is that how you say that name?
Well, I don't think they
Either
raised
way,
him well.
things aren't going. He's the stepson of Norway's future king. Imagine that's your stepson. You're about to be the king of Norway at some point, and this is what you have at home.
You got Joffrey. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Yeah.
You would think, look. You would think as a prince, I know you are.
You could pull anyway.
Well, even beyond that, you have all the. Sure, there's a lot of excess when you're king. You have access to all these things, but just be an easy life, just to chill and not mess up. You know how easy your pathway is when you're a royal. Even today, just don't do anything and you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a good-looking guy. You'd think he could get some.
Well, we've all found out
wouldn't
that
have to force himself.
We've all found out it rarely has anything to do with the looks.
I don't think that's
it's
what
a
it
power
is.
dynamic more than anything else. But you would think hey, buddy, just live your life being the future stepson of the king of Norway, and life would be good.
People always screwing up.
Yeah.
I just need so little in life. Just let me have maybe a bunch of money, actually,
Of course.
like he would have, and then a bunch of power, and then I won't abuse it. I'll just sit
I don't
there
know.
and
I
I'll just
see
hang
you-
out and watch shows.
I don't believe it when it comes to you.
I'll watch some shows. I'll get a basketball goal and just shoot shots outside, and I'll just be like, "What, guys?"
But
And they'll say, "This guy is so benevolent."
if I look at the phrase, "Man, money really changed them," you're the face I see.
No.
You're the face I see.
Trust me when I tell you.
You think so now,
Yeah, no, I know.
but I see
When
you.
am I going to start doing things that are?
Well, I didn't say bad things, but you're
no,
gonna,
not even bad things. I won't do anything.
No, you like trips. You're foodie.
Well, I'll take some more
You be
trips.
doing stuff. Yeah.
I'll take some more trips.
Money really changed.
I'll
Lance,
be
is what
benevolent.
a lot of people would say.
I'll be benevolent.
You would be stingy.
He'll say now that he's got money, he's going to more places.
You would. That's not
Okay.
benevolent. That means you're just living.
And then I'll give some people some money.
No chance.
Yeah.
You think he's giving people money?
People out on the streets, I'll give them like, here you go. Here's 100.
No, I feel
Bang.
like you would have a TED talk with these people and explain how you rose to wealth and say, this is easy. You guys can do it too. You wouldn't be handing them money.
That's not my move.
Yes, it would be. You sit them down and have a conversation about how they could reach the levels you've reached.
That's not my move.
All that
'Cause
guy-
I just have to be instilled as a prince or something like that.
All that guy wants to do is get a couple bucks for
Install
a
that, I should
sandwich and you're gonna sit him down and say, "Look, man,
I buy sandwiches. I'm already benevolent. I'd be even more benevolent.
what's the thing in the Bible, John? If you give a man a fish, he eats for one day. If you teach him the fish, he can feed himself for a lifetime." That's what Lance would be.
I'm a fish teacher.
He would be trying to teach that guy to fish.
I'd be out there teaching people skills.
The guy's like, "I don't have time for this."
Yeah.
No,
Sir.
No. He ain't teaching nobody to fish.
I am.
He just wants to eat the fish. That's
I'm what's known as a fish teacher.
Oh, I told Kate, okay, we're on a text with Kate, and
this is really
I told her I'm coming in the 13th through the 17th, and she can only bring food then.
Oh, okay.
Because Lance doesn't deserve it. He wants it, but doesn't deserve it because he's selfish. So
what are you talking about? I'm still going to get it when I'm here.
You're like the Prince of Norway with food.
I wouldn't want that comparison put on me.
No.
You're like the Prince of Norway when it comes to anything. Don't do
food.
it.
With food.
It doesn't matter.
You got multiple charges?
It doesn't matter. Please don't. I hate that comp. Like Lance does all his comps. No. Don't give me that comp.
Don't give me the comp of the Prince of Norway.
He's a really bad dude.
He's a bad guy.
Well, we could talk about that or Jordan never coming back.
Well, we could talk about John Daspit.
John Daspit is, the thing I like about John Daspit is he, when he gets in there on a case, and so even if he doesn't have your particular case, and, as lawyers, he got a lot of lawyers who handle cases, he's in on all of them. This is what you got to love about it is I've been with him when he's taking phone calls and he's having long discussions about the best way to move forward, and he'll check in on cases. And so when you hire John Daspit, for a fact that John Daspit is going to be there in the background or at the forefront of whatever you have going on. And he's going to make sure that you have the best representation. And that's the key. And you make one phone call to 713 call now, that 713 call now, and you start the process of getting signed up with John Daspit. So they handle everything. They're your representative to go through the insurance company. You don't have to deal with the insurance company after this accident where you've, been badly injured at the workplace, on the roadway, wherever it is. You don't have to worry about it. John Daspit's going to take care of that for you, and his law firm is going to handle everything. You sit back and when you got to go to the doctor, you go to the doctor, you get looked at, you get your treatment, you get your surgeries. Depends on how bad this is, but they're going to work hard for you to get the win for you and to make sure that you get the justice you deserve. That's the difference with John Daspit. Not a bunch of goofy TV commercials. It's just about taking care of the clients he has and making sure that you're treated fairly. 713 call now. That 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here. We got a couple of calls. Let's get Jeff in here. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Let me get you off speakerphone here. I met you guys out at the East River there with Dale a couple weeks ago.
4-3-2-1.
Anyways,
there it is.
Yeah, hey, there you go. I got a question for you. Obviously, it's just a guess, but we can't predict the future. But of all these pitchers that we got that are injured, they're not all going to come back better, I don't think. If you had to pick one that's not going to come back or that maybe is done, who would you go with and why? I'll hang up.
I already said Luis Garcia. He could if he has another setback at all, then he just could get priced out of the. He just could get priced out of the lineup. I mean, you may just have too many pitchers at that point.
Wesneski.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going.
He's
Wesneski.
in the middle of. Yeah, I mean, he's the furthest away.
Yeah, he's the furthest away. He's not even close. Of the guys that are close to coming back, I would probably say Garcia too. Yeah, we'll see how. I don't know. Maybe he comes back and goes right to the pen. I don't know. I'm worried about taking these guys out of the. I guess I'm worried about it. I mean, Christian Javier instead of Gusto. Okay, all right. Eric Getty instead of or Gordon. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. I'm just worried how after not pitching for as long as these guys haven't pitched is how effective they're going to be in the middle of a season. Now you built yourself a nice little cushion, 7-game cushion. So, take your time coming back, make sure you're completely healthy and get as much work in the minors as you need. And then, I mean, if they're August additions, that's nice. Mid-August, if these guys all come back about maybe even sooner, they're starting to throw 20, 25 pitches. I don't know how long it's going to take them to build up to 75, but, take your time. You got a nice little cushion here. You got guys that have come in and competed. While you got to score a lot of runs when Gordon or Walter or Gusto's on the mound, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You do what you got to do. You're one of the best baseball teams, one of the best teams in baseball. So take your time. Make sure you're ready. Because I don't know that Lance McCullers was ready, if you want to know the truth.
Well, why? Because he had one bad outing?
Well, I mean, after he came back after the foot injury, he just, we'll see.
He just had a bad game. Like, it's not like he hadn't had one of those.
No. He had a bad game when he first came back, and then he pitched really well. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe he should have done more a stint before he came back. I don't know.
How many stints can this dude do?
He can do stints.
How many stints do you want him to do? He's done like 1 billion stints in his career.
And?
The last, what are we looking at? So the last game he's pitched after the foot was 1 game. So we don't know. Like, he maybe just got hit hard. He gave up 3 home runs. He was. Oh, it's crazy though. Before his injury with the foot, his last game was not a great game. 4 walks, 6 strikeouts, before the foot injury. But the 2 before that against the Pirates and Athletics, 6 innings, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, but he had the 12 punch outs and the 1 walk. The game before that, 4 1/3, 5 hits, but he still had 8 strikeouts. Like, he's still dialing up the strikeouts. He didn't in his last start. So we'll see. I'm really curious to see how this next one. I would put money on Lance McCullers having a pretty good outing the next time out. I'm not saying, it may look something like 5 1/3 with 5 hits and 3 earned runs, but I think the strikeout numbers will come up, and I think you'll have a little bit better feel for Lance McCullers. I think you'll say, all right, you know what? Lance McCullers is, maybe Lance McCullers is going to be okay.
Yeah. No, I think.
See how positive I'm being?
Yeah. No. I think Lance McCullers is going to pitch much better.
Well, he can't pitch worse than he just did.
Thank God Art's not the general manager. DFA him already. He's basura. He's not basura, okay? He's cafe. He's not basura.
He's café con leche.
Yeah. Yeah. Art.
No.
I'm glad you're not our GM. You have one bad outing. DFA him. He sucks.
He's café.
Well, Art's been out on him
For those who
before
don't
he
speak
came
Spanish,
back.
John Art was saying he's basura, which is trash, and
Mhm.
John just said he's coffee.
Yeah.
What does coffee make you do?
Stay awake.
Or
and I should say and
what else would it do?
Dookie juice.
Oh yeah, it does make you.
And in some ways, in some starts, Lance has been.
Yeah.
He's been some
Dookie.
That's true.
That's
a
can see
fair
that.
point.
But what about when he's good?
I like when he's good.
When he's wide awake. That's
We all
when he
like
is.
when he's good. Yeah, we all.
It's a nice story. It's all very heartwarming when he goes out there and pitches well. But then he does what he did over the weekend. And it reminds you, we're not there yet. Can't expect consistency from Lance.
I can't wait to see what Gilbert
the
wants
one
to
in here or
talk
the
about.
one who's on the mound for the Astros.
Gilbert's here?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this is about.
Well, he needs a towel or something.
No, he doesn't. He's got 3.
He's got 3 towels?
Yeah.
Gilbert.
I added to his collection.
Gilbert, you got a bunch of towels now? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good anyway.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You got a bunch of yeah. So you don't need anything now.
No,
That's great.
well, let's see what he has to say here.
Yeah, how you doing anyway? Yeah.
Good. Yep.
Yep. You don't need any more
We're
towels.
good.
Yeah, let's hope the Astros will win the division anyway. I hope they go 12 games over 500 anyway.
Yeah, it'd be good if they can do that.
To get away from the what's the second place team?
The Mariners.
Yeah, 7 games. Yeah, there's 7 games ahead of them, Gilbert.
The Mariners are the second place team, Gilbert.
Yeah, I hope they can get down 12 and a half games out. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
you want them to get 12 and a half up? Okay. Yeah. I don't think 7's safe. I think you're right. Yeah.
I'm with it, man. If you can get up, yeah, for sure. If you can get up a 12 game, take a 12 game lead, I'm totally with you, Gilbert. I'm
12 and a half.
Oh, 12 and a half. I am 100% on board with the 12 and a half game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. You're at Everett. How long are you gonna be out? Another week, month, or what?
We got to see. It's chances are it's going to be more than a month. There's a chance he may not play again this year. We'll see. I mean, there's still a lot of season left. But,
for a season or what? Yeah, for a season or what?
Well, I don't know. Like, he hasn't been able to make it back. He's been hurt the whole year.
Yeah. So that's right.
What'd you say?
I said he's been hurt basically the whole year.
That's right.
What'd you say? Well,
wait.
Well, happy 4th of July anyway. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
happy
see,
4th of July, Gilbert. What are you gonna do for the 4th?
You don't have to.
I don't know.
Watch the Astros.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch the Astros. Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah. Well,
Did you tell John that I got Nicole to come and take a picture with you, and you got a hug?
That's right.
I told him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's.
I'll talk to you later then. Okay.
All right, we'll see, Gilbert.
That's all.
God, Dell fooled me. He's got a. What'd you say? You had to have acted. That's not an old one. Did you get it on the fly?
No, he did that like a couple weeks ago, and or maybe even last week. You're like,
He was-
grab that one.
He was throwing in. What'd you say? And I was getting confused during the call because Dell kept dropping the. What'd you here? Play it again. Listen to this.
What'd you say?
You see how easy that is to get fooled? Because that's something Gilbert would say. Well,
It's
because
something
he
he
actually
did say.
said it, yeah. But I mean, it's something that you could throw in at any point, and it doesn't feel out of place at all.
What'd you say?
See?
What'd you say? Now
What'd
what
you
now?
say?
Now what now?
Now what now?
All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. Did you guys see the story yesterday about the guy? They were on a cruise, and his daughter fell off the cruise ship. He
jumped
dove in after her.
How did that end up? I didn't see how it ended up.
20 minutes, they had to tread water, and the boat turned around, and then they sent a little motorboat out there, and they got him, and they survived.
Good. It's the only
How
thing
about
Dad could do.
Every year, about 20 people. There are 10 million people who take cruises. About 20 people managed to fall off of cruise ships. In 2022, one guy spent 20 hours treading water. 20 hours treading water before he got picked up.
Holy cats.
How long could you tread water if you had 2 months to train?
3 hours?
3?
Probably.
Dell, how long could you tread water?
3-ish, 4-ish.
I don't know. I feel like panic would take over. If I'm on the open ocean and with no real belief that I'm going to survive, I think panic takes over and I'm done for.
20 hours. Could you imagine?
Within like an hour or two.
20 hours?
No, I can't.
I mean, this show is 3 hours, feels like 20. Can you imagine 20 hours of treading water?
Wait, why are you saying 20 hours?
That's how long
That's how long it took them to pick him up.
You said it was 20 minutes.
Yeah, but well, if you listen, I said in 2022, there was a guy who spent 20 hours.
Yeah, I don't care about
water.
that guy. I just care about this other one. I only care, what have you done for me lately with treading
Well,
water?
okay. Which of your kids would you jump off the boat and save?
Oh, man. These answers.
All of them. You say all of them.
All of them.
That's the answer. It
All
shouldn't
of them?
change.
All of them.
That's the easy answer.
No, that's true.
I would jump.
But I mean, they're going to drag me down. They're bigger now.
Yeah,
Will they panic and try to drag you down?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The ones who have scholarships for sure are the first I'm going in after.
The ones who don't, then there's
I'm like, somebody help. Well, I mean, realistically, that's the smart move anyway. You need to like call for help.
How good is that? How good is that, Dad? His daughter fell in, and he didn't even blink. He went right, but followed her right.
I would go in after her. She just got into HSPVA. She's got a chance to make us some money in the future.
I don't know.
So I'm going after her. Alec's going to go to the Steelers training camp. I'm going in after him quickly.
I'm trying to figure it out because I don't have kids. So I'm trying to see which individual in my life would prompt me to jump in.
Yeah.
We'll find. Ask me this question again after Mason's first semester of college.
Like, who am I desperate to save? That I would
you
risk
don't
my
have
life for.
Yeah,
I can't think of it
you
right
literally
now.
have nobody in your life.
Mapes.
Mapes?
Yeah, maybe Mapes. He's right
go in
behind you,
after
too.
I know. I saw him walk in.
He's right behind you.
I'm jumping off a cruise ship to save Mapes?
No, probably. It doesn't sound like
mom.
you. If I'm being honest, that really doesn't sound like you.
Your mom.
My mother would tell me to stay up. Don't jump in.
No.
She would. Actually, that's what moms would do. They're like, don't risk your life for me.
You can't listen to moms.
Well,
this is the one time you got to disobey her.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
Mom.
Mom's led me down the right path quite a bit. Maybe I listen to her one more time.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? A New York City delivery man who lost 5 toes in a subway accident. He got $4.5 million per toe.
My goodness. Nice job, Daspit.
How many toes are you willing to give up for $4.5 million each?
Per toe? One.
Just the pinky toe. I'm getting $4.5 million. Just the pinky.
The pinky.
I think the pinky toe probably balances you more. You might be
think
better
the
off
middle
like
toe?
Yeah.
Well, if you're not,
the ring toe.
I wonder.
That's probably the one if you had to lose one. But I don't want it to be I don't want it to be painful.
Yeah, that toe that girls used to put a ring on back when that was a fashionable
toe ring.
Yeah, the toe ring. That one can go.
Oh, anytime you see toe rings now, you know that they do.
The one
Who sees that now?
Those are the gilfs. Those are the grannies. Remember, John had
not my granny.
I remember when John used to be the one we used to talk about grannies with John back in the day. Now you get them.
I can tell you now, the granny segment doesn't do the toe ring anymore. If they did it at all.
Ugh.
Oh.
What about the ankle? What about the ankle bracelet? You still see
bracelet?
That
Oh, you mean like house arrest?
No. Not like regular
granny. Granny's under house arrest.
What's he talking about?
Not house arrest.
Well, at least you have her.
No,
contained.
she's The problem is, you get out of the house sometimes. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
You kind of want the opposite.
More than 70 empty Bud Light cans were found during a Bay Area DUI arrest in a person's car. Absolutely, you should be arrested if you have 70 Bud Light cans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was Coors Light. Not guilty.
Well,
but
maybe don't be so dirty.
Yeah, how
70
about
empty cans in your car?
I mean, look at that evidence you just
when do you get to a point of like no return? Is it like the first 15? Like, whatever. At this point, why? Like, how many cans do you have to get to before you're like, you know what? Why would I even take these cans out anymore? Let's keep building. I feel like at 10, you're like, you know what? Let me pause for 5 minutes and take these cans out of my car.
Yeah.
But I'm not a hoarder, so
70.
That's a
70.
That's a lot of empty cans.
You're a pig.
Yeah.
And you're drinking Bud Light.
Which is worse, the empty cans or the Bud Light?
Guilty. I think the Bud Light. If it was all Coors Light cans, not guilty. Not guilty.
So okay,
you can leave.
So what if it's an unattractive woman with 70 Coors Light cans in her car? Is she guilty or not guilty?
She's still not guilty. I gotta.
So Coors Light supersedes unattractiveness in your courtroom.
Well,
for a woman.
There's extenuating circumstances, Del. They were Coors Lights.
What if Dua Lipa's fiance had 70 Coors Light cans in his car? Are you ruling him not guilty or guilty?
Oh, that's a tough one. We'll have to have more. I need more evidence. I need more. I need to know what else is going on here.
You need more evidence?
Yeah, I'm going to need more evidence.
Okay.
That's a tough one.
You need Dua Lipa to come into court and be a
Dua
witness?
Dua Lipa comes in. All right, not guilty.
Okay, there it is.
I got to
just show up.
I got to give the guy some credit, okay? Something's going on where he gets Dua Lipa. I don't know what, but something's going on. So
got it.
Got to give him a little credit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean,
there he sits, and you just have the president of ABC.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's what I'm not guilty. I got Wendy. Okay,
that's the standard John holds. If you have snagged a powerful woman, you can probably escape scot-free in this courtroom.
Yep, that's it. All right, we're done.
It helps.
Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. So long.
today's show can get off to a normal start. No giant breaking news, either ending the final segment of the last show or breaking in between the start of this show and the end of that show to talk about. So we can just talk about our Astros. I mean, there was news yesterday that we'll get to. Somewhat surprising, but really not, considering how things have gone. So we'll get to that. We'll hear from Dana Brown on that particular subject because, as we talked about yesterday, he is a man who finds himself in front of a microphone, sitting in a dugout, explaining why certain players are unavailable quite a bit. It's happened a lot this year. It happened again yesterday, so we'll hear from him. But the game itself went the Astros' way. Got a little tight after what felt like a regular old, we're gonna put the Rockies to bed and win this one rather comfortably. Colton Gordon's on the mound. He was fine. He was in there long enough to make it a competitive game because he kept giving up runs in like an inning here. He would have a little bit of trouble and then another inning. And eventually it got to 6-4. Hader gave up a run, but hey, you find a way. You win 6-5. That was the start you needed. We're not losing series to the Rockies, and if you're gonna get a good start to the series, let Colton Gordon do just enough and allow Hader to close it out. It started oddly because I was watching the game and then I rewatched it this morning, at least the highlights, and I was struck because I don't have access to the local broadcast, so I have to watch the opposing team's broadcast, just depending on the night, whether they're in Houston or not. This time I was watching the Rockies broadcast, and I thought we were done saying this particular phrase. Then I had to do my research, but here's the call of the first run given up in the game by Colton Gordon, and see if this strikes you as odd.
Drilled to center field. Myers giving chase, looking up. Boom! Roasted!
Boom! Roasted. I thought that was really just used to make fun of that one. What was that one young anchor from long ago? But it's still being said. And then I had to do my research. I was like, why is the Colorado Rocky play-by-play guy saying boom, roasted? Turns out he's taking home run call suggestions from the fans. And that was the one he chose to start off the game yesterday. And I got to say, I'm with it. Because if you're the Colorado play-by-play guy, what else are you going to do? You got to do things to entertain yourself. And look, if you want to make a name, you play to the fans. And I'm sure the fans who are in on this, sending in home run calls, were thrilled that they got that one out there. He's obviously got to turn some down, but I'm with it now that I have an explanation for it.
I don't know if he can't turn anything down. I think you have to. You took suggestions. There you go. Here's what I have.
And you would,
as long as you don't get fired,
you would say, as long as it's not fireable, just say any of them.
Who cares? It's the Rockies. That's my
yeah.
Opinion.
But the Rockies.
If you're gonna take, hey, you send me a tweet, I'll say it on the air. As long as I don't get fired.
But the Rockies don't look at themselves as, hey, we're just the Rockies. Do whatever you want on our broadcast.
They should.
His name,
seen the team.
Yeah, well, they put the team together. His name is Ryan Spilborghs, if that's how you pronounce Spilborghs, Spilborghs. He used that one. He also, in his last tweet, is wondering if he can say, that's not an eggplant, that's a dong, as a home run call. I would say stay away from that one, Ryan. That's one you don't use. He asked his Twitter following, is that inappropriate?
I think you can use it.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think you stay away from that one.
Because they call home runs dongs.
No, I get it. It didn't go over my head why he thinks he might be able to say it. I just don't think you can.
How's that different?
I just don't think you can use the eggplant reference and then say that's a dong. I think it's something you just stay away
from. To me, dong is more inappropriate than eggplant.
But dinger is what it's called.
People call it dongs.
Yeah, but in baseball terms, if you're setting yourself up to watch a baseball game, you hear dong, you're like, okay, we get it. But if you give the context of eggplant, then you're in a different world altogether. I would have advised Mr. Spilborghs
to stay away from that.
Nah.
It's just keep your job, man.
Hey, we played your audio on this here radio show. Keep going. Maybe
I don't think that's the peak of what he's trying to
maybe you could
accomplish.
work your way up to the morning show.
Unlikely. I see things a little differently than they do on that show. I just don't think I
Maybe
had
the
to,
killer bees.
much like him, I had to find a way to entertain myself while watching a Rockies Astros game.
Yeah, and he has to do that 150 more times this year. you got one day of what Ryan Spilbor's life is like, and
It's true.
you couldn't stand it.
It's true. I wouldn't have dug deep until I heard Boom roasted and was like, wait a minute. Sure, the home run sucks. Well, what about this call? I didn't want to see the home run happen, but this
roasted.
call. But at least I know that's a man just playing to the crowd.
Hey, listen, gotta do something.
You got to do something in a season that was lost before it even began, and all this season has done is confirm anyone's thoughts about how bad the Rockies were. Like, yeah, the Rockies probably aren't going to be good, and the Rockies are like, oh, you think not going to be good is the standard?
Yeah,
we'll show you worse than that.
They're in danger of losing 100 games. Oh, there's no danger about it.
Yeah,
we're doing that.
It's a safe bet actually, as they still are stuck on 19 as the Astros find a way. Thanks to Caratini, thanks to Hader, and just enough from Colton Gordon. There was a weird play in that game. It led to an out for the Astros, but Jake Myers went back on the ball. It bounced off the fence as he made a leap for it on their like mesh fence and then went right into his glove. And no one was sure. It looked like the ball hit the fence, but no one was really sure if it was caught cleanly or on a ricochet. So Jake Myers played it as he caught it. Turns out, he threw it into Altuve. Altuve steps on second in a very casual way because, those moments. No one's really sure what's going on.
Everyone's kind of looking around.
Yeah. So he steps on second, and then they do the review, and turns out it was clearly off the fence. So it wound up in an out. No harm, no foul. They still got the out there. But as far as the game itself, Boom roasted, and then that were the most interesting things about that game. Christian Walker had a nice day. At least he drove in a run. We like that.
Let the apology be as loud as the disrespect.
Just one day. No, we're not doing that. Can he put a week together before we throw that out there? Before we do the whole, they wrote me off, but Christian Walker didn't write back. Can we get a week? That's what I'm looking for. And he's going to be needed because the thought of having Yordan Alvarez back at some point, that thought ended at some point in the middle of the afternoon. So we'll get to what Dana Brown said about Yordan and the setback he had, because the Astros continue to do the thing where they say, hey, just rub some dirt on it, go out there and figure some things out. Now, we are never really going to know, but the thought of the Astros exacerbating Yordan's injury by saying go out there and swing a bat is not far from anyone's mind. There's no real way to prove that tactic led to what appears to be a long-term injury, but I wouldn't rule it out either.
I mean, they kind of did that the first time.
Yeah.
He has taken batting practice at Minute Maid before, or at Dyken Park during this rehab.
Yes, and it turned out he wasn't ready to take batting practice.
Yeah, the next day they were like, actually 60% healed hand bone.
And they ran him back out there to try to see if he could make his way back. Turns out it's more discomfort. He's going to see a hand specialist. We'll hear from Dana Brown about that when we come back. Keith, I see you. We'll get to you and anyone else. The number is 713-780-3776. We'll hear from the Astros general manager when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, we'll get to Keith here, and then we'll hear from Dana Brown. Dana Brown, Astros GM, spoke on the latest with Jordan, so we'll hear from him. But let's get to Keith. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me on. I know everybody in Houston's been talking about, the Rockets acquisitions. If Kevin Durant trade's huge, DFS, Clint Capella's with the reunion with the Rockets. Obviously OKC's the defending champs. They'll be heavily favored again as the 1 seed. But the Denver Nuggets, man, they just won a title 2 years ago. They've got Jokic, the perennial MVP. They've added some really good players in Cam Johnson for a very inconsistent MPJ who's out. Russ is not a great shooter. He's out. You bring in Bruce Brown, who's on the title team. You bring in a very formidable center in Jonas Valanciunas for, Sarge, who wasn't even playing. And then you also get Tim Hardaway Jr., former Knick. His father played in NBA, a really good shooter on open threes. They've got, a coach heading into his first full season. But right now, I'd say, only the Nuggets or Rockets, one of those teams is not going to make the Western Conference Finals to play OKC. And that's going to be a disappointment. Would you say the Nuggets beat the Rockets right now in a 7-game series?
We talked about this yesterday when the Valanciunas news came down on top of the Cam Johnson trade, and of course Bruce Brown coming back after winning a championship with them. Conceptually, I get the Rockets hype. They've got a bunch of guys who will D you up, their mentality, people like. But if I'm just lining the guys up, I generally like to take the best player in the series. And it's funny that even with Kevin Durant on the roster, there is a player who's considered a player on the other team who would be considered the best player in the series, and probably by a wide margin, despite how good Kevin Durant is. They've done it before. If we're removing all the extras, like, are they healthy? Is Jamal Murray good to go?
Yeah.
Those are certainly things to consider after a long season. Is Jamal Murray at peak powers? But if he is, I think the continuity, that is funny to say considering they just fired their coach. But as far as the players are concerned, the 4 of them, now that Michael Porter Jr. is gone, I guess it's now the 3, right? And throw Christian Brown in there,
Yeah,
or Brown
Christian
in there.
Brown.
He was there for the
Bruce Brown was there for the title.
Yeah. So while they've lost some continuity, they've added some back with Bruce Brown. They've got a real backup center for 12 minutes that they can throw out there in Valanciunas. I'm taking the Nuggets as I said yesterday. I have a concept of what they can be. I don't know what the Rockets can be right now.
Yeah, and just like kind of proof of the concept where it's like, hey, what if instead of knucklehead MPJ, we got not knucklehead MPJ?
Yeah.
Like just the guy who's like, actually, this guy makes a little bit more of rational and smart decisions on the court. Imagine putting him next to Nikola Jokic. Yeah, I think with all the moves the Nuggets made, I think they're probably in the same like tier as the Rockets, but I would favor them if they lined it up today, like you said, because of Jokic. I will say, I noticed Keith did something. This happens a lot. The saying or the observation of when someone gets referred to as a former first-round pick, it normally means they suck.
Sure.
Or means they're at least relatively a disappointment. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. still getting, his dad played in the league after like a decade of him playing in the league.
Yeah, he's established himself to a point where we don't have to make the reference.
He's a good shooter. Dad played in the league. It's like that doesn't matter. He's a grown man.
He is now old enough and been in the league long enough. There are going to be a number of people who don't know why the junior is significant.
Yeah.
Who don't know who Tim Hardaway Sr. is very much, unless they've watched the game where, hey, look, former NBA
he's there at the game.
Is at the game. He's done enough. He's been around long enough. He's made enough money where he can just be Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah. Well, I think it also speaks to like, I need another compliment other than he can shoot the ball. His dad played in the league.
Yeah, and in the bio blast, when he shows up on ESPN after his career is over,
it's like
son of former NBA.
40% from 3.
Played with Luka.
Played for 12 years. Dad is Tim Hardaway Jr. or Tim Hardaway Sr.
Yes, longtime NBA star, Tim Hardaway Sr. They've done enough where they should not be considered a team where.
I mean, they went 7 games with the Thunder,
and that was with
2 months ago
with maybe 6 guys, maybe depending on the day.
Yeah, and one of them was Russ.
Yes, which you could never really count on.
Half of the playoff games was just like, oh my God.
So they have a much more solid rotation, and they've done it before. So I would take them over the Rockets. But hey, if the Rockets are in the rarefied air of being compared to the Nuggets and the Thunder, we'll take it and see if
way better
and see where it shakes out if they actually saw them in a series. And of course, that's us not even mentioning the Wolves, who've been in 2 straight conference finals, which just leads to the conversations over and over again about how strong the West is. You got a really good top 4.
Yeah.
After that, whatever you think of the Clippers and others, your mileage may vary.
It turns into like Clippers, Lakers,
and are the Spurs at a point where they can rise up? But the
Grizz,
the top 4, Grizz as well. But the top 4 seems pretty set. And whether they fluctuate as far as 1 through 4, that's a different determination.
Yeah. And you touched on it, talking about the Nuggets. So much of it will just depend on seeding. Just like it could be a situation where 3 of these teams are all on one. One's the 1 seed, and for whatever reason, one's the 4 and one's the 5, and so all 3 of them are on one side of the bracket. And then that leaves the other one on the other side of the bracket. Like it's so volatile with the seeding and the injuries, because these teams are, I would say, very close. Of even if guys aren't out, if Jamal Murray's hampered, that really hurts the Nuggets. If I don't know, one of the Timberwolves guy, if Julius Randle is like gutting through an injury, if Şengün isn't 100%, like all these things can lead to this team getting knocked out. I mean, if anything happens to Shea, it seems like the Thunder immediately not going like worst team in the league, but they're just not a title contender anymore.
Yeah, not even just Shea. It could be whether it be a Chad or a Jalen. I think that Jalen Williams. There's enough teams at the top who are very competitive that it could be a simple twist of an ankle for even your second or third best player that changes the rankings of the 4 teams. KJ mentions, good friend of mine, that Tim Hardaway can just be called Rocket Killer.
Yeah.
And we would know him for that, considering what he's done in the past. Yeah, there are enough of those guys.
He's sitting at the table with Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're probably introducing Buddy Hield. They're like, Buddy, come on. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, there are enough of those
Here's
guys.
a blazer.
Random scrub, not that Hardaway's a scrub, but for the sakes of this, random scrub
Relative,
rocket killer. Just a guy who is out there, is a competent NBA player, but never really consider him being a real threat until he knocks down 4 out of 5 threes.
Mehmet Okur is there toasting.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys. Everyone has
LaMarcus Aldridge.
If you are a team who's had success and have had aspirations of doing things, you're going to look across your entire time rooting for a team and say, oh, this guy on a night ruined my night because he was 2 for 11 the night before against someone else, but he went 5 of 7 and knocking down 4 threes against my team. It happens all the time. I was going to get to Dana Brown, but we'll do that when we come back.
Oh, has there been a setback in talking about Dana Brown?
Yes, it was Keith talking about the Nuggets. That's the setback.
We got delayed. We were ready to do it, but
I was 70% ready to talk about Dana Brown until Keith called in. And now it turns out, now the inflammation is gone from that call, time for a break. So we'll talk about Dana Brown, and we'll hear from Dana Brown the latest from latest about Yordan Alvarez. It's not good. And now we're questioning whether Yordan will return. When you see he's going to go see a hand specialist, we're at a point where what already was an extended absence feels like it's going to be even more extended. And are we questioning whether he's back this year at all? So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's hear from Dana Brown. Talked about it enough. Let's hear from the man on Jordan. He tried to give it a go. I think the phrase was dry swings. I've never heard that phrase before. It's another baseball thing I was unaware was actually a phrase they used, but he was in the midst of taking some dry swings, did not go well, had a setback, and now he'll be reevaluated. Here's Dana Brown on that matter.
So I wanted to give a Jordan update. Jordan Alvarez came into, you guys saw him swinging a bat Saturday at our home ballpark, driving balls all over the place. The plan was to get him down to, spring training site in West Palm Beach on Sunday. So he flew down Sunday. Yesterday did some baseball activities, and then today showed up, and his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's, it's tough time going through this with Jordan, but I know that he's, still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand. And so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything. We're just going to, allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to, what steps we take next. I was very optimistic that he would return, potentially in LA, but more realistic about the Cleveland series. But with this current setback, we probably won't know anything for another 48 hours as to where he is. We felt like he was close because he had felt so good, of late. And so, but this is certainly news that we didn't want. Is surgery on the table? It's too early to tell right now. I hope not, but we'll know after he sees the specialist tomorrow.
Dana Brown, yesterday, after he got the news that Jordan needed to be reevaluated. So something struck me was we're just going to let him heal, which felt like the approach they should have taken from the very, very beginning instead of the percentage number they put on how healed his hand was. God forbid it can be pointed to as they exacerbated this by pushing, which they've decided now they don't want to do. Why not see the specialist before you ran him out there?
Or after the first time.
But even
he had to sit in a dugout and push back a Jordan return.
Yeah, but even after you acknowledge, okay, the first time we had an issue, maybe it's just because that question wasn't asked. But I would say before you throw him out there for some dry swings, you have the specialist take a look at his hand and see if those swings would cause a problem. Now, you heard him say, we knew that he felt so good, so we want to see. What the player feels, cool. You want to allow the player to tell you how he feels, then have the doctor take a look and go, you know what? He's good to go. Or tell you, you know what? Maybe we hold off another week or so, or 2 weeks. There's no rush. The doctor's like, the Mariners suck. There's no rush. Don't worry about it. You're playing the Colorado Rockies. There's no rush.
I like that the doctor is the one with prints out the standings. See, you're 7 games up right now.
I know teams will tell you they don't operate that way, let alone a doctor. But if I'm doing some risk assessment, I'm like, you know what? We gotta lead. This team continues to overcome guys missing and out of the lineup, or just simply struggling when they're in the lineup. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Instead, we're taking dry swings. There's pain, and now he can't even rule out a surgery. See, this is why the Dana Brown actual stuff hurts my head. I talked about it yesterday. If you're at a point where you can't rule out surgery, why is he out there swinging a bat? If we're still at a point where we're not sure if surgery is on the table, Maybe he shouldn't be out there taking cuts. Maybe we wait until we can completely rule out surgery before we decide to roll him out there again, just to see. I know he's feeling great. Now, how does he feel? Every time we hear him take cuts, he doesn't feel great afterwards. Okay. We are where we were, a month and a half ago now? Nothing's changed?
About a month ago.
A month ago.
Was
it May 23rd when his last at bat, I think, for the Astros, I think it was.
Yeah, and then it was like June 1st was when Dana Brown said that he has this. They actually were able to run him under a machine and found a fracture.
Yeah, they finally got a machine that was working
after 3 weeks.
Yeah,
so yeah, I mean, whatever. Like, this is just like whatever. I think we're always more negative on the return, like when because he even mentioned in that clip where he was like, yeah, we thought we could get him this weekend. Probably
that
Cleveland.
Was optimistic.
Yeah, probably Cleveland more realistic. I'm like, dude, why can you not just, why does it always have to be like, we thought it would be ready tomorrow?
So the last time Jordan was on the field was May 2nd. So it's been a little bit more than I thought. I thought it was late May. I was thinking of a different.
Yeah,
play.
I think it was like a month and then setback, and then now another month setback.
Got it. I can't believe. Well, I shouldn't even say I can't believe they've done it so many times.
No, but it is ridiculous.
They're so off on these timelines, so completely off. Where I thought he'd be ready to go against the Dodgers. Maybe me being optimistic too. Now I can't rule out surgery. I thought he might be ready for this big series against the Dodgers. Now I'm at a point where we have to wait for the specialist to look at him to see if a surgery is needed.
Do you think he was like, I can't say anything for 48 hours, just in his head being like, so that'll be the like late afternoon, July 3rd. No one's going to want to come here and ask me questions over the holiday weekend. Boom. I just bought myself till Monday to actually get to this.
Nah, sorry. You guys don't take days off.
Damn
it. It's the well, you do, but it's baseball season, so it's not like you can just go away and hide. As long as you're on that road trip
out
with
of
the team,
office, you get an out of office email.
As long as you're on the trip with the team, someone may be able to have access to you, and you have to answer some questions. So, I guess tomorrow afternoon, he may have an answer, or maybe hey, the doctor was busy.
Yeah, hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Just keep
all right,
pushing it off so you can get to the weekend. Either way, it looks like at some point he's gonna answer questions and give an update on Jordan, and we'll see where they are. Do we suspect it's gonna come back with, you know what? He's fine, or do we think we are heading towards surgery?
I mean, how could you sit here and be like,
how can we rule surgery out at this point? Or an even longer absence where we're talking about August, mid-August, September before he's fully healed. Or they could just do the whole thing where it's to be determined when Jordan feels like he's ready to go and he's ready to go.
Nah, they can't do that. They can't do that. It has to be.
He's doing it with Pena.
It has to be either. No, but you can't do that for the rest of the season. You can't
to
just
be determined.
You can't just go, I don't know, for the rest of the season.
You can come back and go after consulting with specialists, particularly if surgery isn't needed. Jordan, his timetable is to be determined, because that's what we've asked for. Stop putting dates on things so you stop looking dumb. So
yeah, do I want him to have surgery, or to have to, or non-surgery? But it's, I don't know. We'll see.
It depends
for the rest of the season.
What does the surgery mean? Does it mean he's out for the rest of the season? If he's out for the rest of the year with the surgery, I would prefer not. The guessing game, while dumb, is actually at least opens up the possibility that he's back. But if a surgery means he's out for the year, I don't want a surgery.
No, but I'd rather just close though. Like, I'd rather just get closure. I'd rather just get the finality of like, okay, so he's not going to be here. Because I mean, for 2 months we've been thinking that he's going to come back relatively recently.
I'd honestly forgotten. It's not like I forgotten Jordan existed, but it's like he wasn't part of this team for a while. They've been just fine. In fact, they've been better, not better off, but They had continued to
their winning percentage
they
is higher.
had continued to win and stretch their lead. So I was not even concerned about Jordan coming back. For most of my thoughts were at least most of my thoughts were when he comes back, he comes back. It was like whenever he's good to go, cool. The team is fine. They'll continue to win games, and
should they
we'll be happy to have him when he gets back.
Should they, no matter what, just be like, listen, we're just gonna give him until Labor Day weekend, and then we'll see. Then the next time he swings a bat will be whatever September 2nd, and then if he's ready to come back, he'll do a few days rehab assignment, and then boom, just get him ready for the playoffs. Like, why would we even mess around with him? Like, well, maybe he comes back in late July.
If
maybe it's just one more month.
Well, if the specialist says surgery isn't needed, he just needs more time. Yes, I would say, all right, we're giving him the month. Let's see if a month away, where he's not putting stress on that hand.
I would give him 2 months.
Well, I think you would want to know before the trade deadline. When's the trade deadline?
I assume July 31st.
I think you'd want to know
August 1st
before then if he is going to be good to go. Because if not, then considering you have aspirations of winning the title, you're going to need to make a move.
I think they need to get a bat no matter what. So,
well, you may need more than one.
Yeah, okay.
Because the thought
I don't think you can get more than one. Good one, at least.
It depends on how much they're willing to give of a very strapped farm system. But I get your point. I think you need an answer before the deadline if you're a team who thinks you got a real shot to win the title. So that's why I use a month, or at least around a month, to figure out it. Because if he's not ready to go by the end of July, then just pack him up for the rest of the year and move on. And just accept your fate that he ain't going to be a contributor this year. We're talking since May 2nd. All of June, all July, and he's still not back. Forget about it then. Just treat him like a pitcher. We'll see you next year.
It is crazy how much this mirrors Kyle Tucker. Minus, I guess, Kyle Tucker never actually got close enough to do dry swings. So it was just constantly like, needs a couple more weeks. Turns out, fracture in his in his leg. Whoops.
We figure at least they caught it, Sean.
They've caught it this time.
It's true.
It was a 60% healed bone.
Now we have another date to look forward to. If Dana Brown's available tomorrow, we'll likely know more about Jordan, and then we'll make determinations, at least they will, about his future this season after that. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to talk about Jordan, if you want to talk about the Astros' inability to diagnose anything, you can certainly call in. 713-780-3776 is the number. I've seen a lot of you compare them to Dr. Nick from The Simpsons. While that joke is harsh, it's not unfair. Hi, Dr. Nick. It's very much that when it comes to very important players to a team who, despite all that, continues to roll on. All right, we'll go to break with that. And then we'll come back with some stuff as far as how the NBA has reacted to some of the big news. Less so today, but as far as the Damian Lillard fallout, there's still more there that we can get to, because Chris Haynes, his kind of biographer, has, at least in his eyes, reported the genesis of the separation. So we'll hear from Chris Haynes when we come back. We'll get into more Rockets as well, because maybe for a day, they're going to be quiet, but someone who has performed at a Rockets game is hurt. Do we remember Red Panda? The woman who, she was on like a unicycle, and she would kick bowls on top of her head and have them land in other bowls. She's on the IL. I'll tell you what happened there as well. So you can join in, or you can sit and listen. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Sean and I were talking about this during a break because Giannis at this point is willing to wait to the end of the offseason for the Bucks to make moves before he really makes a determination about his future. At least that's one report. Feels like what they did yesterday is the final thing they can do. What else are they going to do? They don't have any moves to make. They don't have any prospects. They don't really control their own picks. They stretched and waived Damian Lillard and got themselves, or at least waived and stretched Damian Lillard and got themselves Miles Turner, someone the Pacers didn't think could get the type of deal he got because there wasn't any cap space anywhere. And then the Pacers saw their rival get desperate, and now they lose a starting center. So the Pacers, who make the conference finals, the NBA finals, now lost two of their starters. Halliburton for a year because of an Achilles, and Miles Turner because they weren't willing to pay him. Sean, you told me that Miles Turner wanted Naz Reid money.
Yes, he, according to ESPN, reportedly wanted the Pacers to pay him more than the contract Naz Reid received from the Timberwolves.
Which
5 years, $125 million.
Which makes some sense for Miles Turner when you say I'm the starter on a finals team while Naz Reid is a sixth man. I get why Miles Turner will look at the landscape of the league and go, I at least should be making what he's making, if not more. The Pacers took a chance, and it was an informed chance. Where are you getting money from? And then a team found a way. So now they're without him, and we'll see what their answer is. Maybe it's hey, we control our own pick, right? We're just going to tank this year and wait for Tyrese to get back because they need a center. They're not allowed out there.
Yeah, they also need a center now.
Unless they want to go in on the DeAndre Ayton thing.
Dominating.
Which is something they actually did at one point. They signed him to an offer sheet, and then Phoenix match it, and Miles Turner would have been someplace else. All the sliding door stuff is happening. And in this case,
that is funny that like a team that just made the finals, you have to give them credit for all the smart moves that they made. And it's like, well, they also did try to replace their starting center with a guy who once didn't show up to a game because of icy roads in his neighborhood.
They've been trying to replace Miles Turner for half a decade now. He has never been considered good enough. And yet he survived all the trade rumors. He survived, let's just say, you could say a bit lack of respect from his organization. And it turns out the final straw was this. And he went and made his way to the Bucks. Well, Damian Lillard is the shrapnel. At least him leaving the Bucks is a shrapnel from the Miles Turner decision. And Chris Haynes, his biographer, was on NBA TV yesterday and kind of explained how this all began, where the Bucks wanted Dame to do something. He didn't want to do it, and that led to him exiting that franchise. Here's Chris Haynes.
This, I want to add some context and background. So I was informed that Aaron Goodwin, Damian Lillard's agent, about a month ago, reached out to the Bucks and informed them that Dame would like to rehab back home in Portland, stay with his kids, rehab back in Portland. And I was told that some people within the Bucks did not approve of that. And so there was kind of some back and forth right there. Dame wanted to be with his kids and rehab. That's what he's doing right now. And so I think that might have got the ball rolling on, or at least putting some ideas in the heads of the Milwaukee Bucks that kind of led to this decision.
And we heard as the story went on that Dame was never happy there. We know initially he wanted to be in Miami. The Blazers did something teams rarely do, say, no, you're not going to dictate to us where you go. And that's why he's in Portland. That's why he wound up in Milwaukee. Never happy. He was going through a divorce. A lot of things were happening. Never got situated. Tried to force himself to be happy in Milwaukee. And now is elated that he's no longer there and can have some control over his decision. It's a little petty. Not from mostly the Bucs side. Hey, you don't want to work out with us when you're not going to be available to play. Let's get rid of you. I think it's more about, hey, we got to appease Giannis in some way, shape, or form. Let's show that we're not tossing this season away. He's lost. We talk about Jose Altuve and all the guys he's lost. Giannis, no Middleton. He was gone. He was traded for Kuzma, which is
it's a little different than Kyle Tucker getting traded for.
Yes, Cam Smith,
who's
on track to be, if not an all-star this year, he's certainly putting up numbers that may put him in the minds of people to make an all-star game next year.
Yeah.
Paredes, who's brought the power numbers, of course, Wesneski hurt. It's a little different than bringing in Kyle Kuzma, who hasn't played a meaningful good minute of basketball since like 2020.
No, he had a 0.00000 in the playoffs,
and then Brook Lopez, one of his other guys, out the door as well. So they had to make a move, and using Dame not wanting to work out with you and rehab in the facility as a jumping off point, I don't know if I buy it.
No, I mean, because it literally that was the only way they could have improved this team.
Yeah.
Was by creating cap space out of thin air. Who has the most money? Who makes the most money? Not Giannis on the Bucks. Oh, the guy who's not going to play next year, as we're trying to fight and claw to keep Giannis on this team. Well, what if we cut the guy who's not going to help us keep Giannis on this team this year? Then we'll figure it out later. Now, even if Giannis is satisfied and then they go through this season, I don't know if they're any better than they were last year. Maybe the East just is worse, and so they can be a 5 seed again.
All those people who didn't want Kevin Porter Jr. to leave when he was in Houston, it's your time. It's your time to get behind him because he's going to be dependent on quite a bit.
Third best player on this team. Ooh. He's probably the 4th or 5th.
I don't know. Turner,
Bobby Portis. Forgot
about Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis is their third best player, right? And then
Turner, Giannis,
Porter Jr.
Not in that order.
Yeah, Porter or Kuzma as your 4th. It's not a great 4th.
Gary Trent.
Actually, yes, he's clearly your 4th. I forgot because of how little they had to pay him, but to keep him around. But yeah, he's your 4th best player. God, it's dark times. Hey, at least we're not them.
No matter what, we're not.
Yeah. whether you're a Rocket fan or not, at least we're not them.
Yeah, whatever team you're a fan of as you're listening, at least you're not a Bucks fan.
You've got the possibility of your franchise's cream played there. So at least
best player of your
modern
lifetime,
modern times, the best player of modern Bucks history, holding his departure over your head. It's got to be tough. And the saviors are Kuzma, Kevin Porter Jr., and Miles Turner. Those three have to come together to keep Giannis happy. Good luck. Good luck with that. That's tough. We'll go to break with that. We'll get to the second hour. I do want to talk about Red Panda. She's been a source of entertainment for years, and she may be. We talk about LeBron about to retire. What about Red Panda? Red Panda fell, got hurt, and her status is unknown. She's not dead. We know she's alive, but when is she going to make her return? So the Red Panda we'll talk about, among other things, in the second hour of the show. But before we get to that, I want to talk to you about Top Dog. Got a couple more days. July 4th is right around the corner. You don't want to miss out on all the things that Top Dog is going to give you a chance to take advantage of. So tomorrow is clearly July 3rd, and then you have July 4th. You got to make your move. It's your last chance to get involved and get there because Top Dog will be open and stay open until Friday, July 4th at midnight. So you got some time, but make your way over there and check out what they have to offer at TopDogFireworks.com. They have 14 locations in Houston, and they have these daily store promotions. You can only take a look at if you walk in. And, of course, if you spend $250, you're going to receive a reward while supplies last, and a portion of every sale goes to a local youth organization as well. And today is the last day to enter the Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment of over $450, and everyone who enters that contest will have the opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast Assortment That's valued at $1,100. To enter that, visit a Top Dogs Fireworks location or go to the website at topdogfireworks.com and complete that entry form. They've got great deals, great fireworks. It's July 4th coming up. Celebrate it with Top Dog. So Kevin Durant did a podcast with LeBron and Steve Nash. I forgot what it's called, but it's been around for a little bit now. But he was on there. Think this happened before Dorian Finney-Smith was acquired by the Rockets. He makes reference to him in a not so complimentary way. You can judge the level of shade or slander thrown at Dorian Finney-Smith, but Dorian Finney-Smith, a recent teammate of LeBron, so it makes sense to make the reference. It's about how teams operate offensively, whether you're a team who will always look for three and search that out, or can the mid-range game be part of what you do offensively? And sure, there are different ways of going about it. And much like when Daryl Morey was here, Kevin Durant is like, you know what? If you have an elite player, let him shoot the mid-range when it comes down to it at the end of a shot clock. And Daryl Morey said, hey, Chris Paul can shoot all the mid-range shots he wants. He's Chris Paul. I just don't want Eric Gordon doing it because he's not elite at it. So here's just a bit of this conversation. And Kevin Durant makes a reference to, I guess, a teammate he didn't know he would have. If I'm figuring out the timeline of when this podcast occurred.
It's the clock trying to look for a 3, 2 seconds on the clock, and we giving it to no
Why you pointing at
disrespect.
me? Dorian Finney-Smith with 2 seconds on the clock to make a three. That's not what we or Royce O'Neal. That's not. I mean, they can hit it for sure, but that's not sustainable offense for us.
Yes, he's not wrong. You don't want bailout threes from Dorian Finney-Smith. I just think it's maybe not the greatest timing. While Dorian Finney-Smith at the time was still a Laker and now he's a Rocket, that Kevin Durant said it. And he mentions Royce O'Neal, who was a teammate of his at least last year. So, yes. Do I want Dorian Finney-Smith with the ball in his hands with a second or two to go, searching for a three? No. In the flow of the offense, a guy who the last couple of years has been a pretty good shooter from the outside, sure. Good offense. The ball winds up in Dorian Finney-Smith's hands in a spot where he knocks down threes. I'm down with it. It's just funny timing is all. But he's right.
Yeah, to be like, you don't want to pass it to Dorian Finney-Smith with the clock running out.
Oh, yeah, Royce O'Neal, too. Yeah, him, too.
Yeah.
Don't want to. Like, Dorian Finney-Smith, wait a minute. Why am I?
It is funny because he was gesturing and he, like, was doing, like, pantomiming the pass.
Yeah.
And it was to Steve Nash, who, like...
That's why Steve Nash said, what are you pointing at me for? Wait a minute.
50, 40, 90. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the Mind Game podcast is where that's from. And it's 3 guys who know the game pretty well. So I'm sure there's a lot more that'll come from that. It just so happens that your future teammate is the one you had to reference. Why couldn't you have just said like Tim Hardaway Jr.?
Why couldn't you, mention his former teammates?
Don't know.
There's so many former teammates.
Yeah, could have been
pass it to Thabo Cephalosha.
Yeah. What? Roberson? What's his name?
Andre
Roberson. You don't want him taking a shot late in the clock. There are so many guys he could have made a reference to, but I think he was just saying, hey, LeBron, you're a Laker. Who's a guy you wouldn't want to pass the ball to? Dorian Finney-Smith. Just landed on that.
And it was a staple of the Harden era Rockets of Harden trying to make a move with 4 seconds left and like, not gonna happen. Let me just pass it to whoever's standing in the corner.
Grenade,
Daniel House, help me.
Yeah, the grenade to PJ Tucker or others. Everyone had to wait around for Harden to do what he wanted because it was not just the system. He was the system, and he did it to great effect until he didn't, which will be the like kind of the obituary on his career. He was great until we needed him most. But that's been the refrain about James Harden. Didn't keep the Clippers for giving them $40 million a year for the next few years. Because what else are they going to do? We're talking about the Bucks and how trapped they are. The Clippers are another team who's trapped.
Yeah.
You could not just let him go. Like he opted out of 36 per year.
Yeah. We have Kawhi for 2 years anyway.
Yeah. What are we going to do?
You know what? I mean, honestly, it's good for them just to like, hey, listen. Your contract will be exactly as long as Kawhi's contract, not a second longer. Because once Kawhi's done, party's over. This entire party's over. We're on to our next chapter. Hopefully, we have some draft picks by then. Hopefully, Sam Presti didn't take them all in perpetuity in the Paul George trade.
Yeah, did he just have
like a Shark Tank deal where it's like in perpetuity?
Did we miss the fine print on that trade where no matter how long this goes for, I can always take a pick from you?
Wait, Sam Presti owns 5% of the Clippers? What the hell?
Steve Ballmer's like, wait a minute, did I own the team at that point? Did that sale happen when I was just taking over? Like Steve Ballmer built that incredible building. He had to keep people around to get people in the building. Like that's why you're paying Harden. That's why you gave Kawhi your extension. You didn't want to walk into that building with no one to attract them.
I get it. And I think they're still out picks for like another year or so. So I get why they're like, hey, listen, we might as well just try to be good.
Yeah, there's no point of being bad.
And like Harden, Zubac, I don't know, 50 games of Kawhi Leonard. That's like good enough to like, you'll be respectable.
We were talking about how the Nuggets pushed the Thunder. The Clippers pushed the Nuggets to 7, and if there was a game, was 4 where Aaron Gordon had the miraculous with the tip dunk.
Yeah.
Now that game would have gone into overtime if it didn't happen, but that was the Clippers' chance to win a series, and who knows where they go from there. Of course, they didn't, and then Game 7 happened in Denver, and the Clippers turned into the Clippers.
And just 1 in a million in a Game 7, Harden didn't play well, and
the one time.
Every once in a while that'll happen.
Yeah.
So. They drew the unlucky time where Harden didn't show up.
It's a rough one for the Clippers. A team known for their good luck. They got hit with
That's
some
part
hard
of
luck
it. That's
there.
why I could never. I don't know. Like I respect what Ballmer's doing. Like you said, building the new arena, investing money in it. At the end of the day, I would just look at myself in the mirror and be like, I'm doing all this for the Clippers. Like, not just like
I think when you're
I have to overcome the Clippers stink.
When you've made the type of money he's made, I believe those guys think they can overcome anything.
I know. But I would have, before I built the arena in LA, I guess they already had Kawhi. So
yeah,
I was going to say, I would have been like, are we sure we can't move this thing to Seattle? Be the Sonics.
He doesn't want to live. He doesn't want to move to Seattle.
He's from the Microsoft.
Yeah, but all the money to be made in Los Angeles.
I know, but just for voodoo reasons. I don't like.
So go to a place who lost a franchise,
but be the one who brought it back.
And you think karma flips in your direction?
Yeah, you're just not the Clippers. Same thing goes with like, I don't know, the Nets, the Mets, the Jets. all
the New York teams that rhyme.
Well, just all the like second teams in the city.
Sure,
it's just like the Angels.
Who's the best second team in sports in a city? Who's the best second sports team in a city?
I'm just gonna blindly say one of the hockey ones, but I have no idea.
Yeah, but they
probably the Mets.
I guess
honestly, probably the Mets.
Probably the Mets.
I think I always thought the Mets overrate how much of a clown show they are, because they are like kind of good. They can be good every once in a while.
Yeah, I guess
all these other teams are never good.
You're probably right. Like the Panthers are the best team in South Florida right now. But I was just kind of meant, okay, there's two of these teams in the same area that play the same sport.
Yeah, same sport, same
yeah.
city.
Yeah, but if you're talking hockey, hockey's not a bad pool. Like the Panthers, great, defending champions 2 times in a row, and you've got the other 2 teams. Well, 3 of them. You include the Marlins. I barely.
Oh no, I meant just one of the New York hockey teams. I was
okay.
I don't know. The Islanders.
The Islanders
are they good? I don't know.
The Islanders historically have had great teams, like in I think was it the 80s. But as far as now, I couldn't tell you. I think the Rangers are better. In LA, the Kings are better than the Ducks. If we're just using a general area, maybe the Mets.
I think it's the Mets. The Mets made the NLCS last year.
Yeah,
and they've made a World Series. I guess now 10 years ago.
I think it's them. Now that
it's a very low bar. Like the Jets haven't made the playoffs since 2010. Out. Sorry. The Angels have played 3 playoff games in Mike Trout's career.
Yeah.
Out. Sorry. It's very easy. The Clippers might be second, and it's because they made a West Finals that they had no chance of winning.
Yeah, as much as we have used this segment to dump on them, as far as
second cities
and just competitive, they've been competitive for years now. They just never will get over the hump, but they've been a playoff team year after year now.
It's just that like the getting Kawhi Leonard, Paul George era was like such a when that happened, everyone was like, oh, they are going to win a title. It's going to be between them and the Lakers for the title for the
Lakers
foreseeable future.
They got LeBron that summer, right?
They got LeBron the summer before. 19 was when Kawhi and Paul George went to Clippers and AD trade happened.
Yeah, so it was a battle to see who would join LeBron.
Yeah,
because the thought
could have been Kawhi.
They're creating room to have AD and Kawhi on the team. They're trying to get all 3 of them together at one point. At least, certainly, Kawhi. Kawhi said, "No, I don't want to do the LeBron shadow thing." And he initially, I think, wanted Jimmy Butler on the team, and Jimmy Butler made his decision to go to Miami, and that's why Paul George was the next option. Would have been better off with Jimmy, clearly. Jimmy at least would have been healthy the first couple of years, although Kawhi couldn't guarantee any of that for him. Okay. When we come back, this discussion popped up this morning, and we can have it here too. We were talking about the Rockets and their age now that they've acquired Kevin Durant and Dorian Finney-Smith. And, of course, Steven Adams is back. Clint Capella is your Steven Adams insurance. Now you got so many 30-year-olds. Is that a comfort because you're older and young teams generally don't win? Or are you worried about it because you're older and you're more likely to get injured. We'll talk about that and a couple other things before we wrap it up. It's me and Sean till noon. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I hit a couple mid-ranges in a row. We down like 15. Like, you need to shoot more threes. I said, no, these dudes around me need to shoot more threes. I need to play my game. You know what I'm saying? Because if I get into this paint, and because y'all gonna collapse on this mid-range and I kick out to one of them, I'm expecting them to shoot the three, not dribble into a mid-range. Like, that don't make no sense. But the best players on the team, you can't turn them into robots.
You're exactly right. So we did a whole episode on this. The mid-range has never been more important. It's just, it has to come from the right dudes. Right?
Exactly.
Like
That was Kevin Durant with LeBron and Steve Nash, the Mind the Game podcast. So while everyone can laud and rightfully so Rafael Stone for the trade, getting Kevin Durant here for not a lot, sure. Whatever your mileage is on how good you think Jalen Green's going to be, when you think about adding Kevin Durant, the Rockets got a deal. But we haven't really talked about, and because there'll be a lot of time for it, how this will all fit. We just assume it'll just work out fine. And you hear Kevin Durant's attitude, like, I got to be me. And then you guys kind of all fit around me. The Rockets for the last couple years under Ime have been one vision, one style. The biggest voice in the room was Ime Udoka, and they followed his path. Do we expect the superstar, no matter how much he respects Ime Udoka, to fit into a role? Or will Kevin Durant at 37 years old say, you brought me in here to be a difference maker. You guys should be revolving around what I do to make it work. And will it work? He has been known as, at least people say, he's the most malleable superstar there is because he can do anything. You want to make him a mid-range assassin, he'll be the jump shooter. He'll play around Steph. He'll be a guy who can be a bailout guy when your regular offensive stuff doesn't work. But there's an ego there. And do we think Kevin Durant's going to change his game to fit what the Rockets want to do? I think there's going to be a bit of an adjustment period unless they decide, you know what, KD, you're right. Anything you want to do, you're good, and then we'll work around you.
I was gonna say, like, what do the Rockets want to do? What does this coach like? What is this offense that the coaching staff, like the system that they follow?
Yeah, is because we have some of the on ball we had from Jalen where you're going to get a pick and roll or allow him to attack one-on-one. Of course, Fred will work the pick and roll with Alpi. Alpi can be a hub.
Yeah, they're one of the league leaders as far as teams in isolation.
Yeah, and he did that in Boston as well. As much as Joe Mazzulla's known for getting up threes, when you have Tatum and Brown, he did a lot of isolating in Boston for his 1 year because he had two guys who were just physically better than the guys who would defend him. He had two 6'8" wings around there who were just better physically and obviously very talented players. So I wonder now that you have an older player who's more jump shooter than he is, ISO, get to the rim, what they will do. I don't think KD's coming in here to fit. I think yes, he's not going. I don't think he's going to be a malcontent. I just don't think he's going to subjugate his game to the way the Rockets want to play. At least if we're going by what we just heard, he said you don't make your best players robots.
Yeah,
you allow them to be them.
The Rockets weren't some that it wasn't the 2018 Rockets where it was just like every time up the court we do the same exact thing.
Yeah, it's true.
They let Jalen Green do a lot of exploring the studio space and a lot of hey, Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, you're going to get a pick and roll. If you don't like what you get, then you can isolate, then you can move it down to the post. You can this wasn't some dogmatic offense. If anything, it seemed like the offense had no structure.
I was talking more in the sense of Kevin Durant will be able to do what he loves, and then everyone else will have to make it work around him. Not okay, this is what we do. Just no, he gets to do what he wants. And then the system, however it plays out, will feed off of what he's at his best at. Or will he, as people have said, be more malleable to what the Rockets believe helps everyone thrive?
It'll also be interesting just because he is at this point of his career where it is some of the selling point on coming to the Rockets is that hey, you're just kind of getting plopped into a team that was pretty good last year where it's and they have a million wings, so you can kind of chill whenever you want.
Sure.
It's not going to be the Suns of last year where there's two good players on the team and it was kind of on you every time down the court, or at least you and Booker every time down the court. I would say that given the Rockets offense last year, just letting Kevin Durant do whatever he wants
seems like a pretty good choice.
And then it's hey, Fred VanVleet, sorry, you're just gonna have to figure it out. Alperen Sengun, again, it's not even these guys conflict, their offense conflicts in any way. It's just you're just not gonna have the, I guess, as much opportunity to fail. Just you'll be put in positions of this is what you do now. This is what you do.
Who in the Rockets will do the most not ignoring, but when Kevin Durant's calling for the ball, who's most likely to go, nah, it's my turn?
Cam Whitmore.
If he's still around.
Oh, okay.
Rotation players, let's say.
Probably Fred VanVleet.
He is a point guard.
And I think he has the most equity to just be like,
He goes, I know you weren't around for it because you got hurt, but I beat you in the finals. I'm gonna be me.
Yeah, it's also like what is Reed Shepherd gonna be like, Durant, out of here. Let me cook.
I was mostly talking about your guys
starting
playing
five.
30 minutes a night.
Yeah, I guess Jabari too, because Jabari's also not a
guy they like dribbling
or passing. Or I don't think he enjoys passing either. So yeah, probably one of the guys that just aren't good passers, or Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, I saw that clip pop up. For Kevin Durant's the oldest of the guys we expect to play, because we have Dorian Finney-Smith, Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, Clint Capella. I'm excluding Jeff Green from the equation. That guy's break in case of emergency. Or if Ime loses his patience with Jabari Smith, he'll throw Jeff Green in there to close the game. He does do that. But the Rockets, as far as rotation pieces, when you throw in Adams, Capella, Durant, who is the oldest of the bunch, and Fred, you've now got guys who, if we're looking at them, what is that? 5 guys
over
30, and which I don't have a giant issue with. If we had a more middle ground, because you have those guys, and then all your best young players like 22.
Yeah,
like I would like a 25 or 26-year-old to kind of bridge the gap. Maybe take out one 31-year-old and throw a 25 or 26-year-old, but that's just how they're constructed. You can't get everything you want, so you're going to have a lot of experience and a lot of guys who are still finding their way, and they have to hope that all comes together to make a deep run. This is why we talked about the last couple of days. Conceptually, I got to see it happen. I got to see it come together before I want to put them clearly in the contender status, despite what Vegas and others think. Let's get to Mike. He wants to talk about Kevin Durant. We'll get to Mike here. What's up, Mike?
Can I just be a hater for a second? Like, listen, I like the Rockets, but I think be realistic. Like, this is Rockets fans are going crazy over a mediocre signing. This is a mediocre thing. Like, Kevin Durant is older. Okay, we got rid of Jalen. I think he sucked anyways. We extended Jabari Smith, who has been he's been horrible for us. He has not lived up to any expectation we had for him. He had one good game in the playoffs. Other than that, he has not been great. They under the last coach, they didn't even run plays for him because he doesn't have that role. So now we got older. Fred has injury problems. KD has injury problems. Play a long time. Şengün gets bullied by anyone that doesn't resemble a praying mantis. Like, what are we like? It was just bad. We should have got Giannis. Giannis was younger, more athletic, faster, stronger. You could have built around him. I don't think that KD is washed, but this is an older team now. What is it when it's like this is going to be so slow? The pace of play is going to be so slow. Fred is slow. KD is not fast. You're going to have. It's just not going to work well. I don't think. I think this is all a bunch of hubbub for nothing. I understand that it gets people in the seats, and I understand the Rockets fans like going crazy, but I also think they're just like, I don't know, they're like brainwashing to thinking that this is a great signing and a great deal. I think it's going to be good to get people in the stadium, but other than that, I don't know how realistic it is that you're going to get our star players, Fred and KD, on the court together for a long time. You only need them for the playoffs. I understand that. But I don't even think we'll have them on the court. I mean, realistically, do you think they'll play the entire season together, not miss any games due to injury? I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm being a hater. I'm always a hater. I pride myself in being a D1 hater, but I just think that people are not living in reality. Anyways, thanks, Phil.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Mike, I would ask, how were they the 2 seed last year? But
when what?
Well, all the bad things. that Jalen Green sucks, that Alperen Şengün, bum hunter, Fred VanVleet doesn't play 60 games. And Jabari Smith stinks. Like, I would just like, how is this team a 2 seed?
He would, if I was playing the role of Mike, considering how big of a hater he is,
the league sucks.
I would say they were fraudulent, and we saw it in the playoffs.
how'd they push the Warriors to 7 games?
You mean they pushed the 7 seed to 7 to 7 games?
Okay, then this team's
a
sucks.
team who had their second best player nearly break his backside in the series.
Yeah. Okay. Good point.
That's all. If I was playing the role of hater, I'm a hater, but not as big as Mike.
I think that it is funny that every like NBA prognosticator, like national voice, is like the Rockets have had an awesome offseason, and then Rockets fans are the ones that are like, I don't know. like
Rocket fans when the trade happened weren't so enthused. Of course, Mike mentioned you should have got Giannis. Well,
Giannis isn't available.
Currently, he's not available. Not saying he won't be available later, but he's not available now. So the Rockets found a way to improve. Well, at least they improve their roster without giving up very much. Because, like Mike said, he didn't think much of Jalen Green. As far as Jabari Smith, I don't think he sucks. Was he supposed to be on the level of Paolo Banchero? If we go by draft status, at the time, there was a thought that Jabari was the best player in the draft. In fact, when word came down late on that day that it was going to be Paolo first, I think a lot of Rocket fans cheered, going, yes, because they knew OKC was taking Chet, and they thought they're going to get.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I remember Paul and I were just like, wait, so how's Banchero going to fall to 3? Like, why is Jabari Smith going to number 1? Like, the entire time we're like, and then when at the last second it was Banchero 1, we're like, of course they're going to take. Like, why would they have not done that?
I don't know if I'm remembering it incorrectly, but I think a lot of Rocket fans were thrilled that Jabari was going to fall to them because they saw, at least they thought they saw what they're getting in KD and Jabari. Like, because you hear all this stuff. Jabari and KD work out together. KD can teach Jabari. A lot of people saw the 6'10" wing could handle a little bit. That hasn't translated to the NBA. Knocked down shots from the perimeter. He was the best player along with Walker Kessler on, I think, a 2-seed Auburn team. Shout out to the Canes for knocking him out in the second round of that tournament.
No shout out.
Hey, Jabari got dunked on by Isaiah Wong. I remember that moment. So a lot of it was, yes, we got Jabari. We got him. We got the best player. Turns out that has not been the case. And Jabari Smith has been really a spacer and a guy who plays good defense. He has not developed into what Banchero is. Now, Banchero is a guy who's just big and strong, and they put the ball in his hands and ask him to be a playmaker with middling success. They're not a great shooting team in Orlando. That's why Desmond Bane is there. But Jabari is not what Banchero is. Banchero's an all-star. Banchero's a guy who's appears a long future of being an all-NBA player. Jabari, at this point in his career, is a complementary piece on a team that's good, which is what they were last year in the regular season. So I'm not going to co-sign everything Mike said because the Rockets did win 50-plus games last year. But I would say at this point, despite the happiness over Jabari's extension, he is not the player he was at least sold to be so far. This is a big year for him. I just don't know where or if there's space for him to grow his game as they're presently constituted. But they've got him locked in. So maybe KD teaches him a lot. And when KD's gone, Jabari in year 6 is ready to be the guy he was projected to be. I have my doubts.
Yeah. I just think, like, in general, like, I get it if you want to be a hater, but it's like you're also just going to be wrong being a hater sometimes.
Yeah, sure.
And I think you're wrong about just, like, Fred VanVleet injury prone. What?
Fred missed some time. I don't remember.
Yeah, he had like a 3-week ankle injury.
Yeah, and it happens. He played 60 games, which isn't great. You'd rather have him play more, but the year before he played 73. He's had some seasons where he's played under 60, but for the most part, Fred's available, but he's older too. So is this going to be a trend where Fred misses 20 games a year because of injury? Mike just saw what happened last year. He did miss 22 games. Now, some of that was they held him out later because they had things wrapped up, but he did miss a significant portion of the year. So you hope that isn't the case this year because he is really their only accomplished ball handler outside of Kevin Durant right now.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if he was available or if Reed Shepherd, another high draft pick, shows something this year. Or maybe it's still Aaron Holiday season when it comes to minutes
Yeah.
behind.
It will be.
Yeah.
When the Rockets are in the play-in next year.
You are
It's
sarcastically attacking Mike's points.
Because they're all stupid.
Well,
like they're all so stupid.
He did take an aggressive approach.
Giannis
his
just played less games than Kevin Durant the last 2 years.
To his commentary. But if you gave, as you gave someone a choice, yes, Giannis, but that wasn't a choice to be made. He wasn't available.
Yeah. Also, he again has played less games the last 2 years than Durant.
It's true.
More injury prone.
But most
hasn't gotten out of the first round 3 years.
Kevin Durant.
This is why I don't respect being a hater. Really,
well, Kevin
is because it's so easy to be a hater on
Kevin
everyone
Durant,
who's not the greatest player of all
the
time.
last time Kevin Durant's been out of the first round?
2 years ago with the Suns.
So it's been didn't make the playoffs last year. Giannis can say, at least I made the playoffs, even if I missed all that time. So the hater stuff can go back and forth.
Yeah, that's why it's stupid.
Giannis wasn't available. Understand, we'd all love to have him. It's just not available right now. And they made a decision and made a trade that fits what they want to do. Will it work out? That's what the season is there to determine. Okay, thanks for the call, Mike. You and Sean can be mortal enemies if you so choose. I welcome the debate. Embrace the debate. I think that's a thing on ESPN.
That was the saying back in the day.
We're close enough to ESPN. I don't see you as a skip, though. You're more probably Max Kellerman.
Okay, I'll take that.
I'm not Steven.
I like that.
I'm not Steven.
As far as like former first take people to be compared to, I think Max is about as good as he can get.
Yeah. Kind of has a pretty high approval rating. Max Kellerman does.
Yeah, no one's like, I hate Max Kellerman.
Yeah, I don't really hear that. I don't hear that. Which maybe isn't a great place to be. Maybe
that's why he wasn't the one that got his own show. Skip got his own show. Stephen A basically has his own show now.
Has his own network at this point, it feels like. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will hear from someone on ESPN when we come back because we're getting ever closer college football season. People are saying things. And while Paul Feinbaum's known as a hater, he ain't hating on the Manning. I would say if that Manning still played in the Big 12, Paul Feinbaum wouldn't be so complimentary. But he is in the SEC, which means there's room for Paul to big up Arch. We'll hear from Paul Feinbaum and discuss what Peyton said about Arch and Grant Nussmeier. Or is it Garrett? I always get that confused. Garrett Nussmeier. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I know we're getting close to college football season beyond, being able to read a calendar. By the fact that new uniforms are coming out, teams are switching over with their apparel providers. Hawaii's back to Nike. Georgia Tech released some new uniforms, and my mortal enemy Haynes King is in them. I can't believe he's still playing.
Back to Russell Athletic.
They're sticking with Adidas.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe Haynes King is still playing college football. He's still around.
Do you see the picture of him and John Gruden?
I didn't.
He looks like someone that I'd be surprised is still in college. He does not look like, oh, that's a collegiate athlete.
Oh, just in regular clothes?
Just like visually. I'm like, oh,
got it.
That guy has a mortgage.
He reminds me of Case McCoy.
He's got a little bit of that, too.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of Case McCoy in him. If you know, you know. But he's still around, still playing for Georgia Tech, and I'm sure, I don't even know if Miami's on the schedule. I'm sure he'll torture Cristobal for a third straight year.
Good news, you made the AFC or the ACC title game. Bad news.
Haynes King is waiting for you on the other side. Somehow, some way, pulls out
He's
another win.
Diego Pavia to Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, if you couldn't beat him with Cam Ward, you ain't beating him with Carson Beck. If they're even on the schedule. Okay, but beyond that, since we did mention a couple quarterbacks, let's get to what Paul Feinbaum had to say. Sometimes a heckler, sometimes very complimentary, generally of SEC players or coaches, and sometimes a rip one like Brent Venables, who he probably doesn't really consider an SEC coach, considering all the time he spent at Clemson. Here is Paul Feinbaum on Arch. Arch is going to be a main character on this show. Beyond the fact that he's a Heisman candidate and he coaches Texas, we've got a giant Texas fan on the show. So if Arch is a failure, it'll be funny. And if he's great, it'll be good too. We'll just see how it plays out.
I will say it'll be less good if he's good.
Yes, it'd be better.
It's less good for the show.
It's better if he's a disaster. If the lights are too bright at Ohio State, it's great for the show. Not for your mental health on a Saturday.
No, but I can separate the two of I know what actually is good for the show.
Yeah, but we'll see. Maybe Arch will live up to all the hype, and here's more hype tossed on him by Paul Feinbaum.
The absolute roof. I think there's a reasonably good chance that Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming that his team does what it's supposed to do and compete for not only the SEC, but for the national championship. And I really believe they will. I think Steve Sarkisian, who's one of the most amazing play callers I've ever seen, made a critical mistake late in the year. He was way too loyal to Quinn Ewers, who was banged up and was really ineffective. Had Arch Manning been instituted in the second half of that game, like Nick Saban did a couple of years ago with Tagovailoa, I think there's a reasonably good chance that Texas would have beaten Ohio State and won the national championship. They're very capable of doing it again this year. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006.
The best since Tim Tebow. Better than...
Get out of here, Cam Newton.
Better than Joe Burrow.
Get out of here.
Better than Cam Newton. We can go through them all. Better than the guy you mentioned, Tua. The best quarterback since Tim Tebow.
Lawrence, Watson.
All of them. All of them. Get the F out of here. We're talking about nearly 2 decades of college quarterbacks. Guys who've won the Heisman. Hell, Jameis as a college quarterback. Mariota was pretty good as a college quarterback.
Everyone who's won a Heisman.
Just name them all. And Arch, who, as Steve Spurrier said, couldn't even beat out 7th-round pick Quinn Ewers. We kind of dissected how some of that's nonsense. But is it less nonsensical than what, or more nonsensical than what he just said? What Feinbaum just said?
I think that's more nonsensical.
Yeah, what Feinbaum said.
Yeah.
What you as a giant Texas fan who has been waiting for Arch to take over.
Waiting for this moment for my whole life.
Well,
for Arch's whole
life. At least the last couple of years when he committed
to Texas.
20 years. When he committed to Texas.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because when he was maybe going to the SEC before Texas got there, maybe you weren't waiting for this moment. But now, you as a Giant fan, can you co-sign any of what he said? Let's start with the assertion.
I honestly forgot some of the other stuff that he said.
The best since Tebow.
Yeah.
Let's start with the assertion that if Quinn Ewers is benched Texas is winning a national title.
Oh yeah, he said it's reasonable to think that. I actually think it's unreasonable to think that if
I agree.
If he came in at when I guess Tua was at halftime. Tua came in at halftime.
So if after
no, that's after the Travion Henderson.
After Travion Henderson takes the screen, which is a disaster of a play for Texas.
If that play doesn't happen,
then yes, Quinn Ewers or not, they probably win. Whoever's quarterbacking that team. So if they're down 14-7 and Arch is inserted into the game, do you think Texas is being Ohio State? No. Okay, so you don't agree.
In the Cotton Bowl last year, no.
You don't agree. Yes, when he's inserted to start the game.
Yes,
in Columbus, they're winning that game. Yes, okay, gotcha. Let's move on to.
Oh, he said Steve Sarkisian, one of the best play callers I don't know, that he's ever seen.
Disagree. You don't believe
he's one of the best play callers that Paul Feinbaum's ever seen.
Who would you rank ahead of him? Norm Chow? I assume that Steve Sarkisian is he better than Lane Kiffin? They did work together. Is he better than because Paul has seen both. Now
at literally just calling plays.
He's got a beef with Lane
with Kiffin, yeah.
But
maybe that's what this is.
Do you think do you think Lane Kiffin's a better play caller than Steve Sarkisian?
I think it's close.
I think it's pretty close.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley. I'll take the guy who's made what, 2 guys?
Oh, but Lincoln Riley, he's got an issue with Lincoln Riley too. He ran to USC.
Know, but...
yeah, he's got issues with him. Yeah, I'm going to take Lincoln Riley as well. Sark is good.
Yeah, he's good, but there's way too many times where there's like 4 straight drives where they can't do anything.
Yeah, with all that talent.
I don't know. I think if you're the greatest play caller that Paul Feinbaum's ever seen, call play that works.
Paul's been around long enough.
Great game planner. Great.
Definitely.
I think there's a difference between like game plan and design versus like actual play calling.
Agreed. There is a difference. Sequencing of plays, dissecting a team's defense.
Yeah. Adjusting.
Middle of the week is cool.
Yeah.
But once the game kicks off, how you do is a different story. So let's now go to the biggest claim. We already touched on it because it was the most absurd thing we had heard in a while, and we do this show. He is the best quarterback to enter college since Tim Tebow. He believes.
No. I mean, he can believe that, but
it's his belief. Actually, you know what? I don't think it's his belief. I think he's doing it for this reason. I don't even think it's his belief. I think he's doing it for this particular reaction. We know what they do on that network. What's Paul Feim going to do in July if not say something insane for people to respond? Arch Manning. And we've got a couple of things. If his name's not Manning, he's not saying it. If he doesn't play in the SEC, he's not saying it. And if Paul Feinbaum's not on, what was it, First Take or Get Up in July, he's not saying it. He's got to make a move. It's about that time for Paul Feinbaum to enter our worlds again. And he did it with a bang.
Can he be better than who's the last Heisman winner?
Is he better than Colt McCoy? He came in before Tebow, right? Or after Tebow, right?
Before. Right before. Actually, around the same time.
About the same time.
Yeah.
Colt had his best years
after.
Well, they almost faced each other in the title game. In 08, right?
Yeah, but I would say that Tebow's second year was his best year in college.
Yeah, when he won the Heisman. True. So they came in about the same time. Yeah.
Actually, it might have been the same year. 06. I think it was both 06.
Probably. If not, it's within a year of each other. He's not. Arch isn't going to be. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Arch won't be better than Colt McCoy. He won't be better than Colt McCoy. I'm going to go out on a limb. What, the second best?
Less unreasonable than
the
Paul
second
Feinbaum.
Best quarterback in Texas modern history, or maybe just the second best quarterback in Texas history.
Disrespecting Bobby Lane. All right. Okay.
That's why I said modern history. And then I said maybe that's the second best of all time.
And Major Applewhite. Wow.
Sorry, Major got benched by. If I'm going by if I'm going by the Steve Spurrier logic, Major got benched for Chris Sims. It can't be that good.
Playoff NFL playoff game participant, Chris Sims.
What a title to have.
Yeah. Who won the Heisman last year? Oh, Travis Hunter. That makes it hard.
Yes.
Who's the last quarterback to win the Heisman? Oh, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. Is Arch Manning going to be better than the second overall pick in a recent draft? See, better than CJ? Is he even better than CJ Stroud?
In college?
In college. Is he going to be better than CJ Stroud in college?
I think that's
place your bet.
I'll you know what? I like my quarterbacks that beat their rivals. Give me Arch.
Yeah, CJ couldn't beat Michigan. Well, Arch hasn't beat Oklahoma yet. Did he start in that game?
He didn't start. No.
All right then.
He scored a touchdown against A&M.
Did he? Was he classified as the starting quarterback in the winner of that game?
No.
All right then. So Arch hasn't.
But Tebow wasn't the start in 06, and he still gets credit for that.
Sorry, Mississippi State isn't a rival. Sorry. Arch hasn't beat any rivals as of yet.
UTSA.
Not
Hello.
Only in baseball because they beat you. Only in baseball.
God, I'm so lucky that he played against UTSA, not one of the Louisiana schools.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got like 2 minutes when we come back. Just, hey, Paul Feinbaum, you did what you had to do, buddy. We appreciate it. We'll come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
This is very quick. We're pretty much done. Just want to let you know, if you don't know, if you got an Apple, I keep saying Apple, just say iPhone, weirdo. Just say iPhone. If you have an iPhone, the new app is ready to go, and we're getting closer and closer to having it ready to go on Android. It's very handy. You can call the station. We have this little wheel you can spin if you want to go to the Instagram. You want to see what's going on Twitter or TikTok even, I believe. We also have the ability to just press a button and text the shows and call. It's very handy if you are an app user. So take a look at that. And also remember this, the summer circuit continues. Tomorrow, the guys will be out at Landry Seafood House in Galveston from 12 to 6. So if you're wondering, hey, you guys never come out here, people in Galveston listen, or in that area, you can see the guys, Paul Gallant and then the Killer Bees will be out there, and you have a chance to win a brand new e-bike from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. You go to Landry's, you fill it out, and you have a chance to win. It's like a $4,000 value for those bikes, a pair of them, so you can ride with someone as well. So it's a great prize, part of our summer circuit tour. Head on out there and maybe get yourself a Power On electric bike from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. Sean, we're done for the day. So what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
I imagine if Paul Feinbaum wasn't doing college football, that's who he would be. We're done. Paul Gallant up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
That ball's hit high. It's hit deep. Score 4 for Victor. A grand slam, and the Astros lead this game 6-1.
Woo-hoo, this thin air. Got to get those martinis dry. And Victor delivering.
Jeff Blum, I'm sorry. I don't know why you need to get a martini more dry in elevation, but I do like a good dirty vodka martini. Extra olives. I mean, we're talking porn star dirty vodka martini. Hello, and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We've got Sean Mapes behind the glass. If you want to chime in, voice guy himself said it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. And live on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available on your iPhones, and on Friday should be good to go for Android. The Astros hung on to beat the Colorado Rockies last night 6-5 at Coors Field in a game that I like to call a you can leave your kids in the car with the air conditioning on and the doors locked in case there's any weirdos out there kind of game. Didn't feel the need to watch last night's Astros-Rockies game. And guess what? They delivered. They won. 5-run third inning thanks to that grand slam you heard from Victor Caratini. They hung on despite having a, 6-1 lead to win 6-5. But that's not the big story. Damn it. Astros slugger Yordan Alvarez, who we have not seen since May 2nd, suffered a setback in West Palm Beach. Check that. I guess he was back for like a game or something. I forget. This is per Dana Brown. Alvarez reported hand soreness after taking swings Monday. He's been shut down. Here is Astros general manager Dana Brown telling the Houston area media at the ballpark at Coors Field about what's going on with Yordan.
So he flew down Sunday. Yesterday did some baseball activities, and then today showed up and his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's, it's tough time going through this with Yordan, but I know that he's, still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand. And so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything.
Pause for a moment here. We're not going to try to force him to do anything. Well, I mean, a little too late for that, right? A little too late for that. Isn't this the second time they've had him doing things? And when they've tried to have him do things, things have not gone well. This is multiple times now. And I'm not going to blame Dana Brown. I'm not going to blame Joe Espada. I'm not going to blame Yordan Alvarez. This is all at the feet of the Astros medical staff, which is led by a man whose days should be numbered. In fact, these days should be done. Jeremiah Randall. Sean Mapes, it looked like you had some thoughts before we continue hearing from Dana Brown.
Oh, I was just going to say it's literally been 1 month since the last time this happened. Yes. So he got hurt at the beginning of May. And then at the beginning of June, it was a setback. Didn't run him through a X-ray. Actually, he has a 60% healed broken bone,
which became an 80% healed 10 days later. But then
almost 100%.
But then weeks later, he is not at 100%.
No, he swung a bat and his hand hurts again. 1 month. It's I do appreciate them making it easy to follow this timeline. It's just once a month he either gets hurt or has a setback. So that's nice.
We should have had daily updates on him. I think that would have made things seem a little bit more concise.
Do they get daily updates from him?
Great question.
Like, dude, how often are they actually checking up on him?
Great question. This is the timeline before we continue to hear from Dana Brown. May 2nd, muscle strain in his hand. May 31st, he has a 60% healed fracture in his hand. June 10th, 80% healed. Sunday, Dana Brown said Yordan Alvarez joining the team in LA next weekend is, quote, not the most likely scenario, but we're not putting that aside. Yesterday, we find out he's being shut down with a setback. Ugh. Anyway, the Astros general manager, Dana Brown, had more to say.
Allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to, what steps we take next. I was very optimistic that he would return, potentially in LA, but more realistic about the Cleveland series. But with this current setback, we probably won't know anything for another 48 hours as to where he is. We felt like he was close because he had felt so good, of late. And so, but this is certainly news that we didn't want.
Pause for a moment again.
On the table.
On my way into work, because you're hearing Dana Brown say all the things that the doctors should be saying. We thought the doctors are the ones that should be saying this stuff. Jeremiah Randall and the medical staff. You know what I almost did today? And sadly, I could not find this store because I guess it doesn't exist. I used to go to a Party City all the time. I was going to go and buy a doctor's lab coat, a doctor's stethoscope, and that thing that they put on their head. Was it a flashlight or something like that? And I was going to come to work today as Dr. Johnny Sins, one of the most versatile people in the game. I was going to come to work and I was going to give my own diagnosis. Because at this point, am I worse? I'm from the house of a learned doctor, my sister. Am I worse? That's how bad it is. And poor Dana Brown keeps having to go out there and say, yep, they didn't know what they were doing again. We thought things were going in the right direction. By the way, this is the same guy who weeks ago was talking about calcification of bones and what can and can't be determined from x-rays and MRIs. Dana Brown, he's a baseball guy. Why is he continuously having to pick up the dog poo and clean up the dog pee of the medical staff? And listen, I empathize with those. I've been taking care of my girlfriend's dogs the last couple of days. They've had some issues, couple of pee incidents while I've been gone. Maybe it was the cats. I don't know. But I'm cleaning that up. I'm doing my job. Dana Brown's doing his job. Why is the Astros medical staff not doing their job? Dana Brown wrapping up right here. Your Astros general manager.
Certainly news that we didn't want.
Is surgery on the table?
It's too early to tell right now. I hope not. But we'll know after he sees the specialist tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out about surgery at some point today or on Thursday, heading into the 4th of July weekend where the Astros play the Los Angeles Dodgers. And by the way, they're going to be without Jeremy Pena. There was a point where the way that the Astros medical staff doesn't communicate at all with us and their updates generally end up being wrong. There was a point that we arrived at where it had become a little bit funny. No, it had been a little bit funny. Kyle Tucker last year, 3 months, no harm, no foul. The Astros did well there. Yordan Alvarez this year. Jeremy Pena's rib injury from Friday to Sunday. Us learning that it was an actual rib fracture. Jeremy Pena spoke on that. We'll talk about it a little bit later. But now it has gone back to, instead of being funny, we're now back to someone needs to get got. Someone needs to be taken out back, old Yeller style. I'm not asking for an execution, but am I suggesting Alligator Alcatraz? Which I just found out about yesterday. It sounds so awesome, although kind of messed up. I don't know. I don't know what we do, but to quote The Phantom of the Opera. We're past the point of no return. What are we doing? At this point, it makes no sense to continue to work with these guys. You are in Houston, Texas. There are plenty of other people who would probably bid for your services so that for you to acquire their services. They would make a bid for that. I think Memorial Herman's pretty pumped about being the Astros, I guess, hospital of choice, the official hospital of the Houston Astros. But at this point, I don't know. It's time to start looking for replacements. This is driving me nuts. I'm sure it's driving you nuts as well. If you want to vent about it, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So that's the latest on Yordan Alvarez. A setback. Out indefinitely. What's the latest on Jeremy Pena? And did anything good happen yesterday for the Astros, who did beat the Colorado Rockies? Both of those on the table. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also chat on the brand new ESPN Houston app. I think there's an actual chat feature, which I'm working on figuring out how to integrate into my command center setup that we've got here in studio. But you can also call and text through the app, so you don't even have to dial anything up. Some comments as far as Yordan Alvarez's injury. For those who are just tuning in, Yordan Alvarez suffered a setback in West Palm Beach as he tries to rehab from a small fracture in his hand. Small, large. At this point, I do not want to hear size when it comes to Astros and broken bones. But he had hand soreness after taking swings Monday, has been shut down, and we'll see a specialist over the next 48 hours. We will see if he needs surgery. I am at the point right now where I am operating as if the Astros do not have Yordan the rest of the way, which is certainly quite the ceiling on this team's season, even if they've been doing well without him. You're going to need that bad in the playoffs. You need some lefty to keep people honest, because right now it's just Victor Caratini. To Caratini's credit, he had a grand slam last night, but that's it. Some comments here, because I had suggested that maybe I could be a doctor. I even thought about dressing up as Dr. Johnny Sins coming in to the station today. Chris and Humble says it's like we got Dr. Mantis Toboggan on our medical staff. For those who don't know, that is an alias of Danny DeVito on the television show Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Dr. Mantis Toboggan, and his move is really just about telling people he's a doctor and then dropping a condom from his pants that shows that he is endowed, for those who don't know. Now you understand the reference. Some others are theorizing about what it is that Yordan's doing that's leading to these setbacks, and I think they believe it might not be 100% baseball related. 409 Josh asks, what else is Yordan doing to hurt his hand? Boxing? Meanwhile, HRW713 says on Twitch, tell Yordan he can go blind doing that, and we should have no more problems. That's Dr. Johnny Sins related. So we'll keep you posted on if there's any updates with Yordan Alvarez. I'm past the point of laughing about this. I'm back to, I want someone's head on a spike. Someone needs to get got. This is unacceptable. All of it. And it's not Dana Brown's fault. It's not Joe Espada's fault. Maybe a little Yordan Alvarez's fault for maybe not communicating as best as he can with the Astros medical staff or with the Astros decision makers. But I'm putting this all at the feet of the Astros medical staff. There's enough of a track record now over the past year between Kyle Tucker, between Yordan Alvarez, between Jeremy Pena, and every single Astros injury when we're talking about pitching also comes into question now. Everything has to be reevaluated at the very least, if not just a purge.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't understand how these people still have jobs.
I don't either.
Like these are like normal, relatively normal people. They're still literal doctors, but it is like any other part of a sports organization that fails as much as these guys fail, and make the people that are at the top of the organization look worse. Which the people that look the worst every time an Astros player gets hurt is Dana Brown, Joe Espada, and the player themselves. They all look bad.
Right.
Every single time.
And there's one,
how do these people still have jobs?
There's one commonality every single time is that we do not hear from the people that actually are supposed to know what they are doing, who clearly do not. And I can say that now.
Yeah. I think we've the level of like, hey, listen, we're not doctors, so we really shouldn't like comment on what, the Astros doctors are doing wrong, or, it might be just a communication issue with Dana Brown. It's like, no, it's actually these morons don't know what they're doing. Like, it just looks like we just have the dumbest doctors in the league working on this team.
And I feel very comfortable calling them out. Listen, my sister, doctor, very, very good at what she does. She is operating on life and death situations that involve kids. These people are doing injury-related concerns for a baseball team. This is not life or death, but this is something with tons of money behind it, and they just continuously screw up. Not in life or death situations. Okay, maybe that's why there's no accountability here. But what happens the next time the Astros look at somebody and accidentally kill them. And I say the next time, I'm being sarcastic and facetious and all that crap, but I mean, at this point, is it a 1% chance? Is it a 1% chance that some Astro has an illness? Oh, we give him a little IV or something. Oh, he's dead. Like, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, we do the segment every 2 weeks.
Sean, we've been doing it for
3 years.
3 years.
Just
we've been doing it back to Dusty Baker. We used to laugh at Dusty Baker because we were like, well, Dusty Baker doesn't know what he's doing. But nope, Dusty Baker was the original mouthpiece who was like, I have no idea what the hell's going on. And even admitted it basically at times, and we got mad at him for that. But it was never on Dusty. It was never on Joe Espada. It was never on AJ Hinch. It was never on Dana Brown. It was never on James Click. It was never on Jeff Luno. It's always been these guys who I'm assuming have been the same people for this entire time, and they get to hide behind some sort of language in the collective bargaining agreement so that they don't have to speak. It's BS for everyone else. It reminds me of back in 2017 when I was covering the Texans and I was in there every single day, and Bill O'Brien kept on getting asked questions after Deshaun Watson went down with a torn ACL about, are you going to sign Colin Kaepernick? Are you going to sign Colin Kaepernick? And O'Brien's like, what do you want from me? I don't have the power to sign players at that moment in time. He didn't, because there was a Rick Smith operation at that moment in time. And I think he was maybe using it as a way to say, hey, I would like to have the decision to build my own roster. Because I actually think that Texans coaching staff wanted Kaepernick. They thought that they needed a mobile quarterback behind that bad offensive line. But to bring it back to the Astros, people keep on being put in front of microphones to talk about this stuff who shouldn't have to talk about it. And it is making everyone angry at the wrong people. Jeremiah Randall and the Astros medical staff, you got to go. You got to go.
Yeah, I mean, just
get out.
It's like inexcusable. Like it was. I mean, when we have the Astros ER segment, it's clips from Dusty Baker talking about injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's clips from 2021 and 2022 of injuries, and that was when it was still, I guess, a little bit like, oh, this is just a funny side effect of, this is the one thing the Astros can't get right, and some of it's just the way Dusty Baker explains things, and that's probably the miscommunication. It's kind of funny, whatever. He doesn't know which hand it is, whatever. Now it's at the point where it's like back-to-back years, your best player has been out for
a significant
months now, and
there's been no explanation.
Well, no,
there
is an explanation. They don't know what a freaking fracture is, apparently.
Yeah.
These morons. Like, what other word is there just to call them? Like, these guys are not good at their job.
No. They're telling them it's a small fracture. What? It's a fracture. It's a fracture. It's a broken bone.
Oh, it was a bone bruise for 2.5 months with Kyle Tucker until Dr. Kyle Tucker got to speak after he came back and said it was a fracture.
Because he got a second opinion. And by the way, how much money are they spending on these second, third opinions? Because they're getting a second opinion right now from Jordan Alvarez,
They're getting hand specialists. They're talking to hand specialists, finally.
They're probably losing money. I mean, they're contracting specialists and second opinions at this point.
Yes, and they're also paying a guy $25 million not to play because their doctors can't figure it out.
From the 832, you sound like an idiot. I think we found Jeremiah Randall's number. Should we share it? Want to dox this guy? I'm kidding.
713.
713-780-3776 to call, to text. If I sound like an idiot, what does the Astros medical staff sound
exactly?
Because I know I'm not smart. I'm not smart. These people are even worse.
Okay, if every show we started with like the Rockets are trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Every show at 12 o'clock, our lead segment is the Rockets are trading for him, and then we talk the entire show about the Rockets are getting Giannis. And then at the end of every show, we're like, actually, he's not. It's going to be tomorrow. It would be a terrible show. We would get fired.
Actually, it would be kind of funny.
But we would get fired.
How long would people... But
that's the thing with the Astros doctors. It started funny, and then it's like, actually, you're just bad at your job.
It is funny. Now that you mentioned it like that, it is kind of funny, but I got to bring it back. No, we're mad. We're all mad. We're collectively mad about it.
No, if you do it every day, it's the exact thing with the Astros. It's like, yeah, it's kind of funny. Or, I don't know. He whatever Dusty says in the open of Astros ER, where it's like, he wasn't crying, but he had tears in his eyes. Like it's like, that was funny. Now it's like your season is in jeopardy because this team that's on the line of being able to have enough offense to sustain winning baseball. Also, their best hitter might be out for the season.
It's crazy
because we think he's healthy, and then we have him swing a bat, and then his hand hurts every time. That's the other thing. It's the same exact situation as a month ago where, hey, took a month off. He's feeling good. Have him swing a bat. Oh, his hand hurts. Like,
it's wild. And listen, I'm again, not an athlete, but I have broken both of my wrists before, and the recovery for these injuries, because and with the smallest effing bone, the scaphoid bone, I broke them in both of my wrists. One of them, I had a cast on my hand for 3 to 4 months. It is fully healed. The other one, I had surgery. They put a screw in, and I had a cast on that, not a hard one, for 2 months. This is something that takes time, and they clearly, when it comes to fractures, have been pushing guys back out there. And wherever that messaging is coming from, I have a hard time believing that it's from the GM and the manager, both of whom who want to make the players probably happy so that they stay around long term and that others sign contracts. Like that is an important part of it. So is this coming all the way from Jim Crane down through the medical staff saying they got to get back out there? Or is this just the medical staff? Whatever the case, it needs serious reevaluation, if not firings. And none of those have happened at this moment in time. Astros did win last night, 6-5. They're now 7 games up in the AL West. They're 3 games up on the Yankees for the 2 seed in the American League. You take a look at what happened in last night's game. I will tell you really quickly some of the good that happened. First off, Victor Caratini had a grand slam. Cam Smith had another 2-hit performance. He had 3 strikeouts, which you don't like. He strikes out a lot, Cam Smith does. But guess who had 3 hits yesterday? Christian Walker. Okay, going up against the NL West. Maybe a slump buster or something. He's batting .220 after those 3 hits.
There we go.
That's semi-respectable. Mauricio Dubon had a couple of hits. So maybe the Astros bats can get going thanks to the Colorado Rockies. But we are at a pretty difficult point now where Victor Caratini is batting 5. And I wonder if there is another move that is made. We'll get to Jeremy Pena a little bit later. We'll push that to the next segment before we get into Soft Boys and what he had to say about his injury status. But they called up Shea Whitcomb instead of Bryce Matthews yesterday. And I get why, but I think now with Yordan out, I think that we got to see Bryce Matthews, like trading for somebody I don't think is feasible. I don't think you really have the resources to trade things without hurting yourself. And sure, you can keep on trying to ride this out. And they've been, a lot of credit is due for them somehow being able to make all of these wins happen without Yordan, but without Jeremy too. Is that going to really happen? 713-780-3776 to call to text. You'll hear how Jeremy Pena is feeling about his, what does he have? Rib injury. I've just got to keep track of it. It's tough with the Astros. His broken
small
rib.
fracture.
His small rib.
Small
fracture.
little rib fracture.
Very small. Very small. We'll talk about that next. Also, who's been soft in the world of sports? The WNBA players, are they soft for saying that they don't want to play in a couple of specific cities? And this boxer, very sensitive, clearly. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on YouTube and Twitch at ESPN Houston and ESPN 975 on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is ready to go if you have got an iPhone. It will be ready by the end of the week on Android. I saw someone texting, and it's the same on Android. Wait a little bit. We're getting there. But soon we will have the greatest app in all of the land. You can call, you can text. There's giveaways there. It's a lot better. Trust me. Jeremy Pena. Speaking of trust, it's tough to trust the Astros medical staff. So we at least got to hear from Jeremy Pena as opposed to Joe Espada or Dana Brown stepping up for the hidden, anonymous Astros medical staff. Here's what Jeremy Pena had to say about his injury, his rib injury he suffered Friday, which we found out was a small broken rib.
I mean, I was feeling good, going into Sunday. That's why we kind of gave it a shot to swing a little bit. And then that's when, it started bothering me again, and we got some extra imaging done. And then that's when, we saw the small fracture, but it's unfortunate, but we're going to take it. We'll take it day by day. I don't feel too bad. I don't think it's something too serious, but we'll see. We'll give it time and see how it plays out.
The way Jeremy Pena is talking, you can see how you could, if you really wanted to, put a little bit of blame on both Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena for getting back out there. Sometimes guys got to know the limits of their body, but there is that difficult thing where you're telling a competitive person, hey, maybe take your time getting back out playing, especially when Pena's having an incredible season and just hired Scott Boras. It's going to be tough. So as Pena, you continue to hear him speak, said he's getting treatment for now. He feels he can do stuff, but he's going to give it some rest so there's no setback. He's not putting a timeline on recovery. Good. I don't think any Astro player should give a timeline on recovery. Take your time getting back. There is a very nice cushion in the American League West. And even in the American League race for the number 2 seed, you're in a pretty good spot right now to potentially take your time getting back. We did get other Astros injury news. Let's just run through it really quickly. This was not announced via the Astros medical staff. I'll again repeat, but this is what it had to say.
This is the step in the right direction, which is that they attach it to the game notes.
Astros game notes. Correct,
once a
Sean.
week. Now.
Yes. 14 players on the IL. Goodness gracious. Spencer Arrigetti's in Florida. He threw a 15-pitch side on June 24th, a 20-pitch side June 27th. Sean Dubin, right forearm strain, not throwing. JP France, right shoulder surgery, through a 26-pitch side on June 27th. It was originally scheduled as a live batting practice, but changed due to weather issues. See, that's some transparency there. Luis Garcia in Florida threw his second live batting practice, 25 pitches. Christian Javier threw 2 innings in a live batting practice session in Florida. He also threw a 25-pitch live batting practice June 25th. Everyone sounds like they're trending in the right direction out of Dubin thus far. Yordan Alvarez, yeah. They love how they put Yordan Alvarez as the 6th name down on this little blurb.
Yeah. It's for that reaction that you just gave where it's like, things are going pretty well.
Yep. You know what? They know something about
Stack
what they're
all
doing.
the good news on the front. And then Dubin, all right, that's all right. Can't all be good news.
What a good point.
It's probably like alphabetical or something. No, it's not alphabetical.
It's not at all. Because Yordan would be last.
Yeah.
If it was
first name. Or he'd be first.
Or first. Right. Zach
They
DeSenzo.
actually didn't go out of their way to hide him.
They did. They really did. Oh my
It's
God.
not in like chronological order of when they got hurt. It is just like, oh my God. I hate this team. I hate this team so much.
It's funny again. It's funny again.
Because someone sat down and planned that out. They planned that out to get that reaction of like, oh, not going too bad. Not that I blame you, but it was like a lot of good news in a row. And then, oh yeah, Yordan Alvarez.
This is such a great point, Sean. Oh my goodness, they really did that.
Someone spent an afternoon crafting that.
Let's wrap it up.
Who's left?
Zach DeSenzo has a left-hand capsule strain. What the hell is that? That's a fracture. It's a fracture.
Yeah, that guy's out for till September.
They amputated his finger. Jas McCormick reported to Florida. He's taking live batting practice. Pedro Leon's going to left knee sprain. Jacob Melton, right ankle sprain. Forgot about those guys. And Brendan Rodgers, left oblique strain, are continuing with their hitting and throwing progressions. All right, I don't know what that means. So there you go. That's the latest on the Astros injury. we're gonna push off boys back to 12:45. I need a breath. This isn't that funny, but it is.
It's just so like they go out of their way to like,
even with the blurb that they put out in printed form.
It's just like they cannot help themselves but to like be the story, which I get. It's partially because they're playing the Rockies today. They had a day off and now they're playing the Rockies, so it's like it's not as news intensive on the field.
At least this time. Oh man,
it'd be bad. It would actually be a bad thing if we were talking about the game that much.
From the 832, if I'm Jordan or any player who has dealt with this kind of nonsense at the organization, I'm considering suing once my time with the team is done. The organization better hope these players don't have any hindrances moving forward in their careers because of negligence. I mean, yeah, that's what I think ended any chance of a Kyle Tucker return, which was unlikely at the time. But I think the way they handled that last year pissed him off, deservedly.
Yeah.
They were saying he had a bone bruise and he had a fracture.
That's the thing, is that part of the, I guess, misdiagnosis or how much they try to expedite the healing process of human bones is that it puts the player in such a bad spot, because it's like, hey, as soon as he's pain-free, he can get out there, which like implies that's like, get off your ass and get in the game. Like, it's a pain tolerance issue. So stop crying and get in there. Where it's like, no, these guys aren't fully healed. This isn't a bone bruise. He has a broken bone.
Yeah, broken bone.
I understand why players would hate it.
From the 409 Josh asks, do we know how long the medical team has been employed? Is their previous work history publicly available? Oh no, I do not want to do digging on this. I might have to. What if
medical team spot track?
What if we got an Easterby situation where they just lied? They just lied about working elsewhere.
Leonardo DiCaprio from Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, he just got some dude.
The perfect place to hide it. Like you said, it's not life or death. So for the most part, like,
you're gonna get away with it.
Yeah, you can.
The doctors, I mean,
look at an X-ray and then pull up WebMD and then be like, oh, okay, 2 weeks, Jordan, and then start swinging a bat.
Let's go to the phone. Sorry, Larry, I did not see you on hold. Larry has a thought on the hand situation at 713-780-3776. Larry, what's up?
Hey guys, great show. Now I was wondering if this is the curse of Jeff Bagwell dating the hand doctor, Sergeant Dr. Brown. Is it a curse? And with calling up all the players from our league, are we gonna have a skeleton crew down there at the Space Cowboys? I'll hang up and listen.
I know the Space Cowboys. How are they gonna repeat?
It's wrecking their repeat chances.
It's wrecking them. This is crazy. So the Jeff Bagwell hand doctor story.
That is.
Do we want to go down that rabbit hole? If you know, you know.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. If you know, you know, and it's a good theory.
This is the first line from an article written by Culture Map Houston, which is in our family. This is from Tyler Rudick on March 8th, 2013. After a week in court, Dr. Michael Brown met his maker Friday morning. What? He gets shot? As District Judge Sherry Dean sentenced him to 180 days in a Harris County jail. He was in contempt that limited his notoriously lavish spending habits during divorce proceedings with his estranged wife, Rachel Brown, who, elated by the verdict, was spotted canoodling with boyfriend and former Astros player Jeff Bagwell. After the announcement, outside the courthouse, Rachel took to Bagwell's lap for a mini makeout session before her personal security guards escorted her to a black SUV. This is fantastic writing by Tyler Rudick, wherever you are, sir. This is fantastic. This is Jeff. I think Michael Brown's dead. I think he died. this could be bad if I end up being wrong on this one, but I feel like he passed away a couple of years ago.
I will say, as you're efforting to find that, the Sugarland Space Cowboys this season are 40-42.
40-42. Ooh.
Third place on the Pacific Coast League.
Yeah. Michael, yeah, he died in 2013. Damn. Did it break his heart? It wasn't that long after this article was written. Anyway, Larry, appreciate the reference. It's a good callback. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 281. The idea of the Astros training staff using WebMDs feels scary accurate. From the 832, that's the same text. We already read it earlier. These guys must really think we're idiots, says another texter. Yeah, I've gotten that impression. I'm going to fill out an application. I'm going to apply to be a doctor. I'm going to apply. I'm going to say, like, yeah. And I'm just going to basically give my sister's resume. I'm just going to give him that. Let's see if we get a phone call. And then I'm just going to say really quickly, like, and say that we're recording the conversation and we'll air it. Might be illegal. I don't really know.
Yeah, just try not to get thrown in jail.
Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. We got Soft Boys up next. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Stay put. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game a couple of years ago, every single Wednesday, generally at 12:30, we tell you who's been soft in the world of sports. I'll tell you this. The Astros medical staff clearly thinks its players are soft. because as a texter pointed out, every single diagnosis is bone bruise or discomfort. Oh, you're fine, pussy. Like, is that what they're saying to these players?
They don't even like run them under X-rays.
No.
they don't even look to see if the bone's broken.
Who's been soft in the world of sports? I gotta say now, Jake Paul, to his credit, has done a very good job of building up his reputation as a boxer to the point where he's actually ranked by the WBA. I think his fights are crap, they're a scam, and that no one should watch them. But I'll give him credit for putting in the work to at the very least look convincing as a boxer. So he's got a fight this weekend against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., and he's been making the rounds trying to promote said fight. So he was on with Piers Morgan, who you might know. He's a rather controversial British news pundit, I think. He has these shows on where he's bringing on like 5 or 6 people on panels, and they all just yell at each other. If you like car crashes, it's fun to watch. Here he is with Jake Paul, calling Jake Paul out for the thing that we all kind of think about Jake Paul, is that he fights people that don't have a chance of beating him.
I'm a killer. I get in the ring with the best people. And you get in the ring with a guy who's 50, he's literally nearly as old as me. The only proper boxer you fought was Tommy Fury, and he beat you.
Fought multiple boxers with professional records, including Mike Tyson himself.
Peak Tyson, you wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds.
And you versus going to the gym, you're still a fat ass. We can make up hypotheticals. You should go to the gym. If you went to the gym,
I've been twice this week.
You don't think I can be Mike Tyson? I don't think you go to the gym.
I think you're a great YouTuber.
You think that your opinion matters.
Well, why are you doing my show if it doesn't?
Oh, I'm just taking your audience to sell pay-per-views. I don't give a about your show. You dumbass. This is a business enterprise.
And he hung up.
Cheers, Jake. Really enjoyed that.
Piers also said that Julio Cesar, we hope you knock his ass out. And I'm with him there. I think that's why everyone watches these fights, though. And that's the problem, is that guys like Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. probably do not have a chance against Jake Paul, who's very smart about who he boxes. You know, he's a politician in there. If you ever watched Rocky, you know who's a pretty good politician? Apollo Creed. Did Apollo Creed ever fight anyone real?
Yeah, Rocky and Rocky 3.
Yeah.
He was fighting tomato cans.
Right, that's true. See, at a certain point, you fight people that don't
and then he fought Clover Lang and lost.
Yes,
and
then he had that Eye of the Tiger. And then,
spoiler alert, then he won.
Rocky got his Eye of the Tiger back. That movie's the best one, Rocky 3. So that's Jake Paul. I'm not watching that. I'm not.
I think as a country, we've kind of moved past.
We should.
I think we have. I think the Tyson fight actually turned people off to this,
because it wasn't just that. Also, Tyson didn't throw a punch. It was also that you couldn't watch half the fight because the streaming was broken.
That too. It was just a bad experience for everyone in every way.
More soft boys, soft gal. We love Sophie Cunningham, the lady who strong, powerful, independent woman, very strong and powerful, who stood up for Caitlin Clark, and when some player on another team who I forget the name of did some BS with her. She decked her when she had a breakaway layup at the end of a game. Sophie Cunningham was asked about the WNBA expanding to places like Detroit and Cleveland.
I also think that you want to listen to your players too. Like, where do they want to play? Where are they going to get excited to play and draw fans? And I do think that Miami would have been a great one. Like, everyone loves Florida. Nashville is an amazing city. Kansas City, amazing opportunity. There's a huge arena downtown that no one's using. And I think that the Women's Soccer League is showing that, like, people draw, you know? And so I'm not so sure what the thought process is there. But at the end of the day, you also want to make sure that you're not expanding our league too fast. I think that's also another thing, that you don't want teams to totally dominate and then have teams that aren't. And so I just think that it's kind of a hard decision-making situation. But man, I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit or Cincinnati.
Detroit or Cincinnati. Damn, Cleveland taking a shot there. I gotta say, Sophie Cunningham, listen, you guys should be happy going wherever you go, and the fact that you're getting paid too. You know, I mean, Caitlin Clark's done a lot for the league, but it's really just Caitlin Clark. That's where all the interest begins and ends in that league. I like Sophie Cunningham. I like that she stands up for her teammate. I don't really get what this comment was all about. Like, you should be thankful wherever there's expansion, it means more jobs for players in your league.
It sounds like she just wants to go on vacation.
Right.
and go to Kansas City.
And I guess it's a little bit, that is a random one, the Kansas City one that she pulled
Hold
up
on.
there.
Where's Sophie Cunningham? Where's she from?
She must be from, I mean, they're in Indiana, as Jameel Hill correctly pointed out.
She's from Columbia, Missouri. So, okay. So she wants to go to Miami,
Yeah.
Nashville,
Yeah.
where she looks like she would enjoy Nashville,
I think she'd enjoy Miami too.
and her basically her hometown, the
Yep.
biggest city in her home state.
Didn't say anything about Indiana there either. Smart, but
Yeah.
be
People
thankful
don't want
for-
to go to Cleveland.
be thankful for any jobs that you guys can get. Okay. I mean, I want this league to succeed. I think Houston should have gotten a team, but would I have cared all that much if the team wasn't that good or didn't have Caitlin Clark? Probably not. Just being perfectly honest, you know. A couple of people texted in. The fight happened already. The Jake Paul fight. Didn't know. So
Who won?
idiot.
Who won? Texas. Who won?
Yeah. Good. I'm glad I didn't know that.
I think that proves that we've moved on.
We've moved on, Sean.
Just the sports consciousness has been drawn away.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
During a dead period, we did not know what happened. I'm proud of both of us.
it's hard to compete with the WNBA with what
That's
Sophie
true.
Cunningham is saying.
Yeah. I mean,
Not even a game, just what someone who's averaging 5.5 points per game said into a microphone.
Hey, she got fined $400 at one time for protecting Caitlin Clark from the 832. I love it. The fight already happened, dip bleep. Did you watch it? Like, who's the dip bleep? Like, I'm really thankful I did not know that it happened. I'm very proud of myself. Do you think that me not knowing about something that happened is actually something that like I get upset about? No, I don't. Like, I know exactly what I know and what I don't know. You're going to try to turn that on me? If you watch that, you're a loser and you probably lost money. So double loser? Anyway, continuing.
Imagine losing money gambling on
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
Oh, I know. Soft. The city of Houston and the state of Texas for letting a hitman die of natural causes while he was on death row. That's soft. You got to kill him before he dies of natural causes. He escaped justice. This guy killed a mother of 3 and you just let him die of natural causes?
Wait, most hitmen in movies that I know, they say no women, no children. This guy broke those rules?
Yeah. And by the way, someone who helped in the murder, like helped arrange it and gave him the murder weapon, that guy was executed. Before the guy that actually pulled the trigger on a murder was executed as a hitman.
What'd this guy die of? The hitman?
Just says natural causes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's soft. You got to kill him first. Got to kill him early.
Yeah.
While we're talking about dead people, soft. A Saginaw, Michigan robber who was holding up a bank. A drone that had a Red Pop soda flew by the window of said bank. The robber, who I guess wanted a sweet treat, reached for the soda, shot, dead. Bam. Soft. You need a soda? You're in a holdup, sir.
Wait, did the drone shoot him?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought a drone shot him.
The beverage dangled from a drone, and as the robber stood in front of a window to retrieve it, a police trooper fired a shot from a nearby rooftop, mortally wounding him and bringing the standoff to a close. Good job by the cop. Really smart. As Barstool Sports described, that this is a rather Looney Tunes takeout of a robber. Soft. You need what the hell is that too? A Faygo Red Pop? Never even heard of that before. It's like low grade, like cherry Coke. More soft. Everyone who is crying about the big beautiful bill and how it affects professional gamblers, like, you guys can kick rocks. My whole timeline this morning was, this is really bad for me. I'm a gambler and I make my living gambling, and like my tax deductions might not be the same that they were before. Shut up. F you. I hope you always lose. Like, professional gamblers are the worst. They take themselves so seriously. Oh, but I make a living gambling for a living. You know what? Mattress Mac has a point. I want you to have to drive 3 hours to go gamble, a-hole. F you. Oh, I can't gamble my tax deductions. Anyway, get a better accountant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. That is Soft Boys. Generally every single Wednesday at 12:30. Yordan Alvarez had a setback. You want to vent about that? You can on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Also, I'm about to give you something that no other show in town will. If you are still mad about the Astros sign stealing scandal, I'm going to give you some free ammunition to get mad about because we got something going on, I think. Stick around to find out. It's the Paul Gallant Show. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on this Wednesday, July 2nd of 2025. Hope you enjoyed Soft Boys. We've got Washed Watch Wednesday coming up at 2:30. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. You heard that on The Voice Guy. You can also join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is ready to go on your iPhone. But if you've got an Android, it should be good to go on Friday. Got to add tomorrow. Get this, guys. We're going to be out and about as part of our summer circuit series to get things started for 4th of July weekend. You can join us at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Never been there before. That'll be fun. And register to win our grand prize of the summer, a chance to win it, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value for registration. You just got to stop by the promo table. So the big news for the Houston Astros today, they did beat the Colorado Rockies 6-5 last night, 7 games up in the AL West, 3 games up on the Yankees for the 2 seed in the American League. But Yordan Alvarez suffered a setback in West Palm Beach. He reported hand soreness after taking some swings with the small fracture in his hand that we thought was getting close to being 100% healed Monday. He's been shut down. He'll see a specialist at some point, either today or tomorrow, after which the Astros hope to know more. Surgery has not been ruled out, but in the next 24 to 48 hours, we might be hearing about his surgery. The timeline, May 2nd, he's got a muscle strain in his hand. May 31st, we find out that he had a small fracture that was 60% healed. It was 80% healed on June 10th. On Sunday, Dana Brown was asked about Yordan returning to play with the Astros in LA against the Dodgers. He said it's not the most likely scenario, but we're not putting that aside. And now here we are where there's a setback and he is out indefinitely. Not a great development for the Houston Astros. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can weigh in on that the rest of the show. Texter says, God forbid an Astro get injured soon with discomfort and ends up in the hospital with the Avengers visiting them. That's where we're at with the Astros medical staff. We just do not trust them at all. And it's time for someone new. That's all. It was funny for a moment. Now it's someone needs to get caught.
Yeah. Our shenanigans are fun. They're shenanigans. Sad and tragic. It's just it's not funny anymore. You guys, you used it too much. Use the joke of we don't know what's happening with our players' injuries.
From the 737, Yordan won't play another game, and I've known this all year. I feel the same way at this point. He wasn't good to open the year. He struggled when he was playing. Now he's been gone for a while. This might have been something that was nagging all the way back to last season. I mean, at this point, who knows what the hell's happening?
I mean,
not the Astros medical staff, that's what we know.
Yeah, they don't know. But I also don't know, because if he's been hurt since last season with this thing, like what the hell's wrong with him? He had an off season.
Right.
Like, does he have arthritis? Does he have rheumatoid arthritis?
The Astros medical staff was on holiday, right? Season's over. So November, December.
I thought that's when he would get better.
February.
when they stopped they stopped looking at him.
You know what? The medical staff. That's a fair point. They're away from him, and maybe
just,
it would have gone better.
Yordan, don't swing a bat for 3 months and then show up to West Palm Beach.
Woof. Anyway, listen, let's get mad about something else, huh? Every now and then we do a segment called Keep That Same Energy, where we call out hypocrisy, where we call out those who dare question the Houston Astros. Hit it. So yesterday, I was scrolling through my podcast feed looking for something to listen to. And I noticed something from my favorite radio show from growing up in Massachusetts, Felger and Maserati. They're the afternoon show at a radio station called 98.5 The Sports Hub. And in the podcast link, I saw the label, Red Sox stealing signs? Question mark? And I wondered, what the hell is this all about? Because remember earlier this year, there was that dust up between a Los Angeles Angels player and a Boston Red Sox coach. I think it was Tyler Anderson of the Angels going after some Red Sox, I think their first base coach. Their first base coach was caught by John Boy, at the very least, signing to batters what specific pitchers are about to throw, which we thought was gone, a thing of the past because of the new telecom devices that pitchers and catchers have. Sign stealing shouldn't be a thing anymore, right? But okay, you can still steal signs if a pitcher is tipping his pitches. And that might have been happening during a game between the Boston Red Sox and Cincinnati Reds earlier this week. If you go back in time and you take a look at the score for the Boston Red Sox in a game that played on Monday, the Red Sox won this thing 13-6. They chased the Reds starter out of the game early. They scored 7 runs in the first inning, 5 earned runs off of the starting pitcher, who I believe is like a highly touted prospect or something like that, Chase Burns. So after the game, Terry Francona, now the manager of the Reds, formerly the manager of the Red Sox, had some very interesting comments about someone who may or may not have been implicated in past cheating scandals.
Almost as if they knew it was coming. Could they have had something on
I don't know. You know, that's something that you always probably need to check. You know, he threw some pitches that caught a lot of the plate, and they were definitely looking hard. But those are always things we try to check for. They're really, you know, Cora's one of the best at that. But you're right. They were certainly ready. I mean, they were coming out hacking, and they were squaring it up pretty good.
Sean, can we play that one little part very quickly once again? Because he's referring to Alex Cora, who, of course, was on the Astros coaching staff during their 2017 World Series run, who, of course, may have been the architect, along with Carlos Beltran, of the Astros sign-stealing, trash can banging operation.
They're really, you know, Cora's one of the best.
So you have an incident earlier this year. It also seems that the Boston Red Sox in home games this year, the games where they have scored 10-plus runs, 7 of them, I think they've had 10. 7 of them have happened at home this year. And on top of that, you've got Alex Cora's track record with the Astros and the incident that happened earlier this year.
It'd be crazy if they did it again.
It would be.
It'd be insane.
It would be. Especially him.
Especially with this trash-ass team that they got.
They're not good.
I mean, okay, not trash. This 500-ass team.
They're a 500-ass team, though, Sean, that regularly has games where they are putting a ton of runs on the board. And it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, especially now that Rafael Devers is gone. All I am saying is, as framed by Michael Felger of that very radio show, if you heard someone say this about Bill Belichick, wouldn't you assume that Belichick was up to something? So if you hear something like this from Terry Francona about Alex Cora, who has a track record, aren't you assuming that he's up to something?
I understand what you're saying.
He asked that question. But I thought it was a great way to frame it without getting in trouble.
There is a different, like, the NFL, you are, like, scheming for something.
Right.
Like, the Belichick was good at scheming up a defense. At the very least. Even, like, mid-game, he could make adjustments. Like, what's Alex Cora, like, possibly doing other than cheating? Like, this, you should like that. I'm defending Bill Belichick. I'm saying, what could you possibly be doing other than something underhanded in baseball where, I mean, just.
There's no proof, and it might just be tipping pitches. Tipping pitches does happen.
Yeah,
stealing signs is not illegal, so they could be up to something. But it is interesting that Alex Cora, who was as much a part of this as anyone, has somehow been immune from any of the fallout of what happened ever since he served his 1-year suspension. Like, he goes to the Red Sox and, he's totally different. He's totally changed. By the way, this is the same Red Sox organization that before adding Alex Cora was stealing signs and relaying those stolen signs via an Apple Watch in 2017. There was no punishment for that because the memo came out and everything was hunky-dory after that went down. Let's just forget about what went down in 2017, which I think is as nuanced as what the Astros were doing in that same year. And I also think the Yankees were doing something. And I also think the Dodgers were doing something. I don't have the specifics on those, but I've heard rumors, all that jazz, blah, 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 blah. But to bring it back to Alex Cora, Cora's been caught doing this before. I think everyone's always a little bit paranoid that Cora does this, given what happened earlier this year between Tyler Anderson with the Angels and with that Red Sox assistant. Something to keep an eye on. And it is kind of funny that no one's really talking about this outside of the media hounds that are in the Boston sports radio industry. A tip of the hat to the Felgren Maz radio program, which I believe is one of the best in the country.
Yeah.
Great
Alex
way to
Cora,
frame that.
Alex Cora, observant guy, just very observant.
Yeah.
I do think that there is a little bit of there is a difference between tipping pitches, like a pitcher that has a tell versus the actual sign stealing. And that
totally agree. And this again could be totally different things because apparently.
But the problem is the skills are the skills it takes to be good at deciphering the tipping pitches and also stealing signs. It's such a close overlap of where it goes from this is good observant gamesmanship to something illegal. Because Alex Bregman was also very good at this. He's also on the Red Sox, also on the 2017 Astros. So there is a lot of it's hard to come up with examples of guys that are just very good at coming up with tells that aren't also well, he also did some other stuff that is more illegal.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said there. And I do think there's a very good chance this was a tell. The Red Sox broadcast pointed out, hey, there was a moment they caught it on camera where two Red Sox players were talking with one another right before the at-bat and whispering. And Francona afterwards, he didn't accuse Cora of cheating. He just said Cora's really good at picking stuff up.
He is good.
Just think about it for a second. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Is a 7-game lead in the American League West good enough for the Astros, who look like they will be without Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena for a good amount of time? And, we took some shots at the Red Sox there. The New York Yankees are starting to unravel at the seams themselves, and they're coming off as little bitches while doing it. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, live on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available on Apple, and soon to be available on Android. Should be good to go by the end of the week. A texter asks in response to our last segment, where it did seem like maybe, just maybe, Terry Francona might be of the belief that Alex Cora, former Houston Astros coach, now Red Sox manager, is up to something with the Red Sox. At the very least, they are good at deciphering tipped pitches. Perhaps they're doing something a little bit more. A texter from the 832 suggests, how long before there's an AI robot in the stands pretending to be a human that's stealing all the signs? The thing is, you're not supposed to be able to decipher signs anymore because no one's doing signs. The PitchCom system is one where it should be as easy as catcher, pitcher, almost telekinesis communication. I don't know exactly how that device works, but I think that the catcher has a button that he can press and the pitcher can hear it in his ear. I've never actually screwed around with one, but
I think that's how it works.
There shouldn't be sign stealing at all anymore. But perhaps certain teams are doing certain things that some would consider. What is it that Emperor Palpatine says when he's hanging out with Anakin? They're watching that like weird ass Cirque du Soleil thing.
Oh, like the
unnatural.
Opera?
Yeah.
I wouldn't suspect that's a story that, I don't know, Rob Manfred would teach you.
I don't either.
They don't tell him about Darth Cora the Wise.
Yeah. So we'll see if anything comes of it. I just think it's interesting to note that in Boston, once again, there's a little bit of an allegation against somebody. And listen, that's a town where there's a lot of pressure to win. So some people, they cave under the pressure. Others are really good at finding ways to get around the rules. I know a lot of people used to get crazy about Bill Belichick back in the day.
I didn't connect that. Yes, they all.
Well,
they're doing a lot. They're doing whatever it takes to make people in Boston happy.
Maybe
except for Joe Mazzulla.
They might
He's rolling around on a jiu-jitsu mat.
Well, that's everything you can do to win.
I guess.
Someone played a clip on that radio show I was listening to of Mike Tomlin talking about how he could hear the Patriots radio call in his headset, and about how there were thoughts that Belichick was listening in, eavesdropping on what was being said in coach to player communication on the field. So maybe that's happening with the Red Sox. I'm just saying, Alex Cora, is he really above any of that? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, it's not crazy to think that someone could hack into like the PitchCom or like that, like the walkie or the headsets that coaches use. So
two texters just brought that up. 409. Someone's gonna figure it out eventually from the 936. Yeah. You can hack anything. I'm hacking into the mainframe.
Or like just a giant, like, I don't know, giant thing that you can hear it, what's happening in the pitcher's earpiece or whatever.
Yeah. Yordan Alvarez, he had a setback. I know. We'll see how long he's out. Next 48 hours, I guess we'll figure out whether or not he needs surgery, if anyone actually shares that with us. I'm skeptical that we will learn any new information because the Astros medical staff continues to hide, and Dana Brown / Joe Espada continue to be forced to talk about said injuries. Jeremy Pena also dealing with a rib injury. He was asked about having to sit back and watch while the Astros are playing shorthanded. Here's what he had to say about his team playing without him.
I mean, the team's in a great position. You know, we have guys that, you know, they come up from AAA and they contribute right away. So I'm not worried in that aspect. As far for me, you know, of course I want to be out there. Of course I want to be playing. But, you know, I want to be feeling 100% if I'm going to go out there and play.
We want that too, and I think that's been the problem is that the Astros keep pushing guys back out there that aren't 100%. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you have a guy like J.D. Drew back in the day who only would play at 100%, and he missed a lot of games where he wasn't dealing with the most serious of injuries. But I'd rather have the guy out there. Someone from the text line texted in, Yordan Isabella. Come on. Come on. This is all on the Astros. I understand.
But that's what that's why what the Astros do are so bad is because it leads to stuff like this.
Exactly.
If they diagnose it correctly and they say it's going to take 3 months, people aren't mad at them. That it takes them 3 months to come from a 3-month injury.
Great point.
When you say that it's, hey, he's going to be swinging a bat next week. Maybe he's going to play in the Dodgers series.
For going all the way back to Justin Verlander was throwing during the World Series, a bullpen session to Lance McCullers and all of the injuries he's dealt with and the timetables we've heard about his recovery, and to Kyle Tucker last year and Yordan this year. And I mean, there's such a long list. I'm probably forgetting a ton of them.
Yeah.
Alex Bregman's elbow gremlins. I mean,
Carlos Correa getting a massage.
Right.
Oh, wait, that's not really the training staff. So.
Honestly, let's blame them at this point. Let's blame them.
Yeah, no, I mean, and we pointed it out. I forgot which injury. Which are the many injuries that we made this observation? Maybe it was Lance McCullers coming back from injury, but it was the idea that remember when everyone was pissed off at Justin Verlander for not rehabbing with the team, and he's the only guy to have.
Why would you rehab with the team?
Hit all the checkpoints, come back on time, and is immediately awesome.
No, we've had that conversation before. Like maybe Justin has it right. Maybe Lance McCullers has it right. Just a thought.
Yeah, because all these elbow injuries that the Astros pitchers have, like they all take 18 months, if not more, to come back from. Like they're notoriously slow coming back, and they have. I mean, Luis Garcia had a setback last year.
That one, yes.
Like it happens all the time. The only one that went off without a hitch was Justin Verlander.
Yeah. So I'm all for them doing things without the Astros medical staff's involvement at this point, unless there's some sort of change. And even then, I'm a little skeptical that they're going to bring in the right guys. Jeremy Pena does have faith that the Astros can get things done with him out. They do have a 7-game lead in the American League West. They do have a 3-game lead on the Yankees in the American League. Can they hold both of those leads? I'm going to leave that up to you at this moment in time. I do think they're going to have to add some sort of bat somewhere. This is going to be really tough. I mean, they brought up Shea Whitcomb, for God's sakes. And I mean, he's probably going to end up playing a lot. Like, you're at the point now where you're like, damn, I wish I had Zach DeZenzo. Damn, I wish I had Jacob Melton.
Yeah, DeZenzo, Melton, McCormick. Like, those injuries are now big because it's just who else are you going to put out there?
Because it's not just that you have no bodies. It's that you can't even trade these guys, you know? So that's where you're at. A texter asked, I think, a great question. He had said earlier that he is going to bring a sign that says fire the medical staff to the next game he goes to. This is from the 832. He asks, do you think he'll get kicked out of Daikin for having a sign that says fire the medical staff? It's a good question. I don't know. Please, on your way in, get a picture for documentation. Get a picture of yourself while you're in there for documentation.
Yeah, what you do, take a picture before you get in line to get in, or if you have the whatever Easy Pass or whatever they call it, the facial recognition thing. Like, take a picture outside of Daikin before. That way, if they do confiscate it, you can be like, they confiscated the sign.
And I'm gonna give you some advice here too. On top of that's smart. I think you want to have something where it's a double sign. So you want to have on the front something that says good, on the back, and maybe there's something that you can put over the top of the back.
You put one poster that's like, whatever, we love you, Cam Smith, whatever. And then you use clear tape to tape a second sign underneath it where it says fire the Astros. And then you use clear tape so that it looks like just one, kind of thick sign. But it's really two thin ones.
Astro Security, they're probably not going to do their due diligence here. Don't make it so difficult for them, though. I mean, they're just doing their jobs, these poor people.
Yeah,
so
don't be a Karen if they make you throw it away.
Exactly. But because they're just doing what they're told. But that is, I think, how you smuggle in the sign. We are big believers in this. This needs to get out. Something needs to happen. Pressure needs to be put on them. Clearly, it's not working. I know that we're not the only show. Like, this is every show in
Every
Houston is
show,
saying
every
this.
station.
We were definitely early on this, but everyone is now. Yes, we will pat ourselves on the back for that. We did a segment about how stupid this was back in 2022, but there's a certain point where everyone's got to take a stand. And you know what? I'm a big believer in protest. This is the United States of America. Now, when you're on private property, are you still in the United States of America? Is Dyken Park part of the United States, or is this part of Crane land? I don't know. But Crane, Jim Crane, listen, man, the people need change.
They're getting restless.
It's beyond restless, Sean.
I think that's what he needs. He needs a the bald dude from Game of Thrones. Forgot his name. Varys. He needs a Varys to walk in and be like, "Sir, my sparrows are talking, and they're very mad at the medical staff. Maybe you want to make a public execution. In this case, just firing him. To satiate the crowd. They want blood.
We don't need William Wallace situation, drawing and quartering.
No.
Intestines disemboweled.
Just a Brian McTaggart tweet that Jeremiah Randall's been relieved of his duties.
Mm-hmm. Designated for assignment.
What if that
what if he needs rehab and he gets sent to Florida? They send him to Florida, like, hey, work on the young Astros.
It's like the most retweeted post in Twitter history. All the Astros fans being like, thank God.
Thank goodness. I don't know, though. I mean, as you were saying earlier, because of the way that they handle some of these things, a lot of blame is being put on Dana Brown, the GM, the manager, Joe Espada, who are being asked to talk about injuries that are not theirs, that also they do not know that much about because they are not doctors. And then on top of that, you have players who are being made to look like, as one texter said, a bitch. And they're not. They're dealing with injuries. I'm totally on the player's side here. And to what we were saying a little earlier in this segment, Lance McCullers and Justin Verlander working back to get back from injuries away from the team makes so much sense in retrospect. It really does. They have the money to do it. Not every player on the Astros has that. Jordan does.
And
Javier does,
and the pull, and the good standing, like Justin Verlander, who was a Hall of Famer before he ever showed up in Houston. Like, that it takes a certain level of like, no, I'm going to do it my way. That, rightfully or wrong, like Christian Javier doesn't have that level of equity.
From the 832, you're a big fan of protests and apparently destroying the city as well. Hashtag chill dog. Ooh, got a chill dog reference. I haven't brought that one up in a while. We're going to actually, we're going to be the 5-year.
That's what you throw a poster in, I don't know. Are there windows that you can throw something? Can you break some windows at,
you break into a Starbucks. Is there a Starbucks at Dyken Park? So you break into the Starbucks, then you wait a week.
Break into the El Tiempo.
No. That's too far.
That's how you send a message.
I don't like that message. I don't like that one. I'm going to weigh in on that on my live stream because the 5-year anniversary of that is coming up. That no one was railroaded more by that than me. I wish I was doing railroading, coming out of that. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Most interactive sports talk show in town. 10-minute drill is next. Stay put. We're 64 days away from the start of the NFL season. First, let me tell you about my friends at Green Street. Are you guys ready for Green Street to be popping? July 12th, Saturday from 2 to 6. Get rowdy before Houston, Texas on the Diamond. We're throwing down in downtown H-Town with a game day block party in honor of the Silver Boot Series. Houston versus everybody. Expect a full throttle afternoon. There's going to be a live DJ, a kick-ass band, a mechanical bull, a bedazzler station. I've never gotten anything bedazzled, which I would imagine surprises a lot of people out there. There's also more special surprises. Food, drinks, and good trouble. Good trouble, huh? There's free parking too. What? Okay, that might be the best part. And a free shuttle to the game with your RSVP. The game day block party is presented by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues, July 12th from 2 to 6 p.m. The event's free, but RSVP so we know you're coming. greenstreetdowntown.com/game day block party. Again, The Green Street Game Day Block Party is July 12th, a Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. The 10-minute drill. We are 64 days away from the start of the NFL season. The best 64s ever. I have no idea who most of them are, but I did find it noteworthy that at some point, Houston Oilers legend George Blanda, the only championship quarterback for a professional football team in Houston, with the Oilers during the early days of the American Football League. This was before the NFL merger. At some point in his career, George Blanda wore number 64. Also, former Giants quarterback Y.A. Tittle wore the number 64 at one point. Very bizarre, the numbers that were just thrown around all over the place before the forward pass became a really big deal. And it was starting to become a big deal at that moment in time.
Yeah, Tittle was slinging the rock.
Wearing 64.
Was that like a situation where you see it at some teams like practices to break up the monotony? I think they also did this in the Friday Night Lights TV show, where they wear different jerseys and they play different positions just to like have some, keep the guys loose, have the lineman play receiver.
It might be. I'm looking for a picture of Y.A. Tittle wearing number 64. There's a picture, an old one, of him wearing 63.
Is it on his reference page?
No, it's not.
Okay.
There's a viral picture of Y.A. Tittle, like back in the day, wearing 14, and he's like bald, and he's on his knees right in front of the goal line. And his head is bleeding, and it's like it looks like he has just survived.
I thought they're
a bomb.
That one where all the quarterbacks have the pat where they have their left arm straight out. Yeah,
he's got plenty of those. But the picture of him like on his knees, bleeding from his head as his helmet's on the ground.
Okay,
it's one of the most iconic football shots that there's ever been.
The only number 64 that I recognize on this list, on this website, that helpfully provides substantial players that wore number 64 in every number. Richie Incognito is the only one that I recognize. And he's towards the bottom of the list. But yeah, this was a weird dead spot because we've had good Hall of Famers at basically all these numbers until 64 is just a weird quirk.
Best Texan to wear number 64. This is also tough. I looked it up. and I had not heard of any of them except for Senio Kelemete, who played for the Texans from 2018 to 2020. The only reason I remember Senio Kelemete is because when I was at the Texans flagship in the mornings with Seth would go on this little ditty every now and then. Kelemete, Kelemete, Kelemete. That's the only reason I remember him. I don't remember him ever playing, but for some reason, me with my earworm illness, that is stuck in my head still. I even texted Seth about this today. I was like, hey, man, this is stuck in my head. You son of a bitch.
And he was like, why are you thinking of Clemente?
Because it's 64 days away,
dude.
I did explain it like
Do you even like football?
Are you even counting down to football?
Yeah.
Oh, I play in the NFL. Ooh. Do you care about football? Love Seth. A lawsuit against Joe Mixon, Texans running back, was settled. Anyone remember this? I remember thinking to myself on the Texans side, Joe Mixon, this is, at least of note, not as bad as what happened at Oklahoma where he punched that girl, but nearly 2 years after a civil lawsuit was filed over the shooting of a teenager who was playing Nerf wars on Texans running back Joe Mixon's Ohio property, the suit has been settled. WLWT reported the case was resolved a few weeks ago. No details are being released per the settlement. So Mixon probably wrote a check here. It was an interesting incident. So it's not that Joe Mixon shot it. Someone named Lamonte Brewer, who Mixon had provided the ammunition to for a Zavasta M92, is the one who fired the trigger. He was charged with felonious assault, 1 count of tampering with evidence, and 2 counts of having weapons while under disability. I didn't know that was a thing. You can't protect yourself if you're disabled. Shalonda Mixon, Joe's sister, was charged with tampering with evidence. So this happened on Mixon's property. Maybe Mixon bought this for his sister, and the boy's family moved because they did not feel safe there. Yeah, that would suck if you're just playing Nerf wars in the backyard and you got shot by a gun and it's not the cops.
Yeah.
I mean, it's somebody in the backyard. Like, at least the Nerf guns too, by the way, generally very colorful, and you can tell that it's not a real gun.
Look nothing like real guns.
Yeah, unless you like put like Gorilla Tape over it or something like that. But this is something that Mixon, I don't think, was actually involved in. I think it was just his property.
House. Yeah.
And his gun. So there you go. Also, continuing the 10-minute drill, Bills' first-round pick, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, is being sued for sexual assault. He was never criminally charged. We'll see if the NFL decides to put him on the commissioner's exempt list, but no criminal charges. There's probably a pretty good chance that even if he is suspended, it's only for a couple of games. As far as how that relates to your Houston Texans, who play the Buffalo Bills this coming season.
Week 4 or 5?
November 20th. So.
Oh, wow. He'll be back. Oh, they played last year, like week 5.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
This week, it's going to be the weekend before the Thursday before Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And the Browns are moving out of Cleveland to the suburbs. A suburban place called Brook Park. And they're going to play in a dome like a bunch of bitches. Soft. Just pathetic and soft. Honestly, if you're the first AFC North team to get a dome, then you have actually killed the spirit of the AFC North, which was supposed to be the toughest division in the NFL. And honestly, just given the teams that have been in it and the amount of playoff caliber teams that have played in it over the last couple of years, that was true. I mean, even the Browns had a couple of decent years. Bengals, of course, made a Super Bowl. Steelers and Ravens are always respectable. And now the Browns have a dome.
And it's 4 teams that hate each other.
Yeah.
Steelers and Ravens always have the identity of a hard-nosed team. Even like the Marvin Lewis Bengals, like they weren't pushovers. They're actually, they had a lot of bad dudes on the team. So they were like, and the Browns have always kind of been the Browns. But it is like a division that I do think of like cold weather, toughness, playing in the worst conditions imaginable in December in Cleveland. And now that Jimmy Haslam's going to be moving him in a dome, at least he's paying for it for himself, though.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. Jimmy Haslam picking up the check, no taxpayer money. That's good. Oh, wait, no. There's taxpayer
$600 million, yeah.
Other than that, though.
Other than that.
I got the other half.
Yeah. Jimmy Haslam, he's going to find the money.
You guys are paying for the dome. I'm paying for the rest of it.
Forget about any scandals Jimmy Haslam might be involved in, okay? He's going to get the rest of the money. But I don't know. Be crooked and get the money so the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. I'm going to make a very bold and irrational declaration right now. If the Browns officially move into this dome, they will never win a Super Bowl as long as they play in it.
Wow.
They will never win one. Never.
The Lions also have a dome.
I know. I think it works against them. So did the
and
Vikings.
They've had a dome forever, too.
Right.
The Vikings also had a dome for a long time.
Yeah. Huh.
Wow. They're going against God.
How far do you want to go down this rabbit hole?
No.
Cowboys are in a dome now. They're not in a stadium with a hole in the roof.
Yeah. God can't watch his favorite team anymore.
Texans are in a dome.
Texans are in a dome. They sure are.
The Rams are in a dome. I think it's retractable. Could be wrong.
No, I know that there is like an opening because it was like torrential downpour during, I want to say, like a playoff game, and people were getting wet inside the stadium even though it's
I remember that.
in a dome.
Yeah, I remember that. If I'm not mistaken, the Indianapolis Colts might be, since the Rams are now not in St. Louis anymore.
Yeah,
they might be, and they're playing in this stadium that technically has a hole in the roof that allows for a little bit of rain. I think the Colts are the only team that's won a Super Bowl in a dome. Don't check me on that. Just trust me, okay? I'm a doctor, just like the Astros medical staff.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs play outside. Tampa played outside. Patriots played outside.
Steelers.
Seattle. Denver. Wow.
Yeah.
You can really go back a long time.
If you played a dome, your team
The
is
Falcons
soft.
the Falcons playing a dome.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
They were up 28-3 in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't finish the job. You play in a dome, you're soft, and you deserve to lose.
Paul,
you said about the Texans?
This take kind of rounded into shape. At first,
No,
I was like,
I knew this already.
Surely we'll get to a team.
I'm pretty sure it's just the Colts. They had paid Manning.
Yeah.
And by the way, like it took a epic Patriots collapse in the AFC Championship game that they luckily were playing at the RCA Dome for them to get to a Super Bowl that they beat the Bears in, despite the offense not being that impressive in that game. Patriots are 21-3 in that one. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, they're never going to win. You move into a dome, RIP.
But it has to be a completely covered dome.
Yeah, completely covered.
If you play completely indoors.
New Orleans plays in a dome and they won a Super Bowl. Yeah, but they had the power of Hurricane Katrina on their side. Like the Astros had the power of a hurricane. But that is a good one. Thank you for bringing that one up. Because outside of that, I think it's just the Saints and Colts as far as teams that have won a Super Bowl while playing in a dome. Anyway, whatever. That's neither here nor there. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Speaking of not winning, the Houston Astros medical staff is not winning over any new fans with this setback to Yordan Alvarez. But on the other side, let's make fun of the New York Yankees with another episode of Yankees Watch. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Yordan Alvarez had a setback in West Palm Beach with his fractured hand. After taking swings Monday, he's been shut down. He'll see a specialist at some point over the next 2 days. Astros did beat the Colorado Rockies last night 6-5. We'll talk more about the medical staff in a moment. 7 games is a lot of cushion for the Astros in the American League West, even with the injuries they're dealing with. It's going to be tough for them to maintain that lead. It really is going to be dependent more, I think, on what Seattle does the rest of the way and what Texas does the rest of the way and what I guess the Angels do the rest of the way. I think Texas has a chance to get back into the thick of things by the end of the year, but they are way out of it. They're 9.5 games back of the Astros last I checked. Hell, it might even be 10 right now. But the Astros have a 3-game lead in the American League on the New York Yankees for the 2 seed, which, of course, gives every single team who gets it in baseball's playoffs a first-round bye. Thought to myself, it might be a nice time to check in on the New York Yankees, who had a rather catastrophic loss yesterday. So while this audio is a little dated, apologies in advance. This is on me. Didn't do an editing. Should be Yankees Watch 2025. It's time for another episode of Yankees Watch. So yesterday, the Yankees were playing the Toronto Blue Jays. They lost the game 12-5. By the way, Toronto is a game back of the Yankees for first place in the American League East. Who'd have thought Toronto would be surging all of a sudden?
I was going to say, if you asked me before the season who would be second place in the AL East, I don't think I would have even thought of Toronto.
I probably would have said the Orioles would win the division.
Orioles, the Yankees, and even like the Red Sox.
Yes.
Would have had ahead of them.
But because the Blue Jays are like baseball's Chargers. There's always hype and there's names you recognize, but they never actually get it done. But there was a rough inning for the New York Yankees late in this game. And it came because of pitcher, what's his name? Luke Weaver, who steps in. He's in the midst of an at-bat. He struck out a Toronto Blue Jays batter. But catcher's interference got called. So this guy advanced to first base. And immediately after this, Weaver proceeded to give up 5 runs. Here is Luke Weaver taking no accountability for giving up 5 runs in relief.
Is it to have that catcher's interference there when you think you have an out that inning?
Yeah, that was a confusing one. That was one I didn't see in real time. I was trying to make sense of it quickly. Yeah, it's pretty devastating, honestly. I feel like that's a really unfortunate part of our game. And I don't really personally think that belongs in our game. I think there should be some type of discretion to it. I understand that there are moments where it's very egregious and they hit the glove on a full swing, but you feel like you earned something there and it was taken from you, and that's out of my control at that point. And but just a real silly thing to happen. And I'm trying to get the ground ball on the next pitch and just finds the hole. So you run into a bad pitch there, a guy that's having a nice day, and yeah, the game gets away from you. So ultimately I felt like I did a really good job.
Sir, you threw a grand slam. George Springer had a grand slam off you. Oh, hey, I was throwing the ball to the catcher. The catcher, I got robbed there. Hey, sometimes it happens, but we need to review this. What are we doing here? I'm walking here. I'm striking out here. listen, I get being mad about a catcher's interference call, but now the Yankees think that the rules need to be changed because of this thing that happened yesterday. Luke Weaver, you heard it from him right there. Sir, you conveniently forgot about what happened after the ground out, and you said you thought you pitched well. George Springer hit a ball off you into outer space, you buffoon. This team is such a bunch of bitches. Still, it's why no one will ever take them seriously again. Ever. The mystique was gone in 2004. Now you got these crybabies, and they're getting rid of their long time code where you now you can have long hair and you can get a mustache or a goatee. Like they're changing things up. They're trying to modernize, and meanwhile the mystique just goes further and further away from these losers. Oh, you guys reevaluate catcher interference. How about don't throw a grand slam to George Springer so that the Blue Jays are now a game back of you? I pitched well, though. I thought I threw it good. You gave up 5 runs in 3 batters.
Felt good, though.
It felt good out there.
I was doing good stuff. Just
It's so funny out there.
It's just George Springer hit a nuke off me.
He destroyed it. It's a grand slam, dude. Like, and by the way, he went on for another, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. And not at no point Luke Weaver took accountability for that. None. Oh, the catcher's interference. You bitch. What a loser team. Loser franchise, loser fans, loser city. Enjoy your communist mayor. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. By the way, I am not said communist mayor. I know a lot of people think I look like him. That's not me. It's not me. Thank you. Up next. Oh, boy. This Astros training staff and medical staff. Is there anything that they can do to save their jobs? Because at this point, we all want them gone, right? Head on a spike. Is there anything they can do? Anything. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. You want to jump in? Voice guy said it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is available on Apple and will be available in the very near future on Android, I believe as early as Friday. So, biggest update as far as the Houston Astros go, they beat the Rockies last night 6-5. They're 7 games up on the Mariners in the AL West. They're 3 games up on the Yankees in the American League for the 2 seed. Is that Yordan Alvarez suffered a setback in West Palm Beach with hand soreness after taking some swings Monday. He's been shut down and will see a specialist in the next 2 days. Here is Astros general manager Dana Brown talking about said injury before last night's Astros win.
And his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's, it's tough time going through this with Yordan, but I know that he's, still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand. And so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything. We're just going to, allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to, what steps we take next.
Pause. You do not want those answers from the Astros medical staff. You just don't. Dana Brown, Joe Espada, Astros players, they're in a difficult situation, and I'm not going to act like I know what's going on behind the scenes as far as this Astros medical staff, their process, as far as maybe pressure that they're facing from the top of the food chain to get players out there to play. But you're now in a situation where you have to get answers from elsewhere. You just cannot trust these guys anymore. You can't trust them going forward. And I don't think there's anything that can be done by this Astros medical staff to earn trust back. It's too long of a list to the point where I now look at long recoveries by Justin Verlander and Lance McCullers largely done outside the building as smart moves. I second guess the Astros trying to get guys like Luis Garcia back out there, who is trying to get back from his most recent setback, or any other Astros player who has suffered an elbow injury. There's been a lot of them. And then, of course, you have Kyle Tucker's injury last year, where at first it was supposedly a deep bone bruise, but then Kyle Tucker said, no, it was a fracture. You have this Yordan situation, which if you need a timeline to refresh your memory on how ridiculous this has been, Yordan hasn't played since May 2 with a muscle strain in his hand. May 31st, Dana Brown told us that he had a small fracture that was 60% healed in his hand. Then we found out 10 days later, per Dana Brown in an interview with the Astros flagship, that the injury was 80% healed. Sunday, as far as Yordan joining the team for this fun series coming up over 4th of July weekend against the Dodgers, that his return is, quote, not the most likely scenario, but we're not putting that aside, end quote. And now here we are. And it's unfortunate for Dana Brown or for Joe Espada or any Astros player that they're the ones that are telling people about their injuries, their recovery process. For whatever reason, Jeremiah Randall, who runs the Astros training staff, medical staff, and the Astros medical staff are choosing to sit back in the shadows, which they are legally allowed to do per the collective bargaining agreement. Meanwhile, everybody else takes all of the strays. I just want you to know, if you're getting mad at Yordan for not getting back out there, or Dana Brown for the severe communication issues or Joe Espada, you're focusing on the wrong person. The Astros medical staff has done a very bad job, it seems to us. They are mishandling rehab after rehab, at least based off of the results. Hindsight is 2020. So we're now at a point where they got to be gone, and they should have been gone already. I really, for the life of me, do not understand what it is that the Astros think that these guys can give them the rest of the way. Like, did you already pay them up front or something like that? What is the obstacle in the way of getting rid of them? Do they have skeletons in the closet or something like that? I don't get it. At this point, everyone is aware of how poorly they seem to be running things. And even if it is a seam, perception is a huge problem. And don't you want to have your best players playing instead of putting out a lineup that's going to feature Cooper Hummel, Shea Whitcomb, and a bunch of people that the casual Astros fans who regularly fill up Daikin Park have never heard of? You want Yordan there. You want the MVP candidate, Jeremy Pena, out there. And now I'm at the point where I almost want them to take their sweet time with Jeremy Pena dealing with a rib injury, which, by the way, takes a long time to recover from. And I do not want that Astros medical staff talking to Jeremy Pena. I want outside doctors talking to Pena, who, bright side of him hiring Scott Boras, might be gone in a couple of years. He is definitely going to do that now because he wants to get paid. He's in the middle of a great season. If he gets rushed back out there, I mean, it might ruin the stats for what would be a great season that would help him get a big-time contract elsewhere, but also could F up his whole career.
Yeah. I hope Scott Boras is telling him, like, hey, listen, Jeremy, all I need you to do, just go Google free clinic near me. Just whatever emergency clinic is the closest to you. I don't care what the Yelp reviews are of this place. Whatever it is, take what they say above what the Astros say, because chances are those guys know what they're talking about more than these bozos that keep ramping up Yordan Alvarez only to have him swing a bat and then have his hand hurt every single time.
Do they have a series coming up in Boston in the near future? Do they have a series coming up there? Because, listen, if they need a referral, I can give them my sister. My sister looks at children, okay? So she's very used to small bones, right? And we're talking about small fractures.
Yep. And you know, children sometimes they go to Astros go to Boston to start August.
Okay.
Just in time for Yordan to start swinging a bat again. And then
correct, because it seems like once a month is when all of a sudden the Astros just decide, hey, let's throw these guys back out there without having second-guessed it. Again, this is what our perception is. It might not be the reality, but it just seems like the Astros are like, all right, we waited a month. Let's see what happens before actually doing their due diligence.
And we talk about, especially with Yordan the most of, like, how is he communicating? What is he communicating? Because it seems like there's, in the past, been poor communications, at least with Dusty Baker, about what the actual injury is with Yordan. Well, your sister, kids can't communicate what's wrong with them. A lot of times they struggle with, like, hey, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll just point at this emoji. That's how true. I feel. Yordan, just have your sister walk in a room with Yordan, have the 10 little emojis of, like, how would you rate your pain?
Yep.
What about when I do this? What about when I press this part of your hand? What about when you grab this bat?
Exactly.
Oh, that's an 8. Okay.
Right. And listen, the Astros should pay top dollar, right? My sister's a genius. Like, this is not an exaggeration for once in my life. Like, I trust my sister more than I trust these people. I really do.
That's fair. You know what? I think I trust your sister.
You
more
should.
Than I trust the Astros team doctors, and I've never met your sister.
From the 832, maybe the Astros medical staff has a gambling problem.
Ooh.
They're getting out of the red by purposely misdiagnosing the Astros injury.
Dr. Malik Beasley.
That's the funny. We'll talk about Malik Beasley. Malik Beasley owes money to his dentist.
He owes money to his barber. Yeah. He owns like $23,000 to his barber.
It's pretty crazy. Also, for the 409, maybe the Astros aren't fully following what the doctors are telling them. and being too optimistic, trying to do the minimum and rush everything. It could be that.
That could be it.
It certainly could be it. But guess what? If the Astros medical staff talked about it, then we'd get a little clarity on that front.
Yeah, because either I'm okay if they never talk to the media, if they don't bungle, I don't know, 4 injuries a year. Like, if they're not constantly screwing up, I actually don't care if they talk to the media. Like, I don't know the last time that the Texans trainer talked to the media. I don't know the last time that the Rockets trainer talks to the media.
Yeah.
I don't care because it's not an every year thing of, oh my God, we thought that Will Anderson is going to come back. Actually, he's out for 3 more weeks.
Right,
like
exactly.
That just doesn't happen with all these other teams.
Chuck, sorry we didn't get to you on hold. Call back in if you want to. From the 832, you do know as a whole, Houston has the worst medical facilities in all the world. People don't come here from all the world, from all over the world for any of their treatments. What a ray of shining light the Astros are on Houston medical facilities. If I'm Memorial Hermann, I want out. I want out. Isn't that funny? They're paying them for sponsorship.
Yeah, they have to stop running the Jordan ad.
You have to, because, like, listen,
I've seen the billboards. Take those down.
I don't know if Memorial Hermann is actually doing it. Maybe that's it.
Or
maybe
no,
that's
isn't
why
it?
the Astros. Maybe that's why the Astros medical staff doesn't talk. Maybe these actually are people that are from Memorial Hermann that are on retainer for the Astros, and this is why they don't want to talk, because they do not want their sponsor to potentially look bad by sticking their foot in their mouth in front of a microphone, or maybe not being as camera savvy, as polished when speaking into a microphone. So that could be a problem. Maybe the person that they have in charge is just mealy mouth and can't communicate anything, like he is Jordan Alvarez without a translator. But at this point in time, I mean, that's sad. That's sad.
Also, I believe it's Houston Methodist who's
Methodist?
not practicing medicine but leading it.
My bad. Sorry about that, Memorial Hermann.
Memorial Hermann. I think I think they sponsor the Rockets.
Gotcha.
I think.
Yeah,
so.
that's right. They're on the jerseys.
Hey,
sorry, I'm confusing my hospitals in Houston.
No problem. They're both affiliated with sports teams, but I know just after this quick Google,
yeah,
if I'm ever hurt, injured, if I ever have a small bone bruise or a small itty bitty rib fracture, not going to Houston Methodist. I'm going to Memorial Hermann. These guys made Steven Adams healthy again.
If there's
Steven Adams was broken down.
If there's a medical turf war, that's what I'm doing. Say I'm a Memorial Hermann and I'm trying to take business away from Houston Methodist.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm doing is I'm doing like negative smear ads, like you see every November, like Houston. Excuse me. Wait, it's Methodist, right?
Houston Methodist.
Houston Methodist is trying to tell you that they've got it all under control. But did you see the Houston Astro they accidentally killed by giving him too much radiation with an X-ray? Remember old Patches Olaleye? He's dead thanks to the people at Memorial Hermann. Wait, Houston Methodist. Damn it, sorry, I keep confusing them. Houston Methodist, leading medicine, leading death.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, have a clip. Have a clip of Dusty Baker talking about. I don't know what chant it is.
It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. At least the Rockies are helping the Astros slump bust a little bit, huh? Is this guy's 3-hit performance last night a sign of things to come? Can the Astros stay afloat without Jordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena? That's on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch. Also at ESPN 975. We got a brand new ESPN Houston app as well. It's ready to go on your iPhone. Also on Android as of Friday should be good to go. Tomorrow, as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit, we are going to be hanging out at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston, excuse me. And if you show up there and go to the promo table at the broadcast, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer. It's a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. So you can register for a chance to win that. Make sure that you're coming out and hanging out with us so you can get some bikes. Hell yeah. Yordan Alvarez suffered a setback, and it looks like Jeremy Pena is going to be out for a good amount of time. It's a rib that's broken. I don't care if it's a small fracture. It's still a fracture, you know? And it just seems like the Astros are a tad premature when it comes to bringing players back from these injuries. Someone's got to fix this. I don't know what you do to I really don't know what you do other than firing these people at this point in time. But the good thing about last night's Astros game is what we saw out of an Astros player who has been struggling for quite some time. His name is Christian Walker. Yeah, he had 3 hits last night. A 3-for-4 performance. It rose his batting average up to 220, which is pretty wild to think about. That's how poorly he had been doing. This is a guy who wasn't too long ago. He was an all-star, right? I mean, Christian Walker, you sign him and you're expecting, there's no way that this is going to be another Jose Abreu kind of signing, especially if you sign him to a contract that's similar. And I mean, 3 straight gold gloves. I don't think he was particularly, has he been an all-star before? I don't think he's been an all-star before. So he hasn't been an all-star, but I think he's actually gotten like close to it before, perhaps with the Arizona Diamondbacks back in the day. I'm hoping this keeps up. That's really all I've got as far as this. This is a nice series leading up to their series against the LA Dodgers. Is it possible that Christian Walker, given his familiarity in the NL West, could be a big boost for the Astros against the Dodgers? What would that be?
Yeah, he knows the park, knows the tells of all the Dodgers pitchers.
I would think so.
I guess. I don't.
He was with the Diamondbacks the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Didn't the Diamondbacks take out the Dodgers a couple of years ago too to get to the World Series? So
yes, they did. 2023.
I remember we had our welcome to Houston moment for Christian Walker because he had a couple of good games against the Mariners, and then he's been pretty mediocre since then.
A little bit of a backslide.
I know I'm looking past the Rockies right now, but I'm assuming he's going to continue to hit well against the Rockies because they are god-awful, and Coors Field is a very weird park. Last night's game was a weird one.
It was a very strange game. In 2023, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Christian Walker finished 23rd in MVP voting.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
There you go.
Well, Jose Abreu was an MVP.
Top 25 player in the National League 2 years ago.
Oh, in the National League. Okay.
Yeah, it's an NL MVP.
Yeah, okay. Well, Christian Walker, that was nice out of him last night. Mauricio Dubon also had 2 hits. You'd like to see that. You saw from Victor Caratini, a grand slam. That's good. Could use a little bit more of that. Kind of sad that Victor Caratini is tasked with saving the Astros lineup, given that he's the only lefty, but that's where we're at. Cam Smith, 2 hits, had an awesome catch. I got to say, though, Did anyone watch the replay of that catch? Did anyone else wonder if the Astros medical staff was about to get their grubby hands on Cam Smith after that catch? I'll admit it, I did. I saw that. I'm like, oh, God. He's slow getting up, and he's very quick to shake things off, and he was motioning that he was good. Yeah, because he doesn't want to be under the knife of these barber surgeons.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're going to give him a bottle of whiskey and tell him, bite down on this rag while we cut off your arm. Yeah.
I mean, it didn't look great. I actually am wondering if Cam Smith is going to pop up on the injured list with the.
God, why would you? Don't.
I might as well at this point.
What are you doing?
There's no such thing as
What the hell's
jinxing.
wrong with you?
Well, there's nothing wrong with me.
I don't want him to be out for the rest of the season.
I don't either, but I want to know if he's okay. I will be keeping an eye out on the medical updates from the Astros that we read through earlier.
I don't want
the
him
Astros
touching.
In a game notes release wrote this. The Astros have 14 players on the Major League IL. Spencer Arrighetti with a broken right thumb, who's in Florida. Sean Dubin, who's not throwing. JP France, who threw a 26-pitch side on June 27th. Luis Garcia, who threw second live batting practice on Monday. Christian Javier, who threw 2 innings in a live batting practice session Tuesday in Florida. Yordan Alvarez. Zach said, so that's my favorite part. Yordan Alvarez reported to Florida on Sunday to begin taking live batting practice. Yordan Alvarez, as pointed out by Sean Mapes, was the 6th guy listed on the Astros injury report, which was not done in alphabetical order and was not done in
chronological
order either.
How soon they're going to come back.
No.
How long ago did they get hurt? It's just, I think was it all pitchers and then all hitters? Maybe that's
that's it. That's, you know what? That's exactly what it is. It's pitchers, then hitters. Okay. So maybe we were reading a little bit too much into it.
It
but
seems
can
like
you blame us?
It seems like they try to sandwich them in between good news.
Yes.
They're just like, oh, by the way.
They did. They 100% did.
By the way, he's going to swing the bat. Was it past tense that he did do batting practice in Florida?
Yes.
Like, don't ask what happened afterwards.
He reported to Florida to begin taking live batting practice.
What happened after the batting practice?
It happened.
Dana Brown will talk to you about that.
At least it happened during the batting practice, we think. Some of the suggestions.
Do you think he was trying to close like an open over the head container on his Southwest flight? And
I mean, listen, as someone who
dang it,
I regularly hit my head on those things.
Yeah.
I the last 2 flights I've been on, I have hit my head while sitting down. I'm not even that tall. These planes are just cramped. Like I'm 5'11 and a half, and I keep on banging my head on open overhead seat compartments.
Wait, you would hit your head sitting down or standing up?
Both.
Okay.
But did one of each.
Okay.
People were like, "You okay?" And I was like, nope.
waving them off like
Nope.
you're Cam Smith.
I was like, "That's because one of these flights was early in the morning." I was like, "Well, that's a nice cup of coffee, am I right?" And I started chuckling.
It's one of those jokes that you make. Like normally it is in that situation with like a stranger, and you kind of chuckle, and then afterwards you're like, "Who am I? Why did I just make that?"
Exactly that. It was exactly that.
TGIF, am I right?
I was already embarrassed.
TGIF. What am I talking? Why did I say that?
I was already embarrassed that I hit my head, and then I thought to myself, "Damn, if that guy knows that I host a radio show, he's gonna think I'm the corniest, most cringe MFer earlier."
What airline was this?
I don't remember. CTE.
I was gonna say maybe you should have flopped a little bit just to try to get some settlement money.
Damn, Sean, that's a good point.
Just
oh God, damn it!
And then afterwards you're like, the lights are really bright in here. I might have a concussion.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not any long-term brain damage that I have.
I go to the doctors and they refer me to the Astros medical staff.
And they're like, we prescribe a lobotomy.
Yeah. Off with his head. I mean, he can't function with it anymore. Sean Mapes is behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Who is washed in the world of sports? Is Yordan Alvarez washed? Especially with that contract of his? Let's discuss. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, also on the brand new ESPN Houston app. And don't forget, we will be at Landry's tomorrow in Galveston. So come on out and hang out with us as part of the summer circuit. You'll have a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value, again, at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston from noon until 6. Ease your way into the 4th of July weekend. All right. Every single Wednesday at 2:30, we do a little segment called Washed Watch Wednesday. Who's washed in the world of sports? Yes. Who is on Washed Watch? Well, let's start off with this tough question. Is Yordan Alvarez washed? So Yordan Alvarez for the Astros has missed a lot of time over his career. You take a look at the amount of games that he has played since, let's say, 2020, where he played 2 games. I mean, he's missed some time in just about every year. A significant amount of time, not that much. I don't know what he was dealing with in 2020. He was the Rookie of the Year in 2019. I wasn't here. I forget what happened that year.
Well, 2019, he came up halfway through the year. So he played, like, I don't know, half the season. Actually, he came up in, like, June.
27 homers in 87 games, by the way, his rookie year. That's effing insane.
And then in 2020, he had double knee surgery. He had surgery on both knees.
That's it. Okay. So he played 2 games out of a possible, however many, 60? I think.
60, yes. 1 home run in 2 games.
Oof. That's pretty good. On pace.
He did have one. I remember him having one awesome game and then being out for the season immediately afterwards.
So he missed 58 games in 2020. He missed, and it seems like this was largely due to load management, 18 games, doing some math on the fly, in 2021. He played 135 games in 2022. Okay, we're starting to get, that's 27 missed games. 114 games in 2023. Oof, that's a lot of time missed. That's about a third of the season. 147 last year. And now he hasn't played since May 2nd.
Yeah, sitting on 29 right now.
I know there's always been jokes made about, since Yordan Alvarez is from Cuba, that perhaps we do not know what his actual age is. I think that is more a joke about Cuba's information, what's available and what's not. I mean, there have been times where people have said Cuba has the best education system in the world. Oh, I wonder who's putting that study together. But Yordan Alvarez's contract, let's take a look here. 6 years, $115 million. Seems like a bargain, right? But are we getting to a point, especially with the last 3 years of Yordan's contract, Yordan earning $26.8 million, where we'll be calling Yordan Alvarez washed sooner rather than later? I'm not saying it right now, though. It's been a rough start to the season, but his contract has not really kicked in yet. It is a bargain, but it's going to be a little more expensive over the next 3. Is it washed? I leave that up to you. Because now with this injury and with how he recovers from it, because it's a hand injury that seems to be going back a lot further than just this year, you got to wonder. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, other than the 29 games he played this year, Like he's never been bad.
Right.
That's the crazy part. He's never had a bad year.
This year has been, though.
This is the worst year of his career.
It was 1 month plus. Still was rough.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not quite there yet. I think I need like another injury, basically. Like another year of like, oh, this guy, like unrelated thing of like, oh, he's might be breaking down. Cause like, I don't know, him playing like 145 games, like that's, to me, that's like a full season. Like that missing 20 games of an MLB season's like, well, you're going to get like 10 days off just due to rest, everyone. And so it's like, it's one IL stint. Like that's not the worst thing in the world, but this season and then the 2020 double knee surgeries, that's where you're just like, oof, this could be bad. But it also, you said 3 more years after this one?
3 more years, 26 million plus each of them.
That doesn't go out like super far. Like at least you didn't get like the 14-year deal
or the Lance McCullers deal, which has just been a rough one.
Yeah.
I get in the moment how that might have made sense, but yikes, especially with the way that he throws the ball, it just doesn't lend itself to long-term health with all the torque he's putting on it. Sports media washed. Didn't know about this until recently. But it seems, this is per Adam Lefkoe, who was on Bomani Jones' podcast, that there are some in sports media who are using artificial intelligence to craft takes.
I have noticed a few sports media personalities that are suddenly posting on X long and thorough takes that have all the qualities of a word-for-word chat GPT generated response. I'm not going to say their names now. I will show you the tweets afterwards. Should these people feel shame for not sharing original ideas on a social media platform that's all about that? Or are they using a tool to refine their ideas?
No, you dork. You can't come up with a take by yourself. First of all, it ain't got to be long, right? There's nothing dumber than giving it away for free in long form on the tweets in the first place. People ain't got no attention span for all of that. No, those people should be ashamed of themselves.
I'm with them. I did not know people were doing that.
No, I really want to know what Adam Lefkoe, the first voice you heard there, I really want to know what the tweets were. I haven't seen those.
Too.
I haven't seen those where they're that obvious. Now there are
under the bus.
In this goes to Bomani Jones's point. Like I will say, if I see a tweet that is an opinion that's more than like when you have to press the see more, I'm good.
Yeah,
for the most part, you lost me. So maybe I have seen it. I just haven't like registered it.
What's the saying? I ain't reading all that.
Yeah.
Good for you though, or sorry that happened.
Sorry that happened, or good for you. This sounds like a terrible way to live.
Should I start doing this?
Yes.
I have Grok. Grok takes a really long time though to get working on
maybe have Grok spit out a Yordan Alvarez
essay.
Yeah, or like, is Yordan Alvarez washed? Or, something like whatever the right prompt is, whatever you want the take to be, just have Grok spit it out. See how Astros Twitter reacts.
By the end of the segment, I will have that. We're going to continue watch. I'm asking Grok right now, is Yordan Alvarez washed? We'll see what we get when we come back. Washed Watch continues. Todd the Show texts in, hey, at least Yordan's played 57 more postseason games than Mike Trout. Fair point. Fair point.
He's healthy when you need him.
Pete Martinez commented, Astros need to market their own version of the Operation Kids game and call it the Yordan edition. Well, the children are going to do better than the Astros medical staff.
Yeah.
So that's unfair to the children out there that would be playing this game. Who else is washed? Ooh, this one was rough. Anyone see Red Panda last night at the Commissioner's Cup? Ooh.
I saw the clip.
Red Panda, stage name for acrobat Wrong You, rides a unicycle that's 8 feet high and balances bowls on her head. She's been at Rockets games before, amongst WNBA games.
She's on like the halftime circuit.
Right.
I've seen her at UT basketball games. Like she travels the country doing the kicking bowls from her foot on top of her head while riding a unicycle. I think everyone's seen her.
Everyone's seen it. It's really impressive. She fell off her unicycle, appeared to injure her wrist, along with being generally shaken up at this Commissioner's Cup game between the Indiana Fever and Minnesota Lynx. Fever won without Caitlin Clark, 74-59. She tried to get up to walk off the court, kneeled back down. They had to bring out a wheelchair for her. There have been a couple of performances I've seen recently by Red Panda where it doesn't seem like she's still throwing 100 anymore.
Yeah,
which is a shame.
Some drop balls.
Yeah, that's a tough game. And I do not think Red Panda is particularly young. I would say Red Panda, how old is Red Panda?
Probably 50.
Red Panda, born 1970. Yes,
Okay.
damn.
Yeah, 55.
Born 1970 or 1971. What is it with the communist countries where we can't figure out when these people are born? What is it?
I love it. I love them.
It says like wrong crystal new circa 1970, 1971. Like they're not 100% sure.
She's also not like that public of a person, I guess, where it's
Fair.
like I didn't know what her name was. She's Red Panda.
Watch continues. Did anyone see this clip from a May 4th performance of AC/DC? Oh man, AC/DC is one of my favorite bands.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, how old are those guys?
Look, Angus Young might be 90.
Angus old.
Angus Young was playing in his shorts. And,
yeah, he looks like Doc Brown.
And slamming.
he looks like he's the doctor from Back to the Future.
Brian Johnson, legendary vocals. He was singing at a concert at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. And I've seen AC/DC play at that concert. I saw them play 24 years ago there for a Dropkick Murphys AC/DC concert. It was awesome. Actually, maybe that was Aerosmith Dropkick Murphys. I forget. But I also saw AC/DC play there once. Yeah, Brian Johnson's not throwing 100 anymore either. I actually think it's time for AC/DC to hang them up. They're one of my favorite bands. Grew up going to Patriots games and watching AC/DC or listening to AC/DC like at all moments during the game. I think it's time to hang them up. They just look old.
Yeah. It is tough. There's not really a retirement plan for musicians. You know, you kind of have to go or you don't have to.
But Keith Richards still seems like he has it.
Exactly.
With the Rolling Stones, and he's probably also 100,000 with like all sorts of cirrhosis and other things. I mean, goodness gracious.
And who's gonna sit down and tell these guys like, actually,
you're out. It's time.
Actually, you're out. I know that
not their manager.
I know that you could tour forever and make millions of dollars. Very easy doing the same songs you've done for 40 years. But what if you just stopped because it's kind of bumming people out. But yes, but Angus, they still are paying money, and that's how you're gonna pay your mortgage.
Not anymore. I would have thought about going to a concert, but I'm staying away from the older concerts now. The last one I went to, this was before Jimmy Buffett passed away. I saw Jimmy Buffett play about a year before he passed. It was awesome. This was at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion. Really was great. There were a lot of other people there that were way older than me and my group of friends, but we had a great time. He still had it, but yeah, it leaves a lot of these guys quick. I think it left these guys a little bit ago. That was rough to watch. Anyway, that is Watch Wednesday. Up next, what the hell is Alligator Alcatraz? We'll tell you what Grok said about Yordan Alvarez. And in garbage time, man, this NBA player is effed. Paul Gallant Show, stick around. First, let me tell you, though, about my friends at Top Dog Fireworks. It is your last chance. Top Dog Fireworks store locations are still open and will be until Friday, July 4th at midnight. So stock up now while you can for your upcoming celebrations. It doesn't just have to be the 4th. It could be a wedding, a birthday, a party, an engagement, a gender reveal. There's great selection at great prices at their website, topdogfireworks.com. Visit one of their 14 locations to see daily in-store promotions. If you spend $250, you'll get a reward while supplies last. To find your Top Dog Fireworks location, visit their website, topdogfireworks.com. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. And today is the last day to enter Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. Everyone who enters will have an opportunity to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast Assortment, which is valued at $1,100 at a Top Dogs Fireworks location. You can also go to their website, topdogfireworks.com, to complete the entry form. Again, today, tomorrow, 4th of July at midnight, Your last 3 days for Top Dog Fireworks. Find your store location, 14 in the greater Houston area at topdogfireworks.com.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The last chance to dance on the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And if you want to get in before the end of the show, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, also on the ESPN Houston app. We're going to be at Landry's tomorrow as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Landry's Seafood House in Galveston, to be specific. So we hope that we see you there. Yordan Alvarez had a setback. I am skeptical we will see him the rest of the year. I asked Twitter's artificial intelligence, Grok, if Yordan Alvarez is washed. Here's what they wrote. No, Yordan Alvarez is not washed. Despite a challenging 2025 season due to a hand fracture that sidelined him since May 3, his historical performance indicates he remains a formidable player. Alvarez lists all his stats. His 2025 stats before the injury were uncharacteristically low, likely due to the hand issue. Recent updates suggest he's progressing in recovery with no clear return timeline, but potential to resume hitting soon. Aha!
Gotcha.
Artificial intelligence not as on top of things as they would have us believe.
Someone didn't hear Dana Brown talk yesterday.
Right.
Gotcha, Grok. We get a job for one more day.
We do. The Grok concludes the washed narrative likely stems from his injury-plagued 2025, not a permanent drop-off. Well, that's the hope. That is the hope. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Over the last couple of days, I've become aware of something called Alligator Alcatraz. Alligator Alcatraz is the nickname for a controversial immigration detention facility in Florida's Everglades. Announced last month opened yesterday. It's designed to house up to 5,000 migrants as part of the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts. Florida Attorney General James Uthmere called it Alligator Alcatraz. It does have a cool name. Now that Grok is giving me the explanation and description. Not the best. Don't really like detention centers, but here's President Donald Trump being asked about said Alligator Alcatraz as if said alligators are designed to prevent escapes.
And with the Alligator Alcatraz, it's the idea that if some illegal immigrants escape, they just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something. I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators are, but we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay? Not a good thing.
I think it's more than 1%. And he is right about the zigzagging when running away from alligators. That's the urban legend. As someone who's from the great state of Florida, that is a thing.
Yes. I would like a video of it because I also realized it's something I've heard my entire life and I never really. Did the crocodile hunter do that? Did Steve Irwin run zigzags? Maybe he did.
No, he would just,
Yeah, I guess he would just
play with them.
Yeah, I know. He was rolling around with them.
Yeah. Just goofing off. By the way, when I asked Grok what Alligator Alcatraz is, it was like, are you confusing Yordan Alvarez with Alligator Alcatraz?
It is a weird back-to-back.
Yeah.
I will admit it's a weird back-to-back. Hey, we're upset that he's hurt. We're not saying he should go anywhere. All right? We're not. We're trying to send him to Florida for a rehab assignment, not to Alligator Alcatraz.
I just responded to Grok. Whoa, Grok. Are you calling me a racist?
And?
No, not at all. Sorry if my response came off that way. I was trying to address the Alligator Alcatraz term and its connection to the immigration detention facility while also clarifying any potential link to Yordan Alvarez, given your question.
Yeah, it is a weird back-to-back, but just keep it between the lines, Grok.
Good. Thank you for apologizing. Okay?
That's why you're my best friend, Grok. No, I'm not a sad person. You're my best friend.
I'm going to propose to you a little bit later. Anyway, Malik Beasley, Pistons guard, has legal issues. He is being investigated by the FBI over his gambling. He's also been sued by multiple people looking for money from him. Hazen Sports Management is seeking more than $2 million in damages and attorney's fees for an alleged breach of contract. We also heard that, goodness gracious, Malik Beasley, he also has money issues that are so deep that he pledged his current and future NBA contracts as collateral in a deal. He also stiffed his dentist, who started seizing part of his paychecks in February. I feel for this guy. Guys, get help. This is why I don't gamble. I'm terrified of becoming Malik Beasley, who has lots of money and is throwing it all away on gambling. Doesn't take that much to get yourself in quite the hole. So that's Paul's tip of advice for the day. Don't get into a deep hole of gambling to the point where you have to give some of your contract to your dentist.
So your dentist doesn't have to call the Detroit Pistons asking for money.
Hey,
can you take a little off the top of every paycheck?
Just a little bit. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, and Twitchers, and everyone who is listening on the app as well. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. We will see you tomorrow at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. You'll have a chance to register and win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's AJ behind the glass. That means Brian's not here. Brian is off again. Wednesday edition, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today in the world of sports in the city of Houston. Astros beat the Rockies yesterday. We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. Yordan Alvarez, who knows what's going on with his hand. Dana Brown talking again today. Get into some of that. And also, Todd Callis, the voice of the Houston Astros, will be joining us on a rare Wednesday. Why is he joining on Wednesday? Well, we're not working Friday, and the Astros play a day game tomorrow. So there is that. Joe's forcing us to talk Texans. We'll talk Texans a little bit later as well, and a Cash 'em or Trash 'em on this Tuesday. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Blankers of Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. So the Astros win a baseball game yesterday. We start with the starting pitching most days. I don't feel any need to change. What'd you think of Colton Gordon in Coors yesterday?
I guess to sum it up best, I was constantly not holding my breath, but I had a lot of anxiety that he just at a certain point was going to blow up because he was teetering a little bit. He was giving up, after the first inning. Then I think it was the second, third, and fourth. He gave up a run in each of those innings. And I kept thinking, man, he's lucky. He's only given up one. You want to maintain the lead. You got the Caratini granny. And you thought that, the lead was going to be really super safe. And then they started whittling away. And I just never felt at ease with the way he was pitching. It's a shame he doesn't get one more out and get the win, but at the same time, I understand from a spotter perspective, I just can't take any chances.
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same way. I don't have any other thoughts about Colton Gordon. I will say that I don't really put a whole lot of value in starts at Coors Field. Like they were talking about it during the broadcast that he got away from his curveball and was throwing his sweeper more. And I was thinking to myself, it's the Magnus effect. It's the Magnus effect where your breaking ball doesn't have the spin that it normally does. So Coors Field, Colton, it doesn't impact my long-term outlook on Colton Gordon. My long-term outlook on Colton Gordon is the same as it is now as it was whenever he started that game yesterday. Was it his best start? No. Did it give you anxiety, make you hold your breath? Yes. Was he playing with fire the entire game? Yes, he was doing that. But I'm willing to – it's an anomaly. It's a Coors Field game. You're changing the way that you're attacking hitters. I'm not bothered by it. I was a little upset for him that he didn't get the final out. That way he could have earned the win. I'm with you with Espada. Hey, you're trying to win games. You're not trying to get your pitchers wins. You don't care about individual stats. You care about team wins and losses. So I'm with you there. I thought it was a fine hook. Some people were saying that they should have hooked him after the fourth inning. I was okay with him coming back out for the fifth. So, yeah, that's about what I thought about Gordon as well. That one play where he messed up and picked up the baseball, that annoyed me.
Yeah, I think that, because afterwards he looked at Walker and said, was that going to go foul? But, Walker, it's rolling right to him. He's got his foot on the bag. All he's got to do is either glove it or barehand it. And if he makes the assessment real quickly, that's not going foul. I got to at least get the out. It's one thing. But then there's just kind of really quick knee-jerk reaction to kind of grab and flip. And even Walker was like, what the hell was that?
Walker was stunned. Like, there was two options on the play. And I thought both of his options that he chose were dumb. One, you have a multi-run lead, man. Like, trade the run for an out. Like, pick it up, toss it over, get the out. You don't need to preserve the run. I thought he was hunting the ERA there a little bit by trying to let it roll foul. Just pick it up, get the out. Mm-hmm. Secondly, the decision once it's up the line, okay, this isn't going foul. Walker's there. Like, don't you think that if he let it go and let it rolls to Walker, that Walker just picks it up for the out?
Oh, no question.
Yeah, I think so too. Some people were arguing about that. No, if Gordon doesn't touch it and lets it roll to Walker, Walker picks it up for the out.
Yeah, that's not going foul. And at a certain point, he's not going to let it go to where it could he's just not going to let it roll up and hit the base. He's not going to take any chances. And like you said, the most important thing there with a bigger lead is a decent lead is you're going to get the out. Just get the out and move on. And I didn't understand why he did what he did.
I guess fortunate for him, it didn't cost him because the next dude hit that ball off the wall that the runner at first had no idea what happened. So it actually evened itself out. In fact, it came out as a positive, those back to back, because let's say Walker picks it up for the out. That dude hits the ball off the wall in right center. You're looking at it like a double. As opposed to having a runner at first with two outs, you had a runner instead of having a runner at second with two outs, you had a runner at first with two outs. So it actually worked out in a weird way. Just kind of an odd play. Colton Gordon made a mistake.
No doubt. And I was
the
going to
Astros
say,
win.
I totally agree with you on the Coors Field effect.
Mhm.
You know, it's like, it's one thing if you say a guy had a hiccup when he was playing just about anywhere else, except for the 2 minor league parts they're playing in this year. I would also forgive those. But in that ballpark, you know, you have to feel for their pitchers that have to pitch, you know, half their games there. Because, yeah, you just know that guys are going to adjust what they normally throw and how many times they throw breaking pitches because it just doesn't have the same effect.
Yeah, that's a tough place to build a team because, like, what do you do? Like, what do you do if you're the Rockies and you just have pitchers that aren't as effective whenever they're pitching there?
And if you're a free agent pitcher, they better throw a boatload of money at you because you just know that your stats are going to take a beating.
That used to be the thing. Like, they would overpay pitchers to come pitch there. And it was like, what was it called? Like the Rockies tax or the Coors tax. They did it with Hampton. They did it with Kyle, where they were spending big money and paying like 10% of a premium because they had to overpay to get those pitchers to go to Colorado. Like, I think you just have to, like, maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know what you would do. Like, they were pretty effective yesterday once they chased the starter and they just went reliever. Like, I wonder if it's better to just, like, don't employ starting pitchers if you're the Rockies, at least whenever you're at home, and just go reliever in all 9 innings.
Do an opener and keep going because you're right. I mean, when Herget came in, you know, and Blummer was saying he retired 7 in a row. He was rolling. He had 4 strikeouts, and then they just kept on piling on after that. But it's crazy as a starting pitcher to just realize that every time you go out there, you are going to be limited, and then see the results. And when you go on the road, that your breaking pitches have bite, and you can locate them.
I think I would just have 13 relievers. I would just give up the whole starting pitcher thing, and then you don't have to pay starters, and then you can spend all your money on offense and then try to win games 10-8. I don't know. I'm talking silly. Yeah, but just do it all the time. Like, I mean, they're the worst team in baseball. Like, why not try something else? They're 19-66. Like, whenever you're 19-66, you can try things. Now you do have like GMs trying to fight for their job and stuff like that. So maybe it'd have to come from ownership. The leverage guys did their thing. Josh Hader in the back end did give up the homer, but he had a run to play with. We don't care about home runs whenever you have a 2-run lead, as long as they're solo shots. Astro record for Josh Hader now. He has converted on his first 24 saves of the season. That's pretty good.
That's really good. Yeah. And again, as much as we've talked about last year was okay, but when you're paying him, you know, when he signed the contract, the highest relief pitcher money, and your expectations are super high, it's good to have a bounce back like he's had. Yeah, he's had a couple of hiccups recently. His ERA is still 186, and he hasn't blown a save yet. So, yes, it's easy to point the finger and say, there's a couple of hiccups. But at the same time, he hasn't thrown up yet and given up a save, so you're good with it.
He's been good. Brian Abreu's been filthy lately. Abreu in his last 4 appearances has not allowed a base runner. In those 4 appearances, he's gone 5 1/3, so multiple innings at times. 16 batters faced. He's retired them all, and 12 of the 16 have resulted in strikeouts. The heater that he's currently on is insane. You could extend it a little bit longer than that as well. 7 straight innings without a run for Abreu, 19 strikeouts and 18 2/3. That is filthy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And again, every reliever is not going to be perfect every time they go out, but we talk about this time and time again. Even when he creates his own traffic on the bases, he eliminates them by the fact that he can just go at them with that plus fastball and his other pitches and get them out. And he's done it all season long. He's been phenomenal in the back end. And we knew that these two guys were going to be highly rated in terms of how they rate across baseball as the 8th and 9th inning guys. But I think if it's possible, they've exceeded expectations because of how dominant they have been.
Yeah, that was, and then the other guys did some stuff too. You know, prior to that, King got back on track a bit, scoreless innings. Souza, who's been really good, perfect. He's been maybe, you know, we did the surprise of the year or whatever. We might have slept on Souza there.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. And when you talk about the fact that another guy that I didn't expect much coming in because I didn't know enough about him, but Okert and Souza have been really, really good in the middle of that bullpen and anywhere, you know, that you put them. And you got to give him their flowers because I think you're right. I think Souza, every time he comes in now, I've got confidence. He's going to deal. He's going to get guys out. ERA went down to 172.
It's pretty good.
That'll play. It's pretty salty.
That'll play. Oker got the out. Yeah, the bullpen's been really good. Surprised, too, outside of Hader and Abreu. Like, if you told me that the Astros bullpen outside of Hader and Abreu would be producing these type of numbers, you're lying. Like, I don't believe you.
Remember at the start of the year, we were talking about who's going to have the 7th. Is it going to be Ort? Is Forrest Whitley going to get a crack at it at some point? We did not know what we did not know about the fact that King has been really, really good and that Souza and Okert have been really good.
Ort's probably your second lowest leverage guy.
Yeah, he's fallen off.
Like, because I think they're still like, I don't think I know. Brandon Weems is still in this team.
Mm-hmm.
Weems is your lowest leverage reliever. Ort's second lowest.
I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, I think coming into the season when we saw that dominating fastball, we're like, hey, the biggest problem that you have or question with him is just having control of it and location. But other than that, that's a guy that because he throws so hard should be perfect. And he just hasn't been what he was a year ago. He hasn't been horrible or bad. He just hasn't been that.
We'll get to the offensive side of things. There's some good offense to talk about yesterday, too. A little bat flip in that game yesterday. How about Cam Smith? He's performing well, both sides. Two-way player, that Cam Smith. Christian Walker with a night as well. And I did have an annoyance from one specific player with that game yesterday. We'll touch that on the other side, get your thoughts on it as well. Todd Callis will be joining us at 4 o'clock. We'll talk Texans as they swarm. And the mysterious hand injury of one Yordan out. What could it be? Yordan, it's so weird. This Yordan Alvarez mystery. He is an enigma after all. 713-780-3776. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
AJ does bring a level of cool that the Killer Bees sorely missed, at least behind the glass there. Maybe not with the talent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Definitely not with the talent. AJ Burrell.
Do you think you're cool?
Me?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
On a scale of what? Not anymore.
Not
So you think you
anymore.
used to be cool?
I think at one point I was.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what was your peak coolness?
8.
Dang, mine was like a 3.5 at best. I was never cool. Cool and Branham, two things that are not synonymous. Good news though in the vending machine. Miss Vicky's spicy dill pickle. You don't like spicy dill pickle?
Yeah, I like spicy dill pickles. I don't like them on chips.
Oh, so good. Have you ever tried?
We got a kid on our softball team nicknamed Pickle because that's everything she wants to eat. Pickle chips, pickle, what do you call it? Hydration drinks, all this other stuff. Pickles are fine, but that's just as a condiment. That's it.
Spicy dill pickle chips, Miss Vicky's are elite. Very, very good. Maybe even better than the jalapeno Miss Vicky's. And I'm a jalapeno chip stan. Huge jalapeno chip fan, but
I am too.
Spicy dill Miss Vicky's goes hard.
And I don't mind like barbecue and some of the spicier chips. I just don't like the.
You think barbecue's spicy?
Some of them.
Barbecue chips are spicy to you?
Find some of them, they got a little kick to them.
I think they're more sweet than spicy.
I like them.
Huh. Okay. 713-780-ESPN. How about Victor Caratini going a little bat flip yesterday in Core? Grant, did you see where that pitch was, by the way?
It was high.
That was about a baseball and a half out of the zone up.
It was very high.
I didn't realize that live, but when I went back and watched the condensed game this morning, I was like, man, that pitch was up and out of the zone.
Oh, because I was watching it with Tay, and the first thing I said was, she goes, ooh, and I go, I don't think so, because it just looked like it was so high that it wasn't going to have the right angle to get out. And man, oh man, did that thing just keep on carrying? That was close to being a second deck shot.
Yeah, it was it was a hanger. You hang, we bang. It was an 80-mile-per-hour curveball, but that was a good baseball and a half up out of the zone. Cam Smith. I combined two dudes. Cam Smith continued to do his thing. He performs a couple of hits yesterday. Did strike out in the other 3 at bats, but a couple of hits yesterday. Made that outstanding catch up against the wall, which I don't think I like screens on the wall. I think it's an injury risk. I look at that, I'm like, that's not good there. I was a little worried with him bringing a cleat up on that little chain-linked fence so the bullpen can watch.
Even on the bank shot that Jake got to, when you look at that, it is an accident waiting to happen, because guys with spikes, a lot of times they'll go and either try and climb the fence. And if it hits the padding, it's one thing, but it's at least that's cushion underneath it. But if it catches on that fence, and guys, if you run into it, I mean, the Players Association, this was a while back when they were always, worried about what the wall was going to be padded with. That was a deal. But yeah, I don't think that they should be running into chain link fences when they're going as hard as they can at some of these baseballs.
Yeah, that was a little worrisome. But no, he's doing his thing. Let's give him some love for Rookie of the Year. That way the Astros can get that draft pick. I don't really care so much if Cam wins the Rookie of the Year. I just want that draft pick. And then Christian Walker, he's back, Blankers. Christian Walker is back. I've always called him 3-knock walk. Couple 3 hits in yesterday's game. Hit the ball hard. Even the one that he reached on that error by the first baseman, that ball was clobbered like over 100 miles per hour off the bat. He is the Coors crusher, Christian Walker.
Someone said that over the last couple of years, no one has more visiting team home runs in Coors than him.
I saw that on the graphic on the shin.
So maybe he'll go deep by the end of the series. Look, I need to see it outside of Coors Field, but you're right. Last night was an encouraging sign. I think I saw some people tweeting before the game, hey, hopefully Walker gets hot and capitalizes on a bad Rockies team. Well, at least 1 game in, 3 hits later, you'd say, hey, this is a good sign that maybe this gets him going, and the real Christian Walker will finally stand up.
I don't care if it's a get right series. I don't care if it's the lowly Rockies. Hey, go beat up on the lowly Rockies, and then, maybe it's a get right series and it gets them going.
Yeah, I'm
catapults them.
What we talked about previously with the altitude. I don't know, with the breaking balls not biting as much.
Magnus effect.
Yeah, that, maybe that has something to do with it, but regardless, let's get him going. And if he's got some confidence, that can help.
Magnus effect, getting Walker going. Do you want to guess the player that annoyed me yesterday?
Let's see. The chances are going to be that it's going to be either Altuve, Dubon,
nope,
or Hummel.
No. It was Yiner. Yiner has.
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
It's not. You're going to talk about the. Which, yes, this is what triggered me. He's very lazy behind the dish from time to time.
Yeah, but yes, he is. But at the same time, whether you're lazy or not, the glove was completely in the wrong place. Instead of just getting the glove on the right side of the baseball and kind of cupping it, you try to sweep backhand it. and it goes right by you. And he did it again,
Twice.
only he caught it the second time. Because I'm sitting there trying to teach my daughter like right from wrong on all positions.
That's good.
And she was looking at that and she goes, "Well, Dad, what was wrong with that?" And I was like, "Just watch his glove." I mean, he completely backhanded a ball and did a swipe tag at it instead of just kind of sliding a little bit, knocking it down.
Yeah, that was he. I think what I've learned with Yiner, I think he might have a little bit of ADHD. He has a tough time locking in. Like he has like little gaffes like that where it's like, okay, I'm not going to flip the glove. Like I'm still trying to steal a strike on a pitch that's 3 feet inside. Like flip the glove, man. Give up on a pitch every now and then. It's okay. Like at least you're not allowing the runner to go to second base on a wild pitch that you could have prevented. But that to me is an inability of being able to lock in. And I also think we see it off on the offensive side. Like how many times do we see Yiner Diaz chase 3 straight breaking balls in the dirt? I believe he has an inability to lock in. You know what we should get Yiner Diaz? We need to give him some greenies, some amphetamines. That way he's laser focused. We need to give him some Adderall, some Ritalin.
Adderall is the drug I was thinking of.
I think I really do. Like he has a difficult time locking in. Like most of the time he's fine. Most of the time he's locked in. And then he'll have this random 2-2 pitch in the 3rd inning that all of a sudden it's on the backstop and all he had to do was flip the glove. Like a 5-1 game in the 7th inning. Yiner Diaz, okay, 3 straight swings and misses and pitches that aren't even near the zone. He has the inability at times to lock in.
Well, I don't like the fact that once it got by him too, it was kind of like the walk in the park to go get the baseball. It's like, well, you think he's only going to take 1 base, but let's be sure about it. And let's also kind of get a little extra kick in your giddy up because you completely whiffed on it and you misplayed it.
Todd says he slowly walked to the ball with the dude on third base too. I vaguely remember that now that you mentioned it. I had forgotten about that. He just has these moments where he's like, I'm going to check out here for a little bit. It's probably what annoyed Dusty Baker about him, quite frankly.
I mean, look, and you think about it. Everybody was supposed to be tutoring him, and Maldi was supposed to be tutoring him. But Maldi, late in his Astros career here, was doing the same kind of things. He was kind of lazy bones and balls, and not jumping back there behind the plate. But however he got to the point that he's at now, no matter what work they have or haven't been doing with him, he does not have a whole lot of energy behind the dish when it comes to knocking down baseballs.
Yeah, and to me, he doesn't focus, doesn't lock in all the time. I was watching MLB Network the other day, and they were doing a highlight package of the Padres, and apparently the Padres have a knuckleballer. I forget his name. Back into the rotation guy, and Maldi was catching the knuckleballer the other day. I felt bad for Maldi. Like there were about 5 pitches they got to the backstop. They were dancing,
really?
And Maldi had no chance.
Did he have the big pancake catcher's mitt, the big massive
No, he had his normal mitt. Okay, no, he had his normal mitt.
That's like when Wakefield was throwing it for the Red Sox. The catchers, I think it was Jason Varitek. He had that double the size, super flat glove, just because. When
I think it might have been Doug Mirabelli. What was the guy? Because Mirabelli caught Wakefield.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
I'm sure Varitek did at times too. Maybe they both had the big mitt.
But either one, I mean, when you get a guy that can really throw it the right way, you have no idea where that thing's going.
I didn't even know that guy existed. I didn't know there were still knuckleballers in the bigs. I hadn't heard of that guy before. He's got a name that was familiar, but I didn't realize he threw the knuck. Israel texting in, I really didn't think he should be called up, but now I don't care if he wins the Rookie of the Year, but the first pick would be great. See, people kind of take me out of context on this. The reason that I didn't want Cam Smith called up is because I'm a Cam Smith believer. I want Cam Smith here the longest amount of time. If I thought he was some bum, I wouldn't care if he was called up at the beginning of the year. I wouldn't care that he would be gone a year earlier. The fact that I didn't want him called up shows my love for Cam Smith.
And your love for the Astros.
Yeah, for the benefit of the Astros, it helps there too. And then also the fact is, I don't care about individual awards. I really don't. I care about the name on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back. I don't care if any of the players are MVPs. I don't care if they're Cy Youngs. But whenever it can benefit the team, okay, let's win that sucker. Let's win that bad boy. Let's change that. Like Jacob Wilson's this minus 300 favorite or whatever to win the American League Rookie of the Year. But Cam Smith's got a better War on Baseball reference, baby. Let's start changing the narrative. Let's make Cam Smith the Rookie of the Year. Not because I want the trophy case in his mantle, although it would be, but I want the Astros to get that compensation pick. They can also get a compensation pick if Hunter Brown finishes in the top 3 in Cy Young. I want to sweep those suckers.
He's got a really good chance.
Want to sweep those suckers
right now. Yeah. And again, you hope he doesn't have the what do you call it with your altitude?
Magnus effect.
The Magnus effect.
Yeah.
I hope the Magnus effect doesn't have an effect on Hunter Brown like the minor league ballpark effect has had on Hunter Brown.
I started thinking about that a little bit yesterday. Like, I wonder if this could impact his Cy
Because
Young
the Steinbrenner
resume.
Field, remember, the
Yeah.
rinky-dink ballpark cost him.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't.
I wonder if we just see Hunter Brown throw 90% fastballs.
Again, against this team, I think he can get away with it. Yeah, and he'd probably have success. But yeah, I'm just a little concerned about the fact that teams can get a little bit up on him because of the rinky-dink ballparks, or in this case, the altitude. I hope that's not the case. In regards to Cam Smith, look, you and I going back and forth on a lot of things, but there's no doubt that you had any kind of animosity in mind for Cam or the team. It's in the best interest of the team to control a guy when he's at his best. And when you're just getting your first look at Major League Baseball, probably not going to be what you're going to be in your prime at the end of your first contract.
Yeah, you disagree, but you understood where I was coming from.
Oh yeah, I didn't think. I liked the fact that they were going to give him the shot because, from my perspective, I don't disagree with your point, but from my perspective, my biggest concern was I didn't like everybody else that was going to be in the outfield.
Yeah, that was a fair point. Apparently, Young on Twitch, Matt Waldron is the knuckleballer. Forgot his name. Yeah, thank you. 713-780-ESPN. Dusty was right about Yiner. Maybe so, man. Yiner can kind of get lazy at times. I think Diaz learned that backhand swipe from Maldi. Maldi would get pretty lazy back there, too.
Sure did.
He was just a veteran. Rocky, I can't wait to see Mullins in an Astros uniform soon. We've talked about that. The semantics of Mullins in an Astros uniform doesn't really add up to me. I don't see it happening.
It somehow, because I think that tax is going to weigh heavily on anything that they do, somehow the numbers have to make it make sense. And then even still, especially with now the news on Yordan, I'm not sure that he's the definitive answer guy you're looking for that can do some of the things that you're hoping he can do.
I was watching the Rockies broadcast. They showed a stat. No one has hit more homers at Coors since 19 than Christian Walker. Go figure. Let's get him on a roll. That's kind of what you were alluding to.
Yeah.
Texter Bo, Mike Hampton was pretty good as a Rocky pitcher. I believe his ERA was upper threes, and he hit dongs. Yeah, Hampton was a good pitcher, man.
Good athlete, too. He was a good hitter.
Very good athlete. Very good hitter. Are Spada's hooks going to be faster now because of the Lance meltdown last Saturday?
I don't think so. I mean, I think, look, if you want to be a little bit more conservative with when and how many pitchers you use leading up to a Lance start with the expectation he's not going to go that deep and you probably need some help, I guess I understand it. But again, the biggest thing with me with Lance is that I would have brought him back in this Colorado series as opposed to against a team that hits as well as the Cubs. But maybe more importantly than that, I wouldn't have brought him back until at least he got a rehab start or two under his belt, simply because of the fact that there's been so much fluctuation in not only his effectiveness, but but his control and everything that goes with him pitching this year. And you kind of want to border on making sure that the arm, you're taking care of the arm. And if you kind of, even if it's a foot injury, he's not throwing, so you don't know what his arm's going to be. And then if you immediately throw him back out there and expect him to just pick up where he left off, a lot of times you might try to overthrow or do some things too. I didn't like the way they handled the McCullers situation.
Yeah, I think Espada's. I agree. I think Espada's hook's case by case. Like, you have a 4-run lead in the 5th inning, you're going to give them the extra inning. Plus, you had the lead in the division now. Mariners lost yesterday. You have a 3-game lead for second place in the AL. You're 3 games up on the Yankees. 3 games up on the Yankees.
Incredible.
And you have a 7-game lead right now in the AL West. And I think that the playoff lead, because the Mariners are actually the final wild card, I think they have a 1.5-game lead on, I think, the Angels, surprisingly. I believe the Astros lead on the playoffs entirely is 8.5 games. So 8.5 on the final wild card, seven games on the AL West, and 3 games ahead of the Yankees for second place in the American League.
Like
pretty
what
insane.
A difference a year makes in the fact that, and again, it's one thing to say, yeah, last year was really, really tough, and at least they're not doing that. But when you just start factoring in all of the injuries and all of the variables that have gone against them this year, yet it's just a polar opposite in terms of the results, and they're sitting with a 7-game lead in the division, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Listening to Dana Brown triggers me. I think it triggers Blankers too. Blankers has organizational dysfunction. Is that a fair word to use?
Yep.
When it comes to the Astros handling medical stuff as well. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Song puts me in a good mood. AJ puts me in a good mood. Brian makes me want to reevaluate my life. 713-780-ESPN. Should the Astros be reevaluating their medical staff? That's a professional segue that I stumbled into.
Yeah, look, this is I reached my boiling point when we were wrapping up the show yesterday and then driving home after the show, thinking about this entire Jordan situation and the debacle that it's become, and then all the debacles previous to that, where if you just did it on Twitter or somewhere and said, hey, what's your favorite Astros medical screw up in the last couple of years, the laundry list would go about 8 pitchers deep, and it would go to Kyle Tucker, and it would go to Jordan multiple times, and which hand was actually hurt. And you've got guys that they're dealing with now that you're wondering if they're being treated right. And at a certain point, you look at it and you say, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the organization. If you're the owner of the team, regardless if you're hands-on or you're just one of those guys that just want to sit back and watch things happen.
Did you do that on purpose?
No.
Hands-on?
No.
Oh.
No, but yeah, there you go. But regardless of what kind of owner you are, your team, meaning your front office, looks like a bunch of bumbling idiots. And look, working for an owner like Les Alexander for years, and a guy that was like intolerable of mistakes, and he, as much as he was very, very watchful of everything that was going on. But these are the kind of things that Les Alexander would have made 1, if not 2 changes by the time we got to this Jordan injury, because of the fact that it's inexcusable for an owner that's putting multi-million-dollar contracts on the table, and in this case, a whole hell of a lot of millions, to try and get his best player, and he's not on the field. And then he's being prevented from being back in the time he's supposed to be on the field. Dana Brown, too. Dana Brown's he inherited this medical staff. But at a certain point, you go to the owner and you say, hey, look, man, I'm doing my best out here, but the medical staff that I'm dealing with right now is just not getting it done. It makes me look bad. It makes the organization look bad. And at the end of the day, the biggest thing is your players. How can Jeremy Pena, even if it's a rib injury, you're going to want imaging pretty much as possible. And you're going to want to know, but how can he trust the medical staff is going to give him the right recommendations? They're going to clear him at the right time. The fact that you listen to Dana Brown on the flagship, and the fact that he didn't come out and definitively say out of his mouth, yes, he was 100%. But when asked the question, was he 100%? Yeah, he felt great. You can pick that all you want, but you've already been through this rodeo once and it failed miserably and delayed his return. You should have been, to the Dusty Baker point you made, you should be bordering on even more time because you have a big lead and you let it take its course a little bit more in the healing process just to be super safe. Instead, they throw him back into live pitching. Here we go again, more of a setback. If I'm ownership, if I'm Dana Brown, enough is enough already. You might like these guys. They might be really good guys. I don't know if it's the guy they honored a while back for 20-some years of service or not. You could still be friends with the guy, but you got to make a change.
It's hard to argue. The incompetence to me came into play with the Tucker for sure. Thing. Like, okay, he fouls a ball off his shin. Okay, like we think that's going to be a week or two. I can understand even the reluctance to put him on the IL because, hey, if we get him back in a week, he can still play 3 games under the IL window. Okay, but whenever you take the imaging and you see like just a bunch of gray because there's too much swelling, like the common sense thing to do is continuing to take imaging until you have an answer, until you see a fully healed bone or whatever. But then also, like, maybe you don't let him walk onto the field without crutches whenever he's celebrating a walk-off. They had Kyle Tucker like a month later running on the treadmill.
That's right.
Like he was running on the treadmill with what we found out later was a broken bone. Like that is incompetence at its finest. That's malpractice at its finest. So you go back to that. I'm sure some of the times, like these, like return to play, and like we expect him to be back by this point. Sometimes it could be the player, but you don't get the benefit of the doubt because you have these examples of incompetence. The Lance McCullers thing, no idea who was at fault there. The Luis Garcia thing, no idea who was at fault there. But whenever you had the Kyle Tucker incident, I can't put any faith in the team. And then the Jordan one's right out there with Kyle Tucker too. We're like, okay, my hand is hurt. He's playing through it early in the year. And then finally, he's like, okay, we don't want you playing through it. Let's go sit you down for a couple of weeks. Okay, now swing a baseball bat. Oh, dang, he's sore and he has a broken bone. Like, they are as incompetent as it gets. I can't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore.
And think about this too, Jeremy. You and I talked about this. The imaging and the fact that you weren't doing frequent imaging as he was recovering to figure out, again, if it's cloudy, if it's gray, if it's the fact that you didn't get a clear image again in a day or two and see if you can see more or if there is a better indication as to what's going on. But you don't just sit there and twiddle your thumbs and go, oh, we learned our lesson. This time around, we're going to image more. Because, again, it's a horrible look, but for a player with the importance of a Yordan Alvarez to know that that's now going to set him back multiple weeks in his recovery, you are lucky as hell you sit where you sit in the division. And I've got people that are around the team and are very close to the team that said, this is something that is discussed where not that you want to use the words laughing stock, but that people are very uneasy, and they have been for quite some time, with the medical staff, the diagnosis, the timetables, and all the things that go with it. I don't ever want to say that I want people to lose their job, but at a certain point, you need competence, and you mentioned competence. That's the right word here. They might be good people. They might be great at what they do, 9 to 5 every single day. But the fact is they haven't been great in this situation, and the PR department on top of it doesn't make it any better with the way that they've kind of hemmed and hawed and beaten around the bush with every time anybody is dinged up or have an injury of any kind. But there should be an internal review of just about everybody that's handled all these situations. And there should be some tough decisions made because of it, because it isn't once or twice. We're at probably double digits in terms of the players, the injuries, and the incompetence that have gone with it.
Daddy's baby girl.
I had a joke for you, and I was going to try and rope it in there, but I was going to say, again, now we think that they've already had one expert opinion, right?
Well, but Dana said they had multiple. Dana said they had 3 prior to the one now.
Okay, and now he's going to another one. So I don't know if this one is Dana Brown's hand center, but either way, you need someone that better have a pretty firm grip on what's going on with his hand.
See, I can understand the frustration too. Like, I think this is a combination of a lot of things. I think it's a combination of Dana's optimism. I think it's a combination of an incompetent medical staff. I think it's a combination of Yordan's chronically bad hands. So, like, the frustration adds up. Like somebody texted in and said Dana's a liar. Like, I don't think that Dana Brown is a liar. I think Dana Brown is overly optimistic and should probably not be as overly optimistic, at least publicly, than he is. But when Dana Brown told Astros Radio this past weekend on Sunday that he thought that Yordan had an outside chance of playing in L.A., and if not in L.A., then back for the homestand, I believe he believes that. I don't think that he's lying through his teeth and gaslighting the fan base. I think that he's overly optimistic and believes what he says, but I can't give him the benefit of that. I don't think he's a liar, though.
No, but I think, again, I think that he's going by, he didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Select last night, and he's definitely not a medical professional. I think he's hearing and getting reports, not being a medical person, on what the diagnosis is and the recovery and where he's at, and then acting accordingly. Does he get a little diarrhea of the mouth sometime? Yes. But I think that's only because of the information that he's given that's put in front of him, that he is basing what he says off of. That has been completely wrong. It's been completely out of whack. And again, there should be no more tolerance for it, because these are professionals. And if you're Yordan Alvarez or you're Kyle Tucker, the situation you brought up a year ago, and the people that I talked to that were around the team too said the fact that the players were starting to get embarrassed. We remember when Yordan had to correct Dusty. That's one thing. But when a bone bruise for Kyle Tucker, where he was supposed to be on the road trip to Anaheim 2 days later, turns into 3 months of what the hell is going on around here, you immediately should throw the red flag and go, okay, we need a review. Something's going on wrong. Mm-hmm. But with every pitcher that gets ramped up, that has rehab starts, and then gets shut down to the point that they're not even close to making the timetables that are set for their recovery from the surgeries they've had, to this latest incident with Yordan, to the previous incident with Yordan, and not even knowing which hand it was, the players have to be hyper frustrated too. And how can they trust a medical staff to give them the right diagnosis and return to action plan and go, yeah, I believe that?
If I were Crane, heads would have rolled last year. Heads would have rolled with how the Kyle Tucker situation was handled. The fact that they got an extra year, whoever the case may be, whoever's the fault person. I don't know who the fault person is, but as an owner, I would know. And heads would have rolled if it were me. The way that Kyle Tucker's leg was handled, I would have fired people. Those people got, a second chance from Crane for whatever reason. If I were the owner, those guys would be like, it's hard for me to do it middle of the year because the best people are already employed. Like it's more of a symbolic thing than it actually is anything of substance. But at least at the end of the year, if I'm the owner of the Houston Astros, whoever the fall person was on the Jordan saga, that person would be fired by me.
I want an internal breakdown. I want a deep dive. If I'm Dana Brown, this is on me. At the end of the day, how this is handled is going to be reflective of me. It's not just crunching numbers, making trades, and making player evaluations. This falls under your spectrum of what's your responsibility. And for me, I don't want this on my resume. I don't want this as something that it was under my watch. I need to take care of it and go to Crane and go, hey, look, whether it's sponsor related that they're associated with the team, with the hospitals and whatever, or we're in the best medical facilities in the country, in the heart of Houston, Texas, and you have nothing but medical incompetency going on with your professional baseball team, it is nothing short of a huge embarrassment. And I completely agree. Changes already should have been made.
Yeah, I think that Dana's trying to, with the hand that he's been dealt, like the injuries in the game notes and with the more imaging that they're doing now, should it stop there? No, but I do think that Dana is trying to put things in place to improve it.
Yeah, you would, but again, it's unfortunate that the only reason why it seems that there's been motivation to do it is because there's been so many missteps, so many questions, and so many people every time a report does come out going, well, why did it take you so long? Or why didn't you do more imaging? And again, these imaging things, they're not paying for. They're free based on who, you've got sponsorship with a hospital that's going to do all these. You have the access and the doctors, which you are paying on this as to be your team doctors that have the equipment to do the imaging, to make sure that they're following up. And obviously the ball has been dropped multiple times.
Yeah, the Hive has some thoughts on this. We'll get to the Hive on the other side. What is wrong with Jordan's hand? How do you play this? I don't like the unknown. I don't like the uncertainty about it. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, Jordan Alvarez, hand. 713-780-3776. Dana don't care what the press thinks. I disagree. I do think that Dana likes I think Dana understands the Astros' reputation before he took over the general manager spot. I think Joe Espada's the same way. Credit to them, I guess, where they give the media nothing. They're going to be broad. They're going to be secretive. They're going to be discomfort. I do think that Joe and Dana want to be more transparent, but I think that transparency has gotten them into trouble, actually.
Yeah. Look, anybody that thinks that whether they act like or really do care or not, they're firmly aware of what the media is saying and what fans are thinking, because you go no further than what happened with CJ. And D'Amico was starting where he was just going to keep the stern face at the start. But by the end of it, I know what y'all are saying and I know what you're thinking. And so we might as well give you a CJ update because they're aware. And I think it's one thing to just be a team that just isn't about giving you medical updates on a daily basis. It's another thing if you're the Astros, and when you do give an update, they're wrong. When you use discomfort in every release that you give, that there's never really the initial, there hasn't been the clear definition of what discomfort means. And then a neck injury turns into Tommy John. And, from inhaling smoke and bad pillows, we've heard it all. And then the diagnosis later becomes from a bone bruise to a fracture to a couple days becomes 3 months. It's got to change. And if nothing else, you have to try and reset the narrative that it's a clown show.
Yeah. See, we disagree on the public message, but that's not neither here nor there. I think you can just clean house, and I think it resets everything.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, like I said, you might have good relationships with these people. You might have known them for years. But at the end of the day, I've got to do what's best for my franchise, not only for right now and for the players that are currently on this roster, but as it relates to the future and other players that might be coming here or considering playing here, going, I don't know if I need a second opinion of myself because I don't trust your staff.
I think Dana realizes. I really do.
That's where I think that's exactly where I was going.
He's realizing it.
Yeah, I don't think he spends a whole lot of time caring what the fans think. I think going back to what I said the last segment, I think that he is deeply concerned about the fact that this is on him. This is on the franchise on his watch. And he does not like that there's been a lot of swings and misses when it comes to this stuff.
The look of him in the dugout yesterday, I don't know if you watched the video or not, but he looked pretty dang distraught. He was down in the dumps yesterday. And look, maybe that's frustration over Jordan a little bit too. We don't really know.
I think it was a combination, but I think he knew that he was about to have to face the music yet again for something that wasn't going to turn out with the timetable and the diagnosis that he, as the front man, along with Espada, had given you.
Yeah, he wasn't in a great mood yesterday. He wasn't mad. He was just depressed. Depressed Dana yesterday. Rackham Pete, someone should do a reboot of ER, and the Astros injuries could be used for the first 12 episodes. Misleading medicine. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Chuck, you're in the Hive. What's up, Chuck?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Chuck?
Hello, man. Hey, man. This is all on the owner right now. If you want to be this great guy who's come in and you produce really good with your GMs and all this, you got to take this L on your medical staff because this is ridiculous. The owner's got to come out and say something. And I heard James Click, before he was let go, wanted to sort of report on why all the Astros' arms were falling off after 2 or 3 years. So this is just looking bad on him, man. You want to be frugal. You don't want to spend 8 years on a contract. I get it. But you know what? Hey, come on, man. You got to get the players back out on the field at some sort of timetable. Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate it, Chuck. Look, this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Look, Les Alexander had a reputation from time to time of being a bit frugal. But at the same time, Les knew that when he made an investment on a player, the only way he gets return on that investment if the player plays. And if the player's not playing, and or these things come out where they're not diagnosing, and there was times where we had team doctors that he believed in, and we signed a new sponsorship deal with a hospital where the doctor wasn't affiliated. They wouldn't advertise it and they wouldn't promote it. But the bottom line is, if we had the best knee specialist in the world on staff, he was still going to see the players and deal with their knees, regardless what hospital was sponsoring the team and what sponsorship deals were there, because his only priority was, sure, return on investment, but he wanted to win, and he knew he wasn't going to win if his best players were not coming back in the right amount of time.
We don't know that Jordan didn't see the best medical hand specialist.
But I'm just saying, with these amount of mistakes, that's when we talk about you have to make a change.
I agree with that. I agree. If I were the owner, I would make a change. I have no problem with that. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Chris is in the Hive. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? First thing I thought about when I heard that unfortunate news today was the text I sent the show on June 24th. I went back and looked it up, and I said, I have a feeling there might be a chance Jordan's not playing again this year. And, you guys pushed back on it. I get it. I don't know why, but I have this feeling that he's not coming back. It just reminds me too much of what happened to Kyle Tucker. And I think also that Dana is playing a game just like all the other GMs. And what's been the talk the last few days? We need another bat. We need another bat. Well, what if they're just downplaying this a little bit so we don't look desperate for a bat? We don't want to drive the price up for a guy if another team knows that Jordan's not coming back, So, I realized he went to Florida and hit, and it didn't go good. But I still think Dana doesn't want to show all his cards in the media, just like the Texans. They don't show all their cards either. So great show as always, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Look, I think just to respond to some of that, I think that even if he needed some kind of surgical procedure, I think with the recovery time and everything, you could have him back in September. You could have him back for the playoffs. I mean, when the injury initially happened, and again, we should have probably been a little bit more ears up and aware of the fact that they're never going to tell us the truth but it didn't seem like it was going to be a season-ending injury or a season-threatening injury at the time. But I think from the second point that you made about Dana and if he's trying to get a bat, this in itself is telling general managers across the league that there's a chance that they might be more desperate now because there may be a chance that he isn't going to play for even more time.
But if you knew that and that was like your calculated way to try to keep the trade value down, you wouldn't have had Jordan swing a bat.
Sure wouldn't have. And you wouldn't have had a press conference either.
Yeah, that's where I would poke holes in Chris's argument. My bad. A little Deshaun Watson-y for you. Yeah, I wouldn't have had him swing. Like in term, like with that theory, I'm like, oh yeah, Jordan's expected back on August 1st, guys. We're getting Jordan back August 1st. Why isn't he swinging? Don't worry about that. We're getting him back August 1st. Now, hopefully Chris is wrong, but yeah, it's becoming truer and truer by the day that there could be life without Jordan Alvarez again in 2025. We'll get back to the Jordan conversation in a little bit. Todd Callis, the TV voice of the Astros, joins us next. We'll talk to him about Jordan a bit as well. Joins us live from Denver, Colorado. TK, Todd Callis, joins the Bees when we return on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Efforting Todd Callis. Brian gave AJ the wrong number, set him up for failure. That's okay. Plenty to talk about with Jordan here. 713-780-ESPN. Junior Broncos on the Twitch. Dana wants to put pressure on the players to return. Diabolical. He does that. I'm not sure that he's intentionally doing that, but he does do that. Whether it's, oh, yeah, we expect these starters back in July and August. We expect these starters back in the summer. Last year, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers never made it back. We're seeing that again this year with Javier and with Garcia again. Now, hopefully he's right. It seems like Javier, like within their game notes, is on a good pace. It seems like France is at a good schedule. Arrighetti, hopefully at a good schedule. But whenever, like, the Pena thing is an example of this too. Like, we think Pena is going to come back whenever the 10-day IL is over. So that he is putting expectation on the player that I do think is unfair, and I think he's unintentionally doing it.
Yeah, I think before we knew what we found out about Jordan, we had concerns about the fact that, the timetable might be sped up when and you're telling the media things you don't need to tell them and just let it play out. I think with the Pena situation, it's the same thing where you get Pena that you say it could be up to 2 months, leave it there. And then if he comes back early, it's a blessing. It's a good thing. Instead, right after you make that announcement in the next day or so, you go, well, we're going to bring him on the road. We think there's a chance we might be able to get him back much sooner. How individual, and you just don't want that.
Yeah. Todd Callis, TV voice for the Astros, joining us on the HRP guest line. Our interview presented by Pipe Fitters, Local 211. They do it right. Todd, thanks for moving up the date, joining us on a Wednesday since we'll be off on Friday, day game tomorrow. Obviously a great June, best record in all of baseball. Continued that momentum yesterday, but a gut punch yesterday with the news of Yordan Alvarez. How's everybody taking that news of Yordan's sore hand?
Yeah, that was kind of a bummer. Joe Spada tried to keep a brave face, but it stinks. There's no other way around it. They were really thinking he was going to be back soon, and to miss that bat for who knows how long now, it's really going to hurt. And even though they're playing great baseball without him, you need to get 44 back in there when you can. So hopefully this new set of imaging doesn't show anything too dramatic, and he can start that rehab process again shortly.
TK, I was thinking about it after the results and everything that's gone on and some of the reactions that fans have had about our conversation a year ago when it was you that made the comment, hey, if you want to jump off the bandwagon now, go ahead, but don't jump back on because this team's going to be all right. And what a difference a year makes, where we opened the show today talking about the fact that unlike a year ago where they dug themselves this seemingly unsurmountable hole that they still found a way to get out of, but this year to be 7 games up close to the All-Star break with the amount of injuries that they've had to deal with, it's nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's crazy to think they're 7 games up right now with what they're dealing with. You're right. And it's nice because you built a little cushion. You can, if you go into LA and you don't win that series against the Dodgers, you have a nice little cushion going into your final homestand going into the All-Star break. But this team continues to figure out a way to get it done. Another win in the next 2 games here. That's 12 straight series undefeated. And then going into LA, that's going to be a little dicey, but you never know. I don't put anything past this team the way they're playing. But yes, it's nice to have built up 7 games. And hopefully when the Peñas and the Alvarez's get back and then some of those pitchers get back in the second half, we'll be talking about trying to extend that lead even to double digits.
How have they been able to do it?
I think pitching primarily. Some of these young guys like a Brandon Walters come in and done a nice job. Colton Gordon had a really good month in June, didn't have his best outing yesterday. Part of that's Coors Field. Part of that was, the play that wasn't made over first base where he could have picked it up and gotten the out. Guys that weren't expected to do a lot are coming in and getting the job done. The bullpen has been stellar. I mean, once you get to that back end of the bullpen, even though Hader gave up a run last night, it's been pretty much locked down from Okert to Souza to King to Abreu to Hader. It's pretty filthy out there.
TK, you see it firsthand. We see it just on TV, and we know the reputation. But Coors Field, at a certain point, you wonder if there's anything that could ever kind of level the playing field for pitchers, because it just seems like like you mentioned, Gordon didn't have his best stuff, but a lot of his best stuff spins, and the spin doesn't seem to have the same bite in Coors Field. I don't know that there's a solution. I know they tried dehumidifiers and everything like that, but last night was one of those starts that we talked about with Gordon where you kind of don't even hold it against him because the conditions are so different than just about anywhere else you play.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of base hits that aren't going to be hits in other places fall in here just because the outfield is so massive. The infielders and outfielders are separated by a bigger distance here than any other place. So yeah, it's not just the home runs, the ball flying out. It's the base hit total. So hopefully, Hunter does rely on spins at some point, but he also can blow the ball by people. The Rockies do strike out a lot, so hopefully he's got the strikeout rolling tonight. But Hunter right now, first in Major League Baseball in ERA and opponent's batting average and slugging percentage. And you hope he can keep that intact after tonight pitching in the worst stadium for pitchers.
I'm trying to get the Astros these draft picks with Hunter Brown, top 3 Cy Young, Cam Smith, Rookie of the Year. Got a little ways to go. Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us. Todd, we were kicking this around the other day, and I believe you coined the phrase, in fact. Now, you joined the club in 2017. We were wondering when the golden era started. Do you think it was 15, 17? Any other timeline jump into mind for you?
Oh, gosh. I think I used it on a call after one of the division clinching games, and I don't remember what year it was. It might have been 22 or 23. That's the first time I remember saying golden era of Astros baseball. Whether I was the first to say it or whether I had seen it somewhere and just happened to be the first to use it in a broadcast, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back to the tapes. I think it was either 22 or 23.
When do you think it started, though? When do you think the golden era started?
Well, I mean, I started in 17, but 15 was a pretty good year, too, to go into Yankee Stadium and beat the Yankees and then go to the next round against Kansas City. So some people like to think of it starting in 15, but then after 16, it's kind of cleaner to say you made 8 straight American League Championship series from 17 through 24 or through 23. So I think that's kind of the line of demarcation for me is when they started that run of incredible 8 years of getting to the ALCS, all 8 years.
That's fair.
TK, when you look at the trade deadline coming up, and we know that everybody's paying attention, everybody's got their own opinion. Some people say that they need a pitcher, but as you mentioned, they've got a surplus of pitching that should be coming back. Maybe not all of them, most of them, some of them, but you should be getting some help. Now with the Jordan news and the fact that they were already talking about, do they need another bat? If they had to make one move or the other, which direction do you think they would go?
For sure, a bat, and more likely a left-handed bat. I don't think they are going to go for pitching unless it's a reliever on the cheap who can give them multiple innings. But you're also going to have guys in the rotation now that are going to get bumped out once some of these healthy guys or some of these guys come back healthy off the IL. So they would be options, whether it's a Ryan Gusto currently or down the road possibly a Gordon or a Walter. They would be options to be a long guy in the bullpen. So I don't see them going after arms too much, but for sure a bat, preferably a left-handed bat. Somebody that can play the outfield. If you find somebody at second base, that could work too, although it looks like they're playing more Altuve at second base lately than they have in the outfield. So I don't think it's going to be a massive trade deadline for Dana Brown, but I think for sure he's going to look for a lefty stick to help balance out that lineup, especially with the unknown situation now when Jordan might come back.
How much do you think he has to keep the luxury tax in mind?
I have heard differing reports on that, and it's hard to really grasp. I mean, Jim Crane has always been an owner that's willing to go for it when push comes to shove. Having said that, I do think they've been very diligent this year in staying under the luxury tax. So it's also one of those situations where is Frommer going to come back next year? Who knows? So you might as well go for it when you have an opportunity. I wouldn't be shocked if they went over, but I also wouldn't be shocked if they try to manipulate the tax threshold and maybe trade a major leaguer to stay under. Remains to be seen. If I had to say right now, my gut tells me they're going to stay under. But again, if there's a piece out there that makes a difference for them winning a World Series and not winning a World Series, maybe Jim and Dana change their plan.
I'm curious, TK, on that crazy play last night where Jake kind of caught it off the ricochet off the wall. I've been in situations like that as it relates to the NBA, but never even in baseball. But I always wonder if you guys cringe and or the truck cringes when you're wondering if Altuve touched second base and you see the replay first, like, it's almost like you don't even want to show it, but thankfully he nudged up against that base.
Yeah, there's enough cameras that somebody was going to see it. We were curious too, looking in the review of that play, is what the runner saw. And I don't know if the runner picked up the third base coach who thought it was a catch. The first base coach had a better angle of it, and he actually was telling the runner to keep going. But at that point, he'd already circled back past second base and was heading back to first. It was really, I mean, a huge break for the Astros, but unfortunate for the Rockies. And even though Jake sold it in an era where you can't really sell plays because there's reviews, it worked out because he sold it to the point where he caused the fielder's choice instead of first and third.
What happens if he doesn't touch the base? Is that where he just he took himself out of the baseline so he would still be out?
Yeah, well, it's similar to when a guy strikes out at home plate and the ball's in the dirt. If it gets away, it's called forfeiting your runner or forfeiting your at bat because you're leaving. Well, sometimes guys don't run to first, and it's not until they have left the box and are clearly heading back to the dugout that an umpire will signal out, even if a catcher didn't tag him, because he forfeited his attempt to go to first base. So at some point, if that runner had walked back to the dugout, he would have forfeited his attempt to go to second base. But obviously, there were some guys pointing. Colton Gordon was pointing. Christian Walker was pointing too. They stepped on the bag, even though it was not right away. He eventually got there. So it all worked out, and it was necessary in a one-run game. You needed every out, including that crazy one.
No doubt about it. TK, thank you for moving it up. We really appreciate it. Have a great call. Have a great 4th of July, and we'll chat next week.
Sounds good, guys. You guys have a good holiday weekend, and we'll chat right before the All-Star break.
Thank you, sir. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros. You think Myers sold it intentionally?
No. You know how I feel about Jake. I think he was in total amazement that it ended up in his glove, and then he was just trying to get it in as soon as possible, and then realized, hey, that might have worked out okay.
It was very quick. It was wall glove. I think Jake might have actually thought he caught it, but who knows? Who knows? 713-780-ESPN. There's still some meat on this bone with Yordan Alvarez. What do you do if you're Dana from a trade deadline point of view when it comes to this Yordan news? And there is still some time to make some adjustments. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But first, a moment on Pro Dunk Hoops. Pro Dunk Hoops, the highest quality basketball goal in the business. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. Don't waste your time with those goals. They're not worth it, quite frankly. The rim's going to get messed up. The backboard's going to get the 2-mile-per-hour wind's going to knock that sucker over. If you're going to get a goal, you need to get one from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel off the glass or off the rim. It's got a breakaway rim. More on that later. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, which is must-have in the city of Houston, as we know, with all the humidity that we get. And it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. It's where that breakaway rim comes into place. You can relive your glory days, lower that bad boy down, and throw down some jams. And with the breakaway rim, it's going to keep you safe. An extended overhang is going to keep you safe from those basketball stanchions where you can roll your ankle on as well. Raise it up to 10 feet, work on the shot. You have a little one working on their shot. It's going to be fun to do, great to do. Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Thor is one of their goals. Lightning adjust feature is what they call this bad boy. 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, and it's fun to do. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play, too. Look, it's hot during the day. You're at work during the day. We get it. Play at night with these LED light kits. Backstop nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering to customize your goal. And you can also order all of this, including professional installation online at produnk.com. That's right. They're not just going to deliver this basketball goal in a big box in a million different pieces that you have to assemble. It's daunting. You don't want to do it. You're a little bit worried that you're going to screw it up. Don't have to worry about that because the pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online at produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
There is Astros injury news. Another one bites the dust. I'm serious. There's an Astro that has landed on the IL.
Is it a pitcher?
No, it's Luis Guillermo. He's been placed on the IL with a right hamstring strain. What was he running?
I was just going to say.
What was he doing?
So the softball trot got him.
Which is, I mean, right hamstring strains for former JUCO All-Americans that are playing 40 and over beer league softball, pretty common injury.
Yeah.
So the former JUCO All-American playing over 40 beer league softball, Luis Guillermo, has landed on the IL.
So does that mean that Rogers comes back?
No. They've called up a new player, a newcomer from Sugarland.
Okay.
Never seen him before.
Okay.
Not Bryce
Not
Matthews.
John Singleton.
No, they called up Zach Short. Zach Short, actually, I remember watching him a little bit in spring training. He's a glove-first middle infielder. He can actually pick it, though, a little bit. He can actually defend. So now you have this Astro bench is comical. I mean, it really is. Cooper Hummel is actually your everyday left fielder right now, but Cooper Hummel is on this team. Cesar Salazar is on this team, who pitches as often as he catches. Forshay Whitcomb is on this team, who we all thought got traded the other day for Milwaukee minor league first baseman. Taylor Trammell is on this team. And I'm missing somebody else. That's how bad this bench is. But that's your – and now Zach Short.
Yep.
So that is your Houston Astro bench. Joe Espada, manager of the year. This is the bench that he is working with currently. That is insane. But to clear spot on the 40-man roster – Yordan Alvarez has been placed on the 60-day IL. Now, that's transactional. His last he played was May 2nd. So he could actually be activated today. He could be activated tomorrow. That 60-day IL is just to create a spot on the 40-man roster. But we're not expecting Yordan up. I mean, who knows when. Texture, this is what AI said about Yordan. A small fracture in the fourth metacarpal bone typically takes 6 to 8 weeks to heal. Well, it's at 8 weeks. With proper treatment, which often includes immobilization with a splint or cast, full recovery, including regaining strength and flexibility, can take several months. Look, that's probably best case scenario, is that he just still doesn't feel great off the recovery, but it's more soreness than it is like a new injury.
Astros AI says, screw all the diagnosis. Start swinging the bat off a tee, and when you feel it, go for it.
See, the thing that like you could look at here is proper treatment, which includes immobilization with a splint or a cast. I never remember him wearing a cast. And like he was in
had
the dugout.
I believe
soft
he
cast,
had
maybe?
the bowling brace. They had a couple of shots in the dugout during one of the, I want to say, homestands, and he had a blue, like a bowling brace on it.
Well, that's good.
For a short period of time.
Hopefully that was the proper treatment. Where is Chaz, DeZenzo? How hurt are they? DeZenzo has not swung a bat yet. Chaz McCormick actually was on the same airplane with Yordan that flew to West Palm Beach that were taking cuts off of live BP. So maybe Chaz is doing okay. We haven't heard. Texture, please don't trade away our farm system. Speaking for all Astro fans. How many guys are in the farm system, though, that you're like, don't trade that guy? Like, there's not many.
Lola is probably the guy that everybody's going to keep an eye on right now, simply because he's been the hot name as another potential up-and-coming pitcher. But other than that, and Bryce Matthews, you've seen this over and over again over the years. Most of these guys are not household names or top 100 prospects in Major League Baseball. It's just that some of them turn out to be pretty damn good for you, and others turn out to be pretty good assets to go get somebody else.
Ulola, I'm with you on Ulola. I wouldn't want to trade him. He hasn't been as great his last 4 starts as he was like that previous month. Still not awful, though. But like the walks are always a concern with him. His last start, he had 6 walks and 4 2/3. 2 starts ago, he had 5 walks and 3 2/3. He's got to figure out his command before he's a big leaguer. And then for Matthews, he's got to figure out how to stop striking out as much and maybe hit in Sugarland a little bit. Those would be the guy. The Cuban guy, I think his last name's Alvarez. He's gotten off to a pretty good start, too. But, yeah, this farm system.
Pitcher?
No, he's a hitter. I think it's Kevin Alvarez. Okay. I always see Astros Future tweet about him. We can obviously win without Yordan. Open trade offers for him in his hand and see what kind of crazy package offers you get. See, I don't think you're going to get any crazy package offers for a dude who cannot be in the lineup because his hand is hurt.
No,
who's trading for Yordan right now?
You have to pass medicals when you make a trade anyway and pass a physical. And no one's trading for damaged goods at this point in the season. I just don't see it happening.
Forrest was one of those please don't trade prospects. Yeah, but so was Kyle Tucker. So was Alex Bregman. So was Carlos Correa. So was Jordan Alvarez. So was Hunter Brown. So, like, you could throw out the Forrest Whitley, and I could hit you back with 5 others. Astros just need to move forward and plan to play the rest of the season without Jordan in the mix. A return at any point this season would be a plus. That's where I'm at, actually. I get annoyed with some of the things that Dana says. I like Dana. I really do. I think he's had a really good offseason. Like Dana made bold moves that have turned out to be hits that I applaud him for. I do like Dana Brown. I'm a fan of Dana Brown. I think he can be overly optimistic at times. Don't love that part. But like trading Kyle Tucker, what a brave move that has worked out so well. And if you're going to make that type of move and then it misses, your job is on the line.
It is.
How about moving the greatest Astro of all time to left field? Like, that is a move that requires amazing bravado and courage. So I like that about Dana Brown. What's that?
And bigger underwear.
Yeah.
That's a big move to make, especially when you're a first-time GM.
Yeah. So I like Brown. I think Dana Brown had a really good offseason, all of that stuff. I feel like he's in a tough spot. It's just it's frustrating for everybody. Why does this guy need so much time off? Well, he's hurt. His hand is hurt. Can the Astros win the World Series without Jordan? Ask a texter.
See, I wouldn't go so far as the World Series, but I do think that they could, because I think that what you're seeing right now, a 7-game lead in the division, where, I mean, if you just think about it, for the most part, whether he's been efficient, whether he missed the entire first half of the season to this point or not, he's been a little to no factor, because when he was playing early in the season, he wasn't very good. And since then, when he's been out, this team has found a way to not only stay afloat, but come back and take first place and build the kind of lead that they have now, to the point where you have to believe that this team is capable of making the playoffs, winning the division, and then seeing how the playoffs go. But yeah, I would have to say you have to say yes to that.
Yeah, I think they can. Like, they're still a tough out. You have Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez at the top. You have Brian Abreu, Josh Hader in the back. Like, you're a tough out. You're going to be tough to beat. So capable, yes. Lower your odds, also yes.
Yes, and you think about it. The guys that you were rattling off that are on their bench. There's been twice this year. We had one time where one of the listeners even said this might be the worst lineup they've ever thrown out there, and basically giving them little to no chance to win. There's been multiple lineups where I look at the lineup that day and go, oh my God, this team has this lineup today has no chance of winning a Major League Baseball game. Not only do they win, but they win by multiple runs, and they put crooked numbers on the board, to where you just got to tip your cap and realize they're pushing all the right buttons. Guys are stepping up, and they're having a hell of a season.
If only Jordan lived in a city with one of the top hospital systems in the world. That's from Eric, the driver, currently walker. He put currently walker in parentheses. He really wanted to show off that he was walking, flex that he works out. Jordan didn't drink enough milk as a kid. I see what you did there. It's not the playoffs, point blank. The medical staff should have told all of them to rest. See, that's also, like, we're all banging on the medical staff, rightfully so. If Jordan comes to you, like, he had a break in the bone. He's looking at 2 months, right? Like, that's about the window you're going to start swinging a baseball bat. I don't know. And Jordan's coming to you and saying, I feel great. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, no, I don't believe you. Like, that's the hang up that I have here, because it's been 2 months since the injury. That's the appropriate amount of time. The player is coming to you saying, I feel great. I trust that they're doing imaging. I don't know, to see how the bone is healing. If all of that stuff is happening, like, what is the medical staff supposed to do?
Here's my first question would be to that scenario, which is, I don't care if I care, but it means something if the player says I feel great, but I gotta keep reimaging it, and I gotta know that no matter how he feels, that if you're able to tell that the bone is 60% healed, well, then I need imaging that tells me it's way beyond that and close to 100% healed. Because otherwise, no matter how good he feels, I know if it's not, all it's going to take is something very minor in the rehab process that could turn this into being major.
Before he swings a bat, there should have been reimaging. We don't know that there wasn't, though. Like, we don't know that there wasn't. Like, if it's 8 weeks, Jordan says he's feeling great. You went in there, took another look at the bones. The bones look good and strong enough, and they look the way that they should 8 weeks after the injury. I have no problem Jordan swinging a bat.
Right, but at the same time, it has to be definitive. It has to show
100%.
you. One, you have to continue to do the imaging, and two, the imaging that you get cannot be leaving a shadow of a doubt or any cloudiness. It has to be, yeah, it looks like it's almost all the way there. And then using your medical background to say when a bone is to that level, to that point, that it's not going to do any damage if you start, resuming baseball activity.
Yeah, like I understand the point that we can't trust the Astros trading staff. Like I get it. But living in the hypothetical, in that alternate reality that they checked all of those boxes, we can't be mad that Jordan was swinging a bat.
No, I mean, look, I think that's what everybody knows how important he is to this team. And everybody knows that if he feels good, the first thought that every fan would have is to just get back out there as soon as you can. I just think that it goes back to the Dusty philosophy of if he says he's feeling good and everything looks like he's good, you still give him a couple more days, whatever that might be. At some point, then, he starts swinging. And again, we didn't hear that he felt anything. He's got to be completely honest from day to day, too, because we didn't hear that he felt anything hitting off the tee. We didn't hear he felt anything hitting off the pitching machine. And then all of a sudden, after live pitching 2 separate times, that's when he spoke up and said, it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, the first time they found a break later.
Right.
Hopefully this time it's just sore. Who knows? 713-780-ESPN. I have a scenario to run by you.
Okay.
Would you take the unknown for Yordan Alvarez? And the unknown can be as soon as after the All-Star game, or it could be as lengthy as out for the year. Would you take the unknown, or would you lock it in right now that Yordan Alvarez is back in September? 713-780-3776. The unknown, as soon as the All-Star game's over, out for the year, or lock in that Yordan Alvarez returns in September. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Would you take the unknown of Yordan Alvarez or get him back in September? The unknown is he could be back as soon as after the All-Star game. He could be out for the year, anything in between. The unknown, or he's back in September. You pick right now.
Yeah, right now for me, it's easy. It's September because of the fact that you have a seven-game lead in the division. You're heading into the All-Star break. And the one thing that you can ill afford to do with him as you get later and later in the season is screw around and then hope that things are working, or that you've been through this twice now. I mean, how many times are you going to continue to do this before you start having to contemplate if there's something more that has to be done? If you do that now, if you get to that conclusion, and he's supposed to be meeting with the specialist today, Dana Brown, whether he tells you or not pregame, or someone tells you any more updates, we should get an update here pretty quickly in the next day or so about what the diagnosis is this time. But if it gets to a point where if he needs some kind of medical procedure and or surgery, that he still should be back by September, I would think that this team could hold it down at the very least to make the playoffs. And you know that no matter how good this team has been, they're a better team when Yordan Alvarez is healthy and in the lineup.
With how they've played and with their lead, it's an easy answer to me. It's easy. Give me September, because that you get him back whenever you really, really need him. Like, you get him back for the postseason. It looks like this team's going to be a postseason team. I think it's an easy answer. Houston, Texas has the best in the USA medical. Tucker and Alvarez misses. I just don't get it. See, I'm fearful that the Houston Astros medical staff is just as incompetent as it gets, like Dr. Death level bad when it comes to sports medicine. How much would a glass of Coleman milk shorten his rehab? Probably at least a day or two, I think. See if we can make that happen.
Lots of calcium.
How do you know Altuve playing left field was Dana's idea? Why couldn't it be Espada's idea? Asking for a friend. That's an organizational idea. It's probably something that is thought of a lot from the front office, but I think it's more of a front office move than a managerial
I would think
move.
that there's multiple layers of people involved in that conversation, and no matter who started it, I'm sure that there were several people involved in finishing it with the conclusion that he could move to left field.
Yeah, I think that's probably more from the front office where it begins, though. But yes, it requires a lot of people signing off on the idea, no doubt about it. Texture in all capital letters. How do we not always see specialists from the beginning? According to Dana Brown on with Salisbury this morning, they have seen 3 specialists prior to the most recent one. So if we believe Dana, which, Dana sometimes, I don't know if Dana lies, but Dana sometimes, whenever he says things, it doesn't come out to be true. So however you want to, dice that. He did say that it has happened multiple times with Yordan and a specialist.
I mean, you would think too, because of the fact this isn't the first time we've dealt with Yordan hand issues, that you would have a hand specialist involved, if not immediately, but pretty early on.
See, that's my biggest fear, is that it's chronic. Like, what could it be? Like, what could be wrong with his hand? Realistically, what could be wrong? Like, it happened a few years ago. It was bothering him, and he played through it. He eventually lands on the IL. They eventually figure out it's a break. Like, what else could it be?
And then the bigger question is there a permanent solution, or is there a means and a way to get you to the point where that doesn't keep happening? I mean, you hear with the hamate bone that you can remove the hamate bone. We don't know in this case if this is a bone that's necessary or you can do without it. And if you remove it, can it help? I don't know. Again, I'm not a hand specialist. I don't know what that entails, but you just hope that somehow, some way, if he does need any further medical procedure, that it will eliminate the problem.
The hamate thing to me is funny, because anybody who has any sense about baseball injuries knows that when a hitter complains about a hand, the first thing they look at is the hamate. The very first thing, because it is very common in baseball. Now, it is a pretty you really only see a hamate injury in baseball. You see it sometimes in golf, but it's an injury where you have, an object in your hand and you hit with force and stuff like that. It eventually cracks the hamate, and it has like a little hook in the bone. And a lot of times they just remove the hook from the bone, and that's how the hamate is fixed. So if Yordan has a broken hamate, and it took him this long to discover
I'm not saying that's what it is.
No. I'm just throwing out the scenario. I know you're not saying it, but if it is the hamate with Yordan Alvarez, it is official that the Houston Astros have the most incompetent medical staff in the history of sports.
Right.
Because again, If a hitter comes to you complaining about a sore hand, I've been around baseball teams for 20 years. If a baseball player comes to the coaching staff, the medical staff, I have a sore hand, the very first thing they look at is the hamate because it is so common in baseball. So if they overlook the hamate for 3 years or 3 months or whatever the case may be, this instance, again, it already is probably, but the most incompetent medical staff in all of baseball. I believe that it's not the hamate because of how easy it is to look at the hamate when a player is complaining about a
But
sore
not only
hand.
that, but with the imaging that they have, they know that wherever the bone is and whatever metacarpal, that they know that it was 60% healed. So they would know at that point which bone it is. And I don't believe it's ever been the hamate. It's been whatever this bone is. Now, if it turns out to be the hamate bone, now you've got a whole different issue on your hands.
If it's the hamate, fire everybody.
No doubt.
But like my stance,
I think even now. Again,
sure. My stance on the hamate though is like, if it's the hamate, fire everybody, because how did you miss that? It's a common baseball injury for a hitter. Secondly, I would actually be happy if it's a hamate, because if it's a hamate, okay, remove the hook in the hamate. It's 6 to 8 weeks, maybe even 10 weeks for him to get really comfortable. He's back before the end of the year. Right. So like there is an end in sight if it's the hamate.
And
yes,
assuming that all those things are true, it for the long term should be rectified.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like that's like there is a light at the end of the tunnel if it's the hamate. Are they incompetent? Worst medicine ever? Yes. But there's an end in sight. We have a resolution and we can move on with our lives. When you get him back in 8 weeks, maybe 10 weeks to really feel like himself. My fear is that it's something more complicated. My fear is that it's something more chronic. Like, could it be carpal tunnel? Like an injury we don't really see in baseball, but a chronic hand injury. Texter just said arthritis. Like, that is my bigger fear, is that it's a hand injury that's never going to go away.
That's the thing. The fact is that we don't know, again, what we don't know. But if all these hand injuries are not the same metacarpal bone and not the same area or same issue, that's where you have to start worrying about the fact that maybe physically his makeup and his body isn't capable of maintaining and sustaining, the health when it comes to hammering a baseball.
Yeah.
That would be deeply concerning.
Like somebody texted earlier, like, how much do you have to look at Jordan's brittleness? That cannot be ignored.
It has to factor in.
It can't be ignored. Like, maybe it's nothing in this case, but we can't ignore the possibility exists.
And like I said, that's where, people that, I hope that they've done all this research and they know that each time which bones it's been. But at a certain point, you go kind of connect the dots and go, well, if it was this bone this time, that bone that time, and now this is a different bone, then I'm starting to worry about the fact that his body might just is incapable of handling the kind of punishment to play Major League Baseball.
They can't figure out what is wrong with the hand, and he's had multiple hand issues. He's got chronic hand problems. That's my fear. That's why a hamate, if they find out it's a crack in the hamate, that's a win. That's a win at this point.
Plus, it's like, everybody says, well, give him a shot. Well, but at a certain point, your body becomes to a point where there's a tolerance to the shot. And then you got to find another means to an end to get to the point where he doesn't have pain. And also it's up to the player. Does he really want to play that way and deal with it?
Ocho calls him Kawhi Alvarez. Texter says Jordan Ming. Oh man, that sounds bad. Anthony Davis 2.0. If the same thing happens to Jordan next season, are you shopping him around? So you can't trade a player at his lowest value. Like, people would want him, but they wouldn't.
But they'd be
give him
leery of the fact that it could happen to them too.
I mean, I would take Jordan for nothing. Like,
sure.
You know what I mean? Like, you're just not going to get any value. Like, if you actually, like, if you want to be bold, if you actually think that this is a chronic issue that's never going to go away for Jordan, you try to get him as healthy as possible, play 80 games at a high level, and then trade him. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what you would do. That's the play. You don't trade him while he's sitting in the dugout. You don't trade him while he's in the office of his fourth hand specialist.
That's like if the conversation we had earlier that one of the listeners brought up. Like, you're not going to sit there and trade him at a time when there's still red flags and concerns about he's not 100% healthy, and no one can seem to pinpoint as to why he's not healthy. There's not a team that is not going to have serious issues going and want just rock bottom pricing if they were going to take a swing on that and a flyer, especially with where his contract is.
Dang, Jordan has paper skin and glass bones. Derek Rosa baseball. We're not going to read your mean text about Jordan Alvarez. He's too important to the Astros franchise. 713-780-3776. No, you're not calling Jordan Alvarez names on this show. like Zion Alvarez. We're not doing that. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN. Also, what is wrong with Jordan Alvarez's hand? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. All this hand talk and comparing Jordan to some of the injury-prone players of the century has me stressed. It has me, my anxiety's up all the way to the roof. The roof is the ceiling. You know what I need to do to get just lose my thought on all of this, to escape this hand talk? I need to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Escape the hand talk. Escape the hustle and bustle of hand talk. I have the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Doesn't have to be the weekend. It can be Monday through Friday, too. Get off work. Head out there. Maybe you only work on weekends. Maybe you have weekdays off. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Escape the stress of bad hands and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. twocreekscrossingresort.com. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees. All the hands there are 100%. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. They're Two Creeks, catch and release pond for the kiddos. You're going to love it. 90 minutes from Houston, you can escape the city in the hand talk without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92-acre property. You don't even need good hands for that. Kayak, you do need good hands for that. Pickleball courts also need good hands. Or how about just hanging out by the pool with a drink? Two Creeks Crossing Resort always takes care of their visitors. We went up there a few weeks ago. Had a great time. I worked Friday. I was up there before the sunset. We had a fantastic time. I did. Branham family did. We're going to head back out there soon. But both nights that we were there, food truck. The Saturday night that we were there, they had some good old country music. It was fantastic. Good old country music, live music. You can't beat it. Get on out there. They have glamping, which is great. They have cabins you're really going to love. We stayed in the treehouse. The treehouse is awesome. Or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. An incredible savings going on right now in July. You book 5 nights and you save 35%. Great, great deal going on right now at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What are the Mount Rushmore of Major League Baseball hand injuries? 713-780-3776. Been a lot of blisters for pitchers.
Yeah.
Ham-ates always happen. Jeff Bagwell had a lot of hand injuries before he got that massive pad, and before he met a hand doctor that he stole his wife.
Yeah, whoopsie.
Hide Bagwell. Hide the women and children when Bagwell's walking through the doors.
Yeah, from a hand injury perspective, even on pitchers, like you said, it's almost always been a lot of blister-related stuff.
Yeah, pitchers more blister. Or like blisters. Yeah, those are nasty too. Jordan needs whatever that hand model had in Zoolander. Yeah, Costanza he thought he was gonna be a hand model too. He tried to hand jive after watching Grease.
Might be an older reference not a lot of people get.
Okay, not reading that one. Jordan, nope, not reading that one either. You guys are nasty. 713-780 ESPN. Not reading that one, Blaine. You should be disgusted with yourself. You too, 1169. If the blame lies with the Astros medical staff, could that have been a factor in Pena signing with Boris? Boris has his own docs, trainers, etc. for clients. Well, he hired Boris before he was hurt.
Yeah.
And the Astros players have there are Boris clients on this team. Altuve's a Boris client, and McCullers is a Boris client. And McCullers hasn't been a Cal Ripken Iron Man either.
Right. And I think that this goes back to like when you remember a few years ago, Tom Brady, when he was in New England, had his own training staff. And for a while, Belichick was cool with it and let the guy have access to everything on the practice field, the training room, the sidelines. And then at a certain point, the team and their doctors end up shutting it down because it's almost inevitable there's going to be a conflict between diagnosis and treatment from team personnel and your own personal trainer. And it gets dicey. And that's why teams want to limit, who has access when they're doing their things. But players all the time are going to go to, whether it's second opinions or they have their own guys that their agent or otherwise go to.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the player. Like Verlander had his own people. I mean, McCullers went to the best surgeon in the world. He went to Dr. El Attache. That's where like everybody gets their Tommy John dones with Dr. El Attache now. So
it used to be William Andrews.
There you go. Yeah. I thought it was James Andrews.
Maybe James Andrews. Okay. William Andrews was running back.
Was he?
Falcons.
James Andrews, that dude who's always with the Commanders. He's always with Washington. You'll still be able to get value because other teams' medical personnel will be able to handle his injuries. I mean, if he's not playing, his value's not high. Sounds like he went to the same masseuse as Carlos Correa. Somebody on the internet the other day told me that Correa was not injured by his masseuse. He was actually, this is the one tweeters. Again, we're not journalists. I don't have a second source. This is just some random dude on the internet that told me this. He said that, and he said that he dated Carlos Correa's brother's ex-girlfriend. And this is how he knew. He said that Carlos Correa broke his rib horse playing with JC Correa. And he didn't want that to be out there because it showed lack of a maturity.
Huh. Like Jeff Kenton is his dirt bike.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, again, we may never know, but
just a theory.
But it's also the fact that the way the players' contracts are written, not that most teams would ever enforce it, but there's a whole lot of stuff that could have your contract null and void.
Yeah.
That guys worry about too.
I don't know if there's those clauses in a contract whenever a player hasn't signed an extension yet. I don't know.
Like from a Jeff Kent perspective, he could have easily been taken to task for the fact that he did it on a dirt bike when you're not supposed to be riding a motorized.
And those big contracts will have that in the contracts. Yes. But whenever you're in the first 6 years of club control, I don't know. Right. I don't know that they do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jordan hurt his hand defending his paper rock scissors championship belt. Not bad. Not the best. Jordan gave Lance a high five and got the curse. Which Lance? Lance is an injury-prone name.
I would think McCullers, but you're right.
You don't trade Jordan when he's in his fourth doctor's waiting room. You don't. That's when he's at his lowest value. You can't be in the specialist offices sitting on the little doctor's table and be like, hey, Jordan, you just been traded for a bucket of curveballs. 713-780 ESPN. The curse of Dr. Brown, the handman, continues. He is dead, so maybe he can provide the curse.
Indeed he is, yes. And he went through a whole lot of trouble and turmoil before he...
I don't know if a lot of people know that he's dead, because a lot of people were tweeting me his picture yesterday, and I feel like they wouldn't have tweeted the picture of him if they knew he was dead. Yeah, I don't know if they know that he's dead. Why would you want to potentially disrupt the lineup that has been this clutch this year by inserting Yordan in September. I can't imagine why I would want Yordan Alvarez in this mediocre offense's batting order. I can't imagine. I just have visions of Game 6 World Series turning a game upside down. I have walk-off home runs. I have him taking Luis Castillo deep. I cannot imagine why I would want Yordan Alvarez joining a mediocre offense in September that has World Series aspirations. What a baffling, crazy idea.
We say over and over again before the season, during the season, every season, this is your best hitter, the best combination of hitting for average and power in the prime of his career. Yeah, ludicrous to think that you'd want him back for September in the playoffs.
All of you people are disgusting. You disgust me. Rack and Pete, Astros IL should have Rice Krispies as a sponsor. Snap, crackle, pop. That's not bad. No, 3338. I know that rumor exists, but that's the rumor that I heard. That Correa was horse playing with his younger brother, cracked the rib, and didn't want that to be the message because he didn't want to be labeled as immature. Which, by the way, do you know how long Correa missed with that rib
That's what I
injury?
was just going to ask.
4 to 6 weeks.
So what was the actual...
How long he actually missed?
Yeah.
I thought he missed 4 to 6 weeks, somewhere in that range. What year was that?
That's what I was going to say. If if we could pinpoint it and say, well, we can count
2019.
on 5 weeks as opposed to, or 4 weeks, you would hope. But I was curious how long start to finish before he was back in the lineup.
Well, not all rib injuries are the same. Every rib injury tells its own story.
Thank you. But I was curious as to how long it did take him to get
Let's
back.
see, it happened in May. So it was 2 months. He played in a game on May 26th, and then the next time he played in a game was July 26th.
Wow.
So that's about 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Now, was his rib injury more severe than Pena's cracked rib? Probably. But I think the 11 days for Jeremy Pena to return to this lineup is very, very optimistic from a man,
Plus,
Dana Brown, who's always been
say,
overly optimistic.
But also from an organizational standpoint, with this hot mess, just the latest in another situation what they're dealing with, if they haven't learned by now to border on extra time, then they're just dumb. Because with this one, especially with how important he has been all year, you need him back, and you need to handle him with kid gloves.
713-780-ESPN. Yeah, a lot of the Correa stuff. He slept on it wrong. He did hurt his neck one. We missed the Tampa trip because he slept on it wrong.
Fireworks in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. He's the best hitter, hands down.
Pillows. Okay.
He hurt his hands playing patty cake with Roberto Duran.
Or Adrian Peterson.
Somebody say he shook hands with Adrian Peterson. I think you need to go to Angleton and have a big glass of chilled bourbon. That sounds great. They called it Roberto Duran, though. Hands of Stone.
Hands of Stone, yeah.
Manos de, is it Pies? I think it's
Until he
Pies.
said no mas.
Well, that was in the first fight.
Yeah.
No, wait, it was second fight. Roberto Duran beat him in the first fight. And then they invoked their immediate rematch, and Duran was living the lap of luxury. So they got the rematch really, really quick whenever he was overweight, out of shape, it wasn't quite ready, was living in his riches, and then beat him. And then he was never given the trilogy, which is Bush League.
So Sugar Ray, they split?
They were 1-1.
Okay.
Yeah. And the way that they
Sounds
did
like you're on Duran's side.
Absolutely.
He
got hosed. They never gave him a trilogy fight. How do you not give him a trilogy fight?
For living the life and not getting in shape for the rematch.
But they did it too quickly. They didn't give him time to really run a really good camp.
I think it's on him at a certain point. You got it.
But how do you not give him a trilogy? How do you have?
I definitely think there should have been a trilogy when they were both still in their prime too. Not like a match that we were waiting. I mean, a matchup they were waiting for forever, and then by the time that
Sugar Ray ducked him, dude. Sugar Ray ducked him in the third fight. He didn't want to fight him.
What's the? Why can't I think of the fight that Manny Pacquiao, and we waited way too long. They were both over the hill by the time Mayweather by the time they fought.
Yeah. How do you say Mr. Glass in Spanish? Señor Vidro. That's how you say.
Vidro?
Vidro's glass. Now, if you're talking about a glass cup, it's vaso.
Okay.
But a glass, just right there.
A pane of glass?
Window, yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to cash him or trash him. What are you cashing? What are you trashing with a B? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. What you got, Blankers?
I'll start with the fact that with all this talk of Jordan, that Jordan will be back. And at the time Jordan is back, the Astros will still have at least a 3-game lead in the division.
Hold on, what?
3-game lead in the
No,
division.
before that?
Jordan will be back at some point. And regardless of when he's back, the Astros will still hold at least a 3-game lead in the division.
I cashed the last part. But
you don't think he's going to be back at all? Because even if he has surgery, if he needs it for whatever the hell is wrong with the hand,
I don't know what's wrong.
He should be back by September.
If I don't have a prognosis, how am I supposed to say he's going to be back?
Because you got to believe, Jeremy. At some point, you just got to dig deep and you got to believe.
I'm a realistic kind of guy.
Where's your belief?
I mean, how could you believe?
That's fair, but I mean, because you believe in this team, you believe in this franchise, you got to believe he's going to be back.
I'm gonna. I don't think Jordan Alvarez is going to play the rest of the year.
Oh my God!
What's the prognosis?
I mean, there's much time that they've already let slip by. But even now, even if he has surgery to fix whatever they think it might be,
we don't know what it is. What is he having surgery on? Like, all these people are like, put a screw in it. Go do surgery on what?
I'm just telling you.
Just do it to do it. Like, what are we doing? What are we surgically repairing? What are we putting a screw in? We don't know. There's no prognosis. How can I tell you definitively he's going to be back if you can't tell me what's wrong with the dude?
Because no matter what's wrong with him, I'm telling you, he is going to be back. Cash or trash it. He's going to be back, and they're going to have at least a 3-game lead when he is.
I'll cash the 3-game. Well, I can't cash it because
maybe he comes back next year, Jeremy, week 1, and they got a 3-point.
That's moving the goalpost. I don't think he's going to play again this year, so I'm going to trash it.
Wow.
Trash. I don't know the prognosis. If you can't tell me a prognosis, I can't tell you he's going to be back. AJ, do you want to cash or trash?
I'll trash it.
I'll trash it too. I feel like I talked him into it. I feel like I talked him into some
Trash.
negativity. Mine also pertains to Jordan. Cam Smith will have a higher career WAR than Jordan Alvarez.
Ooh.
Cam right now is a 2.3 on Baseball Ref. That's what the cool kids say about Baseball Reference. They call it Baseball Ref. Jordan Alvarez is a 23.1 career WAR. So he's got a 10-time lead. But Cam Smith at the end of his career is going to have a higher career WAR than Jordan Alvarez.
Trash.
Okay. I'll bet you this one. You want to bet on it?
Trash.
It's a long-term bet. I firmly believe that. That's not like this crazy hot take. I firmly believe, which is the theory behind cash or trash. I firmly believe it. I firmly believe Cam Smith will have a higher career WAR than Jordan. Plus, he plays the field. Jordan doesn't. So that kind of helps Cam. And then Jordan can't be in the lineup. Can't play.
Yeah,
Jordan Alvarez has seen more hand specialists this year than he has home runs.
That's scary. But again, that's to my point that this team has been this good pretty much the whole year because even when he was playing, he wasn't good without Jordan Alvarez. So the panic button, sure, for the postseason, you really want to have him back. But until then, this team has been able to handle its business without him doing anything.
Yeah, I'm with you on they're gonna win the division. I'm not with you on the Jordan part of it.
Okay.
Yeah. You cash down. Do you have a cash or trash? Or should I go to Robbie Age? Go to Robbie. 713-780-ESPN. Cash him or trash him with the bees. Robbie, what's your cash or trash?
My cash is, like y'all said, the Astros win the division, but I think it's going to be still around the 7 games that they're leading right now. What do y'all feel about the game-wise?
7 seems it's possible. It seems steep by the end of the year because we don't know about who's coming back with everybody that could come back. But I will trash it. I think it's a little less than 7, but I think they still
Trash.
I think they still win the division by multiple games.
I think they cruise. I'll cash it. Cash. 713-780-ESPN. What's your cash or trash? Cash or trash? Astros lock up Cam Smith with a contract early.
I mean, they better get on it if that's what they're going to do because it's only, he's only going to have more value if he keeps doing what he's been doing for the last several weeks. I'll say that they're going to try. I'll trash it. I don't think they get it done.
I have a feeling they're gonna. Like the way that they've handled them, like the mama in the clubhouse, whenever they call them up, calling them up early, kind of throwing caution to the wind in terms of the service time. I think they're going to get them done. If I had to guess the time, I think they're going to do it off season this year.
The relevance of mama in the clubhouse
It matters.
Okay, it
They
does.
want to. They're babying him. They want him to be the face that they see him as the future face of the franchise.
I think they were just looking for some free extra pub.
We'll see. I think they get it done this offseason. I think they'll lock him up. Long-term deal. Wow. From Jeremy trashing Cam to saying he'll be better than Jordan. I said higher career war. Where are we? And I never trashed Cam. Like people have this idea, this narrative that I trash Cam Smith. I never trash Cam Smith. And I mean that sincerely. I never trash Cam Smith. I've been taken out of context. I've been framed. Corey, Rockets will win 65-plus games next year.
Trashing.
Yeah, that's too many.
And the West is too good. I mean, as much as the Rockets have done to elevate themselves even more to being one of the top 2 teams, or 3, but top 2 teams in the West, the rest of the West has been trying their asses off to get better and making improvements to where it's a gauntlet. And I don't think that they're going to win 65 games.
I think they're going to kind of coast in the regular season too. Like last year they overachieved because like they were this young, hungry team that was like proving people wrong. This Rockets team doesn't have the mindset, in my opinion, of like, now they do have the coach that's going to demand it, but they're going to rest Kevin Durant. They're going to manage Steven Adams' minutes. They're going to like, this is a team that has bigger aspirations in winning a bunch of regular season games.
Yeah, this is a team that was constantly looking for its version of SGA on the Thunder. The guy they got isn't in his prime anymore, so they are going to nurse the hell out of him in the regular season to make sure he's ready to go for the playoffs, because with him, they got a chance. Without him, sorry to tell you this, they don't. So I think that they will definitely monitor everything and border on rest for all their guys.
Trash or cash, the Rockets will make the Western Conference Finals next year.
I mean, you got to win a playoff series first, but I'll cash it.
Yeah, I'm going to cash it. Why not? I'm feeling good about the Rockets. I need some positivity with Jordan's hand.
I think people are sleeping on how good the Nuggets are, and that they've quietly kind of retooled enough that they're better. And I think that they're probably the third best team in the West right now.
That's fair. Texans win the division with 11 wins.
Cash it. They win the division, and I think 11's definitely in play. I'll cash that.
Yeah, I'll cash it too. I haven't done my week by week.
I haven't either.
See, like all the prediction, like all the records, all that. I do that for every team, and then I do a bunch of over/under totals. I have a tremendous amount of success. By tremendous amount of success, I mean like 51%. But no, I think they're going to win the division. 11 wins. Cash or trash, Cam has a higher career WAR than Kyle Tucker.
Ooh. I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
I mean, it's a pretty high bar. Kyle Tucker's been pretty damn good, and he's been rolling pretty good for quite a while now, to where I hope so. If I had to bet on this, I would bet no.
Yeah, I'll probably draw the line there. I'll trash that. Tucker's really
Trash.
good. Tucker's WAR is going to get better and better. And plus he plays a decent right field, all that. That's going to be a hard one to catch. Key from LA, if you're Jordan Alvarez, keep on having these mysterious injuries. Cash or trash, he will never win an MVP. That's why the Dodgers let y'all have him.
Even if he doesn't win an MVP, for Josh Fields, you lost, and you lost miserably. So let's put it there. I honestly, right now, with everything they're dealing with, I don't think Jordan's ever going to win an MVP.
No, I'll cash the MVP part. Now, the whole like flex, like we let y'all have him.
But you're cashing that he's going to win an MVP?
No. I don't think he'll win the MVP.
Okay.
I don't know how he phrased it, but I don't think Jordan Alvarez won the MVP. But to like phrase it in a way is like we didn't want Jordan Alvarez. He's a bum, and we got Josh Fields, and we won the trade. To frame it in that direction is ridiculous and silly. If Jordan Alvarez never played a game the rest of his life, the Astros win that trade 10 times over. Yep. Like that is a silly phrasing. Key from LA. I think Key from LA is in a fighting mood because the Astros are coming to town this 4th of July. Cash or trash, Jordan will never play for the Astros again.
Trash.
Yeah, I trash that. I think he'll be back next year.
Yep. Oh, I think sooner.
Cash or trash, Astros win the series against the Dodgers.
Ooh. Pitching matchups aren't great, but you do get one. You get Fromber. I'll trash it.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it. Cash or trash, Texans will be the number 1 defense in the NFL.
Ooh, that's a good one. Close, but no cigar. I'll trash it.
Yeah, if you said top 5, I would cash it. Maybe even top three.
I think top 3 I'd be open to.
I can't go as far as number 1.
No.
Would be awesome, though. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel's got a cash or trash for us. What's up, Israel?
What's up? Hey, will Shepard hit the floor? I know that's a cash. He is not going to hit the floor. But what I don't like to also say is about Cam, man. Cam not only is going to be the face of the other Astros, but Dana is going to be GM of the year. Cash Trash, Dana with this team ending up in second place or either first or second place to get the bye.
So you're talking about the overall best record in the American League, first or second. So I guess is Dana going to be executive of the year? Is how we'll phrase that? Cash or trash? Is that what he was getting at?
I guess. Who did he say was no good?
No, he said Cam's going to be the face of the franchise.
But he said he put somebody down when he was propping up Dana. It sounded like he said Cal. I don't know. I don't think Dana's going to executive of the year. I think he's done a heck of a job, though. I like Dana Brown.
I'm trying to think of who wins it.
I mean, I don't know whoever Detroit's guy is. He'll be up there.
Yeah, but they were there last year already.
The people love they like. I mean, they like Hinch.
I'm trying to think of like a savvy signing or two that's elevated.
Friedman's always gonna get votes because they're LA.
I think Dana could win it.
I think there's a better chance for a spotter to win manager of the year than Dana executive of the year. But I wouldn't be mad at Dana winning executive of the year. I think he's worthy. Now I don't know what
draft pick with it.
Yeah, you don't get a draft pick for that.
I said you wish, yeah.
What is see the floor? Like Reed played 52 games last year.
I hate to break it to Israel yet again. They are counting on Reed to play.
But what does not see the floor mean, though, Israel? Like, you got to give us a little bit of a baseline. Last year, he played 650 minutes. Like that, I mean, yes, he didn't play much last year, but he still played 650 minutes. So what does not see the floor mean? He played in 52 games.
Boy, this Reed hate is.
What does not see the floor mean? I need a better definition of that. Not see the floor, trash that. Because even last year, he played in 52 games. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Davis has a cash or trash. What's up, Davis?
Hey, what's up, man? Cash or trash? Luke from LA doesn't know nothing about baseball.
Who from LA?
Key from LA, I think.
I'll cash that.
Yeah, he's a casual.
Yeah.
He's a baseball casual. He likes his Sean McVay Rams. He likes his Showtime Lakers. He doesn't know a darn thing about baseball.
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani's pitching against the Astros, huh?
Yeah, for a couple innings.
Friday or Saturday? I'm excited to watch that. I hate the Dodgers.
I do too.
Shohei Ohtani might be my favorite player outside of Houston.
I honestly think that the Astros have a legit chance to win 2 out of 3.
Yeah, it's a series. I mean, they have a chance to win it. I knew Israel would bring up Reed.
But the thing is that when you talk to you hear people talking about this, and every broadcaster and everybody looking at the series, everybody basically writes it off as it's just going to be really tough for the Astros to win in LA this weekend. Okay. They're both 50-plus win teams. There's only 5 of those in all of Major League Baseball. One of them is stacked offensively and hasn't had the kind of injuries that the Astros have had. I'm not going to write them off.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's again last night, and I was flipping channels to hear guys going, well, I mean, the tough part is that, they're facing the Dodgers. That's going to be a really tough proposition this weekend. Why?
I mean, Dodgers are good.
They're good. So are the Astros.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I mean, if I had gun to my head, who wins the series?
I mean, I look at it from their pitching perspective. If Kershaw pitches, I think that they're going to be just fine. I'm not scared of Clayton Kershaw.
So I mean, gun to your head, Astros, Dodgers. If you're wrong, AJ gets to pull the trigger.
Yeah, but he'll probably shoot and miss, which helps me.
Stop it.
2 out of 3?
Yeah.
No, I can't. if it's that circumstances, I can't.
I knew you weren't going to go that far.
No. I thought about it, but I can't. It's too big of a risk.
Cash J-Dog would crush Gallant in an arm wrestling match. I don't know. I do work out the biceps, once or twice a month. I knew Israel would bring up Reed. Cash. Reed averages 10 points a game next year. Cash or trash?
Cash.
10? Yeah,
I think that's about right.
Cash or trash. More people will listen to you guys when you are on vacation later this summer. I'll cash that. People hate me.
I mean, does that mean my family's listening to me?
I don't know.
That would be a stretch.
Cash or trash. Cam will play more than 50 minutes for the Rockets this year.
Cam will play for the Cam's not going to play for the Rockets this year.
I think that was the
trash it.
genesis of the question.
Cam's going to be playing somewhere else.
Yeah, I'll trash that. Cash or trash, Texans have a top 10 offense.
Ooh, top 10? 10? I'm going to cash it.
I will cash it too. Homer, why not? Ohtani doesn't scare the Astros. Reference Angels. Yeah, I mean, Ohtani, you can pitch Ohtani. Ohtani's got some swing and miss. And he's only pitching like an inning or two these days.
Yep.
Or I missed. Where did I click off this? Kershaw's pitching tonight. Oh, Ohtani, and somebody had one. Oh, okay, I see it.
So you get the look. What's his name? The comedian lookalike, the redhead Carrot Top. You get Carrot Top for a game, and who else?
I don't know. I haven't seen the pitching matchup. Both Collins and Mixons have 1,000-yard seasons.
Cash it.
I don't love this Mixon boot signing Chubb thing. It makes me a little leery.
Oh, signing Chubb because Mixon was in it, but they have already shown Mixon's already had videos posted of him working out again.
Has he?
Yeah.
What is he doing?
That. I mean, he's been doing all kinds.
Has he been running?
It looked like he was doing like shuttle. He was moving his feet and everything.
Okay, I'll cash it then. I think that person meant Cam Whitmore plays 50 minutes. Yeah, that's how
That's
he
what we're
answered,
talking
right?
about.
We don't think Cam Whitmore is going to be a Rocket.
I'm not going to think Cam Smith's going to get traded. I think Cam Whitmore's going to get traded.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texans swarm. A perceived Texans weakness that I'm not worried about. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, we know that the holiday is right around the corner. We were just talking about the fact that the 4th of July will be here before you know it on Friday. Friday up until midnight, you still have a chance to get your Top Dog fireworks so that you can be the hero in your neighborhood, just like the parks and the different locations that are shooting off the big fireworks. Get to TopDogFireworks.com right now and check out the 14 different locations in the Houston area, and then get to one that's closest to you. Because on top of the 4th of July, there are weddings, birthdays, parties, engagements, gender reveals. Everybody loves fireworks, and you can add fireworks to what you're going to do when you have your next celebration by going to Top Dog Fireworks right now. TopDogFireworks.com tells you where all 14 locations are around the Houston area, and they're constantly trying to take care of you, but it's only while supplies last. Spend $250 right now, you get a reward while supplies last. It's a little extra for you. You can also find out that they have buy one, get one free, a wall of the over 100 different buy one, get one free offers. You get in there, you check out the BOGO wall, and you are going to cash in by getting buy one, get one free fireworks that are going to help you to enhance your firework experience. Right now, each and every location is also going to have a drawing for a holiday giveaway contest with a winner getting a package of fireworks valued at over $450. And everybody who enters in that gets the opportunity to win the grand prize of all the Top Dog Fireworks locations, the Top Dog Beast, an assortment valued at $1,100. Again, I encourage you, TopDogFireworks.com right now. Go to their website. You can also complete an entry form there as well, and then find the Top Dog Fireworks nearest to you. They are going to be open until midnight on Friday, July 4th, so time is running out. You get there, you get in on the contest, but more importantly than anything else, you get great fireworks at a great price that is going to help you celebrate the 4th like nobody's business. Check them out today, TopDogFireworks.com.
Joe needs to wash his mouth out with soap.
Did you also notice that Joe was telling that to Michael Carroll instead of telling that to our producer?
Well, he's kind of soft, Joe.
And also, Brian's never here, so he had to tell Michael Carroll instead.
There's levels to this.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good point. The new ESPN Houston app is live. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway. Hit the go button, and you will see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. Does that not go into social media platforms, YouTube channel? Would that not be the same thing? I like to nitpick Joe's scripts. Same, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that redundant? Social media platforms and our YouTube channel? Would that be redundant?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, I think it's redundant.
It's all the same.
Yeah, social media platforms and our YouTube channel. It's redundant. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and the shows. You know what else I think is redundant that sometimes annoys me? Because I'm an old man, get off my lawn. When people say new career high, it's redundant. Career high tells me that it's new.
Well, I guess you're right. Because even if you only had like 2 points in a game ever in your life,
yeah,
you've had points in a game.
Reed Shepard, Israel thinks his career high is 2 points. He hits a 3. You don't need to say new career high. That's a career high.
Mm-hmm.
It says it in itself.
It's a bit nitpicky, but
it's very nitpicky. Yeah. It's very much a Branham tag. There's no doubt about that. I admit my flaws. My flaws are times I'm a bit nitpicky. Like my ADHD, whenever music's in my earphones, drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. How about new app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway as opposed to giveaways?
It depends on if we're going to have one or many.
I mean, what do you think?
I think a couple.
I think it's plural.
I think a couple. Yeah.
I don't think it should be singular. The read says new app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway.
Means one and done.
That's why I do the end.
It's fair.
Come on, Joe. If you're going to demand that we talk Texans, I'm going to demand that you write an appropriate script with proper grammar. Who am I to speak on grammar? I'm the worst grammar person in the world. All right, here's a perceived Texan weakness that I'm not worried about as they talk Texans, guys. So the Texans defensive line's really good, right? We can all agree there. Now, Pro Football Focus has them as the 4th best defensive line entering the year, but it does say that the defensive line has a weakness, a little soft in the middle now. The Texans struggled on the interior, which may continue to be a problem area in 25. Settle was the team highest graded interior defender in 24, yet his 58.6, blah, 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 ranked just 58th at the position. Am I wrong to think that the Texans will not be soft in the middle? Am I wrong to think that the interior defensive line is going to be fine? Like, I'm not going to say they're going to be top 5, top 10 in the NFL, but I think an interior defensive line with Tim Settle, Foley, Sheldon Rankins, also Autry's going to play there in pass rushing situations. I'm not worried about the interior defensive line.
I was worried when I didn't know what Foley's status was going to be, but I did like bringing Rankins back because I was a fan of his when he was here the last time. And I think that they have enough to stop the middle, to clog up the middle. And I think that they still have some guys that, whether they're contemplating bringing back and or guys that they had a year ago that will be back. Mario Edwards was a guy that when he had to, he could clog up the middle as well. I think that they have enough. If Autry's a guy they move around, I think that he can still be fine. I'm not worried about that.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to worry about that. Look, I think this defense is as complete as maybe we've ever seen in Texans history.
I would agree. I'm bullish on the defense. I think that there are some problem areas. Like, look, I guess I'm going to contradict myself here. Of all the spots defensively, like the interior defensive line is probably like the least strong, but I don't think it's a weakness. I don't think the teams are going to be like, we're just going to run it right down the throats of the Houston Texans.
You think the linebackers have improved enough?
I like Alshire. Yeah. I like EJ Speed.
I like Speed.
And look, I don't know what Harris is going to give you. Christian Harris is the Jordan Alvarez of the Houston Texans.
Well,
but that's solid.
And Toto really it took a leap that I didn't think he was capable of taking.
He's gone to where last year, this time of year, I thought he was a depth piece. Mm-hmm. This year, I think he's playable.
Yep.
Like he's graduated from depth piece to playable to me. He was solid last year. I'll give him credit for that. And I was wrong on Henry Toto. I didn't see that coming. But you also added EJ Speed. Like, and the Texans also play, nickel 98% of the time.
So Petrie's your third corner /
he's your nickel.
Yeah.
He's your inside corner, which I don't, that actually to me is the biggest weakness. People hate that I say that.
Well, but his coverage is not great.
That's the thing. I think Jalen Petrie in coverage is the weakness of the Houston Texans defense.
Yeah, I do have some concerns, but now I don't. You got to see how the Jimmy Ward situation plays out.
Not really. I'm not worried about that.
I don't want Jimmy Ward on the field.
He's not going to be if you're healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you're healthy and Jimmy Ward's not on the field, then I think you're looking at third corner. And to me, I need to figure out just exactly what they're going to do in terms of their front seven. But I honestly believe this. I think this is the best top to bottom defensive unit that they've had since the Texans got it.
No, I'm bullish on the defense. I think they can finish top 5. So I'm not worried about the interior defensive line. If I had to point to one thing on the defense that I was most concerned about, it would be Petrie's coverage skills. And people are going to hate that I said that. Casario might hate I said that because they locked him up to an extension.
Yeah.
What would be your
kind of overpaid him?
I think so.
Yeah.
They paid him the highest nickel money ever, and he can't
like
cover. Yeah.
And then the guy for the Bears got it.
What would be your one weakness of the defense?
That's what I said.
Petrie too.
I think. Look, we've both been very critical of the fact that as much as he gets in the defensive backfield, as he wreaks havoc, he hits like a Mack truck. His coverage is less than, and it's been less than, regardless of where he plays. And so I think that's the biggest concern. You're going to pay a guy close to top of market value as a third corner, and his coverage ain't great.
He's not. I think he's really good at everything except that.
I think what you mentioned is something that I'm concerned about too, which is as good as you might be with your first two or three linebackers, depth at the linebacker position. I think you're deep across the front four. I really am concerned about depth at linebacker.
I'm not. I mean, you're only playing 2 guys there, and the starters I think are going to be Azeez and Speed, and then look. Christian Harris.
Don't know what Christian Harris is.
But he was like walking around in media day and stuff and wore the uniform. And then your backup's Henry To'oTo'o and Christian Harris. That's better than you were last year, though. Like last year you had Azeez, you had To'oTo'o, and nothing. This year you have Azeez, EJ Speed, potentially Harris, Henry To'oTo'o is your 4th linebacker.
But until I know that Harris is going to be there and he gets through stretching in a couple of practices and comes back, To'oTo'o, yeah, he got better. But yeah, and I got to see if Speed is the fit and everything, because he was a great tackler and he was good for Indy. But injuries worry me about the depth of the linebacker position.
Okay, fair enough.
And it starts with Christian Harris.
Huey and Spring, thank you for supporting well-used grammar. I shouldn't have done that. I'm not a grammar guy, but I'm ESL. I'm English second language. But are you worried about the long snapper position for the Houston Texans? Yeah, how could you not be? John Weeks is the greatest long snapper in the history of the game, and the Texans are going to go with a fella by the name of Austin Brinkman.
Yeah, they took the guy that they brought in and cut him already, and then they bring in another guy. So it's a little concerning right now.
Yeah. No, I think it'll be fine.
What's Frank? What the Ross? I believe in Ross as a special teams coach. He'll work it out. He'll figure it out.
Yeah. Keep from LA next year when the Texans have to pay Stroud $60 million, Will Anderson $50 million. Who are they going to cut? Hunter and Petrie.
You, Keith from LA.
I mean, they're going to have some big money coming down the pike. There's no doubt about that.
And it'll be interesting to see. We know Mahomes has that crazy contract that was structured in such a way so that he gets his money, but he also gives the team some flexibility. I don't know if CJ with Mulligetta is going to be in for that, but yeah, you got some contract. As much as you've tried to wrap up as many guys as you can, the 2 big ones are right around the corner.
And then you have others like coming too. Like, I mean, you're gonna have to pay Lassiter. You're gonna have to pay Bullock probably.
Yep.
I mean, you have Nico
slightly down
locked up. It's a good problem to have, though. Like, it's a good problem to have. Like, if you're having to move on from players because you're paying really good players a lot of money, it's better than we have to go find players to pay money to because we're so bad, like the finding Rex Burkheads. But no, I think you're probably looking at depth more than anything. Like your Danico Autry's of the world. Like you're not going to have these luxury backups like the Texans currently have. It's going to be probably stars and scrubby, where you're going to be paying a lot of your starters. And then you're going to have to find a lot of value with your backups.
Depending on how many guys you deem stars worthy of top dollar.
For sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, again, enjoy it while you got it now because you got depth. Now you got depth at the running back position, the receiver room with the 2 rookies. You got depth at wide receiver. You got a whole lot of depth on this team, but it ain't going to last forever.
Huey, it's been my experience that ESL speakers use grammar better than native speakers. Well, there you go. That's why my grammar is elite.
Mine isn't. You tell me that all the time.
I think you have better grammar than I do. I think my spelling's better than yours, though. Okay. Your grammar is good. Your spelling,
When I care about it.
I did notice you tweeted a misspelling today.
Did I?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me to fix it?
No, you get a little sensitive when I correct you. So I try to avoid that. For the sake of morale, I try not to correct your spelling. You want me to tell you what it was, or do
Sure.
you want to try to find it?
Tell me.
You misspelled Jim Crane's name.
Crane?
There's no E.
No E?
No E.
Okay.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Which teams won the NFL offseason? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How did he spell Crane? There's an E in it, but maybe I misheard the Branham correction. No, I screwed up the correction. I misspelled the correction. Crane is spelled Crane. There was an I in there, but whatever. No one cares about spelling. It's 2025. Who had the best NFL offseason? 713-780-3776. These were 5 teams from Bucky Brooks, who I've come to like Bucky Brooks. I used to not be a fan of Bucky Brooks, and then like the things that I thought he was wrong about and I thought I was right about, turned out he was right about and I was wrong about. And I'm willing to admit that. I'm a big person, more wide than tall, but I'm a big person. So I've learned to like Bucky Brooks because where I thought he was wrong, he was actually right. So these are the teams that he lists as the best offseason teams in the NFL. He has the Chicago Bears at the top of his list. It's hard for me to argue that, mostly because of who they hired as head coach.
Well, I think it goes deeper than that, too, because as much as they said a year ago, and they did. They put weapons all around Caleb Williams, but the one thing they didn't do is they didn't fortify their offensive line, and he was running for his life, and it was a disaster. And they spent a majority of their initial movement before the draft enhancing their offensive line.
Yeah, the offensive line's a good point because I would go to skill before I went offensive line, but offensive line, I would agree, is probably more important. You add Loveland there, you add Luther Burden, which I think Loveland's going to be bigger than Burden. But Ben Johnson, whenever you have this project quarterback that's supposed to be the second coming, who is not good as a rookie, landing Ben Johnson whenever he was the big fish for like the last 3 years, that to me was like it's hard to lose the offseason when you hire Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
now he's got to go prove it, of course.
And I would say that I don't think that in terms of what we heard previously and what Caleb Williams' dad's book said about him, not having any coaches that are willing to spend the time teaching him how to look at tape and everything like that. I think if you need a quarterback whisperer and guru to work with as a head coach, you got the right one.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a lot of he got a lot of heat for saying that about Chicago. And it's like, well, I mean, Chicago's kind of where quarterbacks go to die. It's hard to be too mad at that take from his dad.
Every time we talk about the Bears, people don't realize that if you want to be the all-time statistical leader for quarterback of the Chicago Bears, it don't take a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Cutler is their statistical best quarterback ever. That's bad.
He had Baltimore next, which is kind of surprising to me because I didn't think that they did a whole lot. Now, they didn't lose a whole lot.
But adding Jair Alexander.
That's the thing that he had push him across, which I guess it depends on how highly you think of Jair Alexander. Now, they did add DeAndre Hopkins. I think DeAndre Hopkins is very clearly the number 3 receiver. I don't know how much they really add with DeAndre at this stage of his career. I guess it's better to have DeAndre than not have DeAndre. But I think Bateman's better than Hopkins.
Oh, yeah.
You ask for Batman, you get Bateman. But, I mean, it's solid. It was okay. I don't look at Baltimore, though, as this unbelievable, massive offseason.
No, I don't. But I also think that they didn't have to go very far to improve, right? I mean, they were one of the top teams in the AFC a year ago. But where they needed help was offensively, if anywhere, it would be at wide receiver. And then defensively, the fact that they loaded up on the other corner position because their defense is really staunch, that it helps when there's not a whole lot of holes to fill, and they get a guy like Jair Alexander to fill one of them.
Patriots he had next, solidifying their offensive line with additions of Campbell, Moses, Bradbury, signing Stephon Diggs, drafting Travion Henderson, just beefing up everything around Drake May. I like what they did at their head coach spot. I'm a big Mike Vrabel fan. I thought he took Tennessee further than they had any business going. Now, how quickly it happens in New England will be interesting. I still think they're a long way away. They're depleted of talent.
Yeah, you can say that they made, again, opposite of Baltimore. They had so many holes to fill and so many places, starting with their head coach, to get better, that they did a lot to kind of enhance their ability to take a step up. But that step up ain't anywhere close to being a playoff team.
Yeah. No, and he's not saying playoff teams. He's saying best off seasons,
right,
which I think it's a solid off season, but I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that off season's great. Washington, which I will admit that Washington had a very splashy off season.
Starting with
Tunsil and then also Deebo Samuel. So
That's right.
you trade for a really good left tackle. Some people might not say he's really good, but you trade for a left tackle who's well-respected around the league, and then Deebo Samuel, who's been a really good offensive weapon for the last 5 years in the NFL.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like, during minicamp, it looked like he was going to be right tackle, but at the same time, he's got time.
Hold on, what?
Deebo was big during
minicamp. I think he meant Tunsil at right tackle.
No, he can play right tackle opposite of Tunsil. But, yeah, I mean, they're obviously going for it, and they're hoping that, Jaden Daniels continues on his progressions to continue to get better. They put everything around him, too. They got a hell of a division to get through. But, yeah, they did improve.
See, I don't love Deebo. I feel like I'm probably less on Deebo than most people. And, Laramie Tunsil, doesn't help his quarterback up. So you know how I feel about Tunsil. I don't necessarily love the two guys that they traded for, but I do admire that they're going for it with a quarterback on a rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you absolutely have to be aggressive whenever you have a quarterback on his rookie deal who is very, very good. So I don't necessarily love the parts, but I love the philosophy.
Yeah,
of Washington.
That's a smart way to do it. You look at the percentages, and Mahomes is the outlier in terms of Mahomes, no matter what he's making and how big his contract is, he'll be there. But other than that, the odds are stacked against you once you get to the second contract for a quarterback.
Last team he mentions were the Raiders. Traded for Geno, drafted Ashton Genty, which, where you drafted him can kind of be brought into the equation. And then they hired Pete Carroll as their head coach. I think the Raiders are going to be entertaining. I like Geno. I think Geno's pretty good. I'm higher on Geno than most, I think.
Yeah, I'm not. You knew even last in Seattle, I wasn't a Geno fan. But I think from a head coaching perspective, because that was such a volatile situation and they were trying to figure things out, I think if nothing else, you got a guy that knows how to motivate and lead a locker room in Pete Carroll. And so I think that's immediately a step up right there. And I'm sure he will put the right coaches in the right positions as well. So that helps them immensely. And again, it's kind of like New England. Are they going to be a playoff team? I don't think so. But because of the guys they put in place, can they take that first big step forward? Sure.
They also have the magic of Tom Brady, and everything that Tom Brady touches, except for his marriage, turns into gold.
Yeah, he won that
gold,
the Fan Fest thing or whatever.
Did he?
Yeah, they had that
Fan Fest games
between fans and ex-athletes. He won $1 million.
He won $1 million?
Yeah, they had all these different contests that you had to do, throwing a baseball, throwing a football, golfing, doing all these things, and he won $1 million.
I can't believe they gave out $1 million to the winner of that. I wonder how much their appearance fee was for that thing too.
Oh my god,
because they had so many people out there.
Yeah, and it's Michael, what's his name, that has the white party and everything.
Michael Rubin.
Yeah.
But those guys aren't going there for free. Like
No.
he's paying an appearance fee.
Yeah, because they were pumping it up too. I mean, even KD was like, this is what better place than Fan Fest or whatever they call it to do this announcement. And Kay Adams was there, and everybody was there participating and or signing and or doing interviews.
I think it had to be like at least six figures. Now it's different for different people. Like Brady's appearance fees,
it's like those autographs
more than like Cody Rhodes, but
it's like Cam Smith is not getting nearly as much as Hall of Famers signing at an autograph.
No, it's all about the value. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Don't forget, Summer Circuit continues tomorrow. Join us every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win a grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. All you have to do is stop by the promo table to register to win. And tomorrow, we'll be hanging out at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Love me some seafood. I'm excited about that. So come out, join us tomorrow from noon to 6 at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Car wreck of the day next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. After a stutter step this morning on some weaker than expected ADP job data, which said the economy lost 33,000 last month instead of gaining 100,000 jobs, we had the market move around a bit. Interest rates popped while the market remained mixed throughout the day. A mirror image of yesterday once again as the Dow goes back and forth along with the S&P and NASDAQ. Dow lost 10 points to 44,484 while the S&P rallied to a new all-time high up 29 points to 62.27. President Trump announcing a trade deal with Vietnam, but still Europe and Japan are currently out of reach. The NASDAQ rallied 190 points, flirting with record levels at 20,393. 10-year note yields, despite the soft economic data, climbed to 4.29% as everyone's still watching the House to see whether or not they can pass a version of the Senate's big, beautiful bill that would cut taxes and also cut spending among Medicaid and food stamp recipients. Dollar a little weaker, oil surging $1.90 to 67.35 after Iran said it would not cooperate with UN nuclear watchdogs. Oil
Car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day?
Down goes Panda. Red Panda, one of the most famous halftime acts in all of basketball, at the Commissioner's Cup championship game last night in Minnesota, took a spill and immediately was carted off in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I heard she left on an ambulance.
Well, she left on a wheelchair, got into an ambulance, and I do have an update.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Good to know.
Her pedal, due to her left pedal on her unicycle, her left wrist was severely fractured at the same spot for the second time. Hospital for 11 hours. Someone from the link stayed with her through a procedure to reset the wrist. She's grateful. She's on her way home now, and she's on her way to recovery.
So she has a fractured wrist.
Yeah.
And it's second time it's happened.
Yes, and she's meeting with an orthopedic surgeon, Jordan, for the second. I'm sure they'll need imaging.
How old do you think Red Panda is?
If I had to guess, probably 40s.
Wikipedia says that she was born in either 70 or 71. So if she's 70, if it was born in 70, what is the quick math?
55 or 54.
55 years old.
55, still on a unicycle, about what, 12, 15 feet up?
I would have guessed about 55. I've seen her in person. Like I've seen her multiple times recently. I think she was at U of H, maybe once last year, in fact. I can tell that she's aging a bit.
Okay.
Like I can see that she probably shouldn't be on a 7-foot unicycle. I hate to say it, and this was my unicycle wreck of the day too. And look, I understand this is her main source of income, or probably her only source of income. I understand how important it is to her livelihood.
It's pretty lucrative too.
I hope that she has made enough money that she can retire. I don't think that Red Panda should be performing anymore.
If you think about this, because you think of the downfall of some of the great halftime acts of all time.
And she knows about a downfall.
Quick Change.
Yeah.
Quick Change was another big one. And the guy in Quick Change died during COVID.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they used to make a ton of money.
The ones that give me anxiety are the ones that were doing like all these like acrobatic things like on a stool. And they put it like on a ladder, like 18 feet in the air. And like it's these balancing things. Yeah. And they're like balancing on, and I know they're great at this and they probably never fall, but all it takes is one. Where they stack stuff.
Or like the
contorting
stuff. Muscle-bound gymnasts that like do all that stuff, but they're doing it like on like a peg the size of a nail. And then you're like, that could end badly.
I mean, they could legitimately die.
Yeah.
Like they're 30, 40 feet in the air balancing on something. And if they land and crash the wrong way, they're goners. I don't like watching that stuff.
If you think about it, she probably in 365 days, she probably does about, 200 events?
Probably. Well, I mean, she only does basketball, right?
Well, yeah.
Basketball year round?
Doing that on the football field.
So 200 might be lofty.
Well, it's just college and pro.
Right, but it's usually the same calendar season.
Yeah. But I mean, you can cover ground in both areas, so you get all the NBA teams
WNBA
covered,
plays in the offseason.
And then WNBA as well.
Yeah, maybe 200.
So if you do 200 events and you're getting $5-10 grand an appearance,
do you think she's making that much?
Yeah, because she's a big name now.
Let's go conservative. 200 appearances, $5 grand. I need to learn how to ride a unicycle.
I'm sure she's
I mean, that's $1 million a year. Like Red Panda.
That's why she's not going to make that anywhere else.
I hope. But do you think she should keep doing this?
If she can. I mean, do it as long as you can if you're raking in that kind of money.
I mean, we saw yesterday that maybe she can't.
Okay, if she can't medically, I understand it. If she can, why would she quit?
That was because she's old and she's going to land on her neck and we're going to see Red Panda is going to be Dead Panda.
Okay, let's see. I've got, how much would she make? How does she make? Okay.
Have you ever went to the
reportedly earns between $2,500 and $3,000 for each of her 5-minute performances. At one point, she was making over $5,000 per appearance.
That's great. I hope she's saved up. I hope she has a nice little retirement plan. Red Panda should not be on the unicycle anymore. She needs to hang it up. She's gonna die. She's gonna go out like Mickey Rourke in The Wrestler. I don't want to see it. Uncle Barney says you should watch Absinthe, the Las Vegas show. I'm wondering if that's Cirque du Soleil. Have you ever been to a Cirque du Soleil show?
Yes, I have.
Those things give me anxiety, man.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, they're like jumping from these moving rings from 40 feet up in the air. These old retired gymnasts are stacking these little 2 feet wide boxes on top of each other, 100 feet in the air. There's no net underneath. I do not like going to those shows. My heart rate is through the tent at these shows.
There's a lot going on, and there's a whole hell of a lot of acrobatics in the air with not a lot of room for air.
No, I don't. I hope that was a gnarly fall too. Did you see the fall?
Yes, I did.
I don't know how she landed on her. Like, whenever you don't really see the bottom of the video, but it looks like she landed on her derriere.
It was lucky that she didn't land on her dome.
I know.
On the
that's what I'm
hardwood.
saying.
Yeah, she got the wrist and the buttocks, but
She landed on her red R. 409 Josh, if a halftime show at a professional game went tragically wrong, would the game be canceled? I don't think it would.
What is it again?
If a halftime show at a professional game went tragically wrong, would the game be canceled?
No, it wouldn't.
I don't think so.
I've had experience with one.
Somebody died?
No, not died, but it was tragic. It was tragic because it affected the game. You know the chainsaw juggler that's down there in not Manhattan Beach, Venice Beach? You ever seen him? He juggles chainsaws and all kinds of things. So our game ops guy, when I was in Portland, decided it'd be a good idea to bring him in, and they put him on an NBC national game. He dropped the saw.
On him?
On the court. And it put a divot in the
Okay.
floor.
That's not quite the same as, like, medically tragic.
Took off.
He left?
He left the building. We couldn't find him for like an hour and a half. He was so distraught. He came back. It was his first big break, and it didn't work out so well.
That's nuts. All right, does it for us. Red Panda wins. I had her as well. Thank you, Age, for the hard work. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Landry's in Galveston. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis, right now.
All right, welcome in everybody to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. And a big, big thank you, as always, to our presenting sponsors, Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy, Quanta, and Houston Methodist. I'm your host, Glenn Davis. We explore everything about the World Cup, the preparations for it with the city of Houston, when we will invite the world here for 7 World Cup matches starting next June. We're getting closer and closer to it. We'll also get a little bit of a taste of what that passion is like this Sunday, because the Gold Cup final is out at Energy Stadium. And of course, right now in progress, the U.S. men's national team taking on Guatemala from St. Louis. And then later on tonight from San Francisco, it'll be Mexico taking on Honduras. Now, one thing we'll know from these 4 teams, whoever gets to the Gold Cup final, they have huge support here in Houston. Mexico, Guatemala has sold out Shell Energy Stadium before. And of course, we all know that the Honduran soccer fan here in Houston, Texas is huge. And then you got the men's national team, which now is starting to turn things around here. Not a full squad, but making their push in this very moment to get into the Gold Cup final, which will be here on Sunday. If you do want tickets for that, you go to lsse.net. And later on in the show, we'll have David Fletcher of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. He heads it up. He's a former youth soccer player from this area. So came up from the fields of Houston. He's now heading up Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. They've got the Gold Cup final out there this Sunday. And then, of course, Energy Stadium will host the World Cup. And we had a really, really good interview on our last show with John Coppins, the VP Operations of FIFA World Cup 2026 here in Houston. And he gave us an update on some of the changes that have been made to the stadium and some of the infrastructure type things that are going on here in Houston. So we appreciated John coming on the show. By the way, if you do want to go back and listen to that interview with John Coppins, you just go to ESPN975.com, Spotify podcasts, or Apple podcasts. That's where you can keep up on it all. So David Fletcher later. I'm going to re-air the interview with Lawrence Sonali, the young Dynamo winger. He is from Germany. He's from an incredible soccer culture. It's a country that's won the World Cup 4 times, Germany. They have hosted the World Cup. And I found the interview to be excellent for a number of reasons. Lawrence Sonali is a very, very young man, but he also talked about the culture and how it shapes young soccer players and how that aids in player development. And it's something that is more pressure filled in other countries in the world than it is here in the United States. And that's not something you can manufacture. And that's probably a discussion for another show at greater length: player development, healthy pressure, and the way we go about developing players in this soccer country. But so much of it is about culture, the game teaching, and the way a country deals with the sport. Now, to be fair, we have 3 other traditional sports in this country. So there is very differing challenges here, and very differing challenges when it comes to the monetization of youth sports. All right. So we're going to re-air that interview. I think you're going to find it interesting. He's a young player that's coming back from injury. Wonderful kid. Certainly, in my opinion, can be a player that really is a magnet for fans. He's electric off the dribble. Everybody wants to see dribblers and people that take people on in any sport. Why is Caitlin Clark so big in the WNBA? Well, it's because she's a tempo player. She goes at people off the dribble. Of course, she hits the logo 3, but your eyes get drawn to the playmakers. No question about it. And boy, have we had them in the history of world soccer. Well, he is our version here in Houston right now, and he is a fun player to watch. So I think you'll enjoy that interview. We'll re-air that from Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 last night. Okay, we've got quarterfinals set for the FIFA Club World Cup. That is done. With David Fletcher, we're going to talk about saturation, because there has been some attendances that aren't hitting the mark, but there is just so much soccer going on right now. It's pretty incredible the amount of football that's out there. We're down to 5 European teams in the FIFA Club World Cup quarterfinals. They'll be Friday and Saturday. And we're down to, so 5 European teams made it, 2 Brazilian teams, and then 1 Saudi Arabian team. That's Al Hilal, who had the huge upset over Manchester City. So very good for them. When you think of World Cup, you think passion. I don't think there's any question. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to tell you who those quarterfinals are. Friday, you've got Fluminense from Brazil in the FIFA Club World Cup against Al Hilal. Then you'll get Palmeiras and Chelsea. So there's your 2 Brazilian teams. Fluminense going up Al Hilal and Palmeiras going up against Chelsea. Palmeiras has the former Dynamo center back, Mikael, who has played bits and pieces in this tournament, hasn't been starting. And then Saturday, we go all Europe. It's PSG from France taking on Bayern Munich from Germany, Real Madrid from Spain taking on Dortmund from Germany. So 2 German teams, 1 Spanish team, 1 French team, and 1 English team. So the Bundesliga is shining quite well here in the Club World Cup as well. So back to Guatemala. Last night I spoke about this on the show. I have to say it was incredible to see Guatemala get past Canada, the pride, the emotion that came out. Maybe a country that, Central American countries sometimes get overlooked, maybe undervalued. I was down in Guatemala once to do a World Cup qualifier. Escorted into the stadium with guys carrying guns. Stadium 2 hours plus, maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours before the game. Did this game with John Harkes, the former U.S. international, but did this game in Guatemala City. It was a World Cup qualifier, and the stadium must have had 55,000 people in it in white shirts, well over 2 hours before the game, with the guy on a megaphone or through the PA chanting and everybody chanting back. I don't think all of us understand what it means when a U.S. men's national team comes to countries like that to qualify for a World Cup, because it's an opportunity to knock off the giant. When Guatemala beat Canada, this was something special. Were they punching above their weight? I don't know. But boy, did they ignite pride across an entire country. That's for sure. Shockwaves throughout the tournament, right? Because fire was lit with everybody back home in Guatemala and Guatemala City going wild. This passion is incredible. They are being led by Luis Fernando Tena, and right now they are in progress against the U.S. And of course, I'm pulling for the U.S. to get to the next round, but I have loved what Guatemala has done in the tournament. I have loved what Luis Fernando Tena has done. And by the way, Luis Fernando Tena is a Mexican coach coaching Guatemala. And if you remember, he led Mexico to the gold medal in the 2012 London Olympics. And Hector Herrera, the former Dynamo, was on that team. But that was an excellent Mexico team winning the gold medal. They beat Brazil in that tournament as well. So Las Chapines are run by Luis Fernando Tena. And the Power National Pride has been on hand in a big way. It's a team that's got some MLS players as well, Aaron Herrera, Rubio Rubin. But when they won that, it just reminds you of the core of this game, a sport built by people. As much as we watch the glamour and the beautifully manicured fields, this game is played on all kinds of surfaces all over the world, built by, I don't know, alleyways, lots, street corners, favelas in Brazil, schoolyards. And now and then we get reminded that the game belongs to everyone. It's being co-opted by everybody now, certainly commercially. But this game belongs to everyone. And that goes right down to here in Houston. I see guys on their lunch breaks playing 3-on-3 and they've been working in 90-degree heat, and here they are in their lunch break going at it like they're playing in a World Cup final. It really is something special. It is such a special game, and I just want to make a reminder, a year out from the World Cup being here, that sometimes you got to rip through the noise and the commercial side of it and all of that and remind yourself that this game goes down to the rawest of rawest forms. So that penalty shootout win over Canada by Guatemala, yeah, it sent shockwaves through the tournament. It lit up an entire country. And then to see those players all gather in a circle after the game and just be thankful, just pretty incredible. By the way, I love their new blue and white jerseys. I mentioned that last night. I mentioned it again. That sash that comes across the diagonal stripe, much like the Peru jersey, it is something pretty special. A couple of other dates here to remind you of. July 21st, we're going to air 1966 World Cup. So that was England, West Germany in the final. This will be at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. We call it Monday Night Football, July 21st. So we're doing these around the city, and it's another way of creating awareness for the World Cup. Then the very next night, July 22nd, more World Cup talk live from Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. We always have a lot of soccer guests there. Some Dynamo players show up. Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village up 290. So these live events, not only to promote the World Cup, but to promote the sport and create awareness, just in general. And by the way, we've had soccer on the radio here 22 years. It's a pretty good run, right? And we're going to keep it going because we love it. All right, we'll take a break. We're going to come back. Lawrence Anali of the Houston Dynamo, German soccer culture talk, what it's like growing up in Germany, the pressures coming back from injury, how that can be lonely, all of that good stuff. And then we ended up tonight with David Fletcher, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. Energy Stadium will host 7 World Cup games. But David and I will go over everything from saturation and maybe too many games to what the future may hold. But one thing we know is we got 7 World Cup games coming to Houston next summer and a Gold Cup final this Sunday. Let's take a break. This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, brought to you by Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy Quanta, and Houston Methodist.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. I did mention Senate Avenue Brewing, the best in fresh brewed beer. Since we're about to bring on Lawrence Anali, and we all know how good German beer is, well, we thought we would talk a little bit about beer. But Senate Avenue Brewing, it's up 290. Exceptional spot. We do a live show there every month. The best in fresh beer, all kinds of selections, whether you like IPAs, lighter beers, heavier beers. They've got everything there. It's award-winning beer, award-winning food, beautiful patio. And every time we do our live show up there at Senate Avenue Brewing once a month, well, we get Dynamo players out there as well. This just in, Juventus's manager, Igor Tudor, said 10 players asked to come off in their game against Real Madrid. This has been one of the criticisms against the FIFA Club World Cup. All right, let's not keep our guest waiting. He is Dynamo winger Lawrence Anali coming back now. Lawrence, 45 minutes in the 1-0 victory over St. Louis, plays a part in the goal. He joins us now. Hi, Lawrence.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Very good. Thanks for coming back on. When you first got to Houston, we had you on the show, and it's really nice to have you back on. It's also very nice to see you back on the field, Lawrence. Just your thoughts on getting a nice 45 minutes under your belt after a long recovery from injury.
Yeah, it was nice to be back out there for more than 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, it was just amazing. This was what I was working for the last couple of months. And yeah, it was amazing. The atmosphere was good. The game was nice.
Lawrence,
everything was perfect.
Take me into the recovery process. I've gone through that. It becomes a pretty lonely place. And sometimes you don't really feel like a part of the team. Are those fair things to say about recovering from a knee injury?
Yeah, it was difficult, especially with my family being in Germany and me being alone here in Houston. It was even more difficult. But I have to say that being with the team, like I didn't feel like very separate from the team because I had my people in the team that helped me, that talked to me, they made sure that I'm good. Whatever I needed, they would bring it to me. Yeah.
Lawrence Anali joining us, Houston Dynamo. And I know they've been very much monitoring your minutes. That's what happens with the modern athlete now. Do you feel like you're getting closer and closer to, absorbing even more minutes?
Yeah, it was planned for me to get 60 minutes in total last week. So I played 15 minutes against Minnesota and 45 against St. Louis on Saturday. And now that I finally broke the 60 minutes mark, I think I'm good to go. So we will see what the coach has planned with me.
So do you lobby sometimes with the medical staff saying, hey, I'm ready. I can do 75. I can do 80. You must be like a horse unbridled right now to get on the field.
Yeah, of course. But you got to be patient, especially in the beginning when you're coming back. It's always a little bit risky. I'm happy with the minutes I got now. I think it got better game to game. I feel more comfortable, and yeah, especially in Houston with the weather, it's a little bit more difficult after coming back after a big injury. Yeah, but like I said, I'm very happy with the minutes I got and looking forward for more.
Lawrence Anali joining us tonight, electric winger, exciting, somebody who your eyes get drawn to when they play the game. So you played a big part in the Ponce goal because you sized up a defender, you beat him to his left. One thing I've noticed about your game, Lawrence, you seem equally comfortable going left or right. Is that something that you trained just relentlessly, or is that something that's part natural, or maybe both?
I think it's quite natural. I grew up being a right back, so I always had to go down the line. Actually, the movements into the middle, they came a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was born comfortable going left or right. So, yeah.
Makes you dangerous because I think people that are predominantly right-footed playing on the left, I think defenders quickly realize that, right?
Yeah. It makes them guess what I'm doing next, and I love that. That's what I want my opponents to think too much, and then I'm gone.
So
that's what I'm always looking for.
So when you got hurt, you wouldn't believe the amount of people asking me, when is Lawrence Untitled coming back? I said, well, and then as we get closer to this season, they keep asking me when. So now you're coming back. It's obvious you've struck a nerve with the fans here in Houston. I believe a lot of that is because of the way you play the game, the want, the desire, the conviction to take people on off the dribble. And, you said you grew up playing as a right back. But this is an attitude too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my biggest skill, my pace and my 1v1s. I think that's what everyone is looking for, every fan. That's why we all love, or why we all love Messi, or I don't know who. Now, Lamine Jamal. Everyone likes watching these people, and that's my play style, and that's why I play football for. I want to beat people 1v1, 1v2, throw and dribble, run fast. That's why I love football so much, because it's so diverse. You can do whatever you want with the ball.
And I think it's the perfect complement now to a team that is based on possession and passing the ball. To all of a sudden put you into this team, I think opponents have to look at the Houston Dynamo very differently, not to mention the fact that you can make runs in behind the defense.
Yeah, that's you said it perfectly. I don't know what to say to that, but yeah, that's who I am. The teams can try to change something, but I think we'll always find a way to be my man.
So for sure, I saw you come in that game, and St. Louis has to deal with the Dynamo very, very differently. We're talking to Lawrence Untitled of the Houston Dynamo. I do want to take you back to something I asked you, I know, in the prior interview, Lawrence, and I want my listeners to hear it again from you. But just growing up in the amazing German soccer culture, just speak to that a little bit, and just how the culture also, it's not just coaching, but it's the culture that grows the player.
Yeah, of course. I think in Europe in general, there's a little bit more pressure when you start playing soccer on a professional or even in the academies on a higher level. It's always about results, and you can get relegated. So there's always more pressure from the fans, from the coaches, from the teams, whatever. So I think this pressure makes good players. Like if you get pro with that pressure, and I think when you make a pro with all these pressure, you can make it anywhere. Like it develops you as a human, makes you better in any aspect. Yeah, and then speaking about the fans, about the culture, yeah, it's just amazing. 80,000 people in the stadiums, loud noises, cheering for you. But also the negative side, if it doesn't work out good for like 2 or 3 games, the media is on you, the fans are on you. Yeah.
I called a U.S. men's national team game against Germany way back before the 2006 World Cup in Dortmund, and it was an incredible experience just to be amongst the German soccer culture.
Yeah.
I want to take you back to when you were young and the pressure thing that we were just mentioning. At what point as a teenager or a young kid do you begin to feel this pressure to make it, and where does that desire to become a pro footballer come from?
So it was when I was 14. I got told that I'm too small, that I'm too skinny, and I was playing for Hertha BSC, Hertha Berlin.
Yes.
The club in Germany. So they told me it's not enough. and I made the decision to move to a smaller club in Berlin. And this was the point in my life, I think, where it clicked, where everything changed in my head, and I was like, you know what, I want to show them. I'm small, but let me get a little bit stronger, work on my strengths, and this was, I think I was 14 back then, and this was the point in my life that changed everything for me.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And that's a moment of disappointment that you turn into a positive and motivation.
Yes. At the beginning, the first couple of months, I was down. I didn't even want. I was about to stop playing because it just threw me off. But yeah, losing a lot of friends on my team. I went to school together with them and everything. So it was a hard step back, but I made a couple steps forward from that.
And in Lawrence's youth career, he goes from Hertha Berlin, the disappointment, to Tennis Borussia Berlin. Then he goes to Victoria Berlin, Schalke 04, Hanover 96. You get into the second team at Hanover, and then you get 8 appearances for the first team before being loaned out to Rot-Weiss Essen. Tell me about those 8 games for the Hanover first team.
I remember the first game I came in. It was against Dresden. A big traditional club in Germany, amazing fans. I came in, I think the stadium was sold out, 35, 40,000 people. Everything was yellow. I said after the game I got a little bit of a headache because it was so loud and was so nervous. Probably the most nervous I've ever been in my whole life. But it was an amazing experience. I was 18 or 19 back then, I think, and
amazing.
Yeah, it was just nice. And then the next games, it were like short minutes.
Yep.
And also 2 games in the cup games against Leipzig and Gladbach were also amazing. Well, yeah, in general, just a nice experience, and very thankful that Hanover back then gave me the opportunity.
Now, not to get you in trouble here, but do you one day want to go back and play in the German Bundesliga? I mean, looking long term?
I'm open for everything. First of all, I want to stay healthy. And right now, I'm a player of Houston Dynamo. I'm very, very happy here. I think we can achieve a lot with this team. Especially looking forward. We have a lot more to come for Houston. And first priority right now is to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you can become a star in this city with the way you play the game. That's so attractive to see, dribblers and people taking people on, and a playmaker like yourself. Rot-Weiss Essen, you get the loan there, and then you ultimately make the decision to go play in the Polish First Division. Mm-hmm. Tell me how that decision came about, and then what the Polish football was like.
First of all, the loan to the third division in Germany was something that helped me a lot. It was very physical, very hard, very grown up, I would say, football. And then when the loan was done, I had a talk with my club, Hanover. I told them that I see a better opportunity somewhere else because I got a call from Lukas Podolski, German legend,
yes.
Polish legend, amazing guy, by the way, hilarious. One day when I was on vacation, he called me and said, we have a nice project here. We see a big future for you. Maybe you play here 1 or 2 seasons and then you can make a big move somewhere else. And I think when Lukas Podolski calls you, you don't think twice.
Yeah.
And then everything went very fast. Actually, I think like the next week I was there in Poland. And the beginning was tough. I didn't play much. Also, it was a little bit difficult for me. Another experience I made, first time away from home, really different country, different culture, different language. But all these different experiences just helped me to be the person I am today and the player who I am today.
How do you like Houston as a city? Because it's very different than Germany, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's very different. Again, different cultures, different languages, Spanish and English, but English is not a big problem. Houston is nice. I love it here. The weather is great every day, almost every day. Good food culture.
You may be the first German I've ever heard say that they love the weather in Houston, but that's okay. I love that attitude. Have you found a good German restaurant here?
What?
Have you found a good German restaurant in Houston?
Not yet, actually, but I got told there are some good German restaurants close by.
Yeah, I think there's one called Rudy Lechner's, if it's
I
still
should check that
going. But yeah, they did a good sauerbraten in there, but I haven't been there in a long time. I hope it's still open.
I need to check that out.
All right. Listen, Lawrence, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Wonderful interview. Thanks for being so candid. It made it a very interesting interview, and continued success with the Dynamo. We look forward to seeing you back out on the field and leaving defenders behind you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
All right. That's Lawrence Sinali. What a wonderful young man. What a great interview that was. All right. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, brought to you by Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy Quanta, and Houston Methodist. I'm Glenn Davis. All right. So in the history of the World Cup, of course, Brazil has won it 5 times. Nobody's ever won it 5 times. Germany/West Germany have won it 4 times. Well, last night had a really, really interesting interview with a young German player that's currently playing for the Houston Dynamo, Lawrence Sinali. We talked about the German soccer culture and what it means in player development and growth. So here is a re-air of that interview from Soccer Matters last night. Houston Dynamo winger Lawrence Sinali. Great stuff there from Lawrence Sinali, talking about the culture of German soccer and how it grows the game. And of course, they have hosted World Cups. They have won World Cups to the tune of 4. And we really appreciate that interview with Lawrence Sinali. All right, Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup will continue. Brought to you by Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy Quanta, Houston Methodist. When we return, it's an interview with Lone Star Sports and Entertainment and David Fletcher. Of course, Energy Stadium is going to host 7 World Cup matches next summer, starting in June. 5 group games, a round of 32 and a round of 16. And David Fletcher will talk to us about a number of things, including this Sunday's upcoming Gold Cup final, which will give us that World Cup feel. That'll be at Energy Stadium. First time ever. Coming up next, David Fletcher on Destination 2026.
You are listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back. Final segment tonight, Destination 2026, Houston's road to the Cup. 2026 will host the World Cup here in Houston, Texas. Show is always sponsored by Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy, Quanta, and Houston Methodist. We end in a big, big way here tonight because as we are talking right now, the U.S. and Guatemala are going at it in the CONCACAF Gold Cup semifinals. The final is here in Houston. First ever final on Sunday. Get your tickets at lsse.net. That's lsse.net. That is going to be a packed house. With that, we bring in the head man of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, the architect. He is David Fletcher. David, thanks for coming on tonight.
Glenn, it's great to be here, and what a great day to be on the air with you, our national team in the middle of a very important match right now against Guatemala, as you mentioned, for a chance to come here to Houston on Sunday.
You know, it's been an interesting tournament. The U.S., has built some momentum after those very tough friendlies against Turkey and Switzerland. Guatemala, to me, has been an incredible story, and I've seen them sell out Shell Energy Stadium, but just an incredible story of pride and passion and what a result over Canada did for an entire country and their mood.
Well, I mean, it's not an understatement. That was the most important sporting event accomplishment in the history of the country. And if they do somehow win tonight against the United States, that will too be the greatest sporting accomplishment in the history of the country. And what a great story and what a great backdrop if they are here in Houston this weekend. Such a culturally diverse community, certainly the gateway to Latin America. It's really one of the things that's helped make NRG Stadium and Houston such an important part of the story of CONCACAF Gold Cup over its 19 editions. And to have a country story like Guatemala that could be on the biggest of stages here this weekend, couldn't be a better place for that to unfold.
All right, we're talking to David Fletcher, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, a frequent guest on this show over many, many years, architect of the international content that has come through Houston, which honestly has gotten us the World Cup. Let's face it, that really opened the eyes of not only the country, but the world. All right, so Sunday, July 6th. I mean, this was a big deal to get the final. I'm not sure that resonates deep enough with people to get the actual final here for the first time ever. And here you are 4 days out. What are you feeling?
I'm feeling the excitement and the passion that you're seeing right now in St. Louis. I mean, it's awesome to think about any of the matchups that could unfold here this weekend, Glenn. I mean, we mentioned Guatemala and their potential to be here for the first time. Honduras has not been in a final as well, and for that country and certainly the country people that live here in this community, this is one of the biggest Honduran communities. You've seen it time and time again at the various events that happen here in our community, particularly with soccer. Very proud, very loud, very exciting atmosphere is expected if either one of those two are here. And then you look at the two CONCACAF giants, U.S. and Mexico. Our stage started here. I should say restarted here in a big, big way in 2003 when my former mentor and boss, Jamie Roots, and you and many others here helped to bring U.S. and Mexico for a friendly here for the first time, really showed not only what Houston and NRG Stadium can do as a backdrop for major soccer, but it showed major international soccer that NFL buildings were the future, that Houston was a market that would lead the way. And here we are 20 plus years later. We have more content than any major city in the United States between our two facilities, Shell Energy Stadium and NRG Stadium, and we're hosting the biggest international tournament leading into the biggest event in the world next summer. It's pretty cool.
Now, if we look at the four teams, in the semis, the U.S. right now going at it with Guatemala. Later tonight, it'll be Honduras and Mexico. I'm just looking at those four teams. I mean, you can't go wrong for a final because all these teams have tremendous followings, and I would almost say, I think the U.S. probably falls behind the other three in some ways, but they are regaining some momentum and their fans as well.
Well, it's evidenced by what we're seeing on the business side of this event. I mean, downtown has, just the amount of hotel rooms and the energy that you're already feeling in market. The event is really starting to take hold. We've heard from our hospitality partners that it's going to be a big weekend, which is great to hear. And that's what these events really, one of the big things that they're about. But, the other side of that, Glenn, is that, it's going to be a full house here at NRG Stadium. We expect to sell out maybe as soon as tonight or tomorrow, depending on how things unfold here. And for our community, anytime that we get an opportunity to bring these type of events here and can show how well they perform for the promoters and for the hospitality community that supports them, it's a big win for Houston. I mean, this event is expected to generate over $40 million in economic impact. You've got, like I said, a full house here at NRG Stadium, and depending on how things unfold tonight, maybe even a record crowd for Sunday, which is pretty awesome to hear.
He's David Fletcher, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. You heard it. Tickets, lssc.net, lssc.net. Sunday, it's the first ever Gold Cup final held here in Houston. I always wanted to ask you this about the McNair family. Obviously, you went back to 2003 with the late, great Jamie Roots and how this got kicked off. But, in your discussions with the McNair family and all, I mean, they must be big supporters of soccer. Obviously, they're putting behind it here at NRG Stadium and with the Texans organization and Lone Star Sports and Entertainment.
Well, they're big supporters of soccer because soccer is important to Houston, and the family has always put Houston first. They've always, focused on doing great things for this community where their family is from and really has made a home over the years. So, we're excited about the continued pursuit of major events, really in all areas here at NRG Stadium, and Lone Star Sports and Entertainment has been a driver of that. But, it really starts at the top. Cal and Hannah and obviously Bob and Janice as well have always been really supportive of trying to make Houston the big, important global city that is become and do their part along the way. And our organization is focused on that. And these events, for over 20 years now have really helped to solidify that story that is very, very true here. An event destination, not just, a place to go and see matches, a truly global city, and one that is the best, if not, in the country, maybe in the world in terms of hospitality and making people feel welcome for these type of activities. So, we get another opportunity this weekend. I don't take that lightly. I know our organization doesn't. And, we got a lot of work ahead, Glenn, but it's really exciting to see it all unfold, and I can't wait to see how things come together tonight.
Gold Cup final this Sunday. You want that World Cup feel, you'll get it. There is no question. It doesn't matter who gets through. You will get that feel. By the way, in 2026, around this time next year, 7 World Cup matches at the legendary NRG Stadium here in Houston, Texas. Still pinching ourselves, I think, about the fact that the World Cup is coming here. All right, 4 days out, you're the head of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. You're going to get a good final no matter what happens. What goes on with you the next 4 days when it comes to execution? What does your next couple days look like? Because I always wonder, the guy at the top, what he's thinking about, what he's doing, what are the things that are maybe keeping you up at night or making you sleep well, either way.
I generally sleep well, and I will say that's a product of having a great team here. Look, I mean, my job is to stay out of the way, to be perfectly honest. We have a fantastic plan. We have a great partner in CONCACAF and in Soccer United, great partners in CONCACAF and Soccer United marketing. Certainly the Dynamo, the World Cup office, our Sports Authority, Houston First, you name it. There's a great team around these, Glenn, and honestly, I mean, we've got to execute the plan that we laid out over the last 9 months with CONCACAF over the next 4 days, and so far so good. I mean, there's a tremendous amount that goes into these events, especially if you think about it from a building perspective, we've had a number of major concerts over the last few weeks, but this is the first sporting event since rodeo. This is the first sporting event really for the Texans calendar year as we start back up that engine. So, with all the changes that have happened personnel wise and get better opportunities that we've identified, we got to execute them the way we laid them out. So there's a big team here, a great collaboration with civic stakeholders, the promoters, and and partners like yourself to get the word out about how special this opportunity is. So we're executing it the best we can. We've got things like the grass and rehearsals and, getting the teams logistically here, training sites. They're going to be moving quick coming out of the matches tonight to get here to prepare accordingly. So as a community, we've always been really good at those pieces, but we've got to execute this one because the best one is the next one, and that's what we've got in front of us. So.
David Fletcher, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. Also, let me remind you, grew up playing soccer on the fields of Houston. That makes you being at the helm even better, David. I got to tell you, I think that connection and passion for the game from people in high positions, I think it's important.
It certainly adds an element of care, if you will. I am passionate about the game. You and I and our friend Stu Holden had a chance to get together a few weeks back, and both you guys played here at a really high level. I did not play at that high level at all, but just the ability for us all that have played the game to be a part of growing it going forward, I think is something that, again, not unique to Houston, but helps build the fabric that we have here. And I still keep in touch with a lot of those guys. Some of them are coming in for the game this weekend as with their kids and with their families. And the beauty of this sport, as we've seen and you've talked about for so long, is that it's generational, it's cultural, and moments like this weekend, whether it is another U.S.-Mexico match here or a first-time opportunity for Honduras and Guatemala. The fans, the passion in those communities will be at the highest levels as they will be all year long around these events. And that's something we don't take lightly and honestly I make it pretty exciting to be a part of.
David, one of the hot topics, and I talked about this last night on Soccer Matters, one of the hot topics certainly is, and there's tremendous opinion, judgment coming in from every angle possible, is saturation of professional content. FIFA Club World Cup, Gold Cup, the amount of games that are going on now. And I know it can be taken from a number of perspectives. Let's not take it from the player side of it because there is a workload thing and everybody's all over that. But I want you to talk about it from the perspective of the consumer of soccer content and the ticket buyer.
I mean, it's real, Glenn. It is, and it's a good thing, but it's something that's got to be navigated appropriately. If you look at the market this year, I mean, CONCACAF Gold Cup attendance is down. Club World Cup attendance did not meet expectations. You look